a place for new authors to store their brains. The 54th year of Konoha. Next to Konoha Village and Ichiraku Ramen, a ninja with silver hair and green tights walked into the store with his arm around hers. Hey, good afternoon, Boss Jinyan. Just served me and Kakashi the same dishes as before. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing the iconic smile of his old acquaintance Might Guy, Yajaya Susumu turned around and prepared dinner for him and Kakashi. In fact, Jinyan is not a member of the ninja world. In his previous life, he was just a senior office worker with a very regular daily life, constantly going back and forth between the company and home. Until one day when he was returning home exhausted after working overtime, a dump truck suddenly hit him on the road. He was in a trance for a moment and failed to dodge. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in the ninja world. Naruto, Shippuden, was also an anime he followed. I originally fantasized that I could learn all kinds of powerful ninjutsu and reach the pinnacle of life. In the end, it was discovered that his original body was just an ordinary person with no ninja talent at all, and that any student from the ninja school could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. At the same time, in order not to appear different from ordinary people in Konoha, Jinyan lived cautiously every day, slowly integrated into the life of the ninja world, and opened a small restaurant with some cooking skills he learned in his previous life. Kakashi was attracted by Yajaya Susumu's shop when he went to Ichiraku Ramen. From then on, he had one more place to dine, and of course, Might Guy was included. However, Jinyan is not without hope of rising. Looking at the system page in his mind that was stuck at 99.99%, he felt helpless. It's been 2 years. Will the system's network become laggy? As if the system had heard Jinyan's call for the 100th time, it finally responded. Ding, the negative emotion system has been loaded. In his 2 lifetimes, Jinyan felt that he had never heard such a pleasant voice. Resisting the urge to cover his face and laugh, Jinyan said, "System, please start your self-introduction." This system is called the negative emotion system. As long as the host directly or indirectly causes others to have negative emotions, he can gain emotion points and extract items, abilities, etc. from multiple dimensional worlds. Everyone's negative emotion value can be obtained repeatedly. The lottery process is divided into bronze lottery with 100 emotional points, silver lottery with 1000 emotional points, and gold lottery with 10,000 emotional points. Each type of lottery has a guaranteed minimum draw. Note 1. This system is bound to the host. If one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer. Note 2. Items from the ninja realm cannot be extracted. The host can only exchange them with emotion points, directly or indirectly. Yes, if it is just a matter of negative emotions, it would not be a problem to surpass the 6 paths with the environment of the ninja world. Jinyan immediately grasped the key points in the system introduction. He knew the cruelty of the ninja world, otherwise he would not have to be so cautious in the past 2 years. System, is there a novice gift pack? Do you want to open the novice gift package? Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shadow Core gift pack. After optimization, the host can obtain all the abilities of the Shadow Core. The host can condense 9 general masks through the shadow power of the Shadow Kingdom. Those who wear the masks will gradually be eroded by the power of darkness and eventually completely obey the host. The abilities of the Black Shadow troops also come from one of the anime that Jinyan played in his previous life. They each have different abilities and there are many of them. They are not afraid of death and are willing to work hard. They are true model workers. However, putting on the mask cannot instantly give you powerful strength. You also need to adapt to the abilities of the mask. In simple terms, you need to survive and develop. With Jinyan's consent, the system began to instill the abilities of the Black Shadow Core into him. He suddenly felt a chill in his body, which gradually filled him with strength. The shadows in the corners became as easy as his fingers and arms and his eyes. Then Jinyan had an idea, and saw a ninja with red eyes and blue skin born in the shadow in the corner of the kitchen. He was a ninja from the Ghost Shadow group who was good at service. Xiao Hei, go and prepare the meal. Jinyan gave the firstborn ghost ninja his first mission. Upon hearing the order, the latter took the kitchen utensils from Jinyan without hesitation and started working in the kitchen. Then Jinyan summoned a few more ghost ninjas to help, while he sat aside to study the functions of the system and enjoy life with his hands free. You too, the ramen you ordered is ready. Thank you, Boss Jinyan. Let's get started. After saying thank you, Kakashi and Might Guy began to enjoy a certain type of beef ramen cooked by Oni Ninja, which was particularly famous in Jinyan's previous life. The smoke and aroma of food were wafting in the restaurant. Jinyan was doing odd jobs nearby and mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally. I heard that the ninjas from Kumagakure are coming to the village. Is the war over? Well, the war between Konoha and Kumagakure is over, and they are here to negotiate. Kakashi replied, not taking off his mask even during meal time. Jinyan had previously tried to see if Kakashi could take off his mask, but was rejected. That's good. Our business will be difficult if war comes. Don't worry, with Hokage-sama and the others here, they will definitely protect the village. Might Guy comforted him and gave a thumbs up, praising the deliciousness of the ramen. Jinyan smiled gently but did not reply. By the way, you too, our store has launched a new food competition, free tasting, and the winner has a chance to get a free meal. Do you want to try it? Jinyan proposed the food competition he had just thought of. There are many businesses on Blue Star that have held all kinds of bizarre food challenges, but they do it for money and fame, while Jinyan does it for emotional value. Thank you, no. Yoshi, since we have Boss Jinyan to help us, Kakashi, let's have a youth competition, focusing on food. Kakashi he was reluctant to try it at first, but it seemed as if Might Guy had pushed the start button, and under his instigation, he had no choice but to agree to the competition. Then please try our special spicy beef noodles. Jinyan placed the noodles prepared by the Ghost Shadow Group Ninja in front of the two of them. The fiery red chili oil was spread in the bowl, constantly stimulating the nasal cavity, and a few chopped green onions could be vaguely seen in the bowl. Then get ready, the game begins. At Jinyan's command, Kakashi and Might Guy took a few bites of noodles and felt a burning sensation. At this time, they did not realize the seriousness of the situation. As the noodles became less, the two began to sweat and their faces turned red, but they still persisted until Kakashi finished eating first and won. As we all know, spicy food is a painful sensation. After the game, the two men held their heads, feeling extremely uncomfortable and wishing they could pull out their tongues. As expected. Hiss.my lifelong rival. Hiss. Kakashi. The two of them kept drinking the warm water that Jinyan handed over, but they were secretly deciding not to try the so-called food competition again. It was not until he watched the two people leave that Jinyan recalled the pleasant voice in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a total of 50 negative emotion points from Kakashi and Might Guy. Afterwards, Jinyan conducted the experiment on several diners. Although the emotional points gained were relatively small, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. He also discovered that ordinary people's emotional values were much lower than those of ninjas, especially the ninjas with names and surnames in the original work had higher emotional values. Jinyan guessed that it might be related to luck. As it got dark, Jinyan closed the shop. He knew that the war was over, and that the Kumagakure came to negotiate on the surface, but in fact they coveted the ability of the Hyaga Byakugan and took this opportunity to kidnap Hinata. During the process, the leader of the delegation was killed by Hyaga Hayashi, and Hyaga Hizashi was used as a scapegoat and committed suicide. Both Konoha and Hyaga cowardly accepted the conditions of Kumagakure, and Niji was also deeply traumatized by the incident. Now that the system has been added, Jinyan can't let go of this good opportunity. In the early morning, the villagers of Konoha village were busy with their daily routine. Outside Konoha village, the Cloud village delegation was on their way. Chief, why are we suddenly negotiating? Konoha is weak. If we continue to fight like this, victory will definitely belong to us, Kumagakure. Lord Raikage naturally has his own considerations, which are not for us to comment on. Besides, do you think we came to Konoha just for peace talks? The leader of the Kumagakure delegation looked around and whispered, in addition to negotiations, we also have a secret mission to investigate the situation of the Hyaga family in Konoha and find an opportunity to snatch a pair of Byakugan. You know, the Hyaga Byakugan played a great role in the war between Kumagakure and Konoha. Besides, even if we fail, we are here to negotiate. What can Konoha do? At this time, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a Hokage hat and a Hokage divine robe, was sitting in the office, surrounded by smoke. Next to them are the Hokage's advisor Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu, and the leader of the route, Shinmura Danzo. I believe everyone knows the ultimate goal of the negotiations between Konoha and Kumagakure, which is to end the war as soon as possible. Try to accept the terms of the peace talks as much as possible, but don't lose too much. Don't worry Hiruzen, we know what to do. Hiruzen, you're still so weak. Danzo Shinmura on the side was very dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. In his opinion, Konoha should have used force to defeat Kumagakure and gain more benefits instead of accepting peace talks. Danzo, the Nine Tails rebellion and the war with Kumagakure have already caused too much damage to Konoha. Besides, the war with Iwagakure is not over yet. Konoha needs to recuperate. If you had listened to my advice earlier and handed the Nine Tails Jinchuriki key to me, I would definitely be able to train him into the strongest weapon. Danzo, I promised Minato that I would take good care of his child. Naruto will not go to your place. Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki should accept. That's enough Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo's words and kept puffing on his pipe, which made Danzo look gloomy. His childhood friend could only use I am the Hokage to confront people. Then the peace talks will be left to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already accustomed to Shinmura Danzo's attitude, so he quickly changed the subject and gave him the order. Danzo's ability to get things done is obvious to everyone. I know. Danzo looked unhappy, but still accepted the order. Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu were already used to the arguments between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinmura Danzo, so they just watched from the side and did not object to the final order given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. They knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to end the war quickly, but did not want Konoha to suffer too many losses, so they sent the tough Danzo Shinmura to be in charge of the peace talks. Later, in order to express his importance to the negotiations, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led people to the gate of Konoha to welcome the Kyuumegakur delegation, fully expressing Konoha's goodwill towards peace talks. Until the two sides met, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to shake hands with a smile on his old face. "We welcome the envoys from Kyuumegakur and we hope that the peace talks between our two sides can proceed smoothly. Of course, Hokage-sama, the negotiations will definitely end successfully." The leader of the Kyuumegakur delegation had a fake smile on his face, and he followed Sarutobi Hiruzen, chatting and laughing, as they headed towards the Kyuumegakur delegation's headquarters. After settling down, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the negotiation matters over to Shimura Danzo, and both sides decided to set the date for the peace talks the next day. After the Konoha personnel left, the Cloud Village delegation was stationed. The leader of the Kyuumegakur delegation, wearing his forehead guard as a blindfold, conducted a calm reconnaissance and determined that Konoha's surveillance was at a distance, and immediately arranged the next task. "Tonight, I and Team Inu will be responsible for scouting the Hyuga family's situation. The rest of you should stay alert. If Konoha makes any radical moves, use the excuse that Konoha wants to disrupt the peace talks to hold them back. I heard that the 3-year-old daughter of the Hyuga family master has the purest Byakugan, so she is the target." Yes. After giving the order unilaterally, the Cloud Hidden Village delegation dispersed and went about their own business to avoid arousing Konoha's vigilance. In the shadow corner that they didn't notice, a pair of blood-red eyes were watching the scene. The contents of their conversation were transmitted accurately by the Black Shadow Core ninja to Jinyan, who was far away in the shop. The people of Kyuumegakur are still as fond of making trouble as always. They also did not forget to snatch the Byakugan and cut another blow to Konoha. Looking back at Konoha's external wars, many of them were instigated by the most war-loving Kyuumegakur in the ninja world, in order to defeat Konoha and become number one. But after so many years, they are still not the strongest. After complaining, Jinyan gave follow-up orders to the Black Shadow Corps. "Keep an eye on Kyuumegakur and keep me informed of their actions." Late at night, everything was silent, and a few dark shadows flashed across Konoha. The leader of the Kyuumegakur delegation and others carefully avoided the Umbu patrolling Konoha at night and headed for the Hyuga family. After investigation, they found that there were very few Umbu patrols around the Hyuga family, but there were many guards of the Hyuga family. The Hyuga family attaches great importance to the Byakugan, and in order to prevent the Byakugan from leaking out, the system of main family and branch family was born. Once the white eye is out, the white eye outside can be destroyed by caged birds. Only Ao of Kirigakur was lucky enough to snatch a complete Byakugan from the main family during the Third Ninja World War, which shows how rare Byakugan is. The third Hokage knew that the Byakugan was a sensitive nerve of the Hyuga family, so he did not dare to send too many people around the Hyuga family to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. This applies to many of the major clans in Konoha, with the exception of the Uchiha clan, but this also gave Yunyin and others the opportunity to sneak in. The next day, the peace talks between Konoha and Kyuumegakur proceeded as normal. Perhaps in order to cover up their tracks, the people from Union were very aggressive and demanded exorbitant terms in the negotiation. Naturally, Danzo Shimura, the person in charge of the Konoha negotiations, could not accept this. The two sides had heated arguments in the conference room and failed to reach an agreement on any conditions. The two sides did not seem to be in a hurry. Konoha hoped to negotiate as soon as possible, but that did not mean that accept Kyuumegakur's harsh conditions. After a period of time, the negotiations between Konoha and Kyuumegakur ended, and the two sides reached a consensus on many conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Things were developing in the expected direction and the war was over. On the other side, seeing that the negotiations were over, Yunyin and others decided to kidnap Hyuga Hinata the night before leaving. "To reduce the target, I will act alone tonight. You should be ready to respond at any time." The leader of the Kyuumegakur delegation prepared corresponding measures before leaving, and then sneaked into the Hyuga family. At night, the leader of the Kyuumegakur delegation avoided the guards and entered Hinata Hyuga's room, which had been explored long ago, through the ceiling. "What a lovely little girl, but these pure white eyes belong to our Kyuumegakur." The leader of the Kyuumegakur delegation took the drugged Hinata around his waist and quickly retreated, but he was discovered by Hyuga Hayashi, who was patrolling at night and happened to block the door. "Who is it?" With his Byakugan open, Hinata Hayashi discovered that the masked man was trying to kidnap his daughter. He couldn't shed any insults. After years of peace, this was the first time he saw someone sneak into the Hyuga family and kidnap someone, and the victim was his own daughter. Hinata Hayashi was naturally very angry, and planned to teach this thief a lesson so that he would remember it. So he immediately locked onto his acupuncture points and secretly increased his strength 8 trigrams empty palm. The leader of the Kyuumegakur delegation cried out in bad luck when he ran into Hyuga Hayashi. Who would have thought that after kidnapping Hyuga Hinata, he would suddenly run into the head of the Hyuga family? What to do? At this moment, the leader of the group was so nervous that his adrenaline surged, and his brain was racing at 360 seconds, trying to find a way to escape. After all, if you are caught stealing someone in someone else's base, the consequences will not be good. At this time, Hayaga Hayashi's attack was right in front of him. He wanted to resist but found it inconvenient to move while holding Hinata. After just a moment's hesitation, the leader of the delegation was hit in the acupuncture points by Hayaga Hayashi and fell to the ground. Who is so bold? Holding the unconscious Hinata, Hayaga Hayashi puzzledly uncovered the black cloth covering the face of the arrogant masked man. A familiar face caught his eye, whom Hayaga Hayashi had just seen when he was welcoming the Kumagakure delegation. Leader of the Kumagakure mission, this is bad. Hayaga Hayashi knew that this matter could not be kept secret. The diplomatic envoy had just died unexpectedly just after the peace talks ended. The Kumagakure side would certainly not let it go. Serious consequences could even lead to the breakdown of the negotiations that Konoha and Kumagakure have just completed, and war could come again. The Hayaga family would become the culprit for the war, and both Konoha and Kumagakure would point the finger at him. No one will care who is right or wrong at that time. Without having time to summon the family elders, Hayaga Hayashi arranged for Hinata to go to the Hokage building immediately. Late at night, Sarutobi family. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his coat and was about to go to sleep when suddenly an Umbu knocked on the door and walked in. Hokage-sama, Hayaga Hayashi has something urgent to discuss with you. Not long after, Danzo Shimura, Enmito Kato, Kohara Yutane, and others who had fallen asleep were forcibly called to the Hokage building. Hiruzen, what happened? Why did you call us here so suddenly? The three of them were bleary-eyed, half asleep and half awake. It was really not a good idea for them to get up in the middle of the night to discuss matters at their advanced ages. Rizu, you come and tell them. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned the topic over to Hayaga Hayashi. His brows were so tight that they could kill a mosquito, and he was obviously in a bad mood. I have some unfortunate news to tell the elders. The leader of the Cloud Hidden mission has died. What the hell is going on? It was as if they were hit on the head with a heavy blow, and all sleepiness disappeared instantly. They were very angry. The negotiations were about to break down just after they were completed. It seemed like all the talks were in vain, until Hinata Hayashi told everyone present the exact story. He was not afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others would push him out directly. As the patriarch of a major Konoha clan, he could not be dealt with casually, especially since he was the one who was in the right. But Danzo and the others don't think so. You said you just stopped the leader of the delegation, so why did you kill him? Do you know how much trouble this will cause to Konoha? Is that something the Hayaga clan can bear? The three of them had no intention of considering Hinata at all, and all of them pointed their spears at Hinata Hayashi. Even if Hayaga Hayashi was right, they still spoke to the outsiders. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking. It has already happened, and we are calling everyone here to come up with a solution. I've already said that there's no need for peace talks. We should just defeat Kumagakure. Danzo, Konoha needs peace. It can't stand war anymore. At the moment, it seems that we need to immediately stop the Kumagakure delegation from delivering the message back. It was Maidamanen who stood up to stop the argument and offered some more pertinent suggestions. As for the rest, arrange for someone to pretend to be the leader of the Kumagakure envoys, and on the way back, pretend to be people from other villages to kill the Kumagakure envoys. Even if Kumagakure suspects Konoha, there is no evidence to prove it. Everyone present understood Mito Kato-en's plan. As long as they could get the trouble of the diplomatic envoy out of Konoha, subsequent developments would be none of their business. After discussion, the Konoha top leaders finally found that there was no other way and had to adopt Mito Kato-en's opinion. Unfortunately, the Kumagakure delegation discovered that their leader did not respond to the message on time, and had already reported the situation to the Raikage through special channels. In the Land of Thunder, the roar of thunder echoes between the towering mountains. The top leaders of Kumagakure gathered in the Raikage's office. A bunch of useless things, the mission actually failed. The fourth Raikage slammed his fist on the conference table. It's as expected. Although Konoha is weak, it's still powerful. It won't be easy to obtain the Byakugan. Everyone secretly felt regretful, as the Byakugan's observation role was extremely powerful during the war. It can also be used to guard the village in peacetime. If Union can fully study the secret of the Byakugan, it will definitely greatly enhance the strength of the village. Lord Raikage, it's fine if the mission fails, but I guess Konoha will suppress the news or even deal with the negotiation delegation. What we need to consider now is how to gain more benefits. As the right-hand man of the Raikage, Tutai, the military strategist of the Hidden Cloud Village, sorted out the whole story. The envoys must die worthily. Either force Konoha to hand over the murderer and compensate Kumagakure for its losses, or use this as an excuse to threaten Konoha with war. The top executives of Union in the conference room all agreed. The death of the leader of the delegation was more of an insult to Kumagakure, but the top brass were very happy because they could demand compensation from Konoha again. The Hidden Cloud ninjas have always liked to solve problems with force and are extremely aggressive. Even though Kumagakure and Konoha both needed recuperation, he still dared to threaten war. It has to be said that this hit Konoha's soft spot. After Kumagakure issued the announcement, the news quickly spread back to Konoha. In the Hokage office, Konoha's top leaders gathered again. The news has been exposed. Union demands that the murderer who killed the leader of the delegation be handed over, or a war be launched. I'll go talk to Hayashi. After the discussion failed, Sarutobi Hiruzen went directly to the Hyuga family without asking for the opinions of the elders, which already made his attitude clear. Then things developed as before. Hyuga Hisashi committed suicide in place of Hyuga Hayashi because he was similar to Hyuga Hayashi. Everyone in Konoha breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the matter was over. At night, Hyuga Niji, who had his father died in his place, hid in his room and cried silently. Not many people were willing to sympathize with him for the sake of the unrelated Hyuga branch family. If you want to cry, just cry loudly. I have set up a barrier so no one will notice. Jinyun's voice appeared in the small bedroom, scaring Niji, who was crying secretly, into thinking that someone had sneaked into the Hyuga family silently again. Who is it? Hyuga Niji saw a figure wearing a red mask gradually emerging from the shadows in the room, and he immediately became alert. Are you from the Nara family? Similar shadow abilities make Ninkai wrong judge. The ninja world has never heard of the shadow ability outside of the Nara family. Jinyun shook his head, saying that he was just a helpful passerby who could help Niji do what he wanted. Hyuga Niji did not respond, obviously not going to easily trust the stranger in front of him. With his white eyes open, he stared at Jinyun closely, veins popping out at the corners of his eyes, but Jinyun's figure was just a dark mass in his white eyes. How come there are no chakra veins in his body? I know you won't trust a stranger easily, but you should think about it. Hyuga Hinata was abducted. What did Konoha do? Your father was forced to commit suicide. What did Konoha do? Wake up, young man, face your heart that you had no choice before, but now I can give you the power to do what you want. All you need is for you to be loyal to me and wear this mask that symbolizes the shadow. As he spoke, Jinyun took out a purple mask and handed it to Niji. The calm words sounded like the devil's whispers in the latter's ears, constantly tempting him. Jinyun's persuasion triggered a battle between black and white villains in Ninkai's mind. Should he continue to protect Hyuga and Konoha, or become a supporter of the devil? After a fierce ideological struggle, he finally gave in. Can wearing your mask really give me power? Can it really change my fate? Ignoring the tears on his cheeks, Niji asked expressionlessly. Follow behind me and watch carefully. Although Jinyun was wearing a mask and Niji couldn't see the expression on his face, he seemed to be able to feel the full confidence under the red mask. Then my lord, I'll leave everything to you from now on. The purple Lazo general's mask was tightly attached to Niji's face, and he knelt on one knee to formally pledge his allegiance to Jinyun. At the same time, a powerful force was surging into his body, and his inner self unconsciously turned into Jinyun's appearance, and the mask could be controlled to appear on his face at will. Then Niji followed Jinyun's orders and responded to the call from deep within his heart, and a claw shadow group ninja emerged from the shadows. He is tall and thin, with steel claws on his hands as sharp and hard as blades, as if they can tear everything apart, and his feet are like spikes. These are the claw shadow ninjas formed by the power of shadow. Their limbs are powerful weapons, and they can split mountains and rocks without any problem. At the same time, you are immune to chakra attacks of Chunin and below. Immunity to some magic is changed to immunity to certain chakra. Even if you die, as long as the power of shadow does not disappear, you can summon it infinitely. In addition, the mask also gives you certain abilities to use the Shadow Kingdom. As for the rest, you need to explore it yourself. After hearing the story, Niji was shocked. If a large number of claw shadow ninjas were summoned, it would be equivalent to a ninja army that is not afraid of death and will play a huge role on the battlefield. Jinyun then told Niji that he would give him a chance for revenge, and now he needed to get familiar with the power he had obtained. Konoha Village, the headquarters of the Kumagakure delegation. The people of Kumagakure gathered together and mocked Konoha unscrupulously. Ha ha ha, Konoha is really in trouble. In their view, Konoha's acceptance of such humiliating conditions was a sign of its decline. If the war continues, the winner will definitely be the Hidden Cloud Village, and the number one in the ninja world will also belong to the Hidden Cloud Village. Even the voices of the discussions in the Hidden Cloud Village are not deliberately controlled. They were just waiting for the new negotiations to be concluded, or rather, for Konoha's compensation to Kumagakure. He and his companions could return to the Hidden Cloud Village in glory, and they only lost one leader of the delegation from beginning to end. The sun sets and darkness gradually covers the Union base. To celebrate the victory of the mission, except for the necessary personnel on guard, other ninjas drank more or less alcohol and slept soundly in a room like dead pigs, with wine bottles scattered around, the table messy, and the room filled with unpleasant smells. They believed that Konoha would not dare to act rashly after this lesson. What they didn't notice was that the shadows in the corners of the room were wriggling and gradually occupying the escape routes. The alert Kumagakure ninja realized it later and tried to forcibly wake up his sleeping companion. Oh no, there are enemies. Seeing that the action was exposed, the claw shadow ninja immediately appeared in the shadows. The two claws crossed and flashed with cold light and swiftly stabbed at the vital points of the sleeping Union, who suddenly woke up. Although he avoided the vital parts, he still had scratches on his body that bled profusely. What is Konoha trying to do? Are they trying to start a war again? The Kumagakure ninja questioned loudly, finding it hard to believe that Konoha would risk a war to assassinate them. This is no wonder. After all, they are inside Konoha. Could the person who took action be an outsider? Stop yelling, you Kumagakure rubbished. I have already set up the barrier while you were sleeping. Lord Danzo is very unhappy with your actions and wants to keep you all here. Jinyan stepped out of the shadows wearing a red mask, followed by Razo Niji. Jinyan's words happened to coincide with what the hidden cloud ninja was thinking. It was really Konoha who was killing. But they didn't have time to think. The chilling breath of the claw shadow ninja was already approaching. Fire style, great fireball technique. Flames erupted, and the people from Kumagakure quickly followed up with shurikens to hold back Jinyan and the others. At the same time, he rammed his body against the window, trying to make more noise and find an opportunity to pass on the message. What they didn't expect was that strong black tentacles suddenly emerged from the window and bounced them back. It was impossible to break them all open in a short period of time. Jinyan and Niji hid in the shadows, and the fire escape and shuriken did not cause any harm to them. Want to give it a try? Niji nodded and stepped forward, his eyes filled with anger beneath his purple demon mask. Kumagakure was one of the culprits behind his father's death, so he had to take revenge himself and create trouble for the third Hokage and the others at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. It's just that Hyaga Niji is still young now, so he needs to rely on the power given to him by the mask to fight. Following the deep call from the bottom of his heart, several claw shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows again. The Union people felt something was wrong. This strange creature, which was not like a normal human, had extremely sharp limbs and they didn't dare to touch it with their bare hands. Everyone worked together to hold back the enemy while forming hand seals and releasing ninjutsu. Flames, lightning, and thunder intertwined and smoke filled the air. When the cloud dispersed, the hidden cloud ninja discovered that the enemy's clothes were only damaged. This group of ninjas, who were only at the level of Chunin, could not help but feel despair. They were not good at hand-to-hand combat, and their ninjutsu was ineffective. The result is predictable. The room was filled with cold light and the sound of objects and flesh being cut by sharp blades could be heard. The claw shadow ninja pressed forward step by step and surrounded the passively defensive Kumagakure members in a corner. They had nowhere to escape and died with missing limbs. Niji's demonic mask slowly faded away, tears staining his cheeks. Father, I have avenged you. Tonight's actions made him realize that revenge was not illusory. The heavy pressure on his shoulders seemed to dissipate, and Niji sat on the ground weakly. Let's go first, the Umbu people will be here soon. Jinyan, who was standing nearby, called over to Niji that they did not clear the battlefield, and the two of them completely sank into the shadows a second before the Umbu arrived. Bang! The door of the room slammed against the wall, and the Konoha Umbu saw the tragic situation in the room from outside the door. There were traces of burning everywhere, and no one from the hidden cloud corps was spared. The Umbu squad leader was shocked. Go inform the Hokage. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were woken up again in the middle of the night and hurried over. After the Umbu explained the situation, their mood sank to the bottom. Such a fierce battle took place in the room but no sound was heard and no chakra fluctuations. Perhaps it was because of the preparation. The death of the Cloud Village delegation would definitely not be resolved peacefully. It was originally thought that the negotiations would end smoothly and Konoha would enter a period of recuperation, but it happened again and again beyond the expectations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. I'm afraid this incident is not that simple. Someone is secretly targeting Konoha. Danzo, who likes to plot, noticed something strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not object to what Shinura Danzo said. He immediately ordered Danzo's route to cooperate with Konoha's Umbu to strengthen patrols and alertness, and all Umbu who were on vacation were asked to report to work to see if they could find any clues about the enemy. Hokage-sama has found the target. The Umbu who was searching the room for traces found a piece of paper that was burnt to only a corner, and immediately presented it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the piece of paper and found that there was a word Tuan written on it, and the rest of it had already turned to ashes. He glanced at Shinura Danzo calmly and said nothing. As if sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Shinura Danzo asked, "Why are you looking at me, monkey? Do you think it has anything to do with me?" "No, I was thinking the enemy was very cunning and left no trace." Sarutobi Hiruzen was very worried. Danzo was not very might be related to this. On the contrary, the invisible enemy is more difficult to deal with. It is even possible that the enemy is lurking in Konoha and may stab Konoha in the back at any time. At this time, the Umbu presented something again, a black, indescribable substance that continuously emitted a chilling aura. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinura Danzo were full of confusion. The black substance they had never seen before had no chakra fluctuations at all, but their intuition told them that the appearance of the substance at the scene was not simple. Take the black substance for testing immediately. I will let the Umbu continue to investigate the matter. As for the negotiations between Danzo and Kumagakure, I will leave it to you. Unable to come up with a result in a short time, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision immediately. The incident happened in Konoha, so there is no way to shirk responsibility. The situation was obviously very good. Now all Danzo can do is to minimize Konoha's losses as much as possible. The latter did not object, but was very curious about the mastermind behind the scenes and even planned to find an opportunity to contact him. After leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not go home, but went to the Hyuga family instead. It was simply unrealistic for an Umbu member of a powerful Konoha clan to go in and search, so he planned to go in person to test Hyuga Hayashi's words and see if the death of the Kimagakure delegation was related to the Hyuga family. But after the conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that there was nothing suspicious and finally left reluctantly. As for Hyuga Niji, no one suspected him. After all, who could have thought that one of the real culprits would be a child of a few years old? After helping Niji get revenge, Jinyan comforted Hyuga Niji. Tell him that there will be a way to resurrect his father in the future so he can rest assured, but he just needs to lie down for a while now. Ningji was naturally very excited after hearing this, and said that Jinyan would give him orders in the future. Back in his shop, Jinyan fell on the bed and found that being the mastermind was a very good thing. At present, he lacks strength, and there are Obito, Madara, Black Zetsu and other old men behind the ninja world, and even the Six-Paths Sage may be controlling everything. You should know that the Six-Paths Sage has basically experienced all the major events that have affected the entire ninja world. It is hard to say that he will not secretly guide and manipulate the development of things, so it is really not appropriate for him to show up. After counting the gains, in addition to the 100 emotion points provided by Hyuga Niji, there were also 90 emotion points provided by Kimagakure before his death. It's a pity that the leader of the delegation didn't come early, otherwise I could have accumulated another 100 emotion points. Together with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in the previous ones, there are a total of 250 emotional points, which is a great harvest overall. Faced with the temptation of 2 bronze draws, Jinyan remained unmoved. I heard that there is a probability bonus for novices in the lottery, so it is easier to get the desired items. So he planned to wait until he had accumulated 1000 emotion points before going to the silver lottery. Besides, Jinyan has other targets for guidance, waiting for him to guide him, so how can he ruin big things for a small gain? After counting the harvest, Jinyan assigned new tasks to the Black Shadow Corps. Let them secretly spread the news that all the members of the Kimagakure delegation have died. That it would be best if the news is known to everyone, so as to cause some trouble for the people of Konoha. Compared to Jinyan, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were not having it easy. Konoha Research Institute worked all night to study the black substance from last night. Finally, I concluded that it was extremely similar to a shadow, and I knew nothing else. Looking at the research report and black substance on the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very distressed. Could it be that the Nara clan also played a role? That would not be good if that were the case. The powerful families of Konoha are deeply rooted and have existed since the founding of the village. Any movement will cause great harm. However, as staunch supporters of the Hokage series, the Nara clan share the same interests. Sarutobi Hiruzen would rather believe that there were individual undercover agents and traitors among them, colluding with unknown forces. Fortunately, the Nara clan is different from the Hyuga clan, so Sarutobi Hiruzen directly called Nara Shikaku to ask questions. Hokage-sama, what is the important matter? You've heard about what happened to Shikaku last night, right? This was discovered at the scene. Tell me what you think. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the experimental subjects and reports on the table. When Nara Shikaku heard this, he checked and his back was wet with cold sweat. Hokage-sama, I can guarantee that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with the Nara clan. He responded quickly and rushed to clean up the Nara clan. He had heard about some of the news within Konoha about targeting the powerful families, and he couldn't let the Nara family make the same mistake. As if to comfort the sweaty Nara Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have always believed in the Ino, Shika and Jo clans. I came to you to ask if the Nara clan had ever had a traitor or lost the secret technique of shadow. Hokage-sama, I need to go back to my clan and check the files to find out." Nara Shikaku's brain worked quickly, searching the family archives he knew, but found no information about the traitor or the loss of the secret technique. Well, then you should go back first. We still need the help of your Nara clan for the follow-up investigation. Nara Shikaku retreated and spotted an Umbu in the hallway hurrying into the Hokage's office. Another incident? I wonder why you say again. With so many unexpected things happening one after another during this period of time, it's no wonder that Nara Shikaku thought this way. Hokage-sama, something has happened. News of the death of the Kimagakure envoy has spread. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand shook violently, and sparks scattered on the divine robe. Fortunately I shook it off in time, otherwise my clothes would have been burned with several holes. Did you find the source of the information? I don't know. There were flyers and graffiti all over Konoha this morning. Villagers and outsiders alike know about it. I understand that you go down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Umbu to retreat and assigned him the task of cleaning up the flyers and graffiti in the village, otherwise the Umbu members would not be able to clean it up at all. As for what happened afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to let it take its course. Anyway, the news is already known to everyone, and Konoha's compensation is inevitable. But he was very confused as to how the enemy could come and go freely. Was he controlling the shadow? You know, the Nara clan doesn't have this kind of ninjutsu that allows them to move freely using shadows. Opening the store door, it is a new day for Jinyan. With the experience from last time, he decided to launch more food challenges, preparing all kinds of food, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty, that if the challenge was successful, the meal would be free on the spot. Of course it will not affect normal business. After all, not everyone comes here for excitement. Hey, Uncle Ichiraku, good morning. Good morning, Jinyan, is this a food challenge you're launching? Uncle Le was puzzled when he saw the huge event sign. When Jinyan decided to open a restaurant, he chose a location next to Ichiraku Ramen. As everyone knows, Ichiraku Ramen is the safest place in the entire Konoha. From the Nine Tails Rebellion to Pain's rice-carrying event, the appearance of this extremely simple little shop remained the same, even after the Hokage building was bombed. If there was no system, Jinyan originally decided to live a peaceful life next to Ichiraku Ramen. But it's different now. With a system in place, how can there not be trouble? How about it, Uncle Ichiraku, do you want to join my food challenge? This is also one of the ways to attract customers. Jinyan has been complaining for a long time that the technology tree of the ninja world is not very good, with both good and bad aspects. The same is true in the business sector, where residents are honestly doing business and rarely take measures to promote business development. So only then will we have the opportunity to launch many food activities. In addition, Jinyan has another consideration. Many important characters of Konoha, such as the Sunin, Minato, Naruto, etc., have patronized Ichiraku Ramen, which shows that Ichiraku Ramen is very attractive. Therefore, attracted by the activities, more and more people come to take advantage of them. After hearing this, Uncle Jinyan suddenly realized why he had not thought of attracting customers in this way. He was not afraid that Jinyan would steal his business. Strictly speaking, the two shops had some complementarity. I immediately decided to join Jinyan's activities, but the content was different. For 2 whole days, any ninja from Konoha who did not have a mission either came alone or was brought along by their friends. Jinyan and Uncle Ichiraku made a lot of money from their shop. The system kept making ding-ding sounds, and Jinyan's smile never stopped. He also found a new target for enlightenment, the famous Uchiha ninja Shunshin Shisui. It's just that the store was quite busy, so I didn't talk to him for too long. Ding, the host gains 950 emotion points. The system summarizes the harvest, and Jinyan's emotion value will soon reach 1000, which means he is not far from the silver lottery, and 50 emotion points can be easily obtained. After some exploration, Jinyan discovered that the items and abilities in the silver lottery probably correspond to cage level and super cage level ninjas. This means that his strength is about to experience explosive growth, and perhaps he will no longer be limited to Konoha village, but can go to the ninja world to save the suffering people. In the 54th year of Konoha, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto was 3 years old. In the ninja world, children of this age can already survive on their own. Although Uzumaki Naruto did not suffer from the abuse of the nanny, he was still subjected to malicious attacks from neighbors and businesses. Why did this damn fox come out again? Get out, it's bad luck to see you. Go away and don't get close to him, it will bring disaster. Why doesn't he just die? It's abominable. Today was the day to go out shopping, and Naruto didn't want to go out. He hoped that the residents of Konoha would change their views and live in harmony with him, but he was also afraid of the villagers' ill will towards him, which was quite contradictory. He never understood why people would insult and attack him. He didn't understand why people called him a fox demon when he was only 3 years old and had done nothing wrong. Based on past experience, Uzumaki Naruto chose to go out during a time when fewer Konoha residents were out. He didn't have great cooking skills, so he could only buy instant foods such as milk and instant noodles. Even though the residents of Konoha didn't speak while walking on the street, Naruto could still clearly feel the malice. Can you please sell me some bread and milk? I have the money to pay for it. The small Naruto just stood at the door of the grocery store and asked, but the owner acted as if he saw a monster. No, go away and don't block my business. He kept driving Naruto away, but he didn't go forward to push him. Anyone who did this before was called to have tea by the umbu. Naruto's face darkened, and without further ado, he turned around and went to ask other grocery stores. Not surprisingly, a few unscrupulous merchants risked a loss of business and sold the expired food to Naruto, who was waiting at the door at lightning speed. Okay, go away, don't disturb me while I'm doing business. After finishing, he immediately waved his hands as if to drive away the plague god. Naruto didn't think too much and turned away, but even though it was expired food, he could still hold on since he was used to it anyway. Hey, little yellow-haired boy, do you want to come sit in the shop? The depressed Naruto heard someone seem to be calling him. He raised his little head and looked around, and found that a handsome guy from a simple restaurant across the street was looking at him. Hey, big brother, are you calling me? Naruto pointed at himself in disbelief. This was the first time someone had actively invited him, everyone else had avoided him. That's right, come in and enjoy a delicious meal, little friend. But aren't you afraid that I'm a fox demon? I'll affect your business. What demon fox? All I know is that you are a 3-year-old child and my customer. Jinyun's gentle smile was like the warm spring sunshine shining into my heart. He was the one who took the initiative to intercept Naruto, so it would definitely be much easier to contact him in the future, so he could only say sorry to Uncle Ichiraku. Thank you, big brother. Naruto wiped away the tears that formed in the corners of his eyes and thanked Jinyun with a smile. In addition to the third Hokage, there is finally someone who can accept him. In his heart, brother Jinyun is also a good person. Following Jinyun into the store, Naruto discovered that there were several ninjas dining in the store that he sat aside with envious eyes, and he also hoped to become a ninja. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto does not have such a strong desire to become Hokage, perhaps after a while he will set the goal of becoming Hokage. The ninja next to him noticed Naruto entering the store and did not say anything bad to him like he did to ordinary villagers, but he did not hide his disgust on his face. They moved faster, just wanting to finish the meal quickly and get away from the fox demon. Take a look, what do you want to eat? The prices here are very cheap. Noticing Naruto's gloomy expression, Jinyun handed him the menu to divert his attention. Ah, by the way, big brother forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become a ninja. Holding the menu, Naruto completed the self-introductions of both parties. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yajaya Shinhiko, the owner of this small shop. Looking at the dishes on the menu that were different from Japanese ones, Naruto was a little confused. The prices were indeed affordable, but he didn't know what to order. Seeing Naruto's dilemma, Jinyun suggested, why not try the barbecued pork rice, it's delicious and cheap. Naruto accepted Jinyun's advice, thinking that what his elder brother recommended to him shouldn't be too bad. Taking the order into the kitchen, Jinyun planned to do it himself, because the barbecued pork made by the Black Shadow Army was emotionless. Besides that, he also had to be on guard against a certain old guy who liked to peek with a crystal ball. Not long after, a bowl of delicious barbecued pork rice was placed in front of Naruto. Then I'll start. Naruto couldn't help but tempt and started. After taking a bite of the barbecued pork, he felt it was the most delicious food in the world. Since he was born, Naruto has rarely eaten normal food, and the barbecued pork rice in front of him may seem simple, but it makes people cry after tasting it. After the meal, thank you for treating me to barbecued pork rice, big brother, then I will go back first. Naruto thanked Jinyun for accepting him, and he now had a new friend. It's okay. If you have time, you can go to Ichiraku Ramen next door and try it. Uncle Ichiraku is also a very nice person. Jinyun still recommended Uncle Ichiraku to Naruto. After all, he was the first one to arrive, so he didn't have to be afraid of others. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage no longer paid attention to Naruto Uzumaki returning home safely in the crystal ball. After all, he was just a small shop owner and nothing serious could happen. On the contrary, he could still give Naruto some care and deepen his ties to the village. As the screen of the crystal ball changed, his face suddenly turned red and his nose bled uncontrollably. Naruto's house is small, and the furnishings in the room are simple, with no unnecessary clutter. His parents left him when he was born, and no one taught him how to organize things. So his room often looks dirty and messy. When Naruto got home, he put the expired food he bought into the refrigerator. After meeting new friends, he was in a very good mood and felt that he could sleep well tonight. In the dead of night, Naruto fell asleep. In Naruto's dream that no one can see, the villagers get along with him in a friendly manner and everyone has a smile on their face. Then Naruto grew up and became a ninja. He practiced hard, was helpful, and became the right-hand man of the Hokage. The neighbors all celebrated for him and regarded Naruto as their pride. Even Naruto's sleeping face showed a hint of smile. Just as Naruto in his dream was accepting the cheers of the villagers, a deep voice was heard. What a beautiful picture, don't you think, Naruto? Naruto didn't react, he thought the voice was also coming to congratulate him. Well, uncle, are you here to congratulate me too? When he looked in the direction of the voice, he found a figure wearing a red mask standing nearby. Who are you, uncle? Naruto was puzzled. The uncle in front of him had a deep and rich voice and was wearing a fiery red mask. He felt familiar with him, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him. Jinyun didn't reply. He pushed aside the cheering crowd in front of him and walked forward. Naruto, is this how you get lost in your fantasy dreams? To enlighten Naruto, we must first break his fantasies. Being beaten, scolded, and bullied constantly, a normal person would have been angry a long time ago. But Naruto did not get angry, nor did he pursue the faults of those people. Instead, he wanted to gain their recognition. In other words, whenever Naruto has negative emotions, there will always be a will that emerges to stop him and dispel those negative emotions. Therefore, Jinyun planned to boil the frog in warm water to avoid excessive actions that would cause resistance from the will behind Naruto, and then wait until the end to give him a hard blow and directly defeat that will. What is it, uncle? Why are you saying something I don't understand? Today is the day I become the Hokage's assistant. Look, everyone is happy for me. Naruto didn't care, feeling that the masked uncle was weird. He turned around and continued to enjoy the villagers' support and cheers, enjoying his own moment of glory. Is that really the case? A black shadow force erupted from Jinyun's body, and he controlled it to rush towards Naruto, avoiding causing damage to the dream and causing damage to Naruto's consciousness. The latter's brain was affected and froze instantly, and he stood still, with the painful memories hidden in his mind being awakened. Demon Fox, how disgusting, go to hell. The smile on Naruto's face faded and he gradually became disappointed. The residents around him also disappeared, his adult body turned back into that of a child, and his original beautiful dream was gone. Uncle, who are you, why are you doing this? Naruto spoke in a low voice, wanting to loudly scold the uncle for ruining his dream and destroying the happiness he had finally been able to experience. But the malice surrounding him was like vines wrapped around his body, leaving him without any strength. I'm here to help you, Naruto. Don't you want to know the truth about yourself? Don't you want to be yourself? An old man wearing a weird mask. Naruto was deeply suspicious that how could he possibly believe a stranger who suddenly came to him and said he was here to help him. Little Naruto still had some vigilance. Jinyan knew Naruto would think this way, so he didn't blame him but persuaded him, don't worry, time will prove that I am really here to help you, that you can try to trust me slowly. Naruto was silent. His young age was not enough for him to think too much, but an uncle who has the ability to enter his dreams shouldn't have to ask himself if he wants to do something bad. So he took over Jinyan's topic. Tell me the truth, what truth can there be about me, uncle, you are not kidding, Naruto said softly. Naruto-chan, it's not convenient to tell you too much now, lest you reveal your true identity and be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. What Jinyan was worried about was that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others would notice Naruto's change, and if they were beaten up easily, Naruto might let the cat out of the bag. It is hard to say how Sarutobi Hiruzen will treat Naruto at that time. What may be waiting for Naruto is Shimura Danzo's route. But I can tell you a little information now, the attitudes of the villagers you care about most and your parents. My parents, really, uncle, tell me what's going on. Naruto cheered himself up, put aside his previous depressed state, and his eyes were full of confusion and desire for knowledge. I can only tell you these things for now, that you are indeed not a demon fox, but the demon fox is related to you. This is one of the reasons why the villagers of Konoha treat you like that. In addition, you are not an ordinary person, you are the son of the fourth Hokage. Jinyan paused and told Naruto a fact that he couldn't believe. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinhiko told Naruto more information instead of just using demon foxes and heroes to get away with it. If Naruto revealed that he knew he was the son of the fourth Hokage, he could still explain it away with the backup plan left by Minato Namikaze. Naruto was dumbfounded. Jinyan's words did not contain much information but were extremely shocking. It took him a while to react. Uncle, is everything you said true? Am I really the son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto found it a little hard to believe. The third Hokage often said, your parents are heroes, but he didn't expect the truth to be like this. Then how did they die? Why didn't they leave me a single word? Why did I still have so many questions to ask them, and I haven't said a word to them yet? Naruto's voice gradually choked up and tears flowed out like a flood. He really wanted to know about his parents and resolve the doubts in his heart. He asked a series of questions, as if he wanted to express all the grievances he had felt over the years. He held Jinyan tightly with both hands, afraid that Jinyan would disappear from his sight and he would lose the information he had worked so hard to obtain. Without interrupting Naruto's question, Jinyan ruffled his golden hair and said, don't worry, Naruto, I will tell you the truth, but you have to agree to one condition of mine first. No problem, I will agree to any condition you give me, even if it's 100 or 1,000, just tell me the truth. Then listen carefully. As long as you don't reveal that you know your background before you are 4 years old, I will tell you more. After that, Jinyan added again, or you think you can face all difficulties at the age of only 3, but you can't even deal with the villagers of Konoha village. Jinyan's tone was slightly frivolous, blocking Naruto's words in his throat. Naruto is small, but he is not stupid. He understood in his heart, yes, even if he knew the truth, a 3-year-old child, what else can be done? Of course Naruto didn't know that Uchiha Itachi was sent to the battlefield at the age of 4. Is that all? I promised you I would do it. Naruto wiped the tears from his cheeks and said stubbornly. One more thing. From now on, I will come to your dreams to teach you, including the ninjutsu that you want to learn the most. Really, uncle, are you really willing to teach me ninjutsu? In Jinyan's opinion, Naruto should start training as early as possible with such a great talent. But in order to cultivate his loyalty, Sarutobi Hiruzen delayed Naruto's enrollment until he was old enough to enter school, to prevent Naruto from betraying the village after graduation or disobeying the orders of the Hokage. In addition, the Nine Tails later interfered with the flow of Naruto's chakra, making Naruto the last in the class. I don't know how much precious training time he wasted. Of course it's true, so don't let me down next time. And one more thing, don't let the people who are watching you find out. As the words fell, Jinyan slowly disappeared into Naruto's dream. Uncle, Naruto tried to grab Jinyan with both hands, but was suddenly awakened. Uncle, is it a dream or real? Naruto murmured. The Umbu who was monitoring Naruto outside the house saw Naruto wake up and talk to himself, and thought that someone had tampered with the Jinchuriki. He couldn't help but check his surroundings vigilantly, but found nothing. In the end, he just thought that Naruto was having a nightmare. Returning from Naruto's dream, the system's notification sounded in Jinyan's ears. Ding, the host gains 100 emotion points from Uzumaki Naruto, for a total of 1050 emotion points. As expected of the protagonist, you can get 100 emotional points just by giving him some advice. The highest points before were contributed by Niji, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. It seems that the advice has not been successful yet. We still need to work harder. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Jinyan changed the subject and said, System lottery, silver lottery. When the emotional value reaches the standard, it is of course an exciting lottery moment. An illusory silver roulette wheel appeared in front of Jinyan. The rewards are very rich, including Aizen summoning cards from the world of Bleach, Zanpakuto, and Captain Level Kido, the devil fruit and pinnacle of domineering power in the world of pirates. There are also any door in the Doraemon world, the devil's passport, etc., with items and abilities. There is even cross-border trafficking of people. System, is it appropriate to bring items from the Doraemon world to the ninja world? Jinyan was speechless. The props in Doraemon's world cannot be viewed with common sense. What if they destroy the ninja world? Host, rest assured. Although the items in Doraemon's world are powerful, they also have limitations. Except for a few items, ordinary people can destroy most of them with a metal rod. In the original novel, many items were broken by the naughty kids like Nobita alone. Of course, the props in the Doraemon world are more functional. The truly practical props, such as the earth-destroying bomb and the telephone booth, are all placed in the gold prize pool, and the host cannot draw them for the time being. Looking at the props in the gold prize pool, Jinyan clicked on their introduction. Earth-destroying bomb. It is said that one explosion can destroy the earth. Note, even the six-paths sage cannot do this. If phone booth, just make a wish through this phone booth and you can create a parallel world you long for. Note, some people are ecstatic. Jinyan wiped away the saliva from the corner of his mouth, stopped his unrealistic fantasy, and waved his hand, saying, Alright, system, put away the introduction, I still have to draw the lottery. Host, please draw the lottery. The emotionless electronic sound of the system rang out, and the lottery button for the silver prize pool kept flashing, as if urging Juyan to move faster. After pressing the lottery button, the silver pointer moved through the rewards that Jinyan wanted one after another, and finally stopped at the question mark area. System, please explain what is going on. Host, the rewards in the question mark area are no longer limited to a certain world, but are completely random rewards. Although its scope is the silver prize pool, there is a slight possibility of opening a prize worth gold. The strangely familiar answer made Jin Yan's heart tighten. He had profound experience of this kind of probability problem with some game merchants in his previous life, and hoped that the system would not let him down. A strong light burst out from the prize pool question mark area. Then a male body model emerged from the light, and Jinyan felt the feeling of trepidation again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-quality clone, which has the potential to reach the super shadow level. The clone can quickly master the learned ninjutsu, has no shortcomings in ninjutsu, has extraordinary talent, and the clone's abilities are shared with the host. After the system introduction, Jinyan completely put his worries aside, as the reward just happened to fit his next plan. Konoha has always occupied only a very small area of the ninja world. Originally, he didn't know how to go to the ninja world to enlighten the suffering people. This clone came at the right time. The potential of this clone of the system is super shadow level, and it has no shortcomings. This means that as long as I pour a lot of resources into it, it will be able to grow at an extremely fast speed. Yes, host. Jinyan was delighted. There were only a handful of ninjas in the ninja world who could reach the super shadow level, and their journey was extremely difficult. Including Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, they all came from the fighting in the Warring States period. Even the cheating Naruto and Yanaga didn't have smooth sailing. What's more, they each have shortcomings to varying degrees. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to stay hidden and not expose your existence. Wait until the clone grows up, and then give him a bloodline limit. If you are more careful about the individual dark forces hiding behind the scenes of the ninja world, you can rest assured. Afterwards, Jinyan named the clone Kushi, and he would let him go as soon as he was given the ninjutsu stolen from Konoha. He planned to fleece Konoha once again. The system lottery includes items and abilities outside the ninja world. If you want the ability of the ninja world, you can only exchange it with emotion points. Although the clone has great potential, in the ninja world where bloodline is important, without a bloodline limit, its strength will definitely be reduced a lot. Therefore, people in the ninja world attach great importance to ninjas who possess bloodline limits. Ninja clans like Uchiha and Hyuga, whose bloodline limits can be easily transplanted, have always been coveted. The next day, Jinyan opened the store for business as usual. But his mind was focused on the Shadow Kingdom, and he arranged for the ghost ninjas to disperse to Konoha to investigate the storage locations and patrol times of each ninja clan's ninjutsu. Because of the special nature of the Black Shadow Core, they will not be discovered. Among them, the sealed book and the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan under the care of the third Hokage are the focus of attention. Jinyan believes that I can choose not to learn, but I cannot live without it. The clone only needs to learn non-bloodline limit ninjutsu, the others can be used for trading. At the same time, Jinyan also noticed other creatures in the Shadow Kingdom, and he planned to find time to take them out for a walk. For example, there are some strange-looking black snakes, winged lizard dragons that look like Western ones, and so on. These are also products of the power of Shadow, and those with weaker powers are roughly the same as mid- and low-level ninjas. The number is huge, and even though he is powerful, he has not been able to explore it clearly. The scope of the Shadow Kingdom is not small. After a period of discussion, Konoha has reached a conclusion on compensation for the war and casualties of the diplomatic mission to Kumagakure, including but not limited to silver, mineral resources, and also seized some of the land between the Fire Country and the Lightning Country that originally belonged to Konoha's buffer zone. Of course, these lands belong to those small countries. In the compensation, Kumagakure also mentioned that Konoha would give Kumagakure several powerful ninjutsu as compensation, including the Flying Thunder God technique. Apparently they also wanted to try to see if they could cultivate the Black Flash of Kumagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without hesitation and chose to use other ninjutsu as compensation. After watching the new Kumagakure delegation leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed, and he said to the Umbu who came to the office to report, "Did you get any results from the investigation? We have checked all places outside Konoha and found no traces of spacetime ninjutsu. We can conclude that the enemy did not leave in this way." What did Shikakuna say? Lord Nara Shikaku said that he did not find any ninjutsu lost or traitors in the Nara clan. In addition, Lord Nara Shikaku also made a guess about the enemy. The shadow secrets of the Nara clan are more about control, and the enemy's ability may be to integrate time and space ninjutsu into the shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reply, but closed his eyes to think about how to deal with the matter. He was in a very anxious mood during this period. After a moment, he slowly said, "Change the patrol structure of the Umbu team, insert Nara clan ninjas to guard important departments, and use the extra Umbu to strengthen patrols throughout the village. Once the enemy is discovered, immediately warn them." Soon Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged the tasks after the changes. However, he did not arrange for Danzo's routes, as he was afraid that Danzo would extend his reach too far in the name of the mission. After all, Danzo's routes have developed too fast in recent years and need to be suppressed. Watch the live broadcast until the end of the workday. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a few banknotes from the drawer and counted them carefully. Then he put it into the envelope and felt the thickness with his fingers, and smiled with satisfaction. He put on the Hokage's hat and walked towards Uzumaki Naruto's house. When he met villagers on the way who greeted him with "Hello, Hokage," Sarutobi Hiruzen always responded with a warm smile. Naruto's family, ever since Jinyan told Naruto who his parents were last time, Naruto's spirits have visibly improved. He became more energetic every day, but whenever the villagers targeted him, he wanted to fight back but didn't know where to start. This is all to keep the promise with Jinyan. Naruto had been refraining from telling anyone about the fourth Hokage. Even though he was the third Hokage, he had to bury his doubts deep in his heart. As usual, Naruto was at home making instant noodles and preparing to eat when there was a sudden knock on the door. Naruto quickly ran to the door and opened it. There were only a handful of people who could come to his house. When the door opened, it was none other than Naruto's favorite third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Grandpa Hokage. Good afternoon, little Naruto. Do you miss Grandpa Hokage?" "Yeah, of course. I was wondering why Grandpa Hokage only came to see me today. I'm so sorry, Grandpa Hokage is usually too busy with work. He should come to see you more often." Sarutobi Hiruzen touched the depressed Naruto's head and comforted him. "It's okay. I know Grandpa Hokage is busy with the work of the whole village. I'm already very happy that you can come to see me. By the way, Grandpa Hokage, please come in." Naruto put away the disappointment on his face and happily welcomed Sarutobi Hiruzen into the house. He didn't want Grandpa Hokage to worry too much about him. Since he started living alone, only the third Hokage was closest to him. As the Hokage, he is very busy every day, but he always makes time to accompany him, just like he is his own grandfather. Everyone else would hide when they saw me, of course, except for Brother Jinyan and the mysterious uncle. After Sarutobi Hiruzen took his seat, Naruto immediately ran into the kitchen and brought out the freshly brewed instant noodles, with hot steam still coming out of the bowl. "Grandpa Third Hokage, would you like to try the instant noodles I made?" Coo. When Naruto invited Sarutobi Hiruzen to taste his cooking, Naruto's stomach suddenly growled. After a moment of shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, "No need, Naruto, the Hokage, have already eaten just now. The most important thing is that you are full." Naruto was deeply touched that Grandpa Hokage still cared about him so much. "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. I'll get started then." After thanking Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto began to taste the delicious instant noodles he had made himself, but he thought in his heart that the char siu at Jinyan's shop was more delicious. Watching Naruto eating ramen with a slurp, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but chat with Naruto about daily life and asked if there was anything unusual in Naruto's life. Things have been a bit unstable in the village lately, especially since the shadow murderer hiding behind the scenes has not been caught yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be extremely careful about the safety of the Jinchuriki, as this is the village's most powerful weapon and no accidents can occur. Naruto, how have you been lately? Naruto paused, his brain quickly filtering information about what to say and what not to say. While eating, he replied, well, nothing happened. It's still the same as before. Everyone hates me, but I also made a new friend, brother Jinyan. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this person named Jinyan. His parents died in an accident while out shopping, and he grew up in the Konoha orphanage. Later, he opened a small shop through his own efforts and treated people very nicely. He is an ordinary villager born and raised in Konoha, and is just the right person to cultivate Naruto's ties to the village. Jinyan, he's a very good person. You can get in touch with him more often and make more friends with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to himself. Naruto seemed a little absent-minded. He was still struggling over whether or not to ask Grandpa Hokage about his father. But the agreement between Jinyan and him kept ringing in his mind, and reason overcame impulse. Naruto, Naruto, what's wrong? The voice of the third Hokage called Naruto back from his distraction. He felt that there was something Naruto had not told him, and he had a bad feeling. It's okay, Grandpa Hokage, I was just wondering what to eat next time we go to Brother Jinyan's store. Well, that's good. Here's your living expenses for this month. Without pursuing the matter further for the time being, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out some living expenses for Naruto. Naruto seemed very happy after receiving the living expenses, and said to himself, I will go to Brother Jinyan's store tomorrow to try other food. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen chatted with Naruto about family matters for a while. Before leaving, he took out a book from his divine robe and handed it to Naruto. Naruto, I will find someone to teach you how to read. If you have time, read this book more. The Will of Fire, and it was passed down by the first Hokage and has been recognized by all the villagers of Konoha. With the approval of all villagers, Naruto looked at the book in his hands happily. He promised Sarutobi Hiruzen that he would seriously learn the Will of Fire from the first Hokage. As for how much of what Sarutobi Hiruzen said later, I don't know how much he listened to. After leaving Naruto's house, Sarutobi Hiruzen called the Umbu who was monitoring Naruto to ask him questions. Has Naruto been doing anything weird lately? Without Hokage, every move of the Jinchuriki is under our watchful eyes. We even follow him secretly when he goes to the bathroom. After listening to the meticulous report of the Umbu ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hear anything wrong. There was no sign that the Umbu had been hit by the illusion, and after thinking for a moment he asked the Umbu to retreat, thinking that he was just being too suspicious. After several days of secret investigation, Jinyan figured out the guarding forces in various places of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen adds Nara Ichi. The movements of the clan ninjas to important departments did not escape his notice. The Nara clan's shadow magic does cause some impact, but it is harmless. The number of the shadow army is enough to give them a hard time. What really affects the plan is the sealing technique on the ninjutsu scroll. The sealing technique in the Naruto world is not easy to deal with. It can be said to be another extreme. Basically, anyone who has mastered the sealing technique has demonstrated extraordinary power. Even Kagaya at Satsuki was sealed in the artificial moon. But Jinyan is not unmanageable. In the original work, not long after True entered the Shadow Kingdom, he was eroded by the Shadow Kingdom both physically and mentally. Chakra is a combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. The Shadow Kingdom should be able to erode the sealing chakra on the ninjutsu scroll. Maybe I can turn it to my own use and give it to my clone Juzi as a reference. Jinyan did not call Ninkai for this operation. After all, this is an action targeting Konoha's internal personnel, and it will be difficult to deal with if any flaws are revealed. Everyone, be careful. The Hokage said that Konoha has been in unrest lately and we need to be more vigilant. As long as we can survive this period, we will be safe. It was getting dark, but the Konoha Umbu were still patrolling the village. When the team leader saw the slacking off team members, he immediately reminded them not to let their guard down. Everyone perked up and stepped on every shadow they passed by, carefully checking whether there were any enemies hiding in the shadows. If you look from a distance, you can see that there seem to be many monkeys jumping up and down on the top of the Konoha houses. Konoha Hokage Building. Nara Shikaku and Heite Kakashi are guarding here personally. As the Hokage's office, it keeps many confidential documents of Konoha. Any loss will cause turmoil in Konoha. Speaking of which, Lord Shikaku, is it possible that the enemy could come to the Hokage building to steal secrets? Kakashi asked Nara Shikaku, who was standing next to him. After experiencing his father Heitake Sakumo's suicide, Obito's fake death, and Nohara Rin's death, Kakashi is no longer the positive and energetic boy he used to be. He starts to become a slacker. Just follow the orders of the third Hokage every day and don't worry about anything else. If you have time, take out Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise and review it to find the direction of your life. He also fell behind in his training, and especially when Obito's Sharingan was always open, his body became even weaker. From the enemy's previous actions, he seems to be inclined to undermine Konoha's stability politically. Now we have deployed several Umbu teams and other ninjas in the Hokage building. If he really dares to come, he will not be able to escape. Nara Shikaku was whispering with Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark. They all believed that the current measures were just routine measures to strengthen vigilance and that the enemy would not continue down the same path. Even if you are fighting on the battlefield, you need time to rest. If the enemy continues to attack, wouldn't that be bullying? As for the guarding of other ninjutsu such as the Book of Sealing, Kakashi and Nara Shikaka don't need to worry about it. Because the Book of Sealing has always been kept in the Hokage's house, there is no safer place in Konoha than that. Jinyan certainly knew how difficult it was to seize the sealed book, so he didn't plan to attack by force, he just needed to attract firepower on one side while the other side was his real goal. He couldn't help but think of the time in the original novel when Naruto stole the Book of Seals that it was obvious that the third Hokage let Naruto go, that it was a test for Naruto. Who would believe it if a kid who wasn't even a genin ran into the Hokage's residence and stole the Book of Sealing? If the sealed book was really that easy to steal, how could the spies from other villages sit still? Following Jin Yan's call, the shadow ninjas from various corps appeared around the Hokage building, including the Claw Shadow Corps, the Flying Shadow Corps, the Giant Shadow Corps, the Soft Shadow Corps. Pairs of bloodshot eyes stared straight at the Umbu ninjas in the Hokage building. They really came. Jinyan's current actions broke Kakashi and the others' speculation. The moment the Black Shadow Corps appeared, Kakashi and the others felt a chilling chill that made them shiver. Looking closely, Kakashi and the others were shocked. These ninja-like shadow monsters are numerous, each with their own characteristics, and are constantly emerging from the shadows. There are a lot of enemies. Will the Nara clan's shadow magic work, or should we request backup? Kakashi analyzed the situation and discussed it with Nara Shikaku. Don't be anxious, gather some information first. Shadow gathering technique. Nara Shikaku quickly formed seals with his hands, and his shadow split into many tentacles that entangled the Black Shadow Army. After receiving Jin Yan's order, all the Black Shadow Corps were dispatched. The Feiying group quickly rose into the air, releasing energy waves from their hands to occupy the commanding heights. The Giant Shadow group sneaked into the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to come out and act as a meat shield forward. The other shadow troops all launched a charge. Only the Shadow Devouring group hides in the dark and devours shadows to develop. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. Earth-style ninjas including Kakashi released ninjutsu to resist the energy waves. Rows of rock walls rose from the ground, blocking the way ahead. Other Umbu ninjas seized the opportunity to form hand seals and release colorful ninjutsu. At this time, Nara Shikaku's shadow tentacles had approached the Black Shadow Army, and instantly tied up several Black Shadow Army members and strangled them. Some of the shadow troops reacted and attacked Nara Shikaku's shadow. According to common sense, the Nara family's shadow secret technique is difficult to attack, so Nara Shikaku subconsciously did not retract the shadow tentacles. When a tingling pain spread back to his brain, Nara Shikaku suddenly woke up and quickly retracted his shadow tentacles. When he looked carefully, he found that the shadow was actually hurt. Although it was negligible, he was still shocked. Everyone, be careful. These shadow ninjas can counter the shadow secrets of our Nara clan. With this reminder, the ninjutsu of Konoha Umbu just arrived in front of the Black Shadow Army. Under a wave of puzzled gazes, the Claw Shadow Ninja quickly stepped forward to block the ninjutsu. What is he going to do? Boom! An explosion sounded and smoke filled the air. Were you treated as a sacrifice? Kakashi and the others speculated about the Claw Shadow group. While waiting for the smoke to clear, Kakashi and the others discovered that many of the Claw Shadow group that were resisting the ninjutsu had disappeared, but some were still standing. Kakashi and others frowned. This strange ninja seemed to have a certain resistance to ninjutsu. The ninjutsu just now would have been useless if it was used by an ordinary jonin. Subsequently, the Mantis group, Claw Shadow group, Helmet Shadow group and others rushed forward and started fighting with the Umbu ninjas of Konoha. The sharp weapons in their hands prevented the Umbu members from getting close to them, so they had to use ninjutsu to find opportunities to attack. But you have to be careful of the huge shadows that may appear from the dark and punch you. At the same time, Kakashi and his friends discovered that there were a large number of shadow ninjas, but their strength is probably only at the level of a chunin, and they can deal with a jonin if they work together. They also gradually became familiar with the Shadow Legion's attack methods. At this time, the entire village of Konoha heard the explosion coming from the Hokage building, but they did not go to check, especially the major clans of Konoha. Chief, shouldn't we go check it out? No, we don't need to act without orders from the Hokage, or have you forgotten about the Uchiha clan? The tribesmen who heard about this were all shocked and broke out in cold sweats. They had heard of the Uchiha clan a long time ago. Although they are a powerful family in Konoha, they have not been able to integrate into the village and have been targeted by many people, led by the Hokage. That they do not want to become like this. Then the same scene appeared in all the major clans of Konoha. The clan leaders of each tribe issued a strict order, asking each household to keep an eye on their clansmen, stay at home and not run around, so as to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Except for Danzo, of course. Root Base. Danzo had a gloomy face and was very dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only did they not allow the Root to join the patrol, but now that a battle has broken out, they didn't even send the Umbu to notify us. You must know that routes exist to eliminate obstacles that hinder the prosperity of the village. Fortunately, Danzo has no concerns about the various races. He gave orders to his right-hand man Feng, you must immediately call back all the root members outside, and once they are assembled, they must set out with me. Chu Zhen, you lead a small team to investigate the situation and report any changes immediately. Of course Danzo Shinura would not allow the root to directly join the battle. He also had to consider Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, so he just needed to wait around the Hokage building. At this time, the Sarutobi family. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was blamed by Danzo, learned the news when the battle began and immediately lost all desire to sleep. He sent all the Umbu personnel around to keep a close eye on the battlefield, report the situation at any time and provide timely support. Only necessary guards were left around the Hokage's residence. Click, click. In the quiet courtyard, the insects chirped particularly diligently at night. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking his pipe leisurely. He was wearing the Hokage's divine robe and a fully armed ninja costume underneath. It was a bit unexpected that the enemy would choose to attack at this time, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident that he could handle the attack. After all, the enemy only dares to attack in secret and dares not fight on the frontal battlefield. How powerful can they be? Hokage-sama, Captain Kakashi and Lord Nara Shikaku have figured out the enemy's capabilities. The battle situation is stabilized and they will be able to destroy the enemy in no time. The Umbu who was conducting the investigation reported the situation regularly. Well, is there any trace of the murderer behind this? Not yet. Captain Kakashi and his team have determined that these shadow ninjas are similar to summoning beasts, but we have not found any suspicious people who can perform summoning techniques nearby. In that case, let's prepare to finish it, and then let Konoha Research Institute study the secrets of these shadow ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually calmed down. The enemy had not taken action yet, which might mean that they had run out of tricks. It's just the ability to control shadows that gives Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. Its mobility is comparable to spacetime ninjutsu. It may be attacked anywhere with shadows, making it hard to defend against. This reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen of the mysterious man in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Hokage building. There are broken walls and big holes all around. Most of them were destroyed by Umbu ninjas. The destructive power of the Shadow Corps does not lie in these. As Kakashi and the others became familiar with the fighting style of the Black Shadow Corps, combat became less strenuous. The individual strength of the Shadow Corps is equivalent to that of a mid-level or low-level ninja, while the Umbu members are at least at the level of a jonin. But the huge number also caused considerable consumption to Kakashi and his team, especially Nara Shikaku. After knowing that the Black Shadow Corps can harm shadows, he no longer uses the Shadow Secret technique recklessly. Who knows what will happen if the shadow is seriously damaged? The Nara family has never seen such an example. The number of shadow ninjas is slowly decreasing. It seems that the people who summon them won't be able to hold out for much longer. Kakashi held the Reikari in his right hand, and kept screaming Chi-Chi, and used his Jonin Taijutsu to break into the Black Shadow Corps camp. No one could match him. Whenever the Black Shadow Corps wanted to launch a sneak attack, the Umbu ninjas not far away would release a series of defensive ninjutsu, and they gave up on interfering ninjutsu. The soldiers of the Black Shadow Corps are not afraid of death or pain, so interference will not have much effect. Is this the enemy's only goal tonight, sending shadow ninjas to test us? Kakashi and others thought secretly. Jinyan had no idea what Kakashi and the others were thinking, as he was constantly accumulating strength in the Shadow Kingdom. Looking at the shadow dragon in front of him that was as big as a building. The overall shape is similar to a western lizard dragon. It is dark all over, and the shadow power flowing through its body makes it look very powerful. Its eyes are blood red, its wings have white frames, and its flapping wings bring with it considerable wind pressure. This was something he had been searching for a long time in the Shadow Kingdom. Although there is little description of the Dark Shadow Kingdom in the original work, Jinyan knows that the Dark Shadow Kingdom's power is more than that. That is the shadow side of the entire planet. How could it be as simple as just summoning the Shadow Army? Go ahead and give them a little shock. After Jinyan gave the Ender Dragon his orders, he opened a huge purple-black gap between the Shadow Kingdom and reality, emitting a heart-pounding power. What is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the purple-black gap from a long distance away. Even in the dark, it emitted a light that could not be ignored. Feeling something was wrong, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately changed his original plan and sent the Umbu to notify the villagers to evacuate. At the same time, he ordered all the major ninja clans to send elite ninjas to the Hokage building. Even many ninjas who were monitoring the Uchiha were transferred away. He himself also quickly ran towards the Hokage building. The above measures meant that the defense of Sarutobi Hiruzen's family was completely empty. Seeing a huge crack appear in the sky above Konoha, from which a powerful shadow force continued to emerge, the Konoha ninjas who were sitting on the Daiotai were immediately shocked. No, stop him. Kakashi and the others didn't know what would appear in the gap, but it was definitely right to stop it. As soon as the words fell, the the Umbu members released their ninjutsu with all their strength. The chakra lights of water, fire, lightning, and wind illuminated the night sky of Konoha and hit the gap between the kingdom of shadows and reality. Boom! The sound of explosions continued, and Kakashi and the others felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The gap was not affected at all, not even shaking at all. Suddenly, a ferocious dragon head emerged from the dark red space behind the gap. It roared towards the sky. The sound waves were so loud that Kakashi and others quickly covered their ears. They wanted to continue releasing ninjutsu to stop it, but the Ender Dragon seemed to see through their intentions, and a breath of hot dragon gathered in its mouth and sprayed directly towards the Hokage building. Get out of the way! There was no time to release ninjutsu and the Umbu members scattered in all directions. A few unlucky ones didn't have time to dodge and were hit by the dragon's breath and turned into ashes. The purple dragon breath hit the Hokage building, and a blazing flame erupted, causing a violent burn. The Umbu members were so scared that they took turns releasing water jutsu to put out the fire. They never expected that the fire caused by the dragon's breath was difficult to extinguish, causing them to waste a lot of energy. Taking this opportunity, the Ender Dragon squeezed out of the crack, revealing its entire body in front of everyone, releasing a violent aura from its body. Although there is no at first, the nine-tailed fox's body was huge, but it was also very oppressive, especially with its strong wings. Shikaku, Kakashi, are you okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in combat ninja clothes, instantly appeared on the scene, thanks to the fact that the Hokage's residence was not far from the Hokage building. We are fine, Hokage-sama, but what should we do now? Kakashi and Nara Shikaku asked. I have already evacuated the villagers, and other reinforcements are on the way. Now we have to delay this monster as much as possible and prevent it from wreaking havoc in the center of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite troubled when he said this, because of the damage caused. He was more worried about how long his body could last. Once he lost his combat ability and support did not arrive, the monster would become unscrupulous. Besides, it is even more difficult to use the ape demon golden cudgel. The last Nine Tails rebellion was not in the center of Konoha, and the Ender Dragon's wings are not just for show, they are very maneuverable in the air. It would be much easier to deal with Jiraiya and Tsunade if they were still in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Konoha is so lacking in high-end power. The powerful ninjas either left or defected, or were not reused like Uchiha, so at the critical moment, only this old bone of mine was left to carry on. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Without saying anything more, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals with his hands. The Ender Dragon creates a powerful water dragon behind it and rushes towards the air at a high speed. The latter glanced and fluttered his wings to nimbly avoid Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu. Seeing this, Kakashi, Nara Shikaku and others followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's footsteps. They all used long-range ninjutsu to assist in the attack, forcing the Ender Dragon to dodge, thus creating opportunities for Sarutobi Hiruzen to attack. After all, having the ability to fly is a huge advantage in the ninja world. In addition, the color of the Ender Dragon's body blends into the night, making it easier for the Umbu ninja's ninjutsu to fail, and they can only assist Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack. The Ender Dragon in the air kept dodging ninjutsu attacks, and its body turned rapidly while flying. A ball of wind fell off from its wings and rolled towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen converted the chakra in his body into soil, which instantly bulged out of his mouth to form a barrier, and combined with the defense of everyone, he resisted the attack of the Ender Dragon. Because they were in the center of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi and others did not dare to use fire release ninjutsu indiscriminately. Otherwise, once a fire breaks out, the damage caused by the fire may be much higher than the damage caused by the enemy. This limited their performance, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen's compound ninjutsu. Seeing that the attack was blocked, the Ender Dragon roared, and the purple dragon breath boiled in its big mouth, and then suddenly spurted out. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi and others countered the opponent's moves and used all kinds of ninjutsu except fire release to resist. Unfortunately, although the dragon's breath was blocked, the residual energy that splashed out was like a cancer attached to the bone, sticking to objects and difficult to remove, and causing severe burns if it fell on a person. Everyone disperse, don't gather together. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted quickly, issued a combat order, and arranged for medical personnel to take the wounded away. Is there any way Shikaku can catch this monster, or get it to the ground? Feeling helpless against the Ender Dragon in the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen consulted the Hokage's think tank. The Nara family is professional in the shadow field. Hokage-sama, there is a way, but it may cause immeasurable damage to the Nara clan. Nara Shikaku smiled bitterly. As a staunch supporter of the Hokage series since the founding of Konoha, he has indeed made great contributions. But it doesn't mean to sacrifice the entire family. What's the point of supporting the Hokage without the family? Don't worry, I will compensate the Nara family. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's guarantee, Nara Shikaku immediately gathered his tribesmen. He was not afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen would play tricks on his supporters, as that would be digging the Hokage's own grave. As for the losses of the Nara family, it was actually more due to the uncontrollable nature of the shadow after being injured. From ancient times to the present, the ninja world has never heard of any ninjutsu that can heal the shadow. Ninjutsu, shadow binding technique. Many members of the Nara family shouted together, and the shadows under their feet gathered like spikes into the sky, dancing in the air to form a dark forest, and staged a chase drama with the Ender Dragon. Facing the shadow capture of the Nara family, the Ender Dragon flapped its wings, turned its body, and chopped the pursuing shadow with its dragon claws with the force of a mountain. Snort! The Nara tribe member whose shadow was attacked groaned, but on the surface he didn't seem to have any wounds at all. But when his shadow was attacked, he felt a sharp pain in his head, but it was not known to others. Just as the Ender Dragon attacked the shadow of the Nara clan, the Umbu member's long-range ninjutsu followed closely, forcing the Ender Dragon to dodge again. Sarutobi Hiruzen seized the opportunity to summon the Sarutobi demon. Controlling the golden cudgel, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made it bigger and longer, and swung it like a windmill to hit the Ender Dragon in the air, causing its body to pause, revealing a flaw. Seize the opportunity now. A large number of shadows of the Nara clan gathered into a strong rope and tied up the Ender Dragon. Pull him down. The rest of the team prepared defensive ninjutsu. The barrier squad set up the barrier. As the order was given, the Umbu personnel began to take action. A defensive barrier was set up around the Hokage building to prevent extensive damage to surrounding buildings. The Ender Dragon kept twisting its body to break free from the restraints, but found that there was a force in the shadow ropes that restricted its movements. The Ender Dragon was pulled to the ground before it could resist and fell into a cage that had been prepared by the Umbu personnel. Taking this opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen created 4 shadow clones and each of them cast a seal, 5 styles, great linking bullet technique. Ninjutsu of 5 different attributes, fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, were released at the same time, intertwined with each other, and gathered into powerful chakra. Everyone on the battlefield felt a sense of oppression coming towards them. The trapped Ender Dragon was unable to dodge and took all the damage. There was a loud explosion at the scene. The barrier set up in advance kept shaking under the impact of chakra, as if it would disintegrate at the next moment, and the earth also shattered under this force. It should be over now. Kakashi and the tired-looking Nara Shikaku walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen and were shocked by the ninjutsu he released. At the same time, I sighed in my heart, he is worthy of being the Hokage, he still has such powerful power even at his old age. Such strength also shocked other people in Konoha who had ulterior motives. For example, when Danzo arrived at the scene alone and saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still so powerful, the fire that was burning in his heart was extinguished again. Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. For Konoha, I can still live for a few more decades. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered Danzo's words meaningfully. He didn't pursue the issue of Danzo coming to the scene without permission, as he knew the character of his old friend. Where are your roots? I sent them to fill the vacant defensive positions left by the Umbu after they were transferred away. Nothing will go wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. His old friend had always been obsessed with the position of Hokage and had done many small things in private. Fortunately, he can still distinguish right from wrong. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that Danzo had once again sent root personnel to monitor the Uchiha clan. He was always thinking about finding evidence of the Uchiha clan's crimes so that he could obtain the Sharingan legitimately. This made the Uchiha clan so angry that they got red-eyed and wanted to start fighting on the spot. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku stopped him and sent steady clansmen led by Uchiha Shisui to support the battle. After a short chat, the aftermath of the explosion in the cage gradually dissipated, and the scarred body of the Shadow Dragon appeared in everyone's sight. Its wings were tattered and its body had various wounds, and what flowed out was not red blood, but a black liquid with a black mist. Before the Konoha ninja could be happy, the situation changed. I saw waves of shadow energy coming from the shadows around the Ender Dragon, crawling all over its body like tadpoles. They were sucked by the latter, and the languid aura began to rise continuously, and the wounds on their bodies recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Konoha ninjas suddenly felt in a difficult situation. They had seen from the previous battle that the power of the Ender Dragon was limited. Unlike the tailed beasts, they do not have weapons with powerful destructive power such as the tailed beast balls. Although it could fly and attack from a distance, no one expected its physical strength to be so strong and that the wounds it inflicted could heal quickly. It's the shadow. He absorbed the power from the shadow to recover from his injuries. The shadow expert in the ninja world, Nara Shikaku, immediately saw the clue and pointed out the reason to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Seeing that ninjutsu is of limited effect, there is no need to even think about physical skills. How many people can withstand a blow from the Ender Dragon's huge body and claws? The only option now is to use the sealing technique. In order to reduce his worries, Sarutobi Hiruzen originally planned to kill the Ender Dragon. Seeing that things were hopeless, he decided to use the sealing technique and then find a way to deal with the Ender Dragon later. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men were fighting fiercely, Jinyan sneaked into the Hokage's residence following the shadows. As the head of a village, the Hokage of Konoha has his own mansion and does not live with his fellow clansmen. The ones guarding this place are the Hokage guards and Umbu personnel. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen had transferred most of the guards away, leaving the defense here suddenly empty. The sealed book of Konoha has always been kept by the Hokage, so it is naturally hidden in the Hokage's residence. Hiding in the shadows, Jin Yan observed his surroundings. The remaining guards were not enough to guard every important road, so they could sneak into the Hokage's secret room without making any noise. During the process, Jin Yan also discovered a Nara tribe member who stayed behind. It's that iconic pigtail that can't be hidden even with a mask. That person is the only one who might have discovered him, but he doesn't pose much of a threat. He has mastered all the abilities of the Black Shadow Core. If Nara Shikaka comes, he might be discovered, but ordinary members of the tribe can forget about it. To ensure his safety, Jin Yan deliberately avoided the Nara clan member and quickly followed the shadows into the Hokage's secret room. There Jin Yan saw the sealed book on the table. It seemed defenseless, but in fact Sarutobi Hiruzen had already cast a sealing technique on it. But it was no problem for Jin Yan. He opened the entrance to the Shadow Kingdom and threw the sealed book directly in. The shadow forces in the Shadow Kingdom sensed the existence of the chakra in the sealed book and immediately swarmed over, constantly consuming and changing this outsider. In the room of the Hokage's residence where Konoha ninjutsu, summoning scrolls, and other items are stored, several ghost group ninjas appeared from the shadows. He looked around the room with red eyes, and then searched through all the drawers and cabinets, and finally found the secret room where the items were stored. Most of the sealing techniques in the ninja world are aimed at the opponent's chakra, soul, or body, and are of little use to a shadow. Therefore, the ghost ninja was able to ignore the sealing technique in the secret room, and began to move the ninjutsu scrolls in the secret room to the Shadow Kingdom like an assembly line. At the same time, at the Uzumaki clan's Nanamaido outside Konoha village, the once glorious building is now covered with a layer of dust, and its former glory can no longer be seen. This was once the Uzumaki clan's base in the Land of Fire, and is now a cultural heritage. Its value does not stop there, it also contains the death mask needed to lift the Shikigami Falcon, and Jin Yan's target tonight is also it. Perhaps the Konoha High UPS thought that the death mask was of limited use, so they only sent 1 or 2 guards, and they rotated their positions with others regularly. After all, the only one who used the Shiki Fujin ninjutsu was the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Which enemy would think of removing his seal? Therefore, the Konoha high-level officials are still relatively confident about this place. Several ghost ninjas appeared here in a swagger, but no one came out to stop them. Because the guarding Umbu were transferred away, Jin Yan finally got the death mask without any effort. As for the ninjutsu of other Konoha families, Jin Yan also sent people to steal them. However, the main forces participating in the battle tonight are the Hokage Sumbuan guards, and everyone else is just sending a small number of ninjas to help. Therefore, those families have more people guarding their ninjutsu, so it would not be easy for the Shadow Core to steal them. Hokage Building. After the Ender Dragon absorbed the shadow energy to recover from its injuries, it began to wreak havoc. With his powerful recovery ability, as well as fire, hurricane and dragon breath, the Umbu ninjas had no way to do anything to him. Instead, they suffered a lot of casualties and could only constantly strengthen their defenses. At the same time, they were glad that the Ender Dragon was not as powerful as the Nine Tails, otherwise Konoha's losses would have been doubled. Seeing that the ninjutsu attack had limited effect, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered other ninjas to do their best to restrain the Ender Dragon. He brought along Danzo Shimura, Kakashi, and Shikaka Nara to perform a sealing technique to temporarily seal the Ender Dragon and make plans later. Unexpectedly, the raging Ender Dragon suddenly froze for some reason and did not have time to dodge the attack of the Umbu ninja, and took all the damage. As if coming to its senses, the Ender Dragon roared and dragon breath burst out of its mouth, responding to the attack of the Umbu while blocking their attack route, then it disappeared into the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions stopped where they were, with sealing techniques ready to be used in their hands. "Why did you run away just when I was about to seal you? Keep fighting if you can." They were very angry and thought they would be able to catch the Ender Dragon soon, but it actually ran away. But we have no way to deal with it, so this battle is in vain. The enemy escaped. Is their purpose just to cause trouble in the Hokage building? Kakashi's words reminded everyone that the enemy seemed to have launched a large-scale attack here, but escaped without achieving any results. It is obvious that the enemy's purpose is not here. He is trying to attract attention. Then what other valuable things does Konoha have? Oh no, something happened to the sealed book. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried out that something was wrong and used the body flash technique to rush back to the Hokage's residence. Having not received any information from the remaining ninjas, he secretly prayed that the enemy's target was not the Book of Seals. It records many forbidden techniques developed by Konoha, which are extremely powerful. If the enemy uses it on Konoha, it will cause huge losses and he will become a sinner of Konoha. Without entering the main door of the mansion, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly climbed over the wall and went to the Hokage's secret room. The Umbu ninja who stayed behind saw the Hokage coming back in a hurry and wondered what had happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen called a remaining Umbu and asked anxiously, did the personnel left behind find anything unusual? The ninja who was called looked at his companions for a while, and seeing that they all denied it, he replied, Hokage-sama, everything is normal here. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief, but the uneasiness in his heart remained dispersed, and continued on their way to the Hokage's secret room. Then came Danzo Shinura, Kakashi and others who followed closely, leaving the remaining Umbu confused at what was going on. But they still stayed at their posts and did not go to watch the fun. When I pushed open the door of the secret room, the shadow of the sealed book disappeared from the familiar position. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, and without time to think, Sarutobi Hiruzen went to the room where other ninjutsu were stored. No, still no. After a check, he found that all the scrolls of ninjutsu and other items had disappeared, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was shaking and almost fainted. The ninjutsu of several generations of Konoha was lost. Although there are still other copies, the number of ninjutsu will definitely decrease. This is equivalent to Konoha's foundation being reduced a lot in an instant. Hiruzen, what happened? Danzo followed all the way and was about to ask what happened when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing hunched over. He turned his eyes and saw that the rich collection of ninjutsu in the house was now in good order. Realizing the problem, Danzo and Kakashi exclaimed, the ninjutsu is gone. The Umbu guarding the room felt something was wrong when they heard the shouting. The ninjutsu they were guarding was inexplicably stolen. So who should take the blame? The Hokage will definitely bear the heavy responsibility, as they are all small fry and cannot bear it. But if we share some of the blame with them, few of them will have a good ending. In the future, you might be gradually alienated and die in a corner without anyone knowing. Hiruzen, what on earth is going on? How come all the Konoha ninjutsu you protected are missing? Such an important mission has gone wrong. Danzo spoke hastily. If everyone present was in a heavy mood, then Danzo Shinura was feeling a little secretly happy amidst the heaviness. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually failed in such an important task of protecting Konoha's ninjutsu. If the follow-up is not handled properly, his position as Hokage will definitely be impeached. Even if he may not succeed, but if Lord Danzo makes achievements in this matter, wouldn't that be the capital for him to become the 5th Hokage? I think the enemy is creating trouble in the Hokage building to delay us, and then sneak into the Hokage's residence through the shadows to steal the ninjutsu. What a good trick to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. It has already happened. We should try to recover the losses. Let's first notify the clan leaders and the 2 advisors, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato En, to go to the Hokage building for a meeting. The Umbu personnel will work with the Root and other Konoha ninjas to clean up the battlefield and maintain order. Sarutobi Hiruzen barely pulled himself together and issued a series of follow-up orders to the Umbu. He is the 3rd Hokage and cannot show his weakness in front of everyone. Danzo didn't look for trouble anymore. He would have a chance to criticize Sarutobi Hiruzen later anyway. He still had to save some face for Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the public. Afterwards, Konoha began to operate in an orderly manner like a machine, treating the wounded, cleaning up the battlefield, and continuing patrolling. When the patriarchs of the major clans who came to Konoha for support arrived at the scene, they saw a mess. A lot of the Hokage buildings collapsed, and there were constantly ninjas working at the scene with the logistics personnel. The battle had obviously ended before they arrived. Then the Umbu members notified them one by one to go to the Hokage's office for a meeting. Fortunately, the Hokage's office was not affected, otherwise everyone would have to hold the meeting outdoors. As everyone arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen began his speech. Everyone has seen what happened this time. An unknown force attacked Konoha and caused considerable damage to Konoha. The first sentence he said stunned everyone present, and they secretly complained in their hearts. After fighting for a long time, I still don't know who the enemy is. In this case, isn't it like being bullied? I don't know who to hold responsible? As if he could see what everyone was thinking, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his attitude. I will have people investigate this matter with all their might. I will not show mercy to anyone and will give everyone in Konoha an explanation. At the same time, I will tell the other ninja villages that I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am still here and I will not give them any chance to take advantage of me. In addition, the enemy is very good at using shadow abilities. They took advantage of the combatant's absence to steal the sealed book and all of Konoha's ninjutsu stored in the Hokage's residence. The Umbu personnel are investigating whether there have been thefts in other places. You need to report the losses when you return. Sarutobi Hiruzen's long speech once again hit everyone hard. What? The sealed book and Konoha ninjutsu were all stolen? And your own home? They were not too concerned about the previous ones, they were more concerned about whether their own ninjutsu had been stolen. Those are the foundation of the family's survival and an important guarantee for family inheritance. Fortunately, everyone restrained themselves and did not rush to get up and go back, making a mess of the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, I already have an idea about measures to stop the loss. Let's not talk about the sealed book for now. After all, there are only a few people who can learn it. In fact, many people have learned some of Konoha's ninjutsu collection to varying degrees, so we need you to make copies of the ninjutsu you have learned to fill in Konoha's foundation and reduce losses. Of course, I will make some concessions to you in the future in terms of the division of tasks that you will not have to make copies of your family secrets or unique ninjutsu. The following words are the key points of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if he is the Hokage, he has to make compensation for making so many people pay. He didn't dare to do something that would offend everyone. Even if he was the Hokage, he might be torn to pieces. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's follow-up guarantee, the faces of the clan leaders looked better, and the same was true for the Ino, Shika, and Joe clans. Of course, in order to comply with the Hokage's request, they also promised to hand in the copies of the ninjutsu as soon as possible. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen compensated the casualties. It was just a long meaningless speech, full of assurances and oaths, about strengthening reconnaissance of the border between Konoha and the Land of Fire, and making defensive preparations, which made everyone sleepy. In response to the casualties in the Umbu this time, I plan to rescreen personnel to join the Umbu and replenish the combat strength. When you go back, you can recommend outstanding ninjas to sign up, and I will also send out a recruitment notice to the entire village. After he finished speaking, everyone became more energetic. You have to know that the Umbu is very close to the Hokage and can have better contact with the Konoha high-level officials. Entering the Umbu means the recognition of the Hokage, which is a great opportunity to consolidate one's position. Resources are secondary. Among the active-minded clan leaders of Konoha, the eyes of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, were the brightest. Recently, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village has been intensifying. As the clan leader, it has been quite a headache for me. I have always wanted to find a way to ease the conflict. Now this has come to me. With such a mood, Uchiha Fugaku returned home. His wife, Uchiha Mikato, had not yet slept and was anxiously waiting for her husband to return. "How's Fugaku? Is everything alright?" "Don't worry, the enemy has been driven away. Hokage-sama and the others are here." "That's good. Stay, I was so worried at home." Uchiha Mikato took off Uchiha Fugaku's ninja armor and brought him casual clothes to change into. The worry in her beautiful eyes disappeared when she heard Fugaku's words. "How are the tribe members feeling after I left?" With the intervention of the second elder, the tribe members' emotions have been calmed down, but it's still very unstable, especially the radical tribesmen who always want to solve problems with force. The peaceful tribesmen are not so bad. Uchiha Mikato replied. "Don't worry, I brought back good news this time to ease the conflict between my clan members and Konoha." Uchiha Fugaku told Uchiha Mikato about the conversation in the Hokage's office and continued, "I plan to send Itachi to Konoha's Umbu after he graduates. On the one hand, it will tell the Hokage that the Uchiha clan is close to Konoha. On the other hand, Itachi's entry into the Umbu will make it easier for him to send news back to the clan. I have no objection, but I don't know if Itachi is willing. For the sake of the village and the family, I believe Itachi will make the right decision." The next day, Uchiha Fugaku talked with Uchiha Itachi, who was on vacation at home. As one of the geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi had very little to learn in school. Although he followed Uchiha Fugaku's advice to make more friends with his classmates in the ninja school, Uchiha Itachi still had a lot of free time. After hearing Fugaku's plans for his after graduation, Uchiha Itachi agreed without much thought. He noticed the conflicts between the tribesmen and the village very early on, and was frustrated at having no way to change or ease the conflicts. Now that he had the opportunity to enter the Umbu, it would be easier for him to move between his tribe members and the village and ease the conflicts between the two sides. It can also help Brother Shisui maintain the stability of the Uchiha clan and the village. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe and listening to his subordinate's battle damage report. Next to him was Danzo Shimura. Apart from the theft at the Hokage's residence, the damage around the Hokage building, and the compensation to the Nara clan, the losses in other places were within an acceptable range. Another piece of information that made him uneasy was that the death mask kept in the Uzumaki clan's Nanamido was also stolen. That is a mask that can summon the god of death. If it is not used well, it may just scare ordinary people. But the mask has another function. The body of the Grim Reaper contains the soul of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Holding it may release Minato Namikaze's soul. I'm afraid this is the thief's purpose. So in the end, the area that suffered the most damage was within the jurisdiction of himself, the Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very depressed. Not only do he have to explain within Konoha, but he also has to accept questioning from the daimyo. After all, the battle took place in the center of Konoha, and even the daimyo's Konoha palace was affected. He was afraid that the battlefield would move to the vicinity of the daimyo's palace, threatening his life. The daimyo has no time to pay attention to the battles between individual little ninjas. Besides that, Hokage-sama, the captain of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Fugaku, recommended his son, Uchiha Itachi, to join the Umbu after graduation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were both shocked. The Uchiha were actually going to send their young clan leader to Konoha's Umbu. This was no small matter. He took the long list of reports from the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo stared at the positions recommended by the Umbu personnel. The rest of the people were just as they had expected, all elite ninjas from various clans. Only the Uchiha clan recommended Uchiha Itaki. What do you think, Danzo? Humph, it's just a conspiracy of the Uchiha clan. Who knows, they might be trying to find out some secrets. Danzo Shimura, as always, flattered the Uchiha clan that he knew exactly what Uchiha Fugaku wanted to express. But the Uchiha clan is born evil, how could they possibly integrate into Konoha? Hey, the Danzo Uchiha clan still has very good companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood what Uchiha Fugaku wanted to express. The conflict between the village and the Uchiha continues to intensify. At this critical juncture, there are still enemies hiding who use shadows. As Hokage, he must appease the Uchiha, ensure the stability of Konoha, and release the goodwill of Konoha's top leaders to the Uchiha. After you go down, you report to Captain Fugaku and tell him that I agree that Uchiha Itaki can join the Umbu after graduation. Tell him that I look forward to Uchiha's continued contribution to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen made his final conclusion and continued to read the follow-up reports. The Konoha high-level officials put pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and eventually he was forced to delegate some of the responsibilities that had previously been in the hands of the Hokage. Danzo Shimura also gained a lot of new benefits for the route through this, and of course he also gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a lot of copies of forbidden techniques. Taking the various ninjutsu moved from the Hokage's residence, the clone Hisashi studied day and night in the Black Shadow Kingdom. This is a small piece of floating land specially opened up by Jin Yan. Normally, there are few creatures from the Shadow Kingdom passing by, and with shadow dragons living nearby, there are even fewer shadow creatures to disturb. With Hisashi's talent, he was able to quickly learn basic ninjutsu, such as chakra refining, 3-body technique, great fireball technique, etc. without any pressure. Only A-level ninjutsu and S-level forbidden techniques took Hisashi longer to learn. Soon Jinyan felt the shared chakra surging in his body, and a lot of ninjutsu knowledge emerged in his mind, and he felt that he could use it at will. But if we talk about actual combat capability, Jinyan estimates that he is slightly better than the genin, that is, those students who have just graduated from the ninja school. Their actual combat capabilities are still lacking, so he has a chance of winning. He knew that this increase in strength was already tremendous. Juzi has only been learning for a short time, but as long as he is given a little more time, his combat power will increase like a rocket, which can make up for his shortcomings in combat power. Turning our attention to the system, the actions at night brought Jinyan a large amount of emotional value. Sarutobi Hiruzen contributed the most, followed by Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, and some other supporting actors. What surprised him was that Danzo Shimura had made very little contribution. It seemed that he had to find more things for Danzo to do. Seeing such a rich harvest, Jinyan was happy and decided to draw a lottery using his emotion points. It is said that people feel refreshed when good things happen to them. Let's see how your luck is. Then the bronze wheel kept spinning in front of his eyes, and Jinyan received his prize. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rusty kitchen knife from a certain gourmet world. Obtained a stainless steel kitchen knife from a certain food world. Obtain a complete set of pots, pans, and utensils from a certain food world. Obtain a pair of Doraemon's world viewing glasses. Jinyan, so since I own a restaurant, you should give me a full set of kitchenware, right? System, please introduce me to the dream viewing glasses. Without worrying too much about the kitchen utensils, Jinyan looked up the system's introduction to the props. Dream viewing glasses, as the name suggests, allow you to see the dreams of a sleeping person by wearing the glasses. Very simple function introduction. However, Jinyan was confused for a moment. How could he use this thing to maximize its value? Boss, order food. Hey, coming. Hearing the customer calling, Jinyan shouted and temporarily put down the dream viewing glasses to go out to greet the customer. Whatever the customers need, the dishes in the small shop are all good quality and inexpensive, providing great value for money. The boy seemed to be worried about something and looked unhappy. He looked at the menu for a long time before ordering. Jinyan took the opportunity to look at the customer. Apart from his hair tied up with a forehead protector, the biggest feature of Lao Cheng's face is the Uchiha exclusive ping pong on his back. Not the round Fan Clan emblem. After thinking for a while, Jinyan remembered that this was the famous Shunshin Shisui, who opened the Mangekyo Sharinan at a young age and was so powerful that his enemies feared him. Unfortunately, he was caught between the village and the family, always trying to resolve the conflicts between the two sides. As a result, he trusted the Hokage and others too much, and revealed that he would use the power of the Mangekyo Koto Amatsukami to change the minds of his clan members. He was feared by the Hokage and coveted by Danzo. He was then deceived by Danzo and lost one of his Mangekyo Sharinan. He died and entrusted his will to Uchiha Itaki, hoping that he could resolve the conflict between the village and the family. Simply put, Uchiha Shisui had great potential, but it was lost before it was fully realized. But now Jinyan will not let the original plot develop. When Jinyan brought the meal that Shisui ordered, he found that he was still unhappy. Hey, why do you look unhappy, little brother? Is there something on your mind? Sorry, there was just a situation at home. I'll leave after I finish eating. Seeing the store owner coming to ask, Uchiha Shisui thought that it affected Jinyan's business. The latter smiled and said, "It's okay, you can eat slowly. I just noticed that you seem to be worried about something, so I wanted to see if I could help you. That you can tell me about it. You saw the clan emblem on my back, right? I am an Uchiha. Everyone who comes to my restaurant to enjoy delicious food is my customer. Everyone should be respected." Uchiha Shisui was stunned. Jinyan was not bad looking to begin with, and now he had a healing smile on his face, which made Uchiha Shisui feel as if he saw the morning sunshine, and all his worries were instantly gone. What a kind boss. So what does the boss think of the Uchiha out there? Uchiha Shisui spoke selectively to Jinyan, not wanting to have too much contact with the kind boss. The fight between the Uchiha and Konoha was not something that Jinyan could intervene in, as it would affect the latter. Uchiha, I've heard of him. He's one of the founders of Konoha and has made many contributions to Konoha. But many villagers in Konoha say that they enforce the law violently, and they hate and exclude them. Law enforcement is indeed not an easy task, but I have seen Uchiha enforce the law impartially most of the time. That they are just performing their duties. They are a group of people who are loyal to their duties, but they are not good at communicating with others. There was a glimmer in Uchiha Shisui's eyes that he finally heard someone affirming the Uchiha people, and someone who understood the difficulties of enforcing the law for the Uchiha people. Then Uchiha Shisui had a conversation with Jinyan. Although the latter's insights and opinions are not deep enough, he can look at Uchiha objectively. He is a person who is able to get along with others and will not be swayed by the opinions of other villagers. Thank you, boss. I enjoyed this meal very much. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Shinhiko, Yajaya Shinhiko. Uchiha Shisui left in a hurry. He wanted to convey some of his conversations with Jinyan to his friendly clan members, especially Uchiha Itaki, who must be worried about the affairs of his family and village. He also planned to introduce more clan members to Jinyan's shop, hoping to influence the clan members' views on Konoha and improve the relationship between the two sides. Jinyan had no intention of continuing to contact Shisui. He planned to let the bullets fly for a while before taking action, accumulating conflicts between Uchiha and Konoha, so as to maximize the benefits. The current mission is to upgrade Naruto and Neji. It was still that simple house, with Umbu's soldiers guarding around at all times, and Naruto was lying on the bed sleeping soundly. Jinyan sneaked into the shadows, put on the dream viewing glasses he had extracted, and tried its effect. There was no change anywhere else, except that a cloud appeared above Naruto's head that only Jinyan could see, and the cloud showed the dream Naruto was having. In the dream, Naruto was standing with a man whose face was similar to Minato Namikaze, and next to him was a woman whose face was blurred, probably Naruto's mother. Their daily life as a family, Naruto becoming a ninja, etc., you can see that his face is full of smiles. Not bad, these glasses. I'll try other people's dreams next time. Taking off his glasses, Jinyan entered Naruto's dream through the Kingdom of Shadows. Uncle, long time no see, Naruto. Well, long time no see. Naruto rubbed his head and smiled, then seemed to remember something and pulled his parents behind him. By the way, let me introduce you to my father and mother. In the dream, Naruto's parents saw his friends and greeted them. After some conversation, Jinyan got back to the point. Okay Naruto, I have a mission for you today. What mission, uncle? Are you going to teach me ninjutsu? Naruto said with his eyes sparkling. No, if you want to learn ninjutsu you have to pass my test first. Jinyan will not let Naruto develop the same way as in the original story, where he ends up being completely different from himself and becomes someone else. If I teach him ninjutsu directly, it might be a waste of time in the end. So Jinyan took out the 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation basic version of the ninja world in his dream, which could make countless students wail. I see, what kind of test is that? I will definitely pass it, uncle. Naruto pulled himself together and accepted Jinyan's test. Hey, this is the pile of books that you need to finish studying before entering the Jonin school and pass the exam. Only then will I tell you the truth you want to know. Naruto's eyes were blank as he looked at the pile of books that Jinyan took out that were taller than himself. Is this all I have to learn? Yes, you must learn them all, Jinyan said in a firm tone. Students in the ninja school study for 6 years. Perhaps due to the war, all they are taught during these 6 years are basic ninjutsu. The only cultural course taught is the will of fire. No wonder there are so many problem ninjas. Others are thrown into the battlefield at the age of 4, where they ponder the meaning of life. Do they think according to the will of fire? Therefore, Jinyan will not let Naruto repeat the path of the original work, but let him change his life. Okay, stop talking about other things, let your parents go back first, and start the class now. Jinyan looked like a strict teacher, which scared Naruto so much that he hurriedly asked his parents in the dream to go home, and then a classroom rose in its place. Naruto, tell me, is it necessary to learn ninjutsu? Yes, a strong ninja can protect the village and their loved ones. Naruto answered while sitting upright in the classroom. Then tell me again, is it necessary to learn culture? Naruto was stunned. Culture? What is that? Is it necessary to learn it? Seeing that Naruto couldn't answer, all of which were within Jinyan's expectations, he just wanted to deepen the status of culture in Naruto's heart. You can't answer that, right? Now I'll tell you. Jinyan communicated with Naruto in the form of questions and answers throughout the class. Then he taught him to read and write. Jinyan didn't plan to wait for the third generation to teach Naruto. He planned to lay a foundation for Naruto first and then prescribe the right medicine. After class, Naruto felt as if he understood something, but also as if he understood nothing, and his head was dizzy. Naruto, that's all for today's lesson. I will help you create dreams in the future, and you need to learn more in your dreams. One more thing. During the day, you should behave as usual. Don't expose your change. That would violate our agreement. Naruto replied in a disoriented manner. When he came to his senses, he found that Jinyan had left. After leaving, Jinyan went to Niji's stream. He was also given the basic version of the ninja world with 5 years of college entrance examinations and 3 years of simulations, as well as some ninjutsu suitable for the Hyuga family, so that he could learn them in his dreams and strengthen them. After delivering the study materials to Niji, Jinyan followed the shadows back home. But on the way he met an acquaintance, Uchiha Shisui, who was patrolling alone. Jinyan, who was about to make contact with him, put on a red mask, changed his aura, and came in front of Shisui from the shadows. "Hello, brother Shisui, I didn't expect to meet you here. Who is it?" Shisui stopped and thought about who the masked man who suddenly appeared in front of him was. He quickly analyzed the person's identity based on his behavior just now. "You are a shadow ninja." The village had already issued a wanted poster with information about the shadow ninja's abilities. Therefore, the people in the village more or less have some understanding of the murderer who caused 2 huge casualties in the village. And now the wanted person is standing directly in front of Shisui, which is really surprising. Has the shadow ninja become so bold? At the same time, Shisui also discovered that the shadow ninja in front of him was not like the ninja who attacked that day, he was more like a living person. Uchiha Shisui immediately took precautions and said coldly, "The village's wanted shadow ninja, I didn't expect you to dare to show up here directly. Brother Shisui, I'm not here to fight with you today, I have something important to discuss with you." If you have anything important to say, wait until I bring you before the Hokage." Uchiha Shisui didn't talk much to Jinyan. He left his clone there to confuse people, while his real body used the teleportation technique to get close to Jinyan and subdue him. His movements were so swift that ordinary jonin would be beheaded before they could even notice him. He lived up to the title of Instant Soul Shisui. But he was stopped by Jinyan's words. "It's about the survival of the Uchiha clan." The sharp blade in Shisui's hand stopped abruptly on Jinyan's neck. Jinyan would have died on the spot just a few millimeters away. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could the Uchiha clan be destroyed?" Shisui's calm tone did not hide his inner panic. So Jinyan said calmly, "Don't you know what I'm talking about? Otherwise, why would you stop and not take me away?" At this moment, Shisui was struggling with his inner struggles, as the mysterious man before him had discovered his greatest fear. How could this person talk about the survival of the Uchiha clan? What does he know? What is his purpose? Shisui's blade remained hovering over Jinhiko's neck, unwavering, but his tone changed. "No matter what you say, don't even think I'll let you go. You're the one who destroyed the village. Do you dare to come with me to see if it's true or not?" Jinyan didn't feel nervous about being held hostage at all. In his eyes, Shisui's attack could be resisted with just a thought. Unless Shisui uses the Mangekyo Sharingan, but in the current situation, is it possible for him to open the Mangekyo? Jinyan knew that empty words would hardly convince people, so he planned to convince Uchiha Shisui with facts and leave him with no room for rebuttal. Shisui remained silent. He wasn't sure whether the words of the mysterious man were true or false. Should he go with him to see what was going on? What if he launched a sneak attack on the way? But Jinyan's previous words kept lingering in his ears, making him unable to make up his mind. If what Jinyan said was true, then wouldn't that ruin the future of the Uchiha clan? Shisui wanted to protect the village, but that didn't mean he would destroy the clan. "You don't even have this much magnanimity. Is the dignified Uchiha Shunshin Shisui a joke?" Seeing that Shisui didn't say anything, Jinyan thought of provoking him to make a decision, in the name of Uchiha. It just so happened that Shisui fell for it, and in order to maintain the honor of the Uchiha clan he agreed to go with Jinyan. At the same time, he said that he would keep a close eye on him and tell him not to do anything tricky, and he would try his best to stop him. Then, Jinyan placed his right hand on Shisui's shoulder and, with the help of the Black Shadow Core's ability, led the latter to sneak near Shinmura Danzo's home. Shisui frowned secretly when he felt the power of the Shadow Core for the first time. Is this what the Shadow Stealth ability is like? At present, it seems that both time and space ninjutsu have their own advantages and disadvantages, but the village does not yet have the means to deal with it. Shisui made a mental note of what he had seen of Jinhiko's abilities. This was all very valuable information and he planned to report it to the Hokage once he was done. When Jinyan stopped, Shisui found that they had come to a bedroom, and in the bedroom was the familiar Shinmura Danzo. At this time, Danzo had fallen into a deep sleep, but there were still root members guarding outside his door. "What did you bring me here for? This is where the root leader, Danzo, lives." Shisui asked, hiding in the shadows. Of course there's a good show to watch, put on these glasses. Jinyan took out the dream viewing glasses he won in the system lottery and gave them to Shisui, who did not suspect anything. At this point, Shisui planned to see what Jinyan was talking about. After putting on those strange glasses, Shisui still didn't notice any difference. When he turned his attention to Danzo, a strange scene appeared. A cloud appeared above Danzo's head, and scenes were played in the cloud. What is this? As Shisui watched, a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. The ability of the glasses seemed to be to check people's memories, and it was so convenient and similar to the ability of the Yamanaka clan. Couldn't the enemy check the memories of Konoha's high-level officials at will? He also doubted the authenticity of the glasses and checked whether his body was under the influence of illusion, but found no trace of illusion, and the picture in the clouds was indeed consistent with the Danzo he knew. Thinking of this, the murderous intent that Shisui had concealed could not help but surface again. Don't be impatient. The ability of the glasses is to view a person's dreams, which is limited. Besides, you haven't seen the exciting part yet. As Jinyan persuaded him, Shisui calmed down and continued to watch Danzo's dream. But gradually he looked terrified, his body couldn't stop shaking, and a fine layer of sweat covered his forehead. In a dream, Danzo was sitting in the Hokage's position wearing the Hokage's divine robe, with Gandame Hokage written on his hat, and he couldn't stop smiling on his old face. Next to them are the familiar Mito Kato En, Udaten Koharu, and Saratobi Hiruzen, who is not the Hokage. In the picture, Danzo, after becoming Hokage, accumulates strength internally and sends spies externally to interfere with other ninja villages. He intended to start a war and unify the ninja world, but under his leadership, Konoha suffered huge sacrifices. First, Danzo brought the Nine Tails Jinchuriki directly to the root for training, and trained him into an emotionless weapon of war. Saratobi Hiruzen couldn't stand the opposition to Danzo, but Danzo said, "Hiruzen, I am the Hokage." Saratobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth helplessly and said, "Danzo, you will regret this." After that, he slammed the door and left. Then Danzo, who possessed the Jinchuriki, cleansed Konoha's interior, and most of those who did not obey his orders were dealt with, especially the Uchiha clan. After becoming Hokage, he suppressed the Uchiha in various ways, believing that the evil clan should disappear from the ninja world and that their Sharingan should contribute to his plan. In the end, Danzo wiped out the Uchiha clan, and his body was filled with red Sharinans. It was so creepy, and his eyes seemed to be filled with the pain and wailing of his people. Afterwards, the many Sharingan that originated from the Uchiha played a considerable role in the war. During this period, other ninja clans in Konoha also suffered heavy losses, and the entire Konoha was in mourning. Everything is fake, right? It's all a dream, right? Shisui stood there muttering to himself, and seemed to be asking Jinyan. He couldn't believe what he saw. Was this the future of the Uchiha clan, being exterminated for the Sharingan? You have worked in Konoha for many years and you know Danzo well. Is it true that you don't know? No, the dream was just Danzo's idea. Hokage-sama won't let him do that. After recovering a little, Shisui cleared his mind and answered, not realizing that the way he addressed Danzo had changed. What Shisui kept seeing repeatedly in his heart were all dreams, not reality. They were Danzo's fantasies, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if it was real, Konoha would not allow Danzo to do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, Shisui felt relieved. Although I don't know whether what happened just now is true or false, thank you for letting me see Danzo's thoughts. However, Uchiha will not betray Konoha or the Hokage. I will report the truth to the Hokage. As he said this, he walked forward and tried to grab Jinyan. Do you really think that you are an official just because you wear this Umbu uniform? I tell you, an Uchiha is always an Uchiha, and you will have to eat this for the rest of your life. Jinyan continued to attack Shisui, who was different from other Uchiha and was more loyal to the Konoha Hokage line. I don't know if it's because of the influence of his elders, but it's not so easy to change. Don't talk nonsense. Uchiha is one of the founders of Konoha, and my elder Uchiha Kagami has been recognized by the Hokage and others. Humph, that's him. Do you think everyone is Uchiha Jing? Shisui clenched his fists and wanted to refute Jinyan, but he found that the words were so pale and powerless. Seeing that Shisui didn't refute, Jinyan knew it was time to increase the intensity. Brother Shisui, do you really think Saratobi Hiruzen doesn't know what Danzo is doing in secret? Once things change and Danzo is sure to destroy the Uchiha, will Saratobi Hiruzen excuse you? No, he will just go with the flow, destroy the unstable factor of the Uchiha and destroy the threat of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This sentence broke Shisui's psychological defenses, and the three Megatama in his eyes excitedly kept spinning to form a shuriken shape. In his heart, Hokage is the inheritor of the will of fire, the protector of Konoha's young buds, and the existence he longs for, but today Jinyan shattered his fantasy. Shisui was unwilling to admit that what Jinyan said was true, but after careful recollection he found that it was just as Jinyan described. Saratobi Hiruzen would definitely destroy the Uchiha without hesitation. Even if it was him himself, in order to prevent him from harboring a grudge, Saratobi Hiruzen and the others would decisively eliminate him. Jinyan looked at Shisui's Mangekyo without any fear, and secretly sighed, what a great bloodline limit, I will get a pair for Kisashi later so that he can try the feeling of driving a Gundam. He had always thought that Pinkai was quite handsome in some ways. Crossing his arms like Madara and driving Susanna was really cool. Back to the point, Jinyan broke down Shisui's psychological defenses, and chatting with him became much easier. Brother Shisui, do you believe now that I am here to help you? Jinyan looked directly at the kaleidoscope. Such a person was either very powerful or didn't know what his pupil technique was. Either way, he would be difficult to deal with. You have successfully achieved your goal. What are you going to do next? Shisui takes back the Mangekyo and asks about Shinjuko's plans after he convinced him. Shaking his head, Jinyan did not tell Shisui too much, he just asked him to wait for his news and he would be assigned the corresponding task. After all, the current Uchiha Shisui still has a great attachment to the village, and he still needs a big gift from Konoha in a few years. However, Jinyan is not going to sit idly by and watch the Uchiha perish. This huge clan is full of rare potential stocks. As for Shisui, after returning, he had no intention of telling anyone about his conversation with Shinjuko. He would not allow Danzo and others to destroy the Uchiha. He will use his Mangekyo Sharinan to protect the village and the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan, today is the daily competition among the younger generations of the family, to test whether the members of the clan are practicing hard to ensure the longevity of the family. A simple training ground, surrounded by the elders of the Hyuga clan and their descendants, as well as the lonely Hyuga Niji. The people of the main family looked at Ningji with indifference, paying no attention to Ningji who sacrificed his father. In their opinion, it is right for the branch family to sacrifice for the main family, except for Hinata Hayashi who had sadness in his eyes. The people from the branch family had sad faces, and were very heartbroken about the branch family head who had died not long ago. They could not muster up any temper at all, and only glanced at Ningji who was kneeling beside them out of the corner of their eyes. But they found that there was no trace of the fatherly look on Niji's face, and he was extremely calm. Just when the members of the branch family were surprised, the great elder spoke. In order to ensure the inheritance of the family, there is the power to protect the family. After a seemingly passionate speech, Great Elder Hyuga announced the start of the competition. In fact, there are not many young people at the scene. Those who can have a place here are the descendants of the elders with status in the family, only they can get more attention. In addition, Hyuga Hinata was not present either. Everyone in the clan knows that the eldest daughter's fighting ability is worrying. It would be fine if she wins, but if she loses, wouldn't it be a loss of face for the clan? Wouldn't it be a disguised display of the weakness of the clan's heir? This was not allowed by the elders of the Hyuga clan, but it was no longer considered by other clan members. The first match is between Hyuga Harakawa of the main family and Hyuga Tai of the branch family. At the referee's command, the two children walked to the center of the field and made opposing signs against each other. Then he punched the opponent without any fancy moves, using only physical techniques throughout. In the end, the child from the main family won by hitting the acupuncture points of the child from the branch family, rendering him unable to fight. The subsequent battles are the competition of boxing and kicking skills, Hyuga's soft fist, until Hyuga Niji came here. The next match is between the main family Hyuga Asama and the branch family Hyuga Niji. Hinata Asama is the grandson of the second elder of the main family. In order to train him, the second elder spent a lot of energy and resources on him. He is an opponent that cannot be ignored among the younger generation. As Niji came on stage, the Hyuga people had different expressions, and they all wanted to see what the Hyuga Hisashi kid was capable of. Hinata Asama was seen walking onto the field with the natural arrogance of most of the main family, with no regard for his opponent, Niji, in his eyes at all, while the latter looked calm and composed. As the seal of opposition was completed, Hinata Asama suddenly rushed towards Niji, his hands moving with full force as if he wanted to knock Niji down with one move. The members of the main family saw Hinata Asama's soft and smooth fists and nodded their heads in approval. However, what surprised them was that Niji's defense was extremely simple. There was no fancy boxing, just the coordination of hands and feet to block Hinata Asama's attack with just one move. The latter refused to believe it, and Hyuga's gentle fist attacked Niji like a storm. But in Niji's eyes his movements were extremely slow, and his moves were blocked one after another. Hinata Asama was extremely annoyed. His attacks had no effect on Niji, just like hitting cotton. The feeling of powerlessness almost made him vomit blood. You only know how to defend. If you have the ability, attack. Hinata Asama shouted. In fact, he really wanted to use the fact that Niji had lost his father to stimulate Niji and make him distracted. However, people from the main family and branch families were all present at the scene. Everyone knew what was going on, but they would not talk about it out loud. If they did so, they would certainly not escape punishment. After blocking Hinata Asama's gentle punch, Niji stepped back and straightened his body. Want to attack? As you wish. With chakra fluctuations in his hands, Niji took a soft fist stance and punched out. The sound of whistling wind could be faintly heard. Hinata Asama was frightened by the powerful attack and stood still, unable to move. Are you kidding me? I told you to attack, it's your fault for attacking so hard. he won't beat me to death, will he? Thoughts flashed quickly through Hinata Asama's mind, and he regretted it extremely that he should have called you a bad-mouthed person. Why didn't you just have a good competition instead of provoking others? Several Hyuga elders around were also frightened by Niji. On the one hand, it was because of Niji's talent that he learned how to refine chakra at the age of 4 and was able to use it to perform soft fists with his hands. On the other hand, Niji's soft fist is extremely powerful. If it hits Hinata Asama, the latter might have to stay in bed for a few days. The second elder of the Hyuga main family didn't look very happy. Hyuga Asama was the descendant he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate, but now he had lost to an orphan from a branch family. According to the age calculation of the ninja world, a talented ninja can refine chakra at the age of 4. If it is earlier, it will cause irreparable damage due to the lack of physical development. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancement of the Black Shadow General Mask, Niji learned how to refine chakra some time ago. At this time, the Hyuga elder next to him was ready to stop Nisi at any time to prevent him from going too far. But after being reminded by Jinyan, Ninkai understood that it was enough to show his talent at the moment and there was no need to offend too many people for the time being. Thinking of this, his soft fist stopped in front of Hinata Asama. The powerful momentum frightened the latter so much that his face turned pale and he almost fell to the ground. The elders of the main family around them nodded in agreement. Only members of the branch family who acted properly could better protect the main family. They don't consider betrayal. As long as the caged bird curse is still there, no matter how talented the people from the separated family are, they will not be able to cause any trouble. The members of the branch family were also happy for Niji. After all, he was the son of the deceased head of the family, and only with such talent could he lead the branch family better. The referee who was presiding over the competition looked at Hinata Hayashi, the great elder and others with a questioning look. How should the game be judged? Big guys, give me a word. They all nodded in the affirmative, and the referee then declared Niji the winner. The second Hyuga elder took Hyuga Asama down with a gloomy face, thinking secretly that he would continue to train his grandson after returning so that he could feel the care from his grandfather. As for causing trouble for Niji, didn't he see that so many people in the main family admired Niji? He would not seek trouble for himself. After bowing to Hyuga Hayashi and others who were sitting at the main seat and leaving, Niji returned to his seat. Hyuga Hayashi looked at his nephew with satisfaction. He thought Niji would sink into Hisashi's sacrifice, but unexpectedly, he worked hard and showed extraordinary talent. Maybe I could take better care of him, to make up for my debt to Hinata Hisashi. In the subsequent matches, there were no more family members who impressed everyone, and it was just children fighting with fists and feet. Niji became the winner of this family test and received certain resources from the branch family. Many people remembered this child. Jinyan's shop still entertains customers on a daily basis, but he is at most responsible for serving the dishes, while the kitchen is full of the Black Shadow army busy at work. He was thinking about whether he should hire a front desk clerk and just be a hands-off manager. After being busy in my previous life, can I continue to be busy after traveling to the ninja world? I must enjoy myself. After walking into the kitchen, Jinyan brought the meal Kakashi ordered. The latter still had dead eyes and looked lifeless. While eating, he occasionally took out a copy of Intimate Paradise to study it carefully. In Jinyan's view, Kakashi's life is like a coffee table, filled with cups and tableware. He lost his mother just after he was born, then he lost his father, then he lost his best friend, and finally he lost his teacher. It was truly a miserable life. If it were in ancient times, the villagers would definitely burn him to death as a jinx who specifically killed the people close to him. After learning about Kakashi's experience and knowing that he was a good person, Jinyan did not give up the idea of guiding him and planned to let Kakashi fight for the future of the ninja world all his life. Just as I was thinking about it, a familiar voice sounded in the shop. Brother Jinyan, long time no see. Naruto walked into the store with a smile on his face, carrying the food he had just bought on the street. Naruto, long time no see. Why are you buying expired food again? Didn't I tell you to eat at my store? Jinyan could tell at a glance that what Naruto had in his hand was expired food, and few people in Konoha would sell him normal food. Kakashi, who was at the dining table, heard the conversation between the two and put down the noodles on his chopsticks and looked at Naruto. What caught his eye was a familiar head of blonde hair and a sunny smile. He seemed to see Minato Namikaze here. No, the teacher has died. Did you recall that memory again? Kakashi shook the thought off of his mind, only to realize that the kid in the store was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki that he had spied on. From their conversation it seemed like the Jinchuriki wasn't doing well and was eating expired food. But Boss Jinyan is really kind-hearted and is willing to take care of the Jinchuriki that the villagers hate. Kakashi didn't pay too much attention and continued to eat his noodles. The actions of the Jinchuriki in the village were approved by the Hokage, so he didn't need to worry about it. Then how I am sorry, I've already caused a lot of trouble to Brother Jinyan. Naruto scratched his head and laughed. Don't worry, I won't do business at a loss. Come to my store and eat less expired food and you won't grow taller. Jinyan ruffled Naruto's fluffy blonde hair. He was not worried at all that Naruto would affect his business. It's not like his shop was open just for the ordinary villagers of Konoha, and although the ninjas hated Naruto, they weren't to the point of running away when they saw him. With Jinyan's assurance, Naruto said that he would come to his shop often in the future and order a bowl of his favorite char-siu. Although Ichiraku ramen next door is also very good, Naruto can never forget the taste of the char-siu made by his elder brother Jinyan when he first tasted it. Glancing at Kakashi, who was alone, Jinyan secretly shook his head. He didn't know that his master's son was right in front of him and still thought that Naruto was just a Jinchuriki. If you had asked even one more question, could Sarutobi Hiruzen really eat you? At this time, someone outside the door lifted the warm curtain again, and the flowing breeze brought in a strong smell of smoke. "Hey, Naruto, Kakashi didn't expect to see you here." The old and familiar voice attracted the attention of everyone in the store, and Jinyan, Naruto, and Kakashi all saw Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing the Hokage's divine robe. The three of them put down what they were doing and saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "No need to be polite, I just happened to be passing by here and wanted to come in and taste the cooking of Boss Jinyan." In fact, it was no coincidence that Sarutobi Hiruzen knew everything. He had asked the Umbu to investigate Jin Yan's identity information. His ancestors had been Konoha people for generations, so the possibility of him being a spy was basically ruled out, but he was still worried. He checked Naruto's whereabouts from the crystal ball, so he came here specifically to find out what kind of person Jinyan, who often came into contact with Naruto, was, to make sure he wouldn't teach Naruto any evil ways or the like. However, he didn't expect Kakashi to be here too. When the leader of Konoha came to the shop, Jinyan was very happy and said, "It is my honor that the Hokage-sama has come to our shop. I will definitely use my best skills to entertain the Hokage-sama." After Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the food, Jinyan went into the kitchen and cooked it himself. He did not summon the Shadow Army because the distance was too close, and if Sarutobi Hiruzen had a strong sense, he would be exposed. At present, there are only 3 people in the small shop: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, and Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged the task for Kakashi with a smile. "Don't bother with an old man like me, Kakashi, just do your own thing." The latter was just happy to have some free time, so he simply sat back in his seat. "Grandpa Hokage didn't expect to see you here." In Naruto's mind, the Hokage is busy with the development of Konoha, visiting various powerful families or high-end places, and will not go to small restaurants on the street. Taking Naruto to his seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, "Grandpa is the Hokage of Konoha, so of course he cares about the lives of the villagers, so he walks around the streets, takes a look, and understands what the villagers think." Naruto's blue eyes suddenly burst into admiration that even though he was in a high position, the Hokage still cared about the lives of ordinary villagers in Konoha. Such a Hokage was really Takara. So he shouted out his dream. "Okay, I have decided that I will become a Hokage in the future, and become a great man like Grandpa Hokage." Naruto's loud voice attracted several people in the store and even spread outside the store. "Who is yelling? You want to become Hokage? What the hell are you dreaming of?" Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect Naruto to have such an idea that met his expectations, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Naruto, I'm very happy that you have such an idea, but you have to know that becoming a Hokage is very difficult. I am not afraid. No matter what hardships come, I will defeat them." "Then you must first have strong strength." "Well, let's talk about strength later. I want to learn culture first from the teacher sent by Grandpa Hokage to teach me how to read," Naruto said sheepishly, feeling like he had overboasted, but he still remembered what Jinyan had taught him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly puzzled. Learn the culture first? When did Naruto become aware of this? "You are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the future of the village. I was planning to train you well. Why did you suddenly start learning literature?" Thinking it was just Naruto's own idea, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to it. But behind the scenes, he planned to give Naruto Konoha textbooks such as The Will of Fire, so that he could learn them before entering school, which would be of great benefit. "Okay, Grandpa Hokage promises you that he will wait for the day when you become Hokage." "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. I will definitely be recognized by everyone and become the Hokage." Kakashi was very pleased to hear the conversation between the two, especially since Naruto made him see a familiar shadow. The kind and helpful Uchiha boy, the past scenes came to his mind like a tide. "Hokage-sama, Naruto, your orders are ready." The conversation between the two was also not hidden from Jinyan, who was in the kitchen. He knew that Naruto's teachings were not in vain. Jinyan is not worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen will let Naruto develop like the original content. Konoha only has the will of fire, how can it possibly match the hard work of countless people in the previous life? Looking at the barbecued pork in the bowl, the color is tempting and the aroma is overwhelming. "Then I'm going to start." After saying their thanks, Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen tasted Shinjuko's char-siu. At that moment, even Sarutobi Hiruzen had to admit that Jinyan's char-siu was very well made. He couldn't help but praise, "This is really delicious barbecued pork." Boss Jinyan must have spent a lot of effort on it. Naruto next to him also echoed, "You are too kind, Hokage. As a chef, I need to put my emotions into the food. Only in this way can I make the most delicious char-siu," Jinyan explained with a smile. "Speaking of which, I have to thank Boss Jinyan for taking care of Naruto. I'm usually very busy and it's hard for me to spare the energy to pay attention to him. This is as it should be. We are all from the same village and should help and support each other. I just did what I should do. Besides, the Hokage is also working hard for everyone in Konoha, so he should be more worthy of respect. Jinyan's flattery touched Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart directly, and he tried hard not to show any big change in expression. After so many years, finally someone understands my painstaking efforts. Everything I do is for Konoha. They all inherit the will of fire. In an instant, all kinds of complex emotions surged into Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. His eyes couldn't help but become moist, and his gaze towards Jinyan became increasingly gentle. These are the villagers who are truly loyal to Konoha and have the will of fire in their hearts. Only such a person can bring more warmth to Naruto and deepen his ties to the village. How could he possibly lead Naruto astray? If Konoha had more villagers like Jinyan, there would be no need to worry about Konoha not being strong. The latter, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, actually got goosebumps all over the floor. Who can stand an old man staring at you? Jinyan immediately reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. Oh, sorry, I'm a little tired and distracted. Hiruzen smiled awkwardly at Jinyan's call. Hokage-sama, you should rest more if you are tired. After all, you are the pillar of the village. Jinyan flattered him again, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen very happy, and he couldn't help but let down his guard against him. If people like Boss Jinyan are all bad guys, then there is no good person in Konoha. He also planned to go back and encourage Naruto to interact more with Jinyan, hoping that Jinyan could influence Naruto with his behavior and thoughts, and deepen Naruto's attachment to the village. Kakashi, who was sitting next to them, had no interest in appreciating the intimate scene at all. He knew that Jinyan's words contained some flattery, which was the way a normal person would think. He just felt a little awkward staying in the store and listening to the two people talking, so he had no choice but to quickly finish his meal and say goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The only person in the store who was still young and didn't know much was Uzumaki Naruto, who was eating with gusto and was happy that Shinhiko and Sarutobi Hiruzen were able to chat well. Time flies, and it is almost the end of the year in a blink of an eye. With previous accumulation, Jinyan's emotional value has exceeded 1,000. During this period, Jinyan did not cause any trouble to Sarutobi Hiruzen, giving them some breathing time. On the other hand, there are the people under his command. Naruto and Neji are still young, so they cannot be assigned any tasks. They still need time to grow. Jinyan did not favor one over the other. While teaching Naruto, he also often entered Neji's streams to lay the foundation for them from an early age to avoid the same future as in the original work. Jinyan couldn't change anything in the current environment and could only start with his subordinates. Fortunately, the achievements made by Naruto and Neji made Jinyan quite satisfied and did not disappoint him. After closing the store door, Jinyan hung up a sign that read "Closed today." As the end of the year was approaching, he planned to go out and purchase supplies for the new year. By the way, he would take Hisahi, who had been learning ninjutsu for 5 months in the Shadow Kingdom, out of Konoha and let him go to the ninja world. At present, Hisashi's strength has been greatly improved and he has reached the level of a jonin. The reason is that Hisahi is the same age as Jinyan and has no physical limitations. With the help of his Super Shadow qualifications, he only needs to keep learning and enriching himself. Moreover, Jinyan broke the sealing techniques that Sarutobi Hiruzen had set in the Book of Seals, allowing Hisahi to learn the multiple shadow clone technique. His chakra may not be as much as Naruto's, but he can create many clones to share the pressure of studying. Slowly walking towards the Hokage building, the villagers of Konoha need to report before leaving the village, and Jinyan also has to issue an escort mission. After all, he is just the owner of a small restaurant on the surface and is powerless. He conveyed his request to the Umbu ninja on duty, who immediately sorted out the relevant information and then took it to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office for signature. Hokage-sama. What's up? This is the villager Lu Shen Jinyan's report of going out, and the requirements for issuing the mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was busy reviewing documents, immediately became interested when he heard that it was Jinyan's report. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the document from the Umbu and read it through. Seeing that there was no problem, he quickly stamped the Hokage seal on Jinyan, and then looked at the task announcement at the back. Well, going out to purchase supplies. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into thought while smoking opium. Jinyan is a villager he recognizes as having the pure will of fire. Maybe he doesn't have much strength, but his thoughts are closely aligned with that of the Hokage. Such a rare villager cannot die in an accident while going out. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to arrange a powerful guard for Jinyan. The required hiring fee could be reduced by a small commission, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could still afford this amount of money. It's a pity that according to the information collected by the Umbu, Jinyan's talent is not good enough to become a ninja, otherwise the Hokage could have transferred him to his side to do things. I agree to the mission. Let's arrange for Kakashi to accept it. It just so happens that he has nothing to do recently. A Euro hoot. Jinyan was shocked to hear the report from the Umbu. They were just going out for procurement, so why did Sarutobi Hiruzen send Kakashi? You should know that this type of mission is assigned to Chinin. When merchants from Konoha go out, at most they encounter some ignorant bandits or some weak wandering ninjas. No senior ninja has ever come to rob them. Jinyan didn't understand Sarutobi Hiruzan's operation. Could it be that he was convinced by my thoughts and discussions? He couldn't help but ask, did the ninja master make a mistake? I was just out shopping. Why did you send a jonin to escort me? I can't afford that money. The Umbu ninja was also confused that they didn't see anything special about Jinyan, and based on the information, he wasn't the illegitimate son of some big shot in Konoha. Adhering to the order of the Hokage, the Umbu ninja said, no problem, the missions are arranged by the Hokage himself, you don't need to worry about the hiring fee. Soon Kakashi met up with Jinyan, carrying the supplies for the trip on his back and holding the intimate paradise that he always had with him. Boss Jinyan, please take care of me from now on. Jinyan, who had prepared in advance, had a brief chat with Kakashi before the two set off. Not long after leaving the village, Jinyan sent Kushi far away through the Shadow Kingdom. After randomly stopping at a place within the Land of Fire, Juzi came to reality from the Kingdom of Shadows. The original body is really something, he actually kicked me out during the New Year's Day. The clone also has human rights, okay? Kushi complained, and Jinyan recalled through his memories that Akatsuki was still short of people at this stage. So according to the plan made by the two, Hisashi would next make himself known in the ninja world, accept the solicitation of the Akatsuki organization, become a member of it, and then take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Then Juzi confirmed the direction and began to use the authority of the Black Shadow Corps in his hands to find nearby towns and get a map of the Fire Country. He sat there waiting for news. It didn't take long for the Black Shadow Army to find a small town called Shiya. Juzi followed the road to the map shop in the town. Standing at the door, Juzi was about to step in, but suddenly he remembered that Jinyan did not give him any money when he left. There's no other way, I'll have to take it myself. After finding the shadow in the alley, Juzi sneaked into the room where the map was kept in the store. He rummaged around and searched, making the room a mess, and finally found the map of the Land of Fire. Is this what it feels like to buy something for free? I feel a little guilty for no reason, I'll just have to pay for it next time. After collecting the map, Juzi sent the Black Shadow Corps to the rich families in the town to get their money. Anyway, this money was obtained by exploiting the lower-class civilians, so they feel at ease taking it. By the way, Hisahi also put a lot of silver into the homes of many poor people. Before long, those merchants and wealthy families discovered their homes in a mess. They knew they had been robbed, and immediately the town was filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves. The civilians found that their families they got an extra sum of silver and thought that a kind-hearted immortal had discovered their suffering and came to help them, so they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express their sincere gratitude to the immortal. At this time, the culprit, Hisahi, had already left the town and headed towards the northwest of the Land of Fire, which was the territory of the Land of Grass. Kushi naturally had his considerations for going there. Firstly, the grass country was relatively weak and easy to bully, and the leader of the ninja village was only of the strength of a jonin. Secondly, Karen and her mother should still be in the Kusagakur village at this time, and they definitely need him to rescue them. Finally, the grass country is closest to the rain country. If something big happens, Akatsuki will definitely receive the news and send people to investigate. On the way, Juzi decided to put on a vest so as not to expose his true identity to other people's eyes. He made a few simple seals with his hands, and a puff of white smoke rose. He turned into a 1.9-meter tall man wearing a red suit, a white hat, and a coat of justice. His resolute face gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. With his strength as a jonin, the transformation technique he performed would require at least the strength of a cage to see through. However, he wanted to obtain the ability or props of transformation from the system, because the products of the system must be of high quality. The Land of Grass, Kusagakur Village. The ninja guarding the door was leaning lazily against the wall, enjoying the rare afternoon time. This kind of life has been going on in the Kusagakur village for a long time. The powerful ninja villages rarely attack them, and the weak ninjas cannot defeat the Kusanagi village, so the ninjas of the Kusanagi village have never been very vigilant. Have you heard? Recently it seems that a murderer has appeared in the Land of Grass. He specifically targets those bandits and robbers who are heinous and merciless. None of the enemies who died in his hands had an intact body, all of them were in a charred state. Ninja A said to Ninja B, he's probably just a passionate young man from a small place who dreams of becoming a messenger of justice. Don't worry about him. He'll just bully those small characters. Ninja B replied. When the two of them were chatting happily, a ninja from the Kusagakur village covered in blood stumbled into their sight. What happened? Someone's hurt. The two ninjas guarding the door hurried over to support the newcomer. A euro, I say euro, yes a euro, don't be so proud. Just say what you want to say. The injured ninja spoke intermittently, and it was obvious that his physical strength was not enough to tell all the information, which made the two people guarding the gate anxious. In desperation, they brought the injured ninja into the village to meet the leader of the Kusagakur village. Bang! The door of the Kusagakur leader's room was suddenly pushed open, and he was so scared that he immediately hid the silver he was counting. Even if he was embezzling money, he couldn't do it too openly. What's going on? You're so flustered. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. The leader of the Kusagakur village said to the two people who came in with a bad look on his face. Chief, someone is injured. There is no such position of cage in a weak village like Kusagakur, so they are usually called chiefs. If you're injured, go find a medical kit. Why are you here? Do you need me to teach you what to do? The tone of the Kyuzagakure leader was extremely hostile, and the ninjas who came in to report were trembling with fear that they knew that the leader would really kill them directly. The Kyuzagakure had always been so cruel, but he seems to have important intelligence to report. Led by the leader of the Kyuzagakure village, they came to the village's underground prison. When the prison door was opened, what came into view was a woman with fiery red hair and a little girl with fiery red hair. They were Karen, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, and her mother. The two were huddled in a corner, looking at the group of demons from the Kyuzagakure village in horror. Every time they came, they would suck the blood from Karen's mother. Only because Karen was younger, the people from the Kyuzagakure village did not bite her in order to help her recover. Hurry up and let him take a bite, so I can hear what information he brings back. The leader of the Kyuzagakure village said impatiently that he was busy going back to count the money. Under the pressure from the leader of the Kyuzagakure village, Karen's mother asked her daughter to turn her back. With the help of the Kyuzagakure ninjas, she was bitten hard by the injured ninja who was about to faint, leaving a bloody tooth mark on her scarred arm. The evil Kyuzagakure ninja sucked blood from Karen's mother, and her injuries were visibly healed. He came to his senses, looked terrified and shouted frantically, "Fire, fire, what a big fire!" Bang! The leader of the Kyuzagakure village slapped him hard, sending him spinning in circles, leaving red five-finger marks on his face. "What are you so angry about? Speak to me properly." "The leader has an enemy. It's the murderous devil in a red suit and a coat of justice. He's coming towards our Kyuzagakure village." After being slapped by the leader of the Kyuzagakure village, the recovered ninja spilled the information like pouring beans. After a detailed explanation, the leader of the Kyuzagakure village finally understood what was going on. He laughed disdainfully and said, "Humph, I thought it was some enemy that scared you like this. Get everyone to follow me. I want to see what this so-called killer is capable of." At the call of the leader of Kyuzagakure village, some of the ninjas from their village quickly gathered at the entrance of the village. "I received news that a murderer is heading towards our village. I called you here just to show you how I kill this murderer." The grass country leader spoke in a very firm tone, and he seemed very confident. Such a passionate speech by the leader of the Kyuzagakure village sparked heated discussions among the ninjas below. "Isn't this some country bumpkin from some remote corner? You should know that our Kyuzagakure village is the strongest village among the 5 major ninja villages." Most of the ninjas below did not believe in the legend of the murderer. They just thought that some ordinary people spread the rumor that the murderer who killed several people was an executioner. The rumor that 3 people can make a tiger is very scary. As for the major ninja villages, I haven't heard of any powerful rebel ninjas in them recently, so there is no need to worry. To sum up, their leader is fully capable of dealing with the murderer, and he gathered the ninjas under them, perhaps to show off his power. In fact, their leader didn't think so. He had already received news that there was a killer in the Grass Kingdom. He chopped from the east of the Grass Kingdom all the way to the heart of the Grass Kingdom, without stopping for a moment. So he felt a little guilty and wanted to pull his subordinates up to support him and give himself courage. At this time, Juzi was on his way. The recent rumors in the land of grass were all made by him under the alias of Sakazuki. Every time he took action, he used fire release to kill bandits and robbers, portraying himself as a character who hated evil. Then he would make a fuss in the land of grass. The Akatsuki organization would surely get the news and come looking for him, and his plan would be half successful. The injured ninja from the grass village who had escaped earlier was deliberately released by him to pass on the message. The purpose is to gather them together so that they can be wiped out in one fell swoop. After all, the people from the Kyuzagakure village can't just run away without a fight. Standing outside the Kyuzagakure village, Kushi saw from afar a large group of ninjas at the door. They seemed to be preaching something, and they cheered loudly from time to time, looking very excited. Seeing how happy they were, Juzi couldn't bear to disturb them. So they first sent out the Black Shadow Corps to surround the entire Kyuzagakure village to prevent them from escaping. For the Kyuzagakure village, which had few jonin, this was tantamount to putting them in a death cell. At the same time, Hisashi sent the Black Shadow Corps to sneak into the Kyuzagakure village to look for Karen and her daughter. After completing the above preparations, Juzi clapped his hands. "You're standing in a perfect position. Let me show you a greeting first. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bullet." The raging fire spewing out of his mouth danced like a violent dragon, controlled by Kisashi's chakra, and attacked the ninjas of the Kyuzagakure village from the front, left, and right. The huge fire illuminated the entire gate of the Kyuzagakure village. In an instant, this powerful ninjutsu made the Kyuzagakure ninjas who were standing still panic. Enemy attack. Some ninjas fled in panic, while others stood there in fear. Without time to deal with the fleeing ninja, the leader of the Kyuzagakure village quickly stabilized his position and gathered the remaining ninjas to use water jutsu to block Hisahi's fire jutsu. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of water and fire alternating continued to be heard, and a large amount of white smoke rose. The people of Kyuzagakure couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and wiped their sweat. That was a close call. Fortunately, we blocked it. Then they changed their mind and realized that something was wrong. Which damn guy actually released Firestyle to attack the Kyuzagakure village? This is the first time for a young lady to ride in a bridal sedan. The people of Kusagakur were outraged and clamored to capture the attacker and beat him to death. Suddenly, a shuriken flew through the air and stabbed in front of the grass ninjas. A tall figure wearing a red suit and a coat of justice also appeared. "Hey, who are you? You dare to attack our Kusagakur village, you will suffer the consequences." There really is someone who is not afraid of death and dares to attack our Kusagakur village alone. The Kisashi's Genin and Shinin kept trash-talking Kisashi, wondering how he suddenly appeared in front of them. This is no wonder, as they are in a small ninja village with limited knowledge and are not familiar with space-time ninjutsu. But their leader is different, he is also a ninja who has heard of time and space ninjutsu. Every ninja who masters this ninjutsu is difficult to deal with, especially the Yellow Flash from Konoha village, but unfortunately he is dead. The big man in front of him didn't have any Konoha marks, so it couldn't be the Flying Thunder God technique. That maybe he was just lucky enough to have picked up a ninjutsu left behind by a ninja. Thinking of this, the leader of Kusanagi village began to become greedy. If they defeat this big man, they will be able to pry the space-time ninjutsu out of his mouth and keep it for themselves. From then on, the Kusagakur village also had its own space-time ninjutsu. Maybe in future wars, it could use it to catch the 5 major ninja villages off guard and bite off a piece of meat. Then the leader of the Kusagakur village almost fell into fantasy. If he hadn't been facing a powerful enemy, he might have even started dreaming. Forced to come back to his senses, the Kusagakur leader, in a cautious manner, interrupted his subordinates' chattering, stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Why did you attack us for no reason? If the Kusagakur village has offended me, I will apologize here first, and then we can talk." Seeing that the leader of the Kusagakur village spoke in a friendly manner, his subordinates did not dare to offend their boss. So they all chimed in. "Did you hear that, old man? The leader is speaking to you in a friendly manner. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Otherwise, if so many of us punch you one by one, you'll still be flat even after you've recovered. No, you won't even have a chance to get medical treatment. Ha ha ha." The others laughed loudly when they saw this. The leader of the Kusagakur village also smiled and said, "My little brother is so good at talking, I must promote him when I return." "Humph, you are just a bunch of guys who are under the banner of ninjas, but in fact, you are no different from those bandits. I will catch you all in one fell swoop, and no one will escape." Kushi's transformed Sakazuki said firmly. Hearing this, the Kusagakur leader's face darkened. "I don't want to offend you because you sometimes know space ninjutsu. I was talking to you nicely, but you couldn't tell the difference and wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop." The ninjas from the Kusagakur village behind were also very unhappy. Although this guy who suddenly appeared looked very powerful and said he would catch them all in one fell swoop, but they are ninjas from Kusagakur and they want a Euro TMT be scared like that. "You old man, you have no shame. You'll stay here today. Everyone, use fire style, great fireball technique." Under the order of the leader of the Kusagakur village, several squads of ninjas gathered together to release fire escape techniques, and the raging flames illuminated the entire sky red. Hisahi did not resist forcefully. In the past, he had specially learned Flying Thunder God technique and Raise Non, which were very practical ninjutsu, so he was not at all nervous when fighting. He had already asked the Black Shadow Corps to place his Flying Thunder God Kunao in various corners around. So why would he bother fending off the Kusanaga's attacks when he could teleport at will? When the Kusagakur's attack disappeared, a scorched earth was left at the entrance of Kusagakur village, with traces of fire everywhere. Smelling the burning smell, the leader of the Kusagakur village laughed disdainfully and said, "Humph, under such a powerful fire escape, even if you have space ninjutsu, I'm afraid it won't be easy." As he was thinking this, he saw Juzi walking out from the shadows unharmed. "Is this all you are capable of? I can't let you continue making trouble." Juzi patted the non-existent dust on his cloak and said. His arrogant attitude made the Kusagakur leader very angry. "Who do you think you are, you arrogant fellow? I am the leader of the Kusagakur village." After saying that, the leader of the Kusagakur village left his men behind, used the Kusagakur Ryu blasting palm and rushed forward alone. He wanted to take Kusagakur's head himself. "Just what I want." Kushi threw a shuriken at the Kusagakur leader, who dodged hastily, mocking him, "Your aim is a bit poor." "Is that really the case?" Hisahi's figure disappeared in an instant, and the grass ninja leader's blasting palm fell into the air, only shattering the ground. Then he was shocked because Kushi appeared next to the Kunao behind him. How is that possible? The Kusagakur leader still hadn't figured out how Kusagakur appeared behind him. He had indeed heard of Konoha's powerful yellow flash, but unfortunately he had never seen it. The Kusagakur leader wanted to quickly stop his sprint and prepare to counterattack Kusagakur. But it was too late, as Kisashi had already condensed a chakra Raise-Non in his hand and pressed it towards his back. Bang! The earth was torn into pieces like cloth, and the grass ninja leader was knocked into the ground. He felt a tearing pain in his back and couldn't help but shout surrender, but he fainted after spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is Flying Thunder God Stage 2. Juzi reproduced the scene when Namikaze Minato fought Uchiha Obito, but unfortunately his opponent was not as strong as Uchiha Obito. He is not as good as Minato Namikaze for the time being. The once mighty leader was killed in an instant. The ninjas of Kusagakur were terrified and their hearts were pounding. The arrogance on their faces was gone, and the only thought in their minds was to escape immediately. But I found that my legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead and I couldn't move at all. Hisahi gave these Kyuzagakure ninjas no chance to escape. At that moment, the Kyuzagakure ninjas were surrounded by all kinds of ninjutsu. They seemed to be trapped in a maze, and every road was a dead end, guarded by the god of death. Some people mustered up the courage to fight back, but they couldn't catch Juzi's elusive figure. They could only scream in pain as they were harvested by Juzi. In the end, there were corpses all over the ground, and everyone's face was filled with fear. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Juzi's expression remained unwavering. The ninjas of Kyuzagakure all deserved to die, as each of them had committed many evil deeds. Unlike powerful ninja villages that at least have certain rules and restrictions, these small ninja villages have no rules or systems at all, and the strong have the final say. Therefore, they often oppress the good, burn, kill, rob, rape and plunder, and do all kinds of evil. Juzi did not feel the slightest bit of guilt at this moment. On the contrary, he could feel the merit +1+1+1 signal constantly popping up above his head. Then Kushi released the fire style and set the corpses on the ground on fire. This was to allow them to return to the embrace of the earth and contribute to the growth of plants. The poor leader of the grass village fainted on the ground and was burned to death. After Hisashi finished his job, the Black Shadow troops surrounding the Kyuzagakure village also began their siege. Many Black Shadow troops gradually advanced inwards and tightened the encirclement, steadily and cautiously clearing out the remaining ninjas in the Kyuzagakure village. For the safety of Karen and her daughter, Kushi ordered the Black Squad to sneak into the dungeon and rescue them at the beginning of the battle. The huge shadow-devouring core ninja stood in the center of the Kyuzagakure village, and it was the biggest beneficiary of Kyuzagakure's battle. The shadows of those who were killed entered the stomachs of the shadow-devouring ninjas. Now they have considerable combat capability and are no longer the tiny creatures that can be crushed to death with one foot. With such a strong deterrent force in the Kyuzagakure village, none of the wandering ninjas attracted by the outbreak of battle dared to approach here. When they saw the huge black monster, they were so scared that they pissed their pants and regretted that their parents had not given them a few more legs. Under Hisashi's order, the ninjas of the Black Shadow Corps moved all the silver, ninjutsu and other supplies from the Kyuzagakure village and piled them in an open area to form a small hill. It's a ninja village after all. I didn't expect that these things are only comparable to the things in the room of the leader of the Kyuzagakure village. As for the secret techniques of the Kyuzagakure village, Hisahi didn't think much of them. If it is the ninjutsu of Kazuna Castle, he might take a look at it, because he is a man who possesses the entire collection of Konoha's ninjutsu. Taking out the ninjutsu scroll for storing supplies, Kyuzi put all the supplies in it. Now he is also a rich man. At this time, the ninjas from the Black Shadow Corps brought up Karen and her daughter. Along the way, they saw the twisted corpses all over the ground and the blood splattered everywhere, as if they had walked into a slaughterhouse. They were trembling with fear. Could it be that some murderous demon invaded and killed all the people in the village? Especially that group of dark and strange-looking ninjas. They couldn't help but wonder if they had fallen into a pile of monsters, and that they and their daughter were left alone. Could it be that he was trying to satisfy some kind of fetish? Under the guidance of the strange ninja, Karen and her daughter finally met a normal person. Are you two the survivors here? Yes. Yes, sir, Karen's mother said fearfully while holding Karen tightly in her arms. Just the tone of his voice was enough to make people feel pressured, and his expressionless face made Karen's mother dare not look up and meet his gaze. Only the young Karen glanced at Hisashi out of the corner of her eye. They were curious about what the uncle who rescued them looked like, and then they quickly buried their heads in their mother's arms. So that's how it is. I'm not a vicious person. You can just take some money and leave. Yes, sir, Karen's mother said sadly that it seemed that she and her daughter could not escape the disaster after all. That's not right. Karen's mother thought carefully about what Hisahi had just said. He seemed to say that he would let us go. Did I hear it wrong? Karen's mother mustered up the courage to look up at the strong man and asked in disbelief, "Are you saying you'll let us go?" "Good, a euro really, a euro," Karen's mother cried with joy, certain that she had not heard wrong. She had thought that she and her daughter had just escaped from a wolf's den and fallen into a tiger's den, and would fall into the hands of this big man who had massacred the entire village. I didn't expect that he would let my mother and I go and even give us travel expenses. Is he a good person? But Karen's mother changed her mind and realized that their home was gone, so where could they go even if she let them go? The mother and daughter, who are so weak that they can barely even tie a chicken, might be caught by someone and used as blood bags if they go out. It turns out that the ninja world is so big that there is no place for them, mother and daughter. As for the Konoha village, she did not consider it at all. After all, they did not help when the Whirlpool country was destroyed. Seeing Karen and her daughter staying where they were, Hisashi said, "What? I'll let you go and give you money for your trip, but you don't want to. Don't push your luck." No, sir, it's just that we have been homeless for a long time. Even if you let us go, where can we go if we are not even ninjas? Karen's mother answered hastily, lest Hisahi misunderstand that they had any bad intentions. Both parties fell into silence. Karen's mother mistakenly thought that Hisahi asked her to figure it out herself and didn't want to pay too much attention to it, so her brain worked rapidly and she finally came up with a solution. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind and said, "Sir, if you don't mind, please allow my mother and I to serve you. Although we don't have much ability, we can take care of your daily life. As long as you tell us to, we will do it." After saying that, she looked at Juzi with pleading eyes, hoping that he would agree. Hisashi looked at Karen and her daughter expressionlessly. He knew that his strategy of playing hard to get it worked, and now he just needed a little boost. "I have so many subordinates. Do you think I need 2 women to serve me?" Juzi pointed to the surrounding Black Shadow army. "Please, sir, we are willing to die if you say so." Karen's mother could not help but kneel on the ground and beg again. This was the only way she could think of. After hearing what Karen's mother said, Hisashi closed his eyes and thought, as if considering whether to agree to Karen's mother. Secretly estimating the time, when it was almost time, Juzi said slowly, "Humph, I will agree to both of you for now, but I don't keep idle people. The only ones who can be useful to me are ninjas. Please rest assured, sir. We are the remnants of the Uzumaki clan and we will definitely be able to help you." When Karen's mother saw that Hisahi had agreed, she was afraid that he would go back on his word, so she immediately revealed her identity. "Oh, the Uzumaki clan, the characteristics are indeed similar. Let me observe you for a while. If you perform well, I will let you and I enforce justice together." Hisashi pretended to think. These words. Karen's mother was confused again. Did I hear that correctly? To administer justice? Are there still such people in the ninja world? She wondered if Hisashi was joking, and more likely he was trying to create an image of himself as a good person in order to achieve his ulterior motives. Of course, this thought only flashed through her mind, and Karen's mother still obeyed Hisashi's order. "As you command, sir. My name is Uzumaki Yuri, and this is my daughter Uzumaki Karen. I haven't asked for your name yet, sir. I am Sakazuki, and I am not currently affiliated with any force in the ninja world." Karen's mother was not dissatisfied with this. After all, she was grateful to have a place to live in the ninja world. Later, when Kushi saw that Karen and her daughter were still injured, he personally used the Palm Immortal technique to heal their wounds, then let the Black Shadow army take them downstairs to wash up and have a good meal. After not dressing up for a long time and replenishing their nutrition, Karen and her daughter looked much better after doing this. "Master Sakazuki, what should we do next?" It is no wonder that Uzumaki Yuri is worried. Hisahi destroyed an entire ninja village and is still alone. The ninja world will definitely be wary of him and issue a bounty, which will attract some desperate criminals. By then, 2 fists will be no match for 4 hands. But she realized that there was a group of strange ninjas under Hisahi's command, and it was unclear who was offering the bounty, so there was nothing to worry about. "Don't be anxious yet, wait here for a few days. I still have a goal to achieve, so I need to wait for a few people." So for the next few days, Hisashi and his friends stayed in the Kusagakure village. Jinyan also received Hisahi's results. Because the Grass Kingdom mostly only affected minor characters, only a few hundred emotional points were recorded. At the same time, Hisashi also tested Uzumaki Karen and her daughter. It was discovered that Uzumaki Yuri might have been wandering around for a long time, which had affected her physical foundation. Therefore, her potential is far weaker than Karen's, and her future achievements will be lower than Karen's. However, Kushi did not give up her idea. She believed that good steel should be used on the blade, and there would always be a place suitable for Yuri in the future. In order to improve the team's quality, Hisashi decided to give lessons to Karen and her daughter, who had been wandering in the ninja world for quite some time. Especially Karen. I wonder if she is afraid of the majesty of Sakazuki played by Hisashi. She didn't dare to talk to Juzi directly, but she would ask Juzi every day about various problems she encountered in her studies. However, Uzumaki Yuri is different. Her age has reached the standard for learning ninjutsu. Kushi asked her to learn the basic ninjutsu first, and then teach her the exclusive ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan later. By then, Kushi might be able to form her own sealing team. Several days passed, and as time went by, the news that the Kusagakure village was destroyed by one person had spread throughout the ninja world. The first to receive the news was the daimyo of Kusagakure village. Instead of feeling afraid, he was extremely angry and severely punished several disobedient servants. The armed villages of his own country disappeared without a sound. Isn't this a slap in the face of this great figure? Those useless people in Kusagakure village, even if they were fed to a pig to fatten them up, they would still be able to reap something during the new year. We give them so much funding every year, but it was destroyed by one person. This means that in future foreign wars, he as the daimyo will pay a greater price and will not be able to hold his head up in front of the daimyo of other countries because the weapons of the Grass Country have been lost. In short, the Grass Kingdom suffered a huge loss. So the daimyo announced that he would offer a huge reward for the head of the murderer from Kusagakure village, and he would make him pay the price. The major ninja villages in the ninja world were also in an uproar, except for the Whirlpool country that was destroyed before. There had been no news of a ninja village being destroyed in all these years. Especially in the ninja villages of small countries, everyone is in danger. They were afraid that the murderer who destroyed the Kusagakure village would come to their country silently. As a result, these ninja villages began to restrain their ninjas, asking them to stop causing trouble so as not to attract powerful enemies, and even set up relevant village rules and regulations for this purpose. The 4 major ninja villages did not react so strongly after receiving this news. They only destroyed a small ninja village. Any of the 4 major ninja villages could send some people to destroy the Kusagakur village several times. Although they did not attach much importance to the Kusagakur village, in terms of position, it was still an armed village that symbolized a country, so they all made statements and issued a bounty of 70 million. This is almost the same as the bounty for the tailed beasts. If the murderer hadn't destroyed the ninja village, his bounty might have been at most 30 million. There is another large village that is different from ordinary villages, and that is Konoha. Because the land of grass and the land of fire are adjacent to each other, the information Konoha received was more detailed. What caught the most attention of the Konoha high-level officials were the various strange black ninjas mentioned in the intelligence, as well as a huge monster with a big mouth. They were too familiar with the above content. This was the murderer who attacked Konoha before he appeared in the ninja world again and destroyed an entire ninja village. The Konoha high-level officials felt that the threat posed by the murderer had increased significantly. Now that the murderer dared to destroy the Kusagakur village, he would definitely destroy Konoha in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen called the Konoha high-level officials to discuss with them how to respond. The final conclusion is, just follow the other ninja villages in terms of bounty, don't let them realize the enemy's strength, maybe you can take the opportunity to trick other ninja villages. On the other hand, Konoha plans to send elite ninjas to the Kusagakur village to investigate and try to capture and study the shadow ninjas. Their unique shadow abilities make them very jealous. However, their plan was doomed to fail, because by that time Hisahi had already left the land of grass. A huge golem stood in the empty underground cave, with a few scattered figures standing on his raised fingers, all wearing robes with black background and red clouds. The black and white creature inside the pitcher plant above said, "We've received news that a ninja who destroyed the Kusagakur village has appeared in the ninja world. Now the small ninja villages in the ninja world are in a state of panic. Should we recruit him? Zhu, do you have any more detailed information?" replied the only blue-haired female ninja. "Well, I heard that he can command a group of strange ninjas who are all black and very mobile. Any more news? He's worth 70 million. The masked ninja interrupted, his eyes making no effort to hide his desire for money, as if he saw the silver waving at him. "Kakuzu, shut up first. He could become one of us." The blue-haired female ninja stopped Kakuzu from speaking and signaled Zetsu to continue reporting. The top ninja cooperated with Konan to release the pressure, and Kakuzu had no choice but to mutter to himself, "We don't know if he has the ability to do that, but he just destroyed the Kusagakur village. Well, he wears a white cloak of justice and keeps repeating about justice. Does that count?" The people at the scene suddenly had different expressions. Is there anyone like this in the ninja world? Isn't that the same as them? The Akatsuki organization fights for peace, and that person fights for justice. They are definitely close relatives. After learning the relevant information, you have no choice but to recruit them. So the top ninja spoke, "There are not many ninjas in the ninja world who can agree with us. Zionin and Ju will be tasked with recruiting him. If his request is not too excessive, you can agree to it." "We got it, Pain." The horn standing on the finger cried out that it was a pity, this was 70 million silver ounces, it would take forever to earn the money back. "We already have one person by killing him, why recruit him?" After working together for a long time, Pain has long been accustomed to Kakuzu's ideas, so he will not send Kakuzu to recruit Kyuji, so as to avoid him ruining the plan. Kusagakur Kyuji was teaching Karen and her daughter a lesson when suddenly a pitcher plant popped up from the ground. A white creature in the middle of the pitcher plant shouted excitedly, "Hello! What the hell?" Of course, Kyuji knew that this was White Zetsu, but he still reacted quickly and fired a fire escape at the figure that suddenly appeared. The white creature screamed and disappeared in the flames. "Now that you're here, come out." As soon as Hisashi finished speaking, Karen and her daughter ran behind him and hid. At this moment, his tall figure brought a sense of security. "I've already told you not to test him. Kakuzu will help you when we get back." Konan, who had grown white wings, fell from the sky, making Karen behind her envious. She wanted to be a ninja like Konan so that she could help Lord Sakazuki. It seems that he reacted well. We can complete the task assigned to us by the leader. Zetsu grew out of a pitcher plant and asked, "Would this friend like to join our Akatsuki organization?" "Akatsuki, what is that?" Hisahi pretended to be confused. Zionin stepped forward to explain Akatsuki is an organization dedicated to world peace. It uses force to intimidate the ninja world and prevent major ninja villages from launching wars. At this stage, we are in the stage of recruiting people and collecting funds, which coincides with your purpose of exercising justice, so we plan to recruit you. It seems that you have investigated this old man. After hearing what you said, I have no choice but to join you. Konan and Zetsu thought Kisashi accepted their invitation, but the latter changed his tone. "Why should I join you, or what are your qualifications?" As soon as the words fell, Juzi summoned a large number of black shadow soldiers to surround Zionin and Ju. Looking at the black-clad ninjas who were all around, Konan and Zetsu asked Kushi without panic, "What does Lord Sakazuki mean by this?" These two little brats suddenly came to me, and they said something about doing it for world peace. Do they think I'm easy to fool? It seems that your excellency does not believe us anymore. It's just that you can't produce evidence that will convince me. Xionin and Judo looked at each other and nodded, obviously having an idea in mind. To show our sincerity in inviting you to join Akatsuki, you can discuss your conditions. If they are not too excessive, we can agree to them. Oh, that's quite plausible. It depends on whether you can accept my conditions. As you can see, I walk the world for justice, including the village that was destroyed. They are all evil people. The mother and daughter behind me were persecuted by them. Unfortunately, I have also felt that my manpower is limited, so my condition is that after joining your organization, I need you to help me enforce justice, and I will punish those vicious criminals. May I ask if we could discuss this? Juzi nodded in agreement. In fact, the conditions he proposed were all for the convenience of obtaining emotional points. Joining the Akatsuki organization made them work for them, and the efficiency was greatly improved by having Kisashi deal with the captured villains. On the other side, Konan and Zetsu discussed whether they could agree to Hisahi's conditions, which seemed to have the same purpose as the Akatsuki organization. But Xionin knew clearly that the people in Akatsuki were rebel ninjas recruited by them. Those guys were unruly and doing bad things was a common occurrence for them. Wouldn't this conflict with Hisahi's goal? By the time they haven't even started catching the tailed beasts, the Akatsuki organization might have already started a civil war. But Konan was unwilling to give up Kisashi. She could see that this uncle was a pure person, maybe he could help Nagato in the future, so she had to give him up. But Black Zetsu was not so willing. He had never been on the same page with the people of Akatsuki. The latter is just a tool to achieve his goal. His ultimate goal is to gather all 9 tailed beasts and then activate the infinite Tsukuyomi to rescue his mother. As a result, no one knows how many people will die in the process. From this point of view, he is definitely a bad guy and is born to be in conflict with Kisashi. So their discussion was not so smooth, and there were even signs of quarrel. Seeing that they could not make up their minds, Xionin suggested asking Pain for his opinion. Ju knew that Xionin and Pain were of the same kind and would definitely agree with Xionin's opinion, so it was useless to ask. In the end, he had no choice but to accept it, and secretly regretted not telling them the information earlier. Who would have known that this guy would come up with such conditions? We have agreed to the conditions. I wonder if you are willing to join the Akatsuki organization. It seems that you are also people who believe in justice. Then I agree to join you, but I have to take these two with me. Following Kushi's direction, Konan and Zetsu noticed Karen and her daughter hiding behind. Their fiery red hair immediately attracted Konan's attention. Same hair color as Nagato. What is their relationship with Nagato? Since Konan and Yahiko picked up Nagato, they never heard him talk about his relatives, and at one point they thought he was an orphan as well. But the appearance of Karen and her daughter shook Konan's mind, and she planned to mention this matter to Nagato after returning. Just these two people, we agree, so Lord Sakazuki will come with us to see the Akatsuki organization. Konan, I don't care about Karen and her daughter, they can still support 2 more people. Afterwards, Hisahi took the supplies of Kuzagakur and set off with Konan and the others. There was a tearing sound behind him, and a pair of pitch-black bat wings stretched out. He flew directly into the sky with Karen and her daughter. Konan and Zetsu Hisahi's evaluations were secretly upgraded to a higher level. The ability to fly is very rare. Back in the empty cave, they heard that there would be new members joining Akatsuki today, so the other members who had been planning to go out returned to the base, intending to see the new members' abilities. It didn't take long before they saw Zetsu and Konan, who had been out. Coming back. Behind them was a big man who looked intimidating without even getting angry. The people behind him were completely ignored by them, except for Orochimaru. As a disciple of the Hokage of Konoha, he of course knew the people of the Uzumaki clan. He had been coveting their powerful physiques for a long time, but was unable to do anything because Uzumaki Kushina was the wife of Minato Namikaze. But the situation with the two behind Hisahi is not certain. Thinking of this, Orochimaru excitedly stuck out his tongue and let out a sinister laugh. After completing the mission, Konan and Ju reported the situation to Pain. His eyes with purple spiral patterns and a sense of oppression began to observe Juzi. I discovered that this person had used a transformation technique and was no longer his original appearance. Pain had no intention of exposing Kushi. Akatsuki respected the privacy of its members, but in order to prevent Kushi from being a spy or something, he decided to question him alone later. You are Sakazuki. It's not that easy to join the Akatsuki organization. Kushi looked at Pain fearlessly and said angrily, I am Sakazuki. Why do I have to play games to join the Akatsuki organization? No, you have to have the ability to convince your colleagues. As he spoke, Pain turned his attention to the bounty hunter Kakuzu and arranged an entry test. The latter understood, and without Pain's desire to suppress Kakuzu's attack, he instantly appeared in front of Kisashi and challenged him. Sakazuki, right, I don't know if you have the ability, but your head is worth 70 million, so it's worth my effort. Putting Karen and her daughter far away, Kushi accepted Kakuzu's challenge. Show me your strength. Don't blame me if you get beaten to death. What nonsense are you talking about, little thing? It's still unclear who will be beaten to death. Earth escape, Earth spear. Kakuzu's skin instantly hardened and turned black, and he punched Hisahi fiercely with his right fist. This was a ninjutsu that combined defense and offense, which could make Kakuzu's body like a sharp weapon. The moment the body was touched, Juzi used the substitution technique to leave a piece of wood in the original place, and the real body quickly escaped. Compound Ninjutsu Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. Hisahi clapped his hands and combined Water Jutsu and Lightning Jutsu. An electrified water dragon took off and roared towards Kakuzu. With his natural talent, Hisahi has reached the point where he can perform some ninjutsu by just clapping his hands and shouting. The Akatsuki members in the cave couldn't help but look up to Kisashi when they saw his move. Not everyone in the ninja world can perform compound ninjutsu, and every ninja who practices compound ninjutsu is quite famous. Orochimaru, who was standing in the empty position, narrowed his eyes and fell into deep doubt. His teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is best at compound ninjutsu. Could it be that Sakazuki is related to Konoha? Is he an undercover sent by Konoha? Lei Shuilong pounced with fierce momentum, and Xiaodu didn't dare to take it head-on and immediately changed his tactics. Wind style, suppress. Under his control, a masked, long-haired monster flew out, spewing violent gusts of wind from its mouth, which forcibly rolled up a layer of ground, and the thunder water dragon bombs hit it and were constantly consumed. As the focus of Akatsuki's attention, Kisashi changed his movements, took out several shurikens and scattered them around. The familiar movement caused Orochimaru's face to change drastically. Wait a minute, could it be? Doesn't he look at the direction when he releases the shuriken? The Akatsuki organization who were watching the battle were confused and couldn't understand what Kisashi's intention was. After all, only a few people have truly seen the Flying Thunder God technique, and they are limited to ninjas who have fought against Namikaze Minato. They won't go around telling people how powerful Minato Namikaze is and how he can throw shurikens. Therefore, other people just heard the name and did not know the details of Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru is different. He is a promising disciple of the Hokage. He had seen the Flying Thunder God technique when Minato Namikaze was in office. Because Konoha blocked the news of the stolen ninjutsu, Orochimaru was still at the stage where only Konoha's top leaders could use Flying Thunder God. Now that Kushi had used it, he firmly believed that Kushi was a spy for Konoha's high-ranking officials, and might be here to find him. Ita's pity that the masked man disguised as Obito did not come to the meeting, otherwise he would have recalled the scene of being pressed into the ground and rubbed by Minato Namikaze. What? You don't even have the strength to throw the shuriken? Let me help you. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Kakuzu summoned another masked hairy monster and formed seals with his hands at the same time. Powerful lightning burst out from the hairy monster's mask and turned into a lightning spear that moved forward, as if it was going to penetrate all obstacles in its way. Kakuzu's lightning release was extremely fast and was about to touch Hisashi's body in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Hisahi disappeared in front of the lightning escape. Kakuzu was shocked that a living person could just disappear. The lightning spear continued to hit the rock wall of the cave, causing strong vibrations. Then, Kushi teleported to the shuriken position closest to Kakuzu, holding the Raiznan that he had already rolled. The latter thought for a moment and realized that if the spacetime ninjutsu used by Hisahi was true, the difficulty would have to increase by several levels. At the same time, Kakuzu kept making seals with his hands in an attempt to fight against Hisahi. Pain saw that Kyuji had the qualifications to stay in the Akatsuki organization, so he immediately called a halt and prevented the situation from developing. If the fight continued, the underground cave might be destroyed. Frightened by Pain's strength, Kakuzu put down the ninjutsu in his hand, returned to his position, and stared at Hisahi with an unhappy look on his face. He had not yet fought to his heart's content in this battle. I have seen your strength, so I will allow you to join the Akatsuki organization. Your conditions are no problem. From now on, all the bad guys will be dealt with by you. You are the Suzaku of Akatsuki, who specializes in judging criminals. Pain made full use of his pretend god tone to agree to Keshi's application and let him replace Uchiha Itaki, who will join Akatsuki in the future. After taking the ring representing Suzaku given by Pain, Kyuzi became a member of the Akatsuki group. However, when Konan handed him the nail polish, Kyuzi refused it from the bottom of his heart, thinking how it would look for a grown man to put on nail polish. Konan refused to let him go, and even gave him some advice in order to get Kushi to put on nail polish. Look, you are wearing complete shoes and gloves, so no one will notice even if you put on nail polish. Under pressure from Konan's constant requests, Juzi agreed, but what he really thought was that his hands and feet were covered anyway, so it didn't matter whether he put on paint or not. As for Uzumaki Karen and her daughter Akatsuki, they also arranged family rooms for them and accepted them. Then Pain continued, Suzaku, I heard that you also have a ninjutsu that can summon black ninjas? Pain had to think of attacking the Black Shadow Corps. From the intelligence, he could see that Kushi could summon a large number of Black Shadow Corps, which was simply the best help in launching a war. And Kushi had no intention of concealing the Black Shadow Corps. He also wanted to use it to gain more say in the Akatsuki organization. Yes, I have this kind of ninjutsu. Kushi summoned a Black Shadow soldier and detailed its abilities. The members of Akatsuki organization were happier the more they heard about the fearlessness of death, the ability to gather intelligence, the shadow movement, and loyalty. Please give me a dozen of these little brothers. The The more Black Zetsu listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Many of the Black Shadow Core's abilities seemed to overlap with White Zetsu's, but each had its own advantages and disadvantages, especially its combat power was slightly stronger than White Zetsu's. Great, here comes someone to steal my job. Black Zetsu understood instantly that most of Akatsuki's current activities depended on White Zetsu's intelligence gathering, and even Nagato had to listen to him. Now he has joined an inexplicable Black Shadow Corps to share his functions within the Akatsuki organization. It can do what White Zetsu can do, and it can also do what White Zetsu cannot do. So who do you think Nagato should listen to at that time? Black Zetsu felt a headache, and the difficulty of fooling Nagato increased sharply. He deeply regretted reporting Sakazuki's information. Who knew that the Black Shadow Corps' abilities were similar to those of White Zetsu? No, I have to discuss what to do with him when Obito comes back. This is a very good ninjutsu. I wonder if you are willing to use it to help the Akatsuki organization. I will pay you accordingly. The Akatsuki organization is not very coercive. It respects the privacy of its members, and the members who join have a high degree of independence. Orochimaru also conducted many experiments with the help of Akatsuki. So Nagato planned to exchange with Hisahi, and let the Black Shadow Corps share the functions of White Zetsu. Nagato had always been wary of this creature that found him together with the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, but he did not deal with it because of the irreplaceable reconnaissance ability of White Zetsu. Now that Sakazuki and the Shadow Corps have joined to break the stalemate, Nagato would rather trust Sakazuki, who is wearing a cloak of justice, than trust two cowards who are hiding their true colors. I agree to the leader's request. I don't ask for any reward. As long as you can kill more evil in the world, I will help you for free. Is this guy really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Kakuzu, Orochimaru and others looked at Sakazuki speechlessly. They didn't understand what the latter was thinking. There was no justice in this world. After listening to this, Nagato felt that Sakazuki was more pleasing to the eye. He thought he was a like-minded companion and he couldn't let him suffer any loss. Since you don't have any request yet, just keep it in mind and bring it up when you think of it. So the White Zetsu scattered across the ninja world gained a black colleague. They kept shuttling among the shadows, traveling between the major ninja villages, and delivering information to the Akatsuki organization. Afterwards, Pain met with Kisashi alone and exposed the fact that he knew the transformation technique. Hisashi didn't want to hide it, and confessed to Pain that Sakazuki was just a pseudonym he used to travel the ninja world in order to avoid exposing his identity. Pain did not pursue the matter too much, but simply told Kyuji in disguise that he had the ability to see through transformation techniques, and warned him not to do whatever he wanted. At the same time, wearing a vest is a very common situation in the ninja world. That even if Kisashi has ulterior motives, as a god he is confident that he can suppress them with his thugs. Heading to the room assigned by Akatsuki, Sakazuki was met by Orochimaru, who blocked his way, and the latter stuck out his tongue and licked it excitedly. I wonder where Mr. Sakazuki is from? None of your business. Sakazuki pretended to be uncertain and said that he saw Orochimaru as if he had seen an acquaintance. This made Orochimaru even more certain that Sakazuki was related to Konoha, and he stepped up his testing. But I see that many of the ninjutsu you use come from Konoha. Did my Sarutobi teacher ask you to do this? No comment. Hisashi pretended that the truth had been discovered and left quickly. Orochimaru did not stop him, but stood there and laughed sinisterly. He, we will be together for a long time in the future, Sakazuki. I will learn all your secrets one by one. Whether it was the Uzumaki mother and daughter, the Black Shadow Corps, or the Konoha ninjutsu performed by Kushi, they all made Orochimaru very curious. Who exactly was Kushi? He had never heard of him in Konoha. In the room that Kushi was assigned to, he opened the passage to the Shadow Kingdom. On the other side was a small shop leading to Konoha Shinhiko, and the two sides entered the Shadow Kingdom and started a conversation. It seems that you have established a foothold in Akatsuki. Well, things are much simpler than I thought. It's a pity that I didn't see Uchiha Obito. Hisashi also wanted to see Uchiha Obito's face when he found out that he knew Namikaze Minato's ninjutsu, and he made sure it wasn't too exciting. Jinyan agreed and said he also wanted to meet this romantic ninja. But I want to say one thing, why are you wearing Akainu's clothes? Jinyan pointed at Kisashi. The latter said that in order to make things easier, he couldn't reveal his true identity. Isn't that what all the masterminds in the ninja world do? Without further ado, Jinyan turned the topic to business. After a period of accumulation, Jinyan's emotional value is enough to participate in the silver lottery, and there is still some left. As his order was given, the silver roulette wheel started to move and finally stopped at the logo of a ball of magma in the pirate world. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full set of peak abilities of Akainu Sakazuki from the pirate world. Note, the system has considerably eliminated the host's weakness of the devil fruit being afraid of seawater. It seems that this reward is specially prepared for you. That just fits the identity I'm dressed up as. I can be bolder in doing things in the future. As one of the three admirals in the pirate world and later the admiral of the navy, Akainu's strength is obvious to all, and with the magma fruit, his ability is even more powerful. Although because of the war at the top, Akainu killed Ace and injured Whitebeard, he believes in absolute justice and does things at all costs, which makes many people dislike him. However, as a soldier, Akainu is undoubtedly the most qualified compared to Kizaru, Aokiji and others that he can unswervingly carry out the orders of his superiors and is upright. After receiving the systematic infusion of power, Juzi immediately vented his anger in the Shadow Kingdom. The magma falling from the sky destroyed the floating rocks, and the shadow creatures around were frightened and fled frantically. Fortunately, they were not in the outside world, otherwise it would have made a mess again. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Kushi said that if Kakuzu dared to provoke him again, he would teach him a lesson. After this draw, Jinyan doesn't plan to continue gambling on roulette. He sets his sights on the main Jikaya Sharingan that can be exchanged for the ninja world. In 2 years, it will be the night when the Uchiha clan will be exterminated. Even though Shisui won't die thanks to Jinyan's intervention, Uchiha Itachi cannot open his main Jikaya for the time being. But we still have to guard against the collusion between Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. Even if they don't take action, Jinyan is planning to help speed up the process, and then naturally take Uchiha Suzuki into his pocket. It must be remembered that Jiko is not a good boy if he has not been beaten. After Hisashi withdrew from the Shadow Kingdom, he received a message from Nagato saying that Akatsuki was currently short of manpower and would not assign him a companion for the time being. Instead, Hisashi was asked to go out and find the person himself and bring him back to Akatsuki for testing. Simply put, the Akatsuki organization is not yet the group that the ninja world fears in the future. It is still in the development stage, and Kushi can be said to be half a veteran. In a high tower in Rain Village, Uchiha Obito, wearing a robe and a tiger-striped mask, appeared as the space rotated and twisted. Obito, you went to the Hidden Mist Village to vent your anger again. Black Zetsu knew that Obito was going to the Hidden Mist Village for revenge as usual. They were responsible for Nohara Rin's death. Of course, Uchiha Madara and his were also to blame, but Obito didn't know about it. Therefore, Obito wants the Hidden Mist Village to fall into endless pain and let the blood mist cover the entire Hidden Mist Village. What's the matter that you are looking for me in such a hurry? Obito's low voice sounded. He felt better after venting his anger in the Hidden Mist Village. Something big has happened, blah blah. Black Zetsu gave a detailed explanation, which made Obito realize that a difficult character had come to the Akatsuki organization to steal their job. So it's you who finally brought the trouble upon yourself, Obito said with narrowed eyes and a bad look on his face. Black Zetsu felt very aggrieved after hearing this. Who was he doing this for? Ida s all for Obito s plan, who is the last one in the group. Ida s all for Uchiha Madara s plan. Of course, the ultimate goal is to rescue my mother. He worked so hard running around. Not only did he not get a word of comfort in return, but he also had to endure the pointing and criticizing of this last place person every day, which made Black Zetsu, who had never felt the love of a mother since childhood, very heartbroken. But he still endured it and became more determined to rescue Kagaya at Satsuki, all for his mother. You can't say that Obito. I'm doing this for Madara-sama's infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Besides, don't you have a part in it? I knew that Sakazuki would cause trouble, so I came to discuss it with you. Knowing that what Black Zetsu said made sense, Obito did not pursue the matter too much and started thinking about how to deal with Hisashi. After a long while, Obito replied, let him go for now. The infinite Tsukuyomi project is still in the development stage, so it is not advisable to make too much noise. Besides, isn't that guy fighting for justice? We can use him to help us complete our plan to capture the tailed beasts. Once we succeed, we can just kick him away. Besides, I have the confidence to defeat him. When Obito said this, Black Zetsu raised his hand weakly. But I haven't told you that he can use Flying Thunder God and raise boom. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly burst out with powerful aura, making his robe rustle. Pain sensed that it was Obito's breath but did not take the next action. On the contrary, he was quite happy to see Obito, the mysterious masked man, being humiliated. What did you say? Obito smashed the wall next to him with one punch and recalled the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. He proudly took out his main Jikaya Sharingan and wanted to show it in front of his former teacher, but he didn't expect to be pinned to the ground by Minato Namikaze and almost couldn't come back. Thinking of this, the wounds on my body that have healed seems to be aching again. Obito, calm down. Black Zetsu hurriedly persuaded him, fearing that Obito would go crazy. Flying Thunder God, Raiznan, do you know where he came from? I heard from the surveillance White Zetsu that he came from the direction of the land of fire to the land of grass, and then we found him. Obito forced himself to calm down. Coming from the land of fire, and knowing S-level forbidden techniques, that meant that Konoha's spy could not escape. He didn't expect that Konoha had noticed the Akatsuki organization so early, but their development had just begun and they couldn't arouse too much vigilance from the ninja world, so he could only find a way to divert the ninja world's attention. Although Obito hates Hisahi's ninjutsu combination, he cannot let it ruin his plan of infinite Tsukuyomi. He should wait until infinite Tsukuyomi succeeds and then slowly deal with him. This is not a big deal. Just do as I said before and let him become a member of the infinite Tsukuyomi dream. Black Zetsu did not express any objection. For him, as long as the general direction was correct, it didn't matter if someone like Skarsky popped up. The 57th year of Konoha. This year has been a relatively peaceful year for the ninja world. No large-scale war has broken out, and even the war between Konoha and Iwagakure has come to an end. Konoha fell into peace, and the villagers seem to have forgotten the invasion of the Shadow Ninja 3 years ago. Only the Uchiha clan, their conflicts with Konoha are still accumulating, waiting for the day of complete outbreak until one of the sides is completely eliminated. But the Uchiha also has some eye-catching features, namely Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. During the 3 years, Shisui completed the tasks he accepted very well. He killed vicious criminals everywhere in the Land of Fire, which greatly improved the domestic security. The daimyo praised him highly and was very optimistic about this Uchiha ninja. He wanted to transfer Uchiha Shisui to his side, but unfortunately Konoha and Uchiha did not agree, so he had to give up. This is their talented ninja, how can he be transferred to the daimyo as a bodyguard? With Jinyun's guidance, Shisui's behavior in Konoha was completely different. He would observe the relationship between the village and the Uchiha himself. Compared to the original work, the current Shisui has learned to disguise himself and to lie in front of Konoha, and will not tell all the secrets to the Konoha top leaders. Of course, Shisui was only facing the village on the surface. The Konoha high-level officials were very satisfied with this and believed that Shisui had the potential to be Uchiha Kagami. Even Danzo had to change his opinion of him, and Uchiha Itachi followed his original trajectory and joined Konoha's Umbu after graduation. He became a double agent with the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and was caught in the middle. Whenever this happened, he would ask his mentor Uchiha Shisui. Unlike the original work, the relationship between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi is more like a teacher-student relationship. He found that this younger brother had different ideas from ordinary people and had started thinking about the meaning of life very early. The awkward look of being caught between the village and the family seemed to remind him of his past self. Shisui knew that he couldn't let Uchiha Itachi develop on his own, so he often taught him how to properly handle the relationship between the village and the family. Perhaps due to his limited understanding, Shisui was unable to correct Uchiha Itachi's ideas, but the latter would still follow him and ask him questions with envy. As for Neji, he is 1 year older than Naruto and has already enrolled in school. With Jinyun's guidance, he became a child of other families, with excellent character and academic performance. The elders of the main family of the Hyuga family were all very satisfied with him, believes that Neji can become the future guardian of the main family. Of course, this was due to Jinyun's instructions, and was a disguise for the rest of Konoha to see. Neji's strength has secretly surpassed that of his peers, and he has become a Chunin. Jinyun also let Neji choose from the stolen ninjutsu to learn, and combined with the countless battles that Neji had seen in his dreams, he estimated that he could handle the Jonin on his own. In Neji's opinion, if it wasn't for Jinyun's plan, he wouldn't sit in the classroom with a group of children who are not even genin to listen to the will of fire. Naruto's changes are equally pleasing. Jinyun kept his promise to him. Every year, when Naruto completed the assessment requirements, he would tell him about the death of his parents and the secret of the Jinchuriki. Naruto was shocked when he first heard it and burst into tears, unable to understand why. After seeing this more often, Naruto became silent and lost in his own thoughts. Jinyun finally saw the results of teaching Naruto. The latter no longer kept talking about the will of fire and becoming Hokage. He even learned to hide his emotions when facing the malice of the villagers. The only exception was that Naruto learned to disguise himself in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was still the innocent child who had become Hokage and gained everyone's recognition, but the teacher sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to teach him had long been thrown away somewhere unknown. Naruto had wondered if Jinyun's teachings had an ulterior motive, but what he learned told him that Jinyun was the one who meant business. The third Hokage who often came to visit their home was much more hypocritical. He only said some meaningless words and finally took out a book on the will of fire for him to study. No matter how Naruto looked at it, this behavior seemed like the pyramid scheme taught by Jinyun. Especially the book of Will of Fire, he read it carefully for half the night, and finally he could see from between the lines that the whole book was written with 2 words, eat people. Later, as he learned more and more from Jinyun, he understood the reasons for his parents' sacrifice, everything that happened after he became the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and so on. As Jinyun expected, the will lurking deep within Naruto's body did not come out to disturb him. He could not deal with this subtle influence, nor would he directly control Naruto's consciousness. He would only jump out when Naruto's temperament deteriorated significantly. From then on, Jinyun no longer interfered too much with Naruto's thoughts and only revealed some information to him appropriately. Then basic ninjutsu was added to Naruto's curriculum in preparation for his upcoming enrollment in the ninja school. Hisahi, the clone who joined Akatsuki, also did not stop. Over the past 3 years, he has made full use of the Black Shadow Corps' capabilities to help Akatsuki with reconnaissance, combat, cleaning, etc. They have established themselves as the Black Shadow Ninja in the ninja world, and because they are more like a military in enforcing orders, people usually call them the Black Shadow Corps. As fellow White Zetsu members of the Black Shadow Corps, their shelter was greatly reduced. Heizetsu gnashed his teeth in hatred and cried out that it was a disaster. He once thought about plundering the ownership of the Black Shadow Corps, but found that he had no idea where to start, and all he got was a group of mindless shadows. During this period, Kushi used the magma fruit to lie about lava escape and helped the Akatsuki organization complete a large number of tasks that he gained a lot of emotional points from the enemies, vigorously promoted justice, and maintained his character image. The Akatsuki organization almost thought he was the messenger of justice and would not tolerate any filth in their eyes. The members couldn't help but check themselves to avoid being treated as dirt and cleaned up by Kushi. It's a pity that Juzi's strength reached a bottleneck and stopped at the super shadow level. Of course, Snake still has evil intentions and always tries to get close to Hisahi. Orochimaru saw through that Kushi was not from Konoha. After all, the old man could not have such a talent under his command. As for how Kushi got the ninjutsu, Orochimaru didn't care. So from the initial kidnapping to seeking cooperation after being taught a lesson, Orochimaru has discovered that Kusanaga's body is not ordinary and is much stronger than that of a normal person. Following Orochimaru's wishes, Hisashi agreed to cooperate with him and would provide him with various experimental materials. Correspondingly, Orochimaru must share his experimental results with Kyuji and reduce his contact with Danzo. Having a scientist like Orochimaru can save a lot of emotional value. Hisahi also planned to keep Orochimaru in the Akatsuki organization. In the original work, he was hunted down because of the experimental materials, but now Orochimaru no longer has this concern. Uncle Snake said it was great to have a strong logistics team. With Hisahi's unremitting support, Karen and her daughter also made great progress. Hisashi took out the Uzumaki clan sealing technique that he had prepared for them to learn. Karen's talent was indeed very good, and she completed the teaching plan quickly. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Yuri's potential has been damaged. She lags behind Karen in learning ninjutsu, and her future achievements will be limited. She said that she would be happy to see Karen grow up healthily and did not dare to ask for too much. The 57th year of Konoha. It was a special day for Uzumaki Naruto, as he had reached the age required to enter Konoha. The night before school started, in Naruto's dream, "Tomorrow is your school day, remember to behave well." Jinyan looked at Naruto with satisfaction. After 3 years of continuous efforts, Naruto has been transformed and is completely different from the silly boy in the original book. "I forgot to tell you one thing. Hyaga Niji, who is 1 grade older than you, is your senior. You should have a good exchange with him when you meet him." The 6-year-old Naruto's face has a maturity and calmness that is not in line with his peers, and his body is healthier than that of ordinary people. Naruto looked at the masked Shinhiko in awe. With the help of the latter, he has learned many principles that Sarutobi Hiruzen never taught him over the years, got to know many things he had never seen before, and learned to live on his own. It can be said that Jin Yan was his life mentor and changed his life. "I know, Uncle. I will behave well. I just didn't expect that I have a senior brother in school. I really want to meet him." Naruto didn't seem that enthusiastic about going to school. He would have learned everything the school was going to teach him long ago, if it weren't for the purpose of performing in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, Jinyan advised him to make more friends after going to school, which would be beneficial in the future, so he decided not to go to the ninja school. Jinyan knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would arrange Naruto into Irika's class, whose students were either genius ninjas or descendants of wealthy families, and would be an indispensable part of Naruto's growth. Of course, this time it will be Naruto who will lead everything, and it will not be the turn of other Konoha's weaklings. "Then I'll give you one last gift. Naruto, relax and follow me." Jinyan took Naruto's consciousness and sneaked into the sealed space on the belly, intending to help solve the problem of the 9-tailed fox. Without resisting Jinyan's actions, Naruto arrived at the sealed space between closing and opening his eyes. A narrow, dark sealed place with muddy water underfoot. Looking around, Naruto spotted a giant orange fox imprisoned behind a large fence. It was staring at the two of them with its eyes wide open, bloodshot. The aura of tyranny emanating from his body seemed to be able to affect the minds of others. Facing Naruto's puzzled look, Jinyan explained, "Remember the 9 tails Jinchuriki I told you about? This fox is the 9 tails that is sealed inside you." Naruto stared at the 9 tails with a complicated expression. This was the monster that the villagers of Konoha feared. Jinyan explained the matter of the 9 tails Jinchuriki a long time ago, and that this fox was also responsible for the tragedy that happened to him. But from the beginning to the end, the 9-tailed fox was forced, whether it was fighting or sealing. Actually, you can't blame him, he has the same experience as you. Including when I was teaching you ninjutsu, the problem of unstable chakra in your body was also caused by the interference of the 9 tails chakra. Naruto suddenly realized that when he was practicing ninjutsu, he always felt that the chakra in his body was difficult to control and was running around. Jinyan also told him the reason, but he didn't expect it to be the big fox trapped in front of him. Naruto continued to listen to Jinyan's story, and the latter had already made it clear that he wanted to help him deal with the influence of the 9 tails. Kuwabai heard Jinyan mumbling behind the fence. He was secretly surprised at how the masked human knew so much, even knowing how to secretly release chakra to affect the Jinchuriki, but he felt that it was not the two Uchiha guys who knew this. After explaining everything that happened to Naruto because of the Nine Tails, Jinyan said, I didn't deal with the Nine Tails before because of training. Now I will help you deal with him as a gift for school. Kuwabai was immediately displeased when he heard Jinyan's promise. These ignorant humans actually claim to want to solve their own problems. Who does he think I am? I am the most powerful tailed beast. Apart from the two monsters, the Senju and Uchiha, I am not afraid of anyone. Roar! The Nine Tails roared loudly, attracting the attention of Jinyan and Naruto. He said fiercely, foolish human, wait until you have seen how powerful I am. Can you still talk big here? I will kill everyone in Konoha, including you and the Jinchuriki brat. The Nine Tails' harsh words did not cause any ripples in Jinyan and Naruto. Uncle, is what he said true? Can he kill everyone in Konoha? Naruto asked with innocent eyes. Of course it's fake, otherwise Kuwabai would be imprisoned here. The nine-tailed fox's rapidly rising momentum suddenly dissipated, and it became extremely angry. It grabbed the cage, wanting very much to rush out and teach the annoying little devil a lesson. But who knew Jinyan would change the subject? I know you really want to rush out and teach me a lesson, so I'll give you a chance. If you win, I'll set you free. While saying this, Jinyan displayed the four-symbol seal in his hand, indicating that he has the ability to release the Nine Tails. But if you lose, you must cooperate with Naruto, and I will also give you freedom. Kuwabai scratched his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. No matter whether you win or lose, you can gain your freedom, which is not a loss in any way. Jinyan is so nice that I can't bear to beat him to death. How about being gentler later? Humans, you can't go back on your words once they've been spoken. I mean what I say. Don't resist later. Let's change the battlefield. Following Jinyan's command, the shadow on the ground wrapped around the nine-tailed fox like a rope, and its huge body sank into the black shadow swamp. Jiwei was surprised at what this method was and had never heard of it before, but his body remained honest and did not move rashly. He believed that Jinyan would not play any tricks. Then Jinyan took Naruto into the long black shadow passage and came to the Black Shadow Kingdom. Feeling weightlessness, Nine-Tailed Fox discovered that he had come to an unfamiliar place, and quickly controlled his body to swing towards the floating rocks. Where is this place, human? Kuwabai found that this place was not like the ninja world. There was an unknown force in the air that was invading his consciousness and body, but the speed was very slow. Again, promise me and I'll tell you. After putting Naruto in a safe place, Jinyan flew in front of the Nine Tails. Humanity, die. Seeing that Jinyan refused to say more, Kuwabai lifted up the hill and raised his huge fist to pound Jinyan into the ground. With his wings spread out behind him, Jinyan dodged the fist while flapping his wings, leaving behind shattered floating rocks. Then his right fist exploded with high temperature, and magma dripped from his fist. Try this move, Big Fire Breath. The magma fist quickly grew larger and smashed towards the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails thought it was a ninjutsu similar to the dissolution escape technique and did not dare to take it head-on. Its tail flew and swept the surrounding floating rocks to block it, but it was dissolved by the magma. Seeing this, Kuwabai was glad that he made the right decision. If his beautiful fur had been stained by the lava, it might have been destroyed. The hot magma still remained on the floating rock, and the nine-tailed fox did not dare to get close to it. Among the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku is the best at fighting alone. After all, he knows sealing techniques, while the other tailed beasts rely heavily on the Jinchuriki to fight. Without the Jinchuriki, his means of attack would be greatly limited. Apart from using his huge body as a weapon, he could only release the tailed beast ball to bombard. Naruto, who was far away, saw the battle between Jinyan and the Nine Tails with envy. Such a powerful battle is probably much greater than that of Konoha Ninja. When will I be able to fight as I please? The Nine Tails opened its mouth wide, and the yin and yang chakra gathered in its mouth, mixed and compressed into a super dense ball. The moment the tailed beast ball was ejected, even Jinyan felt a sense of threat. So he simply formed seals with his hands and slapped them on the ground. Jinyan opened the rift between the Shadow Kingdom and reality, and summoned the psychic item. Boom! One after another, gates engraved with demons and monsters rose from the ground, blocking the direction of the tailed beast ball. The powerful explosive force instantly knocked down 4 gates. As the last gate stubbornly held on, the tailed beast ball changed direction, flew far away and caused a violent explosion. The heaven and earth were shaking, and there was a violent wind pressure. Naruto immediately hid behind a rock and lay on the ground to avoid being blown away by the hurricane. When everything calmed down, a large blank area was left nearby. The huge pumice stone disappeared, leaving only some stone debris floating. Naruto stared at the battlefield in shock, his heart pounding. It is unbelievable that the masked uncle could block such a powerful ninjutsu. Maybe it is really possible to defeat the Nine Tails. Human, how do you know this ninjutsu? Kuwabai angrily recalled the bad memory. The man who said he was too strong while holding himself with one hand was as annoying as Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect that the masked man in front of me also knew the 5-level Rashomon. Is he one of his tribesmen? Thanks to Kyuji's talent, he has reached the Super Cage level in 3 years and learned many ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. With the ability shared, Jinyan wouldn't have to spend too much effort to use those powerful ninjutsu. Of course I am a genius and I learned it myself. Anyway, the clone is mine, Jinyan added secretly. You shameless human, let's see how many of them you can stop. The nine tails condensed several tailed beast balls to block Jin Yan's escape direction. He didn't believe that the latter could block all the attacks. He pulled out a shuriken from his bag, which was engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique, and threw it around. The familiar starting move made Nine-Tailed Fox pause. This seems to be the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God. Could it be that he can also fly the Thunder God? He knows everything. Did he rob Konoha's collection of ninjutsu? Likewise, Kyuubi was also surprised at Jinyan's talent. Because human energy is limited, powerful ninjas are specialized in one or two ninjutsu. But looking at Jinyan, it seems that he has a backup plan. As the nine tails had expected, several tailed beast balls flew out with a breath of destruction. Before they exploded, Jinyan used the Flying Thunder God to take them all away to a far place. When they exploded, it was as if little suns were born. The nine tails was going crazy. Which evil guy created the Flying Thunder God, which was as annoying as the Uchiha? Without Flying Thunder God, this human has no chance of catching the tailed beast ball intact. Jinyan did not stop while the nine-tailed fox was stunned. He raised both hands high, and the lava flew out of his hands, flying into the sky like a rocket, and then falling like a meteor. The breath of destruction awakened Nine-Tailed Fox. With his huge body, he had no way to avoid the lava meteors in the sky. Feeling sorry for his fur, Nine-Tailed Fox picked up the floating rocks to resist. When the floating rocks around were consumed, the Nine-Tailed Fox had no choice but to raise its tail to resist. The weight of the lava caused Nine-Tailed Fox's body to sink, and then a strong burning sensation gradually came from his tail. His fur was burned through, and bursts of meaty aroma wafted everywhere. The nine-tailed fox hurriedly shook off the lava that was stuck to its tail to prevent continued penetration. The tailed beasts are a collection of chakra. Although the burnt fur will recover later, the nine-tailed fox is still grimacing with anger. The man with the fur mask who had maintained it for so many years dared to destroy it. This human must be taught a lesson. He glanced around Kyuubi to find Jinyan's location, and was shocked to find that the latter had disappeared. In a panic, Kyuubi turned on his malicious perception and found Jinyan underneath him. Armed iron fist. The pitch-black armament haki covered Shinjuko's arm, making it as hard as steel, and he aimed at the Kyuubi's chin. From Naruto's perspective, it seemed like a tiny person was trying to knock down the mountain-sized nine-tails with one punch. Bang! With no time to dodge, the nine-tailed fox was hit on the chin by the rising dragon's fist, causing its brain to shut down. Its body fell backwards and onto the ground, causing a violent vibration. It took a while for the fallen nine-tailed fox to come back to its senses from the dizziness, and found that Jinyan was already stepping on his chest, holding the magma-fruited hell dog in his right hand and threatening him. How about it? Are you convinced now? Kyuubi wanted to say that it was okay to not accept, but Jinyan's lava fist told him that it might leave a big hole in his body, and he could then be remade, so he had to surrender. I'm convinced, okay? Kyuubi shook his head, looking very reluctant. Jinyan knew that Kyuubi was an old tsundere, so he turned around and asked the Black Shadow Corps to bring Naruto over so that the two could get along well. Uncle Mask, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The Nine Tails is a tailed beast that even its father, the fourth Hokage, had to pay with his life to seal. I didn't expect that this uncle could defeat it alone. Don't worry, you will become just as powerful in the future. Now, let's get to know your tenant. Jinyan left space for Naruto and Nine Tails, allowing the two to have a good communication. With Bei Tianzui around, he didn't worry about any problems. As expected, the two got along well, and the Kyuubi promised to cooperate with Naruto. Hey, masked human, what did you promise me? With the support of the Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails has more confidence. Although he cannot defeat Jinyan at the moment, when he is older, he can instigate Naruto to teach Jinyan a lesson and make him beg for mercy at his feet. Of course I remember. If you want freedom, then put on this mask. Jinyan took out General Bart's Hyuden mask and gave it to Kyuubi. Sensing the aura of the Shadow Kingdom contained in the yellow mask, Kyuubi became a little angry. Human, what do you mean by taking out the mask? Didn't you say you would let me out? The mask in front of him looked more like a device to control people. Of course it's true, but if you lose you only get limited freedom. This mask will allow you to enter and exit the Shadow Kingdom freely, and then you can appear in the ninja world through the passage. Doesn't this also give you freedom? Of course, put on the mask. As long as you don't make trouble, I won't interfere with your actions. The most important thing is that the mask can help you resist the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jinyan's series of verbal bombardment left Kyuubi speechless, especially the last sentence. Are you kidding? The mask will help resist the control of the kaleidoscope? Why would I lie to you if you were defeated by me? Besides, you are not Kyuubi. Do you want to be controlled by the kaleidoscope again? Jinyan really didn't intend to control the Nine Tails with the mask, he just did this just in case. Kyuubi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but stopped himself. If it was really as Jin said, it seemed that the mask was worth wearing. He really wanted to see the wonderful expression on the other side's face after Uchiha's Mangekyo became ineffective. Naruto listened to the conversation between the two and observed the Black Shadow General's mask with curiosity. He had heard rumors that Konoha was attacked by shadow ninjas, but he didn't expect it was done by an uncle. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't have many feelings for Konoha now, so he wouldn't report it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just let Konoha guess slowly. In the end, Kyuubi put on the General Bart mask and felt the mask's unconscious influence on him, but luckily Jinyan stopped it. The enhancement brought by the mask is also limited. After all, the tailed beast itself is very powerful. In addition to the emotional value provided by the nine-tailed fox, Jinyan was happy that General Bart's wings, the nine-tailed fox, could also be used. In other words, the Nine Tails is no longer an immobile turret, but has become a mobile firepower in the air, and the threat to the major ninja villages has increased sharply. The next day was the day Naruto officially went to school. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, had to give a speech at the beginning of the school day, Naruto went to school alone. Naruto got up early in the morning and got ready. He combed his hair like an adult and put on handsome clothes, looking a bit like his father Minato Namikaze. Thanks to Jinyan's teaching, Naruto learned to clean the room, cook, and maintain his image. The sloppy Naruto in the original work is gone forever. Looking in the mirror, Naruto said to himself, "Masked uncle, I'm going to school." Soon Naruto went to the ninja school alone. What caught my eye were the villagers and ninjas of Konoha who came with their children to sign up. Don't misunderstand that they have not been tested and therefore are not eligible for admission. A villager of Konoha who was chatting and laughing with an acquaintance suddenly saw a familiar figure, but couldn't remember where he had seen him, so he asked his friend, "By the way, do you know that yellow-haired kid? I feel like I've seen him somewhere." His friend looked in the direction he pointed and also found Naruto, but he also couldn't remember where he had seen him before and just felt inexplicably disgusted with him. For the past 3 years, Naruto planned his travel schedule and went to Jinyan shop and Ichiraku ramen for meals. He has rarely appeared in front of the villagers of Konoha, so it's no wonder they can't remember him. Naruto didn't give the villagers time to think and quickly headed to the registration location. "Hello Ninja-sama, I am the new student here to register, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto smiled gently and handed over the registration materials. The ninja was distracted for a moment, and the kid smiled so warmly. No, the ninja shook off the random thoughts in his mind, stared at Naruto's registration materials, and suddenly realized, "Are you that demon fox?" The quiet sound attracted the attention of several people nearby. They also recalled the disgusting little fox demon that everyone hated. They didn't expect that he was standing right in front of them, but they didn't recognize him at first glance. "Humph, little fox demon, who allowed you to come here? Go away, you are not welcome here." Several ninjas on duty had displeasure on their faces and whispered to drive them away. They did not dare to attract the attention of the people around them. If the matter got out of hand, it would be difficult for them. "Have you thought it through, Ninja-sama? Has Hokage-sama approved my going to school, or can you disobey Hokage-sama's orders at will?" Evil little fox demon. It was actually in the name of Hokage-sama. Several ninjas had gloomy faces. They were actually threatened by him and they were unable to resist. The ninja went through Naruto's registration procedures with strong dissatisfaction. Seeing the slow pace of the person registering behind him, his emotions immediately found an outlet. "Is the one behind you a turtle? If you don't want to sign up, get out of here." Everyone was so scared that they rushed forward, but they were thinking in their hearts, "Why are you rushing like that? Did your wife run away with someone?" Not long after, the enrollment registration for Konoha village was completed. Next is the entrance test, and only those who pass the test can be considered official students. The ninja school teacher called the registered students to the playground, where Naruto met many people of his age. There are ninjas and civilians, and once the assessment is over they will go their separate ways. Everyone, listen carefully. The entrance test is divided into 3 stages: chakra talent test, physical fitness test, and cultural test. Anyone who fails will lose the qualification for admission. Now line up and those whose names are called will come forward for the test. After the rules were explained, the candidates lined up casually to wait for the test. The first stage of the test is very simple. The teacher will touch the candidate to sense whether the body can refine chakra and what the talent is. Those who cannot pass this level will have no hope for the rest. The second stage of the physical fitness test involves candidates running to observe their physical conditions. The final stage is the cultural assessment, which tests the candidate's ninja common sense. Naruto observed the levels of the test students from behind and could only say that there was a serious polarization. Ninja students rarely fail in chakra talent and running. The test results for civilians were horrible, with many people failing the chakra talent test. He fell to the ground after running a few laps on the playground, as if he was going to die in the next second. But there was still someone who caught Naruto's attention. Yamanaka Ino's chakra talent and physical fitness are qualified. Akimichi Chuji has a qualified chakra talent and a qualified physical fitness. These people must be the descendants of the Konoha noble families that the masked uncle mentioned. In the process of teaching Naruto, Jinyan also popularized the village structure of Konoha to facilitate his behavior and communication in the ninja school, so Naruto had already memorized the situation of the village. Naruto Uzumaki is next. The examiner frowned, obviously having heard of the rumors about the demon fox, but still checked Naruto's chakra talent out of professional ethics. Passed. Next is the physical fitness test. Naruto stood at the starting line with a group of examines. Many people are eager to get first place in the test, or even attract the attention of the Hokage and enter the best class. Just as they were daydreaming, the examiner gave the order to start running. Before they could react, they were far behind others and they hurriedly tried their best to catch up. The above behavior is undoubtedly stupid in the eyes of the children of the Konoha ninja clan. I try my best just to show off. The exam requires passing, not getting first place. Suddenly, with a whoosh sound, a figure quickly passed by the crowd and ran towards the first one. Looking closely, it was the golden-haired Naruto Uzumaki. The children of the Konoha ninja clan had never communicated with Naruto, because the adults had warned them not to get close to Naruto so as not to cause unnecessary trouble, but it also allowed them to get to know Naruto in an alternative way. Does this guy also like to be in the spotlight? In fact, Naruto doesn't like to be in the spotlight. He is more than capable of taking first place, and he doesn't care if the Hokage pays attention to him, so he doesn't need to hide his strength like other ninja children. In the past 3 years, Jinyan taught Naruto more than just knowledge. For in order to lay a solid foundation, he let Naruto perform well in front of the third Hokage, gaining many benefits, which became Naruto's capital to become stronger. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Uzumaki Naruto has become an obedient, sensible, and motivated child. Uchiha Sasuke, who was behind, originally wanted to take first place with a final burst of speed, but who knew that Chang Yaejin would appear halfway and rush to the finish line at such a fast speed. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, and with an outstanding brother, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke would not allow himself to be anything but number one. So he adjusted his breathing, and instantly accelerated to overtake a large group of people and chase after Naruto, who was leading the group. Another one? Do you all want to be number one? The actions of the two disrupted the plans of Koji Akimichi and others who were hiding their strength. Under the influence of the herd, many candidates sped up and tried to catch up, forcing steady candidates like Nara Shikamaru to speed up. After all, hiding one's strength means being at the bottom. Sasuke was very unhappy now that he had tried his best to catch up, but every time he was about to overtake Naruto, the latter would speed up a little bit and was always faster than him. Damn, did this guy do this on purpose? Sasuke was furious and could only watch Naruto get first place, and he got second place. When all the tests were over and the candidates were waiting for the results to be released, Sasuke called Naruto and said to him, "Hey, are you Uzumaki Naruto? Don't be so proud, I will surpass you next time." Looking at Sasuke with a proud look on his face, Naruto smiled. "Uchiha Sasuke, right, from the moment you said this, you are destined to chase me for the rest of your life." Too arrogant. Sasuke wanted to punch Naruto in that annoying face, but for some reason he couldn't bring himself to do it. Damn it, just wait for your defeat at my hands. Sasuke still didn't fight with Naruto, and left with anger. Naruto watched the latter's receding back with great interest. Sasuke was completely different from the Uchiha he usually saw. Interesting Uchiha. Thanks to the expedited approval of the ninja school teachers and the small number of admitted students, the entrance exam results were released very quickly. A large group of parents and children gathered around the list to look for the names of the candidates for admission. Some were disappointed, some were happy. Naruto stood behind and watched from a distance, not squeezing forward. If someone recognized him, there would probably be screams. As expected, his name topped the list. The second place was Uchiha Sasuke's name, and the top 10 were basically occupied by the Konoha ninja clan. Then came the speech of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the process of preparing, received Uzumaki Naruto's score and was filled with satisfaction. Naruto's performance is so outstanding that it is worth all the resources he has invested in the past few years. In addition, Naruto has always listened to him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have seen the moment when the Nine Tails Jinchuriki became Konoha's strongest helper and protected the village. Standing on the podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen began his speech. "Classmates, you are all the future of Konoha. The will of fire. For Konoha." The Hokage's speech triggered emotions among most of the freshmen below. They all looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with admiration, as if they were looking up to the greatest Hokage. However, Naruto below didn't think so. He had already understood the so-called will of fire with just a few words. It is said that for the sake of the new green leaves, the older generation must sacrifice to protect their growth. But what Naruto saw was that the new generation was sacrificed, while the old generation was still living in good health. The meticulous care for the new generation in the will of fire is simply the strongest brainwashing ninjutsu for this group of ninjas who only learn how to fight. In fact, except for the civilian ninjas, the descendants of the ninja clan had no reaction to Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech at all, and just responded with a few words occasionally. After the Hokage finished his speech, Naruto was assigned to Umino Irika's class. When he walked into the classroom, he found that the seats were almost full, with only one empty seat next to the tsundere named Uchiha Sasuke. I don't know if it's because it's too cold and others don't sit next to him for fear of getting cold. Thinking of this, Naruto walked to the seat next to Sasuke and sat down, attracting the attention of the freshmen around him. "How dare you sit with that Uchiha?" In their eyes, Uchiha members are difficult to approach and they cannot talk to each other. Pink-haired Sakura was extremely jealous when she saw this and had a crazy monologue in her heart. Damn, he actually let this yellow-haired guy sit next to Uchiha, how dare he? But if you look closely, he seems quite handsome too. Who should I choose? Unlike the original, Hyuga Hinata stayed silently in her seat. There was no scenario in which she was bullied on that snowy day, and Naruto did not stand up for her. The two of them were like strangers, and it was unknown whether they would ever meet again in the future. Seeing the arrogant number one sitting next to him, Sasuke crossed his arms, snorted, and turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to Naruto. Unexpectedly, the latter was not embarrassed at all, but instead came closer. I haven't asked you what your name is yet, Uchiha Kid. Stay away from me, you bastard. Sasuke quickly pushed Naruto away, and felt the warmth from Naruto, and his face turned red. Looking back, I wondered if it was too much to treat new classmates like this. So he answered, Uchiha Sasuke. After giving a simple answer, Sasuke sat in his seat with a grim look on his face. When Naruto saw him, he didn't ask much, but just thought Uchiha Sasuke was quite interesting. He stared quietly at the information in his hand, which showed a photo of Naruto with a gentle smile. Iruka was in mixed emotions. His parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and now the kid known as the Demon Fox came to his class. He wanted to hate but couldn't. After all, Naruto was just a child and he couldn't bring his emotions towards the murderer to him. Iruka was lost in inner thought, and suddenly recalled what Sarutobi Hiruzen had told him. As a teacher, he should guide his students well. Naruto needs affection. Uzumaki Naruto, let's make some contact first. Holding the documents tightly in his hand, Iruka adjusted his expression and walked into the classroom with a smile. Hello, students. I am your homeroom teacher, Omino Iruka. Please give me your guidance in your future studies. Now please introduce yourselves so that the students can get to know each other. Teacher, why don't you introduce yourself first? Yamanaka Ino raised her hand to remind. Omino Iruka smiled and said, I'm sorry for the oversight, teacher. Let me introduce myself first. Omino Iruka, Konoha Chunin, dreams of becoming an excellent teacher. His favorite food is Ichiraku ramen, and his disliked food is mixed rice. A simple sentence introduced the teacher's basic situation to the freshmen. With such an introduction, some students volunteered to stand up, and the remaining freshmen followed suit. Hinata Hyuga, my dream is to be as good as brother Neji, I like. Naruto didn't expect that Hinata was actually his senior sister. She seemed a little introverted. He wondered what kind of personality senior Neji had. The self-introductions of other freshmen were pretty standard, all about becoming Hokage, protecting the village and family, being powerful ninjas, etc. Naruto was bored until Uchiha Sasuke came on stage and gave a cool introduction. Uchiha Sasuke, his dream is to become a stronger ninja than his brother. Now he has an additional goal of defeating Uzumaki Naruto. He likes Katsuobushi rice balls and hates Naruto. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a scream from the audience. Wow, Sasuke-kun is so handsome. The cool look is awesome. The boys immediately covered their ears as they couldn't stand the girls' high notes. At the same time, he said angrily to Sasuke, who was trying to attract girls, Tisk, isn't he just handsome? What's the use? Being a ninja still depends on strength. Not wanting to pay any attention to the students below, Sasuke returned to his position superior, and Naruto stood up and walked to the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become a powerful ninja that surpasses the Hokage. I like people who get along with me in a friendly way and I hate people who are hostile to me. Naruto mixed some water in his self-introduction to prevent Omino Iruka from reporting it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, surpassing Naruto is also related to Naruto, so it is unknown what will happen next. It just so happened that Omino Iruka imagined what Naruto said. Aiming for Hokage? Is it also because of the influence of the fox demon rumor that you want to gain everyone's recognition? After some analysis, Omino Iruka understood what Naruto meant. The environment of Konoha had a significant impact on him. His sadness should have been hidden under the sun. He had to endure so much malice at such a young age. I have to say that Iruka is a qualified teacher who truly cares about his students. His complicated gaze gradually became firm, and he secretly vowed to help Naruto gain everyone's recognition and not let Naruto go astray. Before school was over, Omino Iruka did not assign any homework, as the new students always had to be given some time to adapt to the new semester. Sasuke sat in his seat, but kept staring at Naruto out of the corner of his eyes until the get out of class was over. Sasuke, what do you mean by staring at me? Don't leave after school. I want to compete with you again in the grove of Konoha's training ground. This time it's a real fight. Is this how you ask people to do things? Naruto said to Sasuke with a smile. Then Naruto, can you please compete with me again after school? Sasuke suppressed his emotional outburst, gritted his teeth and fiercely said the word please, planning to teach Naruto a lesson later. After agreeing to Sasuke's request, Naruto packed up and set off with Sasuke. Sakura, who was still sitting in her seat, watched the entire conversation between Naruto and Sasuke. She pulled her deskmate Yamanaka Ino over and hurried to catch up. Come on, Inobor, let's go see what Naruto and Sasuke are going to do. Ino shook Sakura's hand away, rather disgustedly broad-forward. Are you a stalker? You follow them home after school. Sakura didn't care. Instead she said in a slightly seductive tone, don't you want to see what two handsome guys do after school? Ino stopped packing and thought for a moment, but couldn't resist the temptation of the handsome guy and accepted Sakura's invitation. The grove at the Konoha training ground. Sasuke dropped his backpack and threatened to defeat Naruto for the glory of Uchiha. Then let me see what you can do, Uchiha Sasuke. So the two of them started fighting in the grove, and Sakura and Ino were peeping from behind a big tree not far away. Inobo, do you want to stop these two from fighting? Idiot broad-forward, Naruto and Sasuke are sparring, we don't need to stop them. The noise they made grew louder and louder, and even Naruto and Sasuke, who were sparring, heard them, but they ignored them. Sasuke took out his shuriken and used Uchiha fluid techniques. As the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, he received elite education since childhood and had mastered basic physical techniques to great proficiency. His punches and kicks were full of power, coupled with the continuous slashing of shurikens. Any other freshman would have been defeated after just a few moves. But Naruto is different. He has been exposed to a lot of physical skills and basic ninjutsu since he was a child. His starting point is higher than Sasuke. It is impossible to defeat him. Holding the shuriken, Sasuke slashed left and right. Naruto found the right moment to grab his wrist and kicked out with his right foot. Sasuke quickly jumped up and did a backflip, and moved behind Naruto. The huge inertia made it difficult for Naruto to keep his body steady, so he turned around. Call! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sasuke stabbed Naruto with his shuriken, but the latter did not dodge and was hit by a shuriken. Sakura and Ino, who were hiding behind a tree, discovered that Naruto seemed injured, and rushed out to stop him. Stop it now, stop hitting me. Sasuke was also shocked. Why didn't Naruto dodge? He wanted to defeat Naruto, but not kill him. Bang! What they didn't expect was that a cloud of white smoke burst out from Naruto's body, a piece of wood fell out, and his real body disappeared from the spot. Substitution technique. How is that possible? As we all know, the three body techniques is one of the graduation requirements of Konoha Ninja School. Learning these three ninjutsu means that most of the studies are completed and you can prepare for graduation. But that was the result of their graduation after 6 years, while Naruto learned it at the beginning of school. Is the gap so big? Nothing is impossible. Lie down, sussy. The two Narutos appeared in front of Sasuke at the same time, and punched him in the stomach before he could react, causing Sasuke to fall to his knees in pain. Sakura and Ino hurried over to help Sasuke up, concerned about his condition. But Sasuke would not accept such concern. He shook off the two of them and forced himself to stand up and look at Naruto. You win today. Just wait. When we get back, I will train hard to defeat you, Naruto, and make you kneel before me. After making his vow, Sasuke turned and left. His pride as an Uchiha did not allow him to accept help from Sakura and Ino. What he needed more was to go back to Uchiha Itachi to train more and become stronger. Looking at the worried Sakura and Ino, Naruto started chatting with the two girls and gradually became familiar with them. After the contact, Ino gave him a better impression, while Sakura was much worse. The two chased Naruto and asked him how he could now know the three-body technique. Naruto simply used the one taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen to fool them. In fact, Jinyan had already taught Naruto the three-body technique, but it was very unstable due to the influence of the Nine Tails chakra. Fortunately, before school started, Yin helped him solve the problem of the Nine Tails, so now Naruto's ninjutsu can be used much more smoothly. And in a place where the three of them could not see, a pair of eyes were silently watching them, like a machine without emotions, and even the nine-tailed fox's perception of good and evil did not detect it. Jinyan's shop. In the past 3 years, Jinyan has gained a lot of emotional points, most of which come from Naruto and Shisui on the Konoha side. In the ninja world, Kyuji is busy infiltrating the Akatsuki organization, and he is able to come into contact with many important people. Through the missions of the Akatsuki organization, Hisahi also gained quite a reputation in the ninja world. Many people know that there is a justice messenger in the ninja world who specializes in judging evildoers. He has a powerful love-release ninjutsu, and the atmosphere in the ninja world seems to have become a lot cleaner because of it. Jinyan's emotional value is still a little far from exchanging for items above the 6 paths, but he now plans to exchange for a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan first, in preparation for dealing with the Uchiha clan. I believe that with their contribution, we will soon be able to collect the emotional points needed to exchange for the 6 items. System, exchange me for a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. Ding, the host's Mangekyo Sharinan has arrived. Jinyan felt his eyes getting hot, and then a slight stinging pain. When he took out the mirror to look, the kaleidoscope in his eyes looked like a curved and elongated shuriken with 5 black dots inserted in the gaps. Congratulations to the host for opening the kaleidoscope and obtaining the pupil technique mastered Tsuiko no Ming and Oanama no Ming based on his own wishes. Jinyan immediately clicked on the system's introduction page and browsed through his kaleidoscope's abilities. The big acupoint on the left eye, Mao Chi Ming, can create a solid protective space barrier around you, and you can also enter the space inside it. The right eye is the wonderful hand of Tsuiko Ming. What the enemy sees is false, but they will believe it. What the user says is the truth, and he can turn nothing into something. Both pupil techniques rely on the strength of pupil power and cannot be used at will. The left eye's pupil technique is more like a defensive ninjutsu, while the right eye's pupil technique is similar to an illusion, but more powerful. Then Jinyan ran out of the village and opened Susanoo directly far away from Konoha. The white Susanoo skeleton rose from the ground. Jinyan only opened a first stage ordinary skeleton, he still wanted to test his limits. With the increasing input of pupil power, Susanoo quickly passed the second stage and reached the third stage. With a white skeleton covered in flesh and blood and a spear in his hand, one can already vaguely see the majestic appearance of Susanoo. Jinyan felt a stinging pain in his eyes. This should be his limit now. Thanks to his strong physique, Jinyan does not feel any pressure when he opens Susanoo, but his strength will be affected. Akaina's physique is indeed strong, but compared to Hashirama's cells, he lacks certain characteristics in the ninja world. Therefore, Jinyan planned to study the refinement of yin-yang release, and discuss the research on Hashirama's cells with Orochimaru, in order to make preparations for both situations. A few days ago, Sasuke dared to go home only after he had treated the marks of fighting on his body. He didn't want his parents to find out that he lost to Naruto. Sasuke still remembers his father's disappointed look very clearly. So Sasuke wanted to find Itachi to help him become stronger, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi was on a mission. Helplessly, when Itachi came back, Sasuke ran towards Itachi like a wild horse. "Unii-san, you are finally back. Please teach me how to become stronger." Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was full of hope, Itachi showed a gentle smile on his tired face and pointed his finger at Sasuke's forehead. "I'm so sorry, forgive me Sasuke, maybe next time." Sasuke also noticed Itachi's fatigue, but still lowered his head in disappointment. His brother was always like this. Suddenly Naruto's appearance appeared in his mind. Somehow Sasuke did not agree to Itachi as usual, but instead he mustered up the courage. "Brother, I have met a powerful opponent and need to defeat him. Please teach me how to become stronger." Itachi paused after walking around Sasuke. He turned around and saw his brother with a determined look in his eyes. He was stunned. Sasuke is different now than before, this is the first time this has happened. "Okay, I'll take some time to teach you." Itachi agreed to Sasuke's request, and somehow he didn't want to refuse this time. "Really? Thank you, brother. I will definitely defeat Naruto." "Is it an opponent called Naruto?" Itachi remembered the man who made his brother work hard to become stronger, and then after a short rest, he took Uchiha Sasuke to the training ground. In Jinyan's shop, Naruto met the senior brother the masked uncle mentioned, and unexpectedly he was a member of the Hyuga branch family. He asked curiously, "Brother Neji, what are you going to do with your caged bird seal? I heard it can decide the life or death of a branch family member." "It's just a way for the main family to enslave the branch family. I will return it to those old guys in the main family in the future." There was a cold light in Neji's eyes, and he remembered the corrupt main family firmly. His strength is not yet enough to deal with those old guys. In a few years, he will take revenge with his own hands and get back what he deserves. The two of them just met briefly to get to know each other. After all, it's better for Hinata and Jinchuriki not to come into contact with each other. If they are discovered by the people who are watching them, they will inevitably get into trouble. Walking on the street, Naruto seemed to be going home, but in fact, part of his mind was talking to the Nine Tails. With Jinyan's help, the relationship between the man and the fox has improved a lot, and Naruto can even roughly control his transformation into a tailed beast. "Naruto, there are root members following you and they are using genjutsu on you." "Got it, Kurama." It was this group of root ninjas who had spied on Naruto at the training grounds a few days ago. They had already been spotted by Jinyan near the shop, but Jinyan had planned to let Naruto handle it himself. Over the years, Naruto has performed well in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing that Naruto was so wise, the latter reduced the number of Umbu monitoring him, giving Danzo's root an opportunity to take advantage. Those ninjas were still at the stage when Naruto was still unable to control the Nine Tails, so they secretly used illusions to lead Naruto to the root base of the Forest of Death, making it easier for Lord Danzo to capture the Jinchuriki. But they didn't expect that Naruto was already getting along well with the Nine Tails, and the so-called illusion was completely ineffective. So Naruto went with the flow and pretended to be deceived by an illusion and went to the Forest of Death. In the dark forest, Lord Danzo, who has not yet put on bandages, is anxiously waiting for the Jinchuriki to arrive. Danzo has had a very difficult time these years. Shisui's eyes didn't fall on his hands. Orochimaru is working with Kyuji in the Akatsuki organization and has not contacted him for a long time. The Uchiha clan has not been exterminated yet, so there is no hope for the Sharingan. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that he was overreaching and secretly suppressed the root, making his life extremely difficult. So Danzo targeted the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and took advantage of the time when the Umbu changed guards to use illusion to control Naruto and bring him to the Forest of Death. He wanted to control the Jinchuriki in his own hands and gain the right to speak in Konoha. By then, the matter would be done and Sarutobi Hiruzen would have no choice but to agree. After all, he was the master of the Jinchuriki. Danzo, who was lost in fantasy, was awakened by footsteps and saw the root members arriving with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Master Danzo, the mission has been accomplished. Very good, you go down first and get ready. I will immediately control the Jinchuriki before Hiruzen can react. After the root personnel received the order and went down to prepare for the experiment, Danzo looked at the absent-minded Naruto with a face full of longing. Jinchuriki, it's finally in my hands. Humph, cowardly Hiruzen, you're still playing house with the Jinchuriki. Today I will turn the Jinchuriki into the most obedient weapon. Danzo stretched out his hand to grab Naruto, but the latter's confusion faded from his face and turned into a sneer. Old man, I heard it all. What? You? Danzo was shocked. The Jinchuriki was not controlled by the illusion. Could he use the power of the Nine Tails? Danzo's outstretched hand paused slightly, then stopped thinking and quickly grabbed the celebrity, resulting in a cloud of smoke. Old man, this is the clone I prepared in advance. I won't approach you defenselessly. Naruto taunted while standing on the tree. Danzo felt embarrassed after being teased by a little Jinchuriki, and immediately gave orders with a gloomy face. Root personnel, gather and capture the Jinchuriki immediately. Yes, Master Danzo. The Umbu hidden in the surroundings jumped out and vaguely surrounded Naruto on the tree. Little devil, I don't know how you escaped from the control of the illusion, but since you are here, I will not let you get away. In Konoha village, the ninja who was changing guard had discovered that the Jinchuriki was missing. Sensing that something bad was about to happen, he used all his strength to run towards the Hokage building and broke open the door of the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, something bad has happened. The Jinchuriki is missing. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen dropped his beloved crystal ball. He left the cigarette on the table and jumped out of the window, issuing orders as he went. Except for the defenders, everyone gather together. We must find Naruto even if we have to turn Konoha upside down. After a chaotic search, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally found the witness. Yes, I saw a Konoha ninja following Naruto stealthily. What happened, Hokage-sama? Jinyan pretended to be an eyewitness and told Sarutobi Hiruzen the information so that the Umbu wouldn't waste time. He was not afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion. Konoha was such a big village, couldn't there be an eyewitness? Besides, the root ninja had not completely disappeared, so someone would have discovered him. After thinking for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed at the murderer behind the scenes. It could only have been Danzo who did this. There must be a powerful force in Konoha that can kidnap the Jinchuriki. The ninja clan either doesn't know the Jinchuriki, or he is on the side of the Hokage, so the possibility of them doing it is very small. Apart from this, there is only one other force, the Root, a department that is loyal to Danzo. Moreover, Danzo has always had the ambition to take away the Jinchuriki, so the possibility that he is the murderer increases sharply. Danzo can't really be you. Boom! A violent explosion came from the Death Forest, and sensing the familiar chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen was now certain that the murderer was Danzo. So he prepared to seal the Nine Tails and rushed away with the Umbu members. Forest of Death. Naruto was not panicked at all when he was surrounded. He had his own plan in his mind and could take the opportunity to trick Danzo. Under Danzo's order, the root ninjas took action directly, led by Yamanaka-Fu, who rushed towards Naruto with shurikens in hand. But Naruto just stood there in a defensive posture, looking around, his clear eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? The Jinchuriki didn't resist? Or is this guy playing the pig to eat the tiger? Seeing that Naruto was about to be stabbed by the shuriken but had no reaction, the root ninja had no choice but to change his move, instantly appeared behind Naruto, raised his hand knife and chopped Naruto on the back of his neck. Bang! Naruto lay unconscious on the ground without any resistance, holding his roots and looking at each other in bewilderment. That's it? We had barely started when you laid down. So this kid was just pretending. Danzo didn't expect that Naruto, who was so arrogant just now, was dealt with by his own men in one move. He thought that the Jinchuriki had great power. Humph, you ignorant little devil. Danzo couldn't help but mock Naruto, but he remembered that Naruto was just a 6-year-old child, not a genius ninja like Kakashi, so it was understandable that he fell into his hands. Then he ordered his men to bring the Jinchuriki into the root base for experiments. Danzo wanted to control the Jinchuriki's mind and turn him into a weapon that would obey his orders. The root ninjas hurriedly prepared and had to complete the experiment before Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived. Once the Hokage arrives, Danzo's plans will come to naught, and even his position of power may be impeached. Standing next to the test bench, Danzo suppressed his excitement. Finally, the Jinchuriki will soon fall into my hands. Hiruzen, just wait and I will prove that my idea is correct. At this moment, Danzo did not feel any pressure at all. In his eyes, Naruto lying on the test bench was just a weapon. He did not care at all about the fact that he was the son of the 4th Hokage. After all, isn't it natural to sacrifice for the village? Naruto's father sacrificed himself for the village, and now it's his turn. At Danzo's signal, the root ninja quickly began the experiment. They planned to transfer Danzo's will into Naruto's consciousness, thereby controlling Naruto's mind and making him completely obey Danzo's orders. In the sealed space, Naruto stood in front of the tall Nine Tails. There was no panic on his face that was about to be controlled. He smiled and said to Jue, Kuroma, I will rely on you later. Don't worry little brat, I'll make a big scene. It turns out that Naruto was caught by Danzo on purpose just for this moment. He took advantage of Danzo's experiment to let the Nine Tails go berserk, and then used his strong willpower to suppress its transformation into a tailed beast. When the time comes, the blame will be on Danzo, and he will be the victim. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely have to compensate, and everything will seem very harmonious. Suddenly, Naruto felt a will being forcibly implanted into his mind, trying to influence and control his thoughts. Come on, Julama, it's your turn, leave it to me. As the Nine Tails controlled the flow of chakra, a violent, evil aura rose within Naruto. Danzo's will to invade was affected and became shaky, and the progress of erosion was greatly slowed down. The roots in the outside world therefore immediately sensed the change. There's something wrong with the Jinchuriki's body, his will control is very unstable. It's the Nine Tails chakra. It should be the will control that caused the Nine Tails to riot. The experimenters analyzed the cause and immediately came up with a backup plan, intending to further strengthen the seal of the Nine-tailed fox. But the Nine-tailed fox was not going to give him a chance, and the speed of its chakra riot increased instantly. Oh no, the Nine Tails chakra can't be suppressed, the Jinchuriki is about to transform into a tailed beast. The experimenters were terrified, with beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down their foreheads. They had witnessed the Nine-tailed fox rebellion in the past. To put it bluntly, if Naruto goes berserk, they probably won't have a chance to survive. So they immediately stopped the experiment and woke up Danzo, who was lying on the bed. The latter woke up from the bed in a daze and felt the violent Nine Tails chakra. The root ninja quickly reported the experiment to him. Danzo's face darkened visibly, and without time to figure out what was going on, he quickly ordered the root ninjas to prepare for battle in order to trap the Jinchuriki here. It was a pity that his base was wasted. On the lab table, red chakra coats appeared around Naruto's body. The aura made the root ninja shiver, as if it was affecting their sanity. Danzo looked at Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, with pity, but the desire in his eyes could still be seen. If the experiment is successful, this powerful force will belong to him alone. At this time, Naruto, who had completed his transformation into a tailed beast, forcibly broke free from the test bench. The tail behind him expanded in the wind and swept in all directions. The root ninjas quickly dodged, leaving a mess on the ground. Ninjutsu, heart-turn technique. Yamanaka Feng hit aside and used hand seals and the Yamanaka clan's signature ninjutsu to try to stop the runaway Naruto. But when his spirit touched Naruto's body, what he was greeted with was a red world and endless brutal pain. Yamanaka covers his head and screams before passing out, but his partner Abarame Tone immediately helps him to safety. Seeing that Yamanaka's ninjutsu was ineffective, Danzo no longer hid and used his signature wind escape technique. Wind style, vacuum wave. He exhaled large breaths from his mouth and chased Naruto continuously. Anyone he touched was cut into two by the sharp Kamaitaki. Even Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, did not dare to touch him directly. Stimulated by this, the Nine Tails continued to transmit chakra, and two tails emerged behind Naruto. As the tailed beast transformation deepened, with the cooperation of his subordinates, Danzo was able to deal with Naruto with ease. But now Naruto's speed has increased a lot, and his strength is weaker. The root ninja couldn't withstand a single blow. Danzo was confident because he couldn't bear to see too many casualties among the roots who obeyed his orders completely. So he left behind the stronger root ninjas, and together they released ninjutsu to bombard the root base. Wind style, vacuum ball. Danzo blew out a high-pressure wind ball, which directly covered Naruto, and destroyed the base like a cannonball, and Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, was submerged in it. Get ready and strengthen the seal of the Jinchuriki. Danzo thought that Naruto must feel uncomfortable after this blow, so he prepared to catch Naruto again. Roar! An angry roar was heard from the ruins, and the wind and waves blew away the dense dust. Naruto's tailed beast outer garment was damaged and his body was also injured. But as the fourth tail emerged, the Nine Tails chakra surged, and Naruto's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the strongest tailed beast transformation that Naruto can withstand in his current physical condition. It's the Nine Tails chakra at work. At this moment, Danzo desired power more than ever. Although he was just a little kid, he was able to defeat his own root because he became a Jinchuriki. We can't go on like this. Danzo knew very well that if he allowed Naruto to continue the destruction, the losses would continue to increase, and he would have a hard time explaining to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, Naruto is still young and the degree of tailed beast transformation he can withstand is limited. It is estimated that the current state is his strongest state. Naruto with four tails is even more difficult to deal with. The damage caused by the ninja on the scene is minimal and can be recovered instantly. Danzo had no choice but to summon the Night Taper and cooperate with other subordinates such as Abarame and Nemoto to contain Naruto, while he prepared to release the sealing ninjutsu. The Dream Taper that came on the scene opened its mouth wide and used Wind Escape to absorb and swallow a large area of things. Naruto had no time to escape and was restrained. The root ninja took this opportunity to launch a massive attack of ninjutsu, causing Naruto to bear all the damage. That's enough for what you've done, little brat. After completing the spell, Danzo approached Naruto and hit him directly with the self-cursed seal. Band-like patterns began to appear on Naruto's body one after another, covering his entire body. His movements were sealed by Danzo and he could hardly move. But under the control of the nine-tailed fox, the seal became precarious and could be broken at any time. Knowing that time waits for no one, Danzo immediately sent people to capture Naruto, otherwise it would be difficult to capture him again after the latter escaped. After receiving Danzo's order, the root ninjas bravely approached the terrifying tailed beast monster, as their colleagues had just died at his hands. The closer he got to Naruto, the clearer he could feel the violent and evil chakra. However, just as they were about to take action, an old voice shouted, "Danzo, stop it!" The root ninjas paused in their movements, and Danzo was furious. Although he had expected this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed up at this very moment, not earlier or later. He hurriedly urged, wanting to catch Naruto before Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, "Hurry up!" The root personnel resumed their actions, but the next second many figures passed by and they were completely surrounded. "I said stop, if you make any more moves, the Umbu will never hold back." Now Danzo's efforts came to a complete halt. Continuing to openly oppose the Hokage would obviously be disadvantageous to Lord Danzo. "Monkey, you're here after all." Danzo's face was uncertain. He was doomed this time. It was a pity for the Jinchuriki. "Danzo, if I don't come, am I going to just sit there and watch you control Naruto? You know, Monkey, I'm doing this for the sake of the village. If I had a Jinchuriki, things like the Shadow Ninja's attack wouldn't have happened. As the Hokage, I naturally have my own judgment, so you don't have to worry about it." Sarutobi Hiruzen still softened his heart. After all, his childhood friend did it for the village, but his actions were different from what he, the Hokage, expected. So he decided to give him appropriate punishment. The current situation is to deal with Naruto, who has gone berserk because of Danzo's experiment. Seal space. Naruto observed the situation outside and said, "Can Kurama get rid of the curse seal? The third Hokage is here." "No problem, I'm ready and will be done soon." Kyuubi seemed very happy. It was a hard-won opportunity to beat up the high-ranking officials of Konoha with his own hands. He had been looking forward to it for a long time, so he wanted to leave a big gift for them. Roar! The bound Naruto suddenly broke free from the curse seal and roared to the sky. As if he was angered by Danzo, he opened his mouth, and the yin-yang chakra gathered into a ball at the corner of his mouth, and the breath of destruction spread all at once. "Oh no, he's about to release the tailed beast ball." Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to blame Danzo, and the urgent matter at the moment was to deal with Naruto's tailed beast ball. Unlike the Nine Tails rebellion, this time there was no Minato Namikaze to help him transfer the tailed beast ball, and because of the urgency of time, the number of people he brought was limited, so it was difficult to deal with the tailed beast ball. Even if it was only in the four-tail state, if they allowed it to explode, their group would suffer heavy losses. So Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly said sorry to Naruto in his heart. He would compensate him in the future, and then issued a battle plan. "We can't let him release the tailed beast ball. Stop him." With Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, Danzo's root also joined in. The two leaders and their subordinates, for a moment, used all kinds of powerful ninjutsu to cover Naruto. It seems that the old third Hokage didn't hold back. Nine Tails said to Naruto, "Aren't I protected by your chakra? Although I will suffer some injuries, as long as I don't die, there will be great benefits. As for this account, I will slowly settle it later." Naruto responded to the Nine Tails with a smile. Then, the tailed beast ball, which had not yet taken shape, came into contact with those ninjutsu and exploded violently. Boom! At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and others retreated rapidly, frantically throwing out all kinds of life-saving ninjutsu. The moment the white light rose, covered by the explosive chakra, Naruto's tailed beast coat turned golden, protecting him in the explosion. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were completely unaware of all this happening. The villagers who were living their daily lives in Konoha suddenly felt the ground shaking, and then discovered that there were explosions coming from the direction of the Death Forest, causing people to panic, thinking that enemies from outside the village had broken in. Fortunately, the remaining Umbu came out to calm people down and prevented any unrest. But those ninja families were curious about what happened and planned to find out some information. It was quite a commotion, but it's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were fine. In the shop, Jinyan was eating a melon and witnessed everything that happened at the root base through the images sent back by the Black Shadow Corps. After Naruto's commotion, Konoha is about to change again. Wind style, great breakthrough. The strong wind blew away the dense smoke and dust. Sarutobi Hiruzen then saw that the root base had completely disappeared, leaving the next huge pit. He hurriedly looked for his friend, as the latter had to take the blame for this farce. Then I saw Danzo covering his right eye in pain, with blood flowing out from between his fingers. "Danzo, are you okay?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and asked with concern. It turned out that his friend's right eye was unfortunately hit by the flying debris. Because the energy overflowed when the tailed beast ball exploded, he failed to notice and dodge in time, and his eyes were blinded. I'm fine, let me check on the other ninjas first. Danzo endured the pain and reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen that the other ninjas were the backbone of the two and could not withstand too much loss. After counting the casualties among the other personnel, the two were heartbroken. Fortunately, only the four-tailed beast ball was released, that if it was the nine-tailed state, Konoha would have been almost destroyed. By the way, where's Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered to ask the Umbu and Danzo's route to find Naruto. Finally they found Naruto in the pit. Apart from being covered in dust, there seemed to be nothing wrong with him. Hurry up and check if Naruto is okay. The medical ninja who had been waiting outside for a long time looked Naruto left and right, and then confirmed one thing. Hokage, Naruto is not injured, but he seems to have overdrawn his energy, so he quit the tailed beast transformation and fell asleep. Are you okay? That's good. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Naruto was safe. It should be the Nine Tails chakra that protected him. Okay, first send Naruto and the injured to the hospital for recuperation, then send people to seal off the scene, and prohibit Konoha personnel from coming here in the near future. After returning, we blocked public opinion and told the villagers that the explosion was an accidental result of an experiment. Also, Danzo, come to my office, I hope you can explain your actions. Back in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at one end of the chair while Danzo was standing at the other. You've gone too far this time, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, and was very dissatisfied with Danzo for controlling the Nine Tails Jinchuriki without telling him. I have indeed failed, but you know, monkey, that I did all this for Konoha. After the medical ninja's full treatment, Danzo had his eyes bandaged and was able to move freely. He knew that bleeding was inevitable, so he tried to play the emotional card with Sarutobi Hiruzen to get him to reduce his punishment. Recalling the past days, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that his childhood friend had changed a lot after he became Hokage, become gloomy, jealous, and sneaky. But it also helped him a lot. Many things that were not suitable for Hokage were pushed to Danzo. It can be said that Danzo had a share of Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. The old guy is still very useful. Why not forgive him this time? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen softened his heart. I know you are doing this for Konoha, otherwise you wouldn't be standing in my office and talking to me. Changing the subject, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, but Danzo must admit his mistakes and stand at attention when he is beaten, otherwise there will be no order in Konoha. From now on, you should stay at home and help me deal with Konoha's government affairs. Don't touch the root for now. Hiruzen, you can't do this to me. Danzo didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen put him under house arrest in disguise. Losing the root means that he has lost his helper, and no matter what he does in the future he will be controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Think about how Danzo worked diligently for Konoha, and how much hard and dirty work he did. Now he wants to cut off his arms just because of the Jinchuriki issue. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to get rid of him after he has done his job? The deadline is 2.5 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, interrupting Danzo's words. After all, he still needed Danzo to do things. After all, it was very convenient to use him. The latter breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the monkey is still on my side. This should be considered an explanation to the other people in Konoha, but it may not be without the intention of suppressing me. Danzo knew exactly what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant, that it was just a way of killing two birds with one stone, and the one who would benefit in the end would be him, the Hokage. I understand. I will do as you wish. Danzo's tone softened as well, and he added in his mind, anyway, the Roots are my die-hard fans and can be mobilized at any time, so I am not afraid of anyone influencing them. Konoha Hospital. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The negative effects on his body caused by the tailed beast transformation were cured by the purified Nine Tails chakra. So now his health is better than ever, and he can eat 2 more bowls of barbecued pork than others. Naruto, you're awake. Ino and Sakura, who came to visit, surrounded the bed and said happily. Uchiha Sasuke was standing next to him. He was reluctant to visit Naruto, but Ino and Sakura dragged him away. In addition, he didn't want to see his opponent, whom he had not yet surpassed, being hospitalized, so he followed reluctantly. I didn't expect it to be you. Thank you for coming to visit me. What are you talking about? We are classmates, right Sasuke? Sasuke was very frugal with words and responded coldly with one word. By the way, Naruto, what happened? I heard from Sensei Irika that you were practicing ninjutsu too much, so you fell into a coma. Naruto was surprised. This statement should have been spread by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't want too many people to know what happened in the Death Forest, but the authenticity of the excuse he found was really doubtful. Well, it is true that I was careless in my ninjutsu training and made you worried. Naruto accepted the excuse arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then Ino and Sakura said some caring words, peeled some fruit for Naruto, and left with Sasuke. At the moment of leaving the house, Sasuke turned his head slightly and seemed to see Naruto winking at him. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Naruto's bedside again. He found some fruits and flowers on the cabinet nearby. It looked like Naruto's classmates had already visited him. "How's Naruto, are you feeling better?" "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, I feel much better now." Naruto smiled. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed lightly, his expression conflicted, as if he had something to hide. Of course Naruto knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say, that he just wanted to find an excuse for this incident, so he asked the question. "What's wrong, Grandpa Hokage, you don't look well?" Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile. "I'm so sorry, Naruto, it was the Hokage's negligence that led to your abduction. Now you can rest assured, I have severely punished the murderer and similar accidents will not happen again." Then Naruto acted out a sad drama with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter began to probe. "Naruto, did you find anything strange while being captured, such as seeing some strange giant creatures?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Naruto, closely following every second change in Naruto's expression, trying to judge whether he was hiding something or lying. If the reason for Naruto's rampage was Danzo, then Naruto wouldn't need to deal with it. If it is Naruto's own fault, then the seal of the Nine Tails needs to be strengthened. It can be said that different choices will affect Naruto's future life. Fortunately, with Jinyun's guidance, Naruto had already prepared a plan to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He explained, "When I was caught for the experiment, I saw a big fox. He didn't want to be controlled by the weird old man, so he released chakra along the channel through which his consciousness came. I lost consciousness at that time and didn't know what happened afterwards, but I seemed to hear the big fox say that he didn't want to see me die, so he lent me some strength." "Oh, that's it." As Naruto spoke, he seemed to remember something and raised his right hand, with a ball of golden chakra emerging from it. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so shocked that his words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a word, causing Naruto to mistakenly think that Hiruzen Sarutobi was having a seizure. Someone come quickly, Hokage." "Naruto-chan, Grandpa Hokage is fine." Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stopped Naruto. He was just so excited that he couldn't speak, and he didn't expect that he was almost sent to the hospital. Nine Tails chakra, what a familiar feeling. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly. The Nine Tails chakra in front of him lost its violent and evil aura and became pure and peaceful instead. "The last time I felt it was when I was with Uzumaki Kushina." Did the Nine Tails recognize Naruto? Wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his mind. The Nine Tails didn't want to see Naruto die, because if the Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast would also die, so he temporarily lent some power to Naruto, but it didn't mean that he recognized Naruto. It is indeed a good thing to be able to make progress, but aren't we still the culprits? Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely embarrassed. He and others did not take action with the hope that Naruto would survive, but unexpectedly, the Nine Tails helped Naruto. Maybe Naruto should be compensated. With such a mood, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised Naruto to try not to tell others what happened to him, so as to prevent someone from plotting against him. At the same time, he also asked Naruto for any compensation he wanted, and he would give it to Naruto as long as it was within his authority. Naruto took this opportunity to propose better training conditions and more living expenses, which would make it easier to find excuses for future changes. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and agreed to Naruto's request that it wasn't his thing, so there was no need to feel bad about it. Estimating the time when the third Hokage left, Sasuke sneaked back to the hospital when he was supposed to go home. "Sasuke, why are you back again?" Naruto asked in surprise. "Tisk, it's just some guy who keeps making eyes at me." Sasuke understood the look Naruto gave him. He must have something secret to tell him that couldn't be known by too many people. "I didn't expect this guy to trust me so much." Sasuke was in a very happy mood as this was the recognition from Naruto. "Next time you defeat him, be gentler." Naruto was unaware of Sasuke's brainstorming, but revealed some of Jinyun's words to Sasuke. "My coma and hospitalization are not that simple. Konoha Shinura Danzo is behind this. He is coveting powerful strength. Why are you telling me this?" Sasuke was puzzled. He just thought Naruto was a passerby involved, not the protagonist. "I'm telling you to be careful. Shinura Danzo might try to take the Uchiha clan Sharingan." Speaking of this, Naruto, who had never been beaten, was naturally fearless and didn't care much about Naruto's reminder. In his heart, the powerful Uchiha was not someone Danzo could touch. This is exactly the effect Naruto wants. According to the masked uncle, Sasuke will realize how powerful he is in the future and come to him, and then he will listen to him seriously. As his route duties were suspended recently, Danzo-sama had nothing to do and was wandering the streets. He felt very sorry that he failed to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but he could not give up the position of Hokage. So where should one get the strength to become the fifth Hokage with the confidence? "Put the stick down, I told you to put the stick down." A noisy sound coming from the street attracted Danzo's attention. Following the sound, Danzo discovered that it was members of the Uchiha law enforcement team who were dealing with a dispute among villagers. The two sides quarreled as usual. Apart from the parties involved, the villagers around were watching from afar, fearing that the Uchiha law enforcement team would arrest those who were watching the show. The latter's reputation in the eyes of the villagers is like that of a vicious tiger, and they avoid it as much as possible. Humph, the evil Uchiha is still so annoying. Danzo was about to leave, but what happened next made him stop. The two villagers who had a dispute were unable to win the argument and were ready to fight. One of the villagers looked around, grabbed a stick and was about to start fighting. The law enforcement Uchiha was shocked, but he couldn't let this guy cause trouble. The captain would definitely find trouble with him for failing to enforce the law effectively. The law enforcement Uchiha immediately warned the troublemaker to put down the stick, otherwise he would be arrested by the law enforcement team, and everything that happened in the process would be presented as evidence in court. Although the Uchiha clan is notorious, it does not mean that the troublemakers will just sit there and allow themselves to be arrested. The troublemakers were seen waving wooden sticks in their hands to prevent the Uchiha law enforcers from approaching. His confidence is 3/10 in the stick and 7/10 in the leaves. At this time, the villagers of Konoha should be grateful that the law enforcement officers, as ninjas, have expressly forbidden any attack on ordinary villagers at will, which has become their protective talisman. Seeing the troublemaker swinging his stick around without any plan, the Uchiha law enforcement officers did not tolerate him. The black pupils in his eyes dissipated, and the Megatama Sharingan spun and reappeared, hypnotizing the troublemaking villagers. Then he was taken away along with another villager. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds. The melon-eating villagers of Konoha quickly buried their heads in their own business, trying to weaken their own presence. Danzo, who was not far away, watched the whole process, especially the scene where Uchiha used the Sharingan to hypnotize the troublemaker, which was deeply engraved in his mind. Only then did Danzo remember that Konoha had another powerful bloodline limit, which was the Uchiha Sharingan. One of the founders of Konoha. Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world who possessed it, was even more feared by the ninja world, especially the Sharingan, which can be taken out and used whenever you want, which is extremely convenient. Without the Jinchuriki, isn't there still one option? I was so confused that I actually forgot about it. Danzo returned home excitedly and took out the scroll containing the Sharingan. Izanami, Izanaga, the Mangekyo Sharingan, etc., made Danzo very envious. How could the evil Uchiha possess such a powerful bloodline limit? Isn't that aiding and abetting evil? All those Sharingan should be in my hands so that I can better serve Konoha. That way I will be a big step closer to becoming the 5th Hokage. But thinking that Sarutobi Hiruzen had suspended his root authority, there was no one available to seize the Sharingan. Danzo frowned. Konoha is Hiruzen's world. It seems it's time for me to seek external help. Even if his power was suspended, Danzo could still mobilize the root ninjas, but he could not give obvious and large-scale orders. He summoned the root ninja and ordered him to find out if there was a powerful organization similar to hired ninjas in the ninja world, and report back after finding it. This will be an important part of Danzo's quest to obtain the Sharingan. Fortunately, the root ninja lived up to Danzo's expectations and found out that a mercenary ninja organization called Akatsuki had recently emerged in the ninja world, and Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas who defected from Konoha, was one of its members. Danzo gets angry when Orochimaru is mentioned. The two of them had worked closely together before, with him providing resources to Orochimaru and Orochimaru giving him technical results in return. In particular, the research on Hashirama's cells and wood release has produced encouraging results and will soon make further progress. Therefore, even if the latter defected, the two still maintained contact. But not long ago, Orochimaru decisively ended their contact, saying something like, "I'm sorry Danzo, that sir really gave too much." Danzo was so angry that he smashed a lot of valuable porcelain that night. "What do you take me for? It comes when you wave and goes when you call. If anyone should be dumped, it should be me who dumps Orochimaru." What's even more hateful is that Orochimaru has a lot of core technologies that Danzo doesn't possess. Fortunately, the root ninja brought new news, and Danzo immediately began to contact the Akatsuki organization, using them as external aid to seize the Sharingan. Without Jinchuriki and Orochimaru, I can still be invincible in Konoha, the land of rain. Akatsuki organization. After 3 years of dedicated development, the Akatsuki organization grew rapidly, and Sasori from the Sand Village and Baiwa Juzo from the Mist Village joined the Akatsuki organization one after another. Especially after spending a long time with Hisahi and getting to know each other, Nagato and Konan were delighted. The character of Sakazuki he played was exactly what the two expected in terms of both strength and behavior. After the test, they even promoted Kyuji to a core member of Akatsuki. Moreover, the Black Shadow Corps led by Kushi is more adept than that of White Zetsu, and they have found out a lot of information that White Zetsu doesn't know. You have to know that this group of shadow ninjas do more than just collect intelligence. Correspondingly, some are happy and some are sad. Black Zetsu and Obito's lives were not so satisfying. If we count the times when Akatsuki held meetings, we can see that they appeared only a handful of times, and their presence was greatly reduced. Every time the intelligence was summarized, Juzi's Black Shadow Corps always got ahead of it. It's all because of that Sakazuki, it's all because of him. It's too late to say anything now that we may need to speed up our plan. If we continue like this, Akatsuki may be out of our control. Originally, there were 3 people: Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Black Zetsu. The organization planned to be established to capture the tailed beasts may really become an organization to achieve world peace if Kikuaji does this. Speed up the search for new members. We need more say. As things stand now, most of the Akatsuki members are on the side of Hisahi and Nagato. Therefore, Obito and Black Zetsu had to find a few own people. Just at this time, White Zetsu informed Danzo from Konoha village that he was coming. The two looked at each other. What was this old guy doing here? But they still decided to meet Danzo to see what he was up to. In order to prevent the Black Shadow Army from eavesdropping to the greatest extent possible, the two men specially chose the time when the sun was at its brightest, and there was nothing around except the shadows under their feet. Danzo's shadow clone who arrived complained about this, saying he didn't know what was wrong with the Akatsuki organization. Wasn't there any sun? In order to reduce Danzo's resentment, the masked Obito patiently explained to him that it was to prevent the shadow ninjas who joined the Akatsuki organization from eavesdropping. There is currently no way to defeat the Shadow Legion, the only option is to reduce the shadows. Danzo extracted 3 important pieces of information from the Nikkei dialect. The shadow ninja who attacked Konoha joined the Akatsuki organization. It seems that they are not a united group. There is one more thing. Danzo, who knew about the Nine Tails rebellion, realized that the masked man who was the murderer seemed to be standing right in front of him. It's the Sharingan behind the mask. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through Danzo's mind. Because the amount of information was quite large, it took me a while to sort out the sequence of events. Obito didn't mind Danzo brainstorming, but he still urged, Konoha Danzo, are you really looking for cooperation? Of course, I am looking for your organization to help me seize the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Danzo openly stated his demands to the murderer of the Nine Tails rebellion. As long as he can obtain the power of the Sharingan, he can turn around and eliminate these guys who are endangering Konoha. Oh, it's a great mission, but what can we get? Obito responded calmly, but he was actually very happy inside. When you feel sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow. He had been staring at the Uchiha clan for a long time, but due to Uchiha Shisui and the wavering Uchiha Itachi, he could not find a chance to take action, so he kept it aside. Now the last link of the plan is completed. In addition to the money, I can share some of the Uchiha's spoils with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been keeping a close eye on Danzo lately, and lacking resources, he had no choice but to pay with the Uchiha's spoils. Well then, we want part of the Uchiha Sharingan. Damn bastard. Danzo agreed to Obito's request with a broken heart. Those were all Sharingan, they originally belonged to him. Now it is given away for nothing, which is far from comparable to the loss of hundreds of millions. Afterwards, the two of them conspired to deal with the Uchiha clan in the open plain, and no one knew the process. Except Jin Yan. Danzo and Obito's plan was exactly what he wanted to see, and the Uchiha clan's annihilation was carried out smoothly without much effort. This move was more to attract hatred to Itachi, Obito and Konoha, in order to reduce the number of enemies and strengthen the friendly forces. Of course Jinyan will not sit idly by and watch the Uchiha clan be exterminated. He has follow-up measures to deal with it, such as letting the Uchiha clan move to another place to live. They will be one of the teams that will conquer the ninja world in the future. In short, everything is under Jinyan's control. Obito, you are really cruel. You are from the Uchiha family, but you want to destroy your own family. It's terrible. Shut up, the Uchiha clan is an ominous clan and should have been destroyed long ago. Obito was extremely afraid of the Uchiha clan. He knew very well that when the Sharingan lost love, it would evolve into a Mangekyo, gaining unprecedented powerful strength, which might affect the progress of the Munai project. In addition to the Mangekyo, the Sharingan can also help perform the alternative ninjutsu of resurrection, called as Inage. Obtaining the Uchiha Sharingan is equivalent to having a few more lives. Therefore, the Uchiha clan must be destroyed. Black Zetsu stopped teasing Obito and instead asked about his plan to exterminate his clan. Oh, so how are you going to deal with the Uchiha strongmen? Especially Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. According to Black Zetsu's investigation, these 3 people should be the strongest among the Uchiha at present, and may even have opened the Mangekyo, which is a huge obstacle to Obito's plan. I already have a plan that I will win over Uchiha Itachi to deal with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku. I think the scene of father and son fighting each other will be very exciting. Of course I will strengthen Uchiha Itachi, and I will use the life of his brother Uchiha Suzuki as a sacrifice. Upon hearing that Obito was going to kill Suzuki, Black Zetsu felt something was not right and quickly spoke out to stop him. No, you can't kill Uchiha Suzuki. If you kill him, there may never be a chance for cooperation. Uchiha Itachi is a typical brother con. How dare you kill his brother? Besides, Uchiha Suzuki may be the reincarnation of Indra, and I will not allow you to kill him. If Madara fails, Suzuki is my backup plan. That is an important link that determines whether the mother can escape from the predicament. So what good ideas do you have? Being stared at by a Sharingan, Black Zetsu felt a little nervous. He quickly started thinking and tried to divert Obito's target. That's right, I know who to kill, Uchiha Izumi. According to White Zetsu's information, she is Uchiha Itake's childhood sweetheart. If he kills her, Uchiha Itake will be able to open the Mangekyo. Obito thought for a moment and found that what Black Zetsu said made sense, so he agreed to his plan. Then the two of them contacted Danzo, the traitor within Konoha, and arranged a plan for Uchiha Itake to open his eyes. Jinyin's shop. The Black Shadow troops reported to Shinhiko that Obito and Danzo had joined forces. As for their specific plan, I didn't find out clearly, I only know that it is about Uchiha. Isn't this the scene of the Uchiha clan being exterminated? I didn't expect these two guys to join forces. With the god's perspective of his previous life, Jinyin understood that there was an inside story behind the Uchiha clan's genocide. The alliance between Uchiha Obito, Konoha, and the traitor Uchiha Itake led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan without causing any waves. As the largest powerful clan in Konoha, if the Uchiha really rebels, Konoha will be seriously damaged. But it's okay now, because I'm here. Jinyin dispatched the Black Shadow Corps to secretly protect the Uchiha clan members he favored to prevent Obito from taking action against them. After all, these Uchiha will be his people in the future. After returning to Konoha, Danzo immediately set about making arrangements for the Uchiha. People were secretly sent to intensify the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha, and they just couldn't let the two sides rest in peace. We must induce the Uchiha to step onto the path of a coup step by step, so that we can destroy them with justification. There is also the troublesome Uchiha Shisui. Danzo has seen his performance over the years. Although Shisui is inclined towards the village, his attitude towards the family has not changed. If they knew that he was going to destroy the Uchiha clan, there would probably be some trouble. The latter's strength is obvious to all in Konoha, and will be a huge obstacle to the Uchiha clan's extermination. So when Shisui was resolving the conflict between his clansmen and the village, Danzo gave him a task that he could not refuse. Hearing that there were new power changes in the direction of the water country, for the safety of Konoha's coast, the Uchiha clan members were needed to go and investigate. But at that time, the clan was short of manpower, so Shisui had no choice but to accept Danzo's task, and one of the Uchiha's fighting forces was transferred away. Of course, everything was carried out with the cooperation of Obito, who just arranged some people to perform a show for Shisui. After receiving the news from Obito, Danzo immediately assigned the same task to Uchiha Itake and Uchiha Izumi, but the time of the two is different. Danzo had to ensure that Uchiha Itake witnessed the killing of Uchiha Izumi with his own eyes, so that it would be exciting enough. Itake, who has never opened his Mangekyo, still has a lot of good feelings towards Izumi. If Izumi really died in front of him, opening his Mangekyo would probably be enough. At this time, Uchiha Izumi had reached the level of 3 Megatama at a young age. Many elders were optimistic about her and viewed Quan as one of the future of Uchiha, so a lot of clan resources were tilted towards her. According to the informant's information, spies from other ninja villages have infiltrated a small town in the Land of Fire. They are several Chinins. In order to ensure the safety of Konoha, Izumi is needed to eliminate the spies. It was a very normal mission, and Quan never had any doubts about this mission that would cost her life. In fact, there are spies from other ninja villages in that town. However, their strength is not that of Chinin, but that of several Jonin who are good at water escape and Chinin. Taisei town is close to the mountains and has inconvenient transportation, so there is little external communication within the town, the economy is underdeveloped, and people rely more on hunting for a living. This also happened to give Uegakure the opportunity to move in. They planned to stay in this small town that was not easily discovered and turn it into a spy base for the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom. But they didn't expect that the plan would fail just as it began. I didn't expect such a remote town to become a spy base. When Uchiha Izumi arrived at Taino town, he changed his clothes to avoid alerting the spies in the town and escaping. According to the information given to her by Konoha, the spy was hiding in a large house in the town, pretending to be the master's guard. Because he knew the strength of the spies in advance, Uchiha Izumi planned to launch a surprise attack at night to eliminate them as quickly as possible and not give the spies a chance to resist. When night falls, due to the underdeveloped economy, only the rich can afford lighting, so the town falls into darkness and only a few lights can be seen here and there. Walking on the tiles, Uchiha Izumi came to the next door of the spy's house in cat form to observe the spy's guarding situation. The intelligence told her that the number of spies did not exceed 2 teams at most, and they were all a group of Chinins who stayed behind to do the work. Izumi jumped off the roof and instantly pounced on the 2 guards at the door. His sharp blade slit open the latter's throat, and at the same time he took out a shuriken and disfigured another guard. Everything was done in an instant, silently. Unfortunately, the moment she stepped into the courtyard, she triggered the alarm barrier set up by the Uegakure spies. Because Uegakure wanted to build a base in Taino town, they brought a set of barriers with them. They didn't expect that the precautionary measures were triggered, so they all went out to hunt down Uchiha Izumi, which was also a precaution against Konoha being defeated one by one. Konoha's actions were quite quick. They actually discovered our 3 teams. After a chase, Uchiha Izumi was surrounded by Uegakure ninjas. At this moment, she was uneasy and held the blade nervously. Because there were 3 Jonin and 4 Chuyunin in the Uegakure that surrounded her, which was totally inconsistent with the intelligence. No matter how wrong the Konoha intelligence was, it wouldn't be this outrageous. There is a huge difference between the several Chinins and the ninja in front of him. Uchiha Izumi thought about many possibilities and finally came to the unbelievable fact that she was betrayed. Oh, it's an Uchiha ninja with 3 Megatama, that it's a good opportunity to capture him and study him to increase the foundation of the Uegakure village. The leading ninja of Uegakure was quite happy to see the 3 Megatama Sharingan rotating in the spring. He didn't expect that being a spy could bring such unexpected surprises. He already regarded Uchiha Izumi, who was alone, as a sure thing. So the Uegakure ninjas took action one after another, trying to capture Uchiha Izumi. With the idea of beating the enemy to death if they can't kill them, the Uegakure's attacks are very powerful, and even if the enemy is seriously injured, the medical ninja can still save them. The latter will naturally not surrender. Uchiha Izumi released his signature fire-style ninjutsu, and at the same time, his Sharingan cast an illusion to hold back the leading ninja and create a chance to escape. But who knew that the Uegakure ninjas all closed their eyes in a surrounding manner to reduce the influence of the Sharingan to a certain extent, and then all released water jutsu towards Uchiha Izumi in the center. Uchiha Izumi tried his best to resist the water jutsu, which was equivalent to 2 classes above him, but he consumed too much energy and had no hope of escape. It's really targeted. With the water jutsu and the collective closing of eyes, it was hard for Uchiha Izumi not to believe that someone in Konoha had betrayed her. In addition to the ninjas surrounding her, Uchiha Izumi also sensed that 2 Jonin chakras were staring at her in secret, blocking her escape route. It seems that I can't jump out. It's a pity that I can't see Itaki anymore. At this time, Itaki had just entered the town and sensed violent chakra fluctuations coming from a nearby direction, one of which was particularly familiar. Who is it? There are acquaintances here. That much chakra couldn't possibly be just a simple spy team. He anxiously rushed over to check, wondering who the chakra belonged to, and praying that Konoha's mission would not go wrong. Trying to catch me, you won't stand a chance. Knowing that he had no hope of survival, Uchiha Izumi mobilized his remaining chakra to release the final fire-style, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. The Uegakure ninja was about to fight back, but he didn't expect Uchiha Izumi to release ninjutsu towards his feet. Want to die? Not that easy. Uegakure can't let Uchiha Izumi die like this. They paid a price to get the information, so they must gain something. With the intention of extinguishing the fire style, Uegakure reduced the chakra released in the water style and then pounced forward, trying to subdue Uchiha Izumi. In fact, fire release is just a trick of Izumi, and the real act of suicide is kunao. I'm sorry, everyone. Quan stood in the middle of the fire escape, as if she didn't feel the pain of the burning. Her face was full of determination and nostalgia. Unfortunately, Uegakure did not give her time to destroy her Sharingan. With many regrets, Izumi decisively stabbed the kunao into her heart. The Uegakure ninjas were blocked by ninjutsu and could not move forward, so they could only watch Izumi commit suicide. Asshole, you're losing a lot. The Uegakure ninja was very angry because he paid for the information but didn't catch anyone. Fortunately, he had a pair of Sharingan to compensate him. Walking on the muddy ground, the leading ninja stood beside Izumi and was about to enjoy the fruits of victory. Just then Uchiha Itaki arrived at the scene. You are all going to die. Who is so arrogant? Is anyone else looking for trouble with Uegakure? The Uegakure team all looked in the direction of the sound. He fell from the roof wearing the uniform of the Konoha Umbu, and his 3 Magatama Sharingan spun like a windmill, finally turning into the shape of a triangular dart. I said let her go, didn't you hear me? Itaka's voice was extremely cold, like ice that had not melted for 10,000 years. Witnessing Quan's death in front of him, he was overwhelmed with anger, hatred, and sadness. Then they intertwined and rushed straight to the brain. A ball of cold chakra flowed into the 3 Magatama Sharingan, causing it to produce a huge reaction. The Sharingan is changing. What's going on? Is it mutated? The Uegakure ninjas observed changes in Itaka's eyes, a Sharingan they had never seen before. But the Uegakure has always been skilled and bold. No matter what Sharingan he has, he will stay here today. The leading ninja said disdainfully. There is still a fish that slipped through the net. The little devil of Konoha likes her so much, let's go to hell together. Without the captain saying much, his ninjas closed their eyes, formed hand seals and released ninjutsu, intending to use the same method they used against Izumi to deal with Itaki. A bunch of guys who don't know how to live or die. Itaka's heart was filled with murderous intent, and he vowed to send all the murderers of Izumi to hell. The Mangekyo Sharingan turned, and as far as the sight reached, the black flames of Amaterasu directly enveloped the Uegakure, catching them off guard in an instant. The Uegakure ninja stopped forming hand seals, and screams rang out one after another. What's happening? What kind of flame is this? It hurts. Damn, does Uchiha have this kind of ninjutsu? They frantically beat out the flames on their bodies, and even used water jutsu to still fail to put them out. Despair enveloped the people in Uegakure. Damn it, little brat, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Seeing that he could not put out the fire, the leading ninja endured the burning pain and released ninjutsu. In his opinion, the black flame should be extinguished if the caster is killed, but Uchiha Itachi is not so easy to kill. The water escape technique submerged the place where Uchiha Itachi stood, but his body disappeared on the spot like a phantom. Illusion? When? The Uega Corps leader's eyes were bloodshot, and the flames of Amaterasu were crawling all over his body. He simply threw away the idea of cutting his flesh. If you really do that, being seriously injured would be fine, but being careless would be tantamount to suicide. You underestimate these eyes. They are the more powerful Mangekyo Sharinan of the Uchiha clan. Itachi appeared from behind the leading ninja and activated Tsukuyomi to drag all the people in Uegakur into the Tsukuyomi space. I will let you experience all kinds of torture here. For a moment, the Uegakur ninjas wailed everywhere, wishing Itachi would kill them immediately. Is death also a luxury? This was the last thought of the Uegakur ninja before his death. In just a moment, Uchiha Itachi wiped out all the Uegakur ninjas. As for the two people who were hiding, they had already slipped away when they saw that the situation was not good. But Itachi would not let them go so easily, and leapt onto the rooftop to chase them. Quan's body was left there in the dark night, but no one dared to check. For the residents of the town, it is better to stay out of the ninjas' affairs. As the dense shadows gathered, Jinyan appeared next to Quan. I can't let you die. I still need you to live, Uchiha Izumi. Jinyan also needs her to witness the extermination of the family with the filial son and see how her childhood sweetheart killed her parents, so it should be no problem for her to open the kaleidoscope. The pitch-black pupils turned into the Sharinan, and then evolved into the Mangekyo Sharinan. Jinyan uses the pupil technique, the wonderful hand Jinyan Ming. Uchiha Izumi, you will not die, and you will slowly recover and wake up. The eye technique belonging to Jinyan turned the fake into the real, changing the fact of Uchiha Izumi's death. He did not revive Quan immediately because that would consume too much pupil energy and was not necessary for the time being, so he changed it to delaying Uchiha Izumi's resurrection and spreading it over every day. The energy consumption would be much less. Picking up Izumi's body, Jinyan materialized another Izumi in the same place. It was a fake and would make others think that Quan was dead, but it had no other effect. After dealing with Quan's issues, Kaleidoscope is still full of power. Jinyan's foundation is already good, so with Chaoying's strength, there won't be too many problems. After Jinyan returned to Konoha via the Shadow Kingdom, the scene returned to silence again, until the chase was over and Uchiha Itachi came back. Staring blankly at Izumi lying on the ground, Itachi did not realize that it was a fake body. He couldn't help but think back to the days when they spent time together, but they were separated by death because of a mission. The cost of opening the Mangekyo Sharinan is too high. Is this the legendary form of the Sharinan? Covering his eyes, Itachi hated the Mangekyo that came with Izumi's death more than ever before. At this moment he understood why the Uchiha were called an ominous and evil clan. Carrying the fake Izumi's body, Itachi returned to the clan. Many people were sad about the death of the Uchiha genius, but since he was gone, let Jiaquan rest in peace. What surprised Itachi was that the tribe members seemed to be very unstable emotionally, and they would bite anyone they saw like a grumpy rabbit. But at this juncture Uchiha Itachi had not yet adjusted his emotions, and did not realize that the Uchiha clan was gradually falling into the abyss of a coup. He only thought that the clan members were grieving for the death of Izumi. From then on, Uchiha Itachi became taciturn, and Suzuki rarely saw a smile on his face. After receiving the news that Uchiha Itachi had returned, Danzo knew that the plan had succeeded, and Obito also knew that the plan had succeeded. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan is under control, it just needs a little boost. Sometime later, Uchiha Itachi went to report to the Hokage building as usual. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi talking. Hiruzen, conflicts between the Uchiha and the village have become more frequent recently. Their enforcement of the law has caused dissatisfaction among many villagers. I have sent people to deal with it, but they are very dissatisfied with the village's attitude towards the Uchiha. Listening quietly to Danzo's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, still with a bitter face and a big fist. Cigarette. He was also troubled by the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, and had tried many ways to resolve it, but to little avail. With decades of experience as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well that conflicts cannot be accumulated. When the moment of the outbreak comes, either the village will die or Uchiha will die, and no one wants that moment to come. Danzo stood nearby and kept reporting on the latest developments in the village, seemingly unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's pensive look. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village is like a dead knot that is difficult to untie. To be honest, Danzo put in a lot of effort on this issue. Putting down the report, Danzo added the last sentence. I heard that many people have been gathering in secret. I don't know what they are discussing. This sentence seemed to touch Sarutobi Hiruzen's sensitive nerves, bringing him back to his senses. Is the news reliable? Humph, the Umbu confirmed it themselves. Those Uchiha are just about to make it known to everyone. After confirming the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again conflicted. Is there really no room for recovery? Even though he had expected this scene, Danzo was still very angry. Hiruzen, oh Hiruzen, you have really lost your courage in your old age. Since you are so hesitant about the Uchiha issue, let me help you. So, Hiruzen, have you made your decision, the village, or Uchiha? Danzo pressed Sarutobi Hiruzen word by word, his one eye emitting a sharp glare. Danzo, this old man. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to answer when Uchiha Itachi suddenly rushed in. Itachi, who allowed you to come in? My apologies, Lord Hokage, Elder Danzo, but I have a request regarding the Uchiha. During this period, Itachi seemed to be immersed in his own world and often went out on missions. I don't know if I should forget Kwan's death, and as a result, I have neglected many important family matters. If Itachi had not happened to hear the conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, he would not have had time to realize that the Uchiha had reached this point. So Itachi apologized and immediately gave his opinion. He was afraid that in a few seconds at night, the village and the clan would start to kill each other. The conflict between the village and the Uchiha had indeed intensified before Itachi left. He thought both sides would exercise restraint and not make the conflict too serious. But what was unexpected was that during this period of time when no one noticed, the tribesmen had actually started gathering. Danzo stood aside, squinting his one eye, looking calm. If anyone were to blame him this time, they would definitely be wrong. It was indeed not him who escalated the conflict. After all, Hiruzen was still watching. The real murderer is the masked man, who sent people to interfere. I have seen your performance. Tell me what you think, Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, but agreed to listen to Itachi's opinion. He had seen Itachi's contributions to Konoha in recent years. This was an Uchiha who was different from ordinary people. If it were him, maybe he could solve the current predicament. Please give me some time, Hokage-sama. I will go back and try to persuade my father and the others. Itachi, I have already tried persuasion, but it has had little effect. But as the young head of the Uchiha clan, you should be able to play a role. I'll give you one chance. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have made an extremely difficult decision, and said in a heavy tone, but, if you, Itachi, fail, I'm afraid I will make a decision that no one wants to see. Uchiha Itachi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Hokage was really kind and was still willing to give the Uchiha a chance. When I get back, I must persuade my father not to make unwise choices. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Itachi returned home with a heavy heart, for he knew that if he had not persuaded his father, destruction would be waiting for the Uchiha. Danzo stood aside and watched the whole development of the situation. This time he did not play the good cop and the bad cop with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The extermination of the Uchiha clan is inevitable, so just let it happen, and there is no need to play the good cop and increase Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation for free. After returning home, Itachi hurriedly walked to Uchiha Fugaku's office. When he met Suzuki and greeted him, he did not respond. What happened to my brother? Looks like he's in a hurry. It was the first time that Suzuki saw Itachi ignoring him. Every time he called out to Itachi, the latter would smile back at him cordially. Standing at the door of Fugaku's office, Itachi knocked politely. Bang, bang. It's Itachi. Are you coming back suddenly to report news from the village? No wonder Fugaku thought so. Except for the rest time designated by the Umbu, he had never seen Itachi, who was meticulous in his work, skip work. He thought that he had obtained important information. Father, I did get some important information. Itachi was kneeling in front of Fugaku. Strictly speaking, it should be Sarutobi Hiruzen who asked him to pass on the message, but if he really said that, Fugaku would probably be very unhappy, so Itachi still kept some sense of propriety. Call. Then Itachi took a deep breath, slowly bowed his head to Uchiha Fugaku and pleaded, I came back to ask my father to stop the Uchiha's radical behavior, even a coup. Itachi, is this the information you have? Hokage-sama told you, right? Fugaku looked at his proud son who was kneeling in front of him. I didn't expect that he came back this time to admonish myself. Yes, father. Hokage-sama and the others are fully aware of the changes in the Uchiha and have prepared strategies to respond at any time. I came back specially to ask my father to stop the Uchiha coup. This is a road of no return. Fugaku's expression became extremely complicated, sometimes worried, sometimes powerless, and sometimes a little resentful. He has always wanted to change the status quo, but when the tide comes, with his strength he can only create a few waves at most, but cannot change the overall situation, and may even cause unnecessary casualties. Finally he sighed deeply. Hey, I know what you're thinking, Itachi. I also want to stop the coup d'état of my people. It's just that the crowd is excited and the emotions of the tribe members cannot be relieved. It's just snowballing. Now they find it difficult to obey even the orders of me, the tribe leader. Has it developed to this point? Is it really irreparable? Itachi's expression was heavy. According to what his father said, there would be a war between the village and the Uchiha. Suddenly Itachi thought of someone who might be able to stop the Uchiha coup. By the way, father, were his brother Shisui, he must have a way. Shisui is out on a mission, I heard he went to Kirigakure to gather intelligence. Fugaka smiled bitterly, which made Uchiha Itachi look extremely ugly. Shisui's performance in recent years has been obvious to all, and everyone regards him as the future of Uchiha, but the only tribesman who had a chance to stop the coup was away on a mission. Wien was isolated overseas, and by the time Shisui came back, the dailies were cold. Itachi, who was forced into a desperate situation at this time, was torn between his conscience and his desires. If a coup is inevitable, which side should he choose? Is it Konoha or Uchiha? The office fell into a long silence. After a long while, Uchiha Itachi finally spoke with difficulty. Father, if I make a choice, will you support me? Uchiha Fugaka stared at Itachi, the latter's face was full of determination, as if he had made a painful decision. If it's you, Itachi, go do what you choose, but promise me that you will keep Suzuki alive. Uchiha Fugaku's tone was extremely firm. This was his only condition. At that moment, Fugaku felt that he was a complete failure as a father and clan leader. What's the use of having those eyes if I can't even find a clear way out for my relatives and clansmen? With Fugaku's approval, Uchiha Itachi made up his mind to go and meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. He stood up and left. The sunlight outside illuminated Itachi's face. Behind him was the house, which was blocked by his body and fell into darkness. Itachi was going to carry out his decision. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were anxiously awaiting news from Itachi. When he saw the latter coming back, he couldn't wait to ask, Itachi, what happened to the Uchiha clan? There was hope on Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face that if the situation had not forced him, he really did not want the village and the Uchiha to come into conflict. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I failed, Itachi replied dejectedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad, as if he was being oppressed by a heavy object, and his originally hunched body looked even older. Finally, we have come to this point. The Hokage's office was filled with smoke, as if Sarutobi Hiruzen was trying to cover up a fact he didn't want to face. So Itachi, what is your choice? My choice is the village. The three eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo suddenly burst into a bright light. They were not wrong about Itachi. The powerful Uchiha eventually headed towards the village. In this way, even if war breaks out, Konoha's pressure will be reduced. Itachi, I didn't expect that your choice would be the village. I am very pleased. It would be great if all the Uchiha clan were like you. It's a pity that Shisui was on a mission and there was no time to recall him. If he were here, he would surely persuade the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this with a look of regret, and looked at Danzo with a hint of blame, because it was this childhood friend who arranged the task for Shisui. Danzo took the blame for Shisui, as it was indeed he who arranged Shisui to go on the mission. As for him causing trouble after his return, Danzo said that it was no problem at all. Konoha had difficulty dealing with the Uchiha clan, so could it be that they couldn't defeat just one Uchiha? Also, Hokage-sama, I have another request. Tell me, Itachi. If it's not too difficult, I will satisfy you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very happy. With Uchiha Itachi as a spy, Konoha had a better chance of dealing with the Uchiha coup. In this case, satisfying a request is nothing, as long as it is not excessive, it will be promised to Itachi. But who knew Uchiha Itachi would say something shocking? I request to personally deal with the Uchiha, leaving my brother Uchiha Suzuki to live in Konoha, and then I will escape into the ninja world as a traitor ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen's joyful expression gradually faded and turned into shock, and he didn't even care about the opium in his mouth. What? Uchiha Itachi is going to deal with the family himself. But shouldn't we try to avoid suspicion at this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but look at Itachi twice, curious about how his 37-degree mouth could say such icy cold words. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's thinking, he had no plan to arrange Itachi to go to the battlefield, but who knew that he would actually take the initiative to ask for battle. But then he thought again and realized that Uchiha Itachi was leaving a bargaining chip for Suzuki. He was worried that Konoha would be unfavorable to Suzuki, the orphan, so he made Konoha the biggest beneficiary, and he might even have the idea of showing his strength. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but glance at Danzo. If we were to say who in Konoha could not help but attack Suzuki first, it would definitely be the old friend. It has to be said that Itachi brought Danzo great news. He tried hard not to laugh. If it weren't for the damn Hokage's office, Lord Danzo would have laughed out loud to express his joy. Very good, Uchiha Itachi. With such awareness, I recognize your will of fire. Don't worry, I will let the Uchiha orphan go if I'm in a good mood. Itachi, I'm glad you have such an idea. I promise you that I will take good care of Suzuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted Itachi's request and said that he would let him serve as the main force. But who knew that Uchiha Itachi refused again? Hokage-sama, I will do it alone and Konoha's personnel will prevent the Uchiha from escaping. Itaki, are you serious? You should be well aware of the Uchiha's strength, that it's not something that can be solved by one person alone. Knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't trust him, Uchiha Itaki used his trump card to change Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards him. With these legendary eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan rotated into the shape of a blade. The eyes seemed to possess powerful magic and almost scared Sarutobi Hiruzen. The familiar scene reminded him of the man known as Shura of the ninja world. Does Itaki also have these eyes? I heard that a new eye technique will be born. I wonder what Itaki's is. If I hadn't asked him, would he have kept it a secret? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Itaki deeply and found that the latter was not as easy to use as he thought. This Uchiha has ideas of his own. Sasuke is not that easy to bully. But with big things happening at hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not disrupt the arranged plans. So he gave Itaki a few words of encouragement and let him go down to get ready. Only Danzo beside him was left staring at Itaki's back. Mangekyo Sharingan, I must get you. Afterwards, Uchiha Obito came to the door as expected. He revealed his hatred for the Uchiha and was willing to help Itaki kill the Uchiha on the condition that Itaki would join the Akatsuki organization after his defection. Itaki was very afraid of Obito, who called himself Uchiha Madara. This man's actions were unpredictable, especially after he demonstrated the Mangekyo Eye technique. And there is actually such an organization in the ninja world that secretly observes the village. So for the safety of the village and Sasuke's future, Itaki found a new home for himself after his defection. If the Akatsuki organization intends to attack Konoha, he will secretly pass the message to Konoha and do his best to stop it. Jinyan's shop. After many days of resurrection from the dead, Uchiha Izumi slowly woke up from his bed. When I opened my eyes, I saw unfamiliar room decorations. Have I reached the Pure Land? It turns out that Pure Land and Konoha are not much different. There is also a strong and familiar smell of food. Wrong. Uchiha Izumi tried hard to calm himself down and clear his mind. The aroma of food was clearly from the Konoha restaurant she had patronized. Is this Konoha? But am I not dead? Quan hurriedly pulled open the clothes on his chest, and there was no wound left by the kunao on his fair chest. But she remembered clearly what happened in Taizhi town, and her own experience clearly pierced her heart. So I came back to life from the dead. This is too fantastic. Quan lay on the bed in a daze, seemingly unable to accept the fact of his resurrection. At this moment, the small door of the room was slowly pushed open. After receiving a notification from the Black Shadow Corps that Quan had woken up, Jinyan prepared a meal and brought it to Quan. Who are you? Looking at Jinyan sitting on the bed, Quan frowned and thought hard, confirming that he had seen him before, but just couldn't remember it for the time being. My name is Yajaya Shinhiko, and I'm the owner of a small shop in Konoha. Do you remember it now? Put the food on the stool and Jinyan reminded with a smile. Memories came flooding back like a tide, and Quan remembered this boss who didn't hate the Uchiha, and many of the clan members liked to come here, including her. It's you, but why am I here? Obviously. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet, listen to my explanation. Jinyan interrupts Izumi's questioning and explains everything that happened after her death. The more Quan listened, the more surprised he became, and he even forgot to close his mouth. Finally, all the words condensed into one sentence, who are you? It is not difficult to see from the description that Jinyan and Konoha are by no means on the same page. This sunny and handsome boss who seems to have no chakra at all may have hidden in Konoha with evil intentions. The most terrifying thing is that no one noticed. With his powerful ability to resurrect the dead, if he makes any move, the entire Konoha will be doomed. But Jinyan was her savior and was friendly to Uchiha. Jinyan is really not something that Quan can create. Thank you for saving my life, but I have to go home first. Don't worry, I won't betray you. It took a lot of determination for Quan to make such a difficult decision. After struggling to get up, Quan didn't even bother to eat the food that Jinyan brought him, and just wanted to go home. Tell me, what will Konoha do if they know you've come back to life? Jinyan did not stop her, but instead controlled Uchiha Izumi with just one sentence. Yes, a ninja who was registered dead. Once it reappears in Konoha, it will inevitably cause a huge stir. Who wouldn't want to get such a magical and legendary method? At that time, Uchiha Izumi will be the target of public criticism, and no one will be able to protect her. If you are willing to stay here and help me, I will save your life. Jinyan smiled and proposed the conditions for protecting Izumi. At present, he was the best choice for Konoha, and Uchiha Izumi could not escape. So if you save me, you have me in your hands. Uchiha Izumi was helpless, not knowing whether resurrection was a blessing or a curse. Now she had no choice but to follow Jinyan. I promise you, Boss Jinyan, but how are you going to place me? I'll help you get a makeover that you can just help out in the store for a few days. I'll take you to see your childhood sweetheart in a few days. Uchiha Izumi felt something was very wrong. Logically, she should be happy that Jinyan took her to find Itachi, but what was going on with that uneasy feeling in her heart? At this moment, Uchiha Izumi was shrouded in an invisible haze. Konoha School. Sasuke went to class as usual, his young face filled with indelible sadness that he recently discovered that his family had become strange. Everyone looked nervous and panic-stricken, especially as fewer and fewer people were going out and everyone was hiding at home. For this reason, Sasuke once asked Fugaku why his family seemed to be preparing for war. It's not Sasuke's fault that he often stays in school and rarely witnesses the conflicts between the Uchiha and the village, that he has not noticed the drastic changes in their relationship. In order not to worry his son and get involved in the fight, Uchiha Fugaku naturally would not tell Sasuke the truth. Just to comfort him, the clan members are still immersed in the sorrow of the death of the genius Uchiha Izumi, and they will recover naturally after some time. Sasuke was skeptical. After all, he was old enough to distinguish between good and bad things, and he wondered if his father was hiding something from him, but it was rejected the next second. You have to know that the Uchiha clan is the most powerful family in Konoha and is famous in the entire ninja world. We should be thankful if they don't bully others. How could it be difficult to defeat them? Is it possible that Konoha will gather all its strength to destroy Uchiha? Don't be ridiculous. So Sasuke put aside his worries and went to school as usual. Hey Sasuke, wanna go eat barbecue together after school? Ino, Sakura, Shikamaru, and the others are all going. Naruto quietly invited Sasuke, who had a gloomy face and was worried about the family's recent situation. On the podium, Omino Irika spoke passionately and eloquently, spitting all over the place. He was so immersed in his own class that he didn't notice that someone in the audience was absent. Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke ignored him, Naruto picked up the tip of the pen and stabbed Sasuke in the thigh. Ah, Naruto, you're crazy. Sasuke was forcibly called back from his distraction and jumped up, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The air in the class suddenly became quiet. It's terrible. Naruto and Sasuke cried out in alarm that something was wrong as they were caught slacking off by their teacher. Sure enough, the next moment Omino Irika was so angry that he had a headache. I am working hard to give the lecture, and you are chatting and laughing below. So he roared angrily. You two get out and stand still. Under the sympathetic gaze of the whole class, the two walked out of the classroom and stood in punishment. Outside the classroom, Sasuke was complaining as he touched his painful thigh. What's wrong with you? Isn't that a question for you? Who told you to daydream? Facing Sasuke's rebuke, Naruto was not annoyed at all, but smiled instead. Sasuke had no way to deal with this kind of stubborn attitude. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke calmed down a little and asked unhappily, Tell me, what did you want from me just now? Nothing much, I just want to treat you to a barbecue tonight. That's it? Sasuke was speechless. Couldn't you inform me after class about such a small matter? You have to say it in class, right? He even poked me with the tip of his pen for this. Restraining his anger, Sasuke said with veins popping out on his forehead, I promise you, but next time, please find the right time to let me know. Sasuke gritted his teeth and squeezed out the keywords. He was already standing outside the classroom. He didn't want to be detained after school for criticism. It's settled then. Naruto had a grin on his face, but his eyes were filled with pity. Poor Sussy, he is about to experience the life of an orphan. The masked uncle told him to find an excuse to keep Sasuke away tonight and not let him go home, because the Uchiha clan will be annihilated. The masked uncle also said that he would secretly save the Uchiha people, but never tell Sasuke. Soon the sun set and it was time to go home from school. The students of the ninja school rushed back home, trying to escape from this prison. In Irika's class, in addition to the familiar classmates, there is also a member of the Hyuga clan. Hey, are you Hineda's brother, the genius Hyuga Niji? It's me. Thank you for taking care of Hineda in this class. Hyuga Niji was also one of the guests invited by Naruto. After all, the two of them were brothers. The moment he received Naruto's invitation, he immediately rushed to meet him. Hineda felt a little embarrassed at this time. She had lived under the shadow of her genius brother since she was a child. When others see her, they think of the genius Nisi, but Hineda doesn't like this feeling very much. So she has always taken Nisi as her goal, hoping to surpass him one day. The admiring look that Ino, Sakura and others give to Niji is also what Hineda wants. He looked at Niji with heavy eyes, as he wanted to challenge any genius except Sasuke. A member of the Hyuga clan who is known as a genius? I, Uchiha Sasuke, will surpass you. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go to Akimichi Barbecue. Naruto led everyone to the barbecue restaurant. After they left, several UMBU members jumped out. Having this little devil saves us a lot of effort. They were the ninjas sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor and prevent Sasuke from returning home, and to provide him with safety. After all, the conditions with Uchiha Itachi are there. Now that Naruto is having a dinner party, they don't need to show up, so they can just relax and enjoy themselves. As the sky gradually darkens, Konoha seems particularly peaceful today. As if it was a sign of the coming storm, every household closed their shops early. If it weren't for Naruto's dinner party, Akimichi Barbecue Restaurant would have been eager to close early. The recent trend in Konoha is so obvious that the major clans have long been mentally prepared. Sigh, this night is so noisy. Uchiha Clan. Faced with the drastic changes in the situation, the radical tribesmen are almost unable to bear it anymore. Konoha's attitude towards Uchiha is getting worse day by day. They were eager to gather all their clansmen immediately, to overthrow the powerful and bring new hope to Konoha. So another rally was held. If no solution was found, the only option left would be armed struggle. Nanga Shrine is the ancestral temple of the Uchiha clan, located in the easternmost forest of Konoha village. At this time, all the elite members of the Uchiha clan gathered together. Konoha is bullying the Uchiha like this, are you still going to endure it? Everyone calm down. The elders are trying to figure out a way to deal with this. If you do this, it will make it difficult for the elders. Difficult? I think we should just forget about it, let's just fight to the death with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen can be the Hokage, so why can't I, Uchiha? We are one of the founders of Konoha. It's fine if the villagers of Konoha don't follow the village rules, but if those ninjas want to join in the fun, then we'll fight them. The tribesmen who were gathered were already arguing loudly downstairs. Recently, there were always people in Konoha who jumped out to provoke the Uchiha and then were brought to justice. But the provocateurs were like weeds in the field, which were cut again and again, causing the law enforcement team members to have no holidays for a long time and have to work overtime. The most outrageous thing is that even though the Uchiha had tried their best, those unruly villagers still accused them of using violence to enforce the law. The law enforcement team has reported this to their superiors, but with little success. Konoha always uses words like it is the law enforcement team's duty and that they should work harder to evade the issue. This made the Uchiha unable to tolerate it, so they started to make trouble and resist. However, the elders were in no mood to deal with the troublemaking Uchiha at the moment. Under the current circumstances, they are unwilling to ignite the Uchiha powder keg, otherwise the first to die will be the elders. Faced with the clan members' relentless pressure, the Uchiha elders looked embarrassed and turned their attention to Uchiha Fugaku in the center, hoping that the leader could offer constructive suggestions. Patriarch, we have done our best, now it's your turn. You have to think of a solution quickly, we can't hold on any longer. As if he didn't notice the elders' pleading eyes, Uchiha Fugaku stood up calmly. I know the difficulties of my people. Please give me one more day. If there is no result, we will launch a coup. Uchiha Fugaku still stood up and loudly announced the final conclusion. His current attitude is to delay it as long as possible to create opportunities for Itachi. At the same time, it's a pity that Shisui had to go out on a mission. With him around, at least he could share some of the pressure. After getting the final promise from the patriarch, the people below chose to accept it after intense discussion. After all, it is not easy to commit a crime against one's superiors, but if the former goes back on his word, he will be consumed by anger. Thus, the last Uchiha clan meeting ended, and every clan member went back to prepare for the next battle. Really, I don't know what the clan leader and the others are hesitating about. In my opinion, we should break into the Hokage building and bring down Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well said. The Uchiha members, who were in groups of 3 or 4, were discussing unscrupulously how to overthrow the Hokage, with no fear of the Umbu suddenly appearing. But there are people more terrifying than the Umbu watching them in the darkness. Why do you have to do this? Why do you want to destroy the peace of the village? The Uchiha and Konoha should live in harmony. I'm sorry for the sake of the village. Uchiha Itachi, hiding in the dark, opened the Mangekyo and pulled his tribesmen into the Tsukuyomi illusion. After a while, several people lay there quietly. Only their distorted ground revealed the horror they had just witnessed. As Uchiha Itachi took action, Sarutobi Hiruzen mobilized government personnel to surround the Uchiha clan's territory. This suppression will inevitably lead to dishonorable things, so those private ninjas do not need to be activated, as it will affect the reputation of the Hokage. At most, let them clean the outside. The Uchiha elites who had just returned home were still immersed in the beautiful dream of overthrowing the Hokage and had not realized that they were trapped in a death cage. A family on the outskirts of Uchiha. Not long after finishing the meal, the family decided to turn off the lights. Due to the recent tense family situation, all usual entertainment activities have been cancelled, as if being trapped in darkness could bring them more security. Bang bang. Not long after the owner of the house lay down, there was a knock on the door. Who could it be at this late hour? Could it be that the elders had come to a conclusion after discussion, so they sent someone to deliver the message? As for the enemy invading the Uchiha or something like that, what enemy invasion would knock on the door in a friendly way? Under the urging and kicking of the hostess, the male host had no choice but to get up and open the door. Young patriarch, why is it you? The moment the man opened the door, he was attracted by a pair of Sharinans that were different from ordinary people. He stood there in a daze, not saying a word for a long time. The hostess in the house noticed that the host had kept the door open for so long and immediately realized something was wrong. He put on his combat gear and ran to protect the child. But what she saw was a scene that made her despair. The men and children were all lying on the ground, their blood soaking the ground, and they were already dead. No, the hostess was extremely sad. Her family members died right in front of her eyes. Her beautiful family was broken up and she felt that her life had suddenly lost its luster. The hostess hugged the corpse and cried bitterly, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. She held the weapon tightly in her hand, she wanted revenge, she wanted to cut off the murderer's head with her own hands. Looking around the room, she finally spotted a black figure. Looking closely, it turned out to be a familiar figure from the past. Young patriarch, why is it you? Ugh. The hostess covered her throat and stared at Uchiha Itachi in disbelief, blood constantly oozing out from between her fingers. The person present at the murder scene was none other than the respected young chief of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the latter cut his own throat directly, so there is no doubt that he is the murderer. But why? The hostess still couldn't save her life and fell to the ground. Why did Itachi Uchiha kill his own family? He is obviously the young patriarch. How could he do that? Her eyes were full of confusion and hatred. She stared at Uchiha Itachi's back as he left, unable to close her eyes for a long time. Having experienced it all personally, I wonder if Uchiha Itachi will recall the unwilling looks of his clansmen in his dreams in the future. Then Uchiha Itachi walked out of the door and continued to kill from the outer area of the clan territory to the inner area of the clan territory. With the help of the Mangekyo Sharinan, he was able to slash the target with his sword all the way. The blood flowed like a river, but his emotionless eyes never stopped. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing? Are you crazy, Uchiha Itachi? No, please, young clan leader, he's just a child. What a beast, what a fucking beast. Uchiha Itachi, are you worthy of your clan members? Whether facing the pleas or insults from his former familiar clan members, Uchiha Itachi showed no mercy. Under his Mangekyo Sharinan, few members of the clan could escape, and even if they did, they would be killed by the surrounding umbu and root. This also caused the kaleidoscope to be overloaded, and tears of blood flowed from the corners of the eyes. Sasuke, this is the only thing I can do for you. After killing all the clan members on the periphery, Uchiha Itachi turned and walked towards the inner circle. The tribesmen there are more powerful and need the cooperation of the mysterious man. And there are also my parents inside. Outside the Uchiha clan territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were guarding the door, and the umbu personnel were reporting Uchiha Itachi's movements in real time. Although they only heard it with their ears, they could still imagine the scene of Uchiha Itachi slaughtering his clansmen. What a cruel person. The Uchiha clan actually raised a butcher. Fortunately, my Sarutobi/Shimura clan does not have such a member. The two still felt unsafe and planned to clean up the family after returning to guard against people like Uchiha Itachi. We have worked hard to build up our family, and we cannot let it be destroyed by one person. You are so ruthless. These are your relatives, friends, brothers, and sisters. Obito walked out of the Kamui space and spoke to Itachi in a slightly sarcastic tone. He specifically took advantage of Konoha's umbu reporting to contact Itachi to avoid being discovered. This is the fate that the Uchiha clan deserves, and it is also their final destination. As if he didn't hear Obito's taunting, Itachi called on Obito for help. So far, the kaleidoscope he had opened not long ago has already felt the pressure. Snort! Evil Uchiha clan. Tonight is the night for you to disappear. When facing his former clansmen, Obito acted decisively and without hesitation, and he even cut off the eyes of the clansmen afterwards. These were his life-saving items when wandering in the ninja world. You don't have to worry about being solved. Inside the Uchiha clan's territory, screams suddenly appeared louder and louder, and it was obvious that the clan's resistance was growing stronger. The pressure on the murderer is also doubled. Unfortunately, the murderer's attack was so sudden that too many tribesmen died, so in the end no decent resistance force was formed. Only one or two Uchiha gathered to save themselves. Gradually, the screams from the tribe subsided and the land became deathly silent. Fugaku, do you really want to do this? In the Uchiha clan leader's room, the dim light flickered. Uchiha Mikato's virtuous face showed grief, regret, sadness and other emotions. Her husband Uchiha Fugaku has made a choice and believes in their child Uchiha Itachi, believing that he will give the Uchiha a future. So even though the tribesmen outside the room were screaming, Fugaku still stepped forward to stop them. He had simply put on his regular clothes and was sitting in his room with his wife, waiting for the Itachi that massacred his family to come in. I believe Itachi that he will take good care of Sasuke and provide a future for the family. You will promise me, Itachi. Fugaku turned and said to Itachi, who walked into the house. The air brought in by the latter seemed to be filled with the smell of the tribe's blood. Father, I'm sorry, I had to do this for Sasuke. Itachi felt a trace of pity, because he was going to send his parents away with his own hands. Now that you have made up your mind, your mother and I can leave without any worries. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and felt very pleased. Sitting with Uchiha Mikato, Fugaku spoke his final words to Itachi. Then Itachi, I'll leave Sasuke in your care. Father. Itaki wanted to say something but ultimately didn't say it, he didn't know whether to try to keep her or something else. His father and mother had committed suicide by hugging each other. After the Umbu reported in real time over a long distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo confirmed that Uchiha Itaki had left Konoha. The two of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Mangekyo Sharingan is worthy of being the legendary eye, capable of slaughtering Uchiha alone. Fortunately, Uchiha Itaki left, otherwise it would have been a big trouble. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, Konoha personnel quickly moved into Uchiha to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, a notice was drafted, and Uchiha Itaki was massacred and his entire clan defected, and a wanted order was issued for him as an S-level traitor to appease the people of Konoha. From the beginning to the end, the Umbu members only arrived after the incident, and they basically did not do anything about the genocide. Danzo then went to search for Sasuke with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and ordered the root to harvest his Sharingan. Such powerful power will soon belong to me, it makes me excited just thinking about it. It's a pity that a symbolic portion had to be given to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, as the Hokage, the latter didn't dare to take more. If he was discovered, he would not be able to explain himself. As for Itaka's Mangekyo, he will keep it in his body for now and take it away when he has time in the future. It didn't take long for them to find Sasuke unconscious at his doorstep, and Fugaku and Mikado, who had both committed suicide inside the house. Is that Itaka's brother? Take him to the hospital and take care of him. After a quick check of Sasuke's condition, he found out that fortunately he was just unconscious due to mental shock, so Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the Umbu to take Sasuke for treatment, and they will accept the Uchiha clan's huge wealth and further increase their strength. That was all the wealth accumulated by the Uchiha clan since the Warring States period. Konoha's accumulated financial problems would be solved, and their family would also benefit greatly. As for Sasuke, at most he would leave some for Itaka's sake. As if he smelled the scent of money, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt no more pain in his waist and legs, he walked lightly, and his whole body felt refreshed. The Uchiha property is not so easy to take. Just as the Umbu finished moving the property, Izumi stepped out from the shadows wearing a white-browed, red mani mask. Jinyan let her out now because he didn't want to see the Uchiha property damaged. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out and we can't stop, everything will be ruined. The familiar appearance made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo recall the night when the Shadow Ninja invaded a few years ago. The loss of that ninjutsu caused great trouble to Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The next few years were peaceful and I thought the Shadow Ninja was no longer targeting Konoha, but I didn't expect him to show up again tonight. How dare you show up in Konoha? Everyone, come to me. There will be a huge reward for capturing the Shadow Ninja. Danzo spoke on behalf of Sarutobi Hiruzen, asking the combatants to put aside their priorities and capture the Shadow Ninja accomplices first. There is nothing to talk about between Konoha and the Shadow Ninja. Everything will be discussed after they are caught. In an instant, Uchiha Izumi was surrounded by 3 layers of Konoha ninjas inside and 3 layers outside. Other personnel are on the way. You can't escape today. Who said I was going to run away? The ninjas of Konoha will pay the price for the genocide of the Uchiha clan. Izumi now only wants to vent all his anger on Konoha and avenge the tragic deaths of his clansmen. A dark red skeleton stretched out, raised its fists high, and while the surrounding ninjas were stunned, it directly knocked one person into the ground. Susanoo, you are an Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exclaimed. Who could have expected that the Shadow Ninja that suddenly appeared would be the mysterious Uchiha, and a Mangekyo? I didn't expect that after I lost a pair of kaleidoscopes, another pair was delivered to my door. I can't let it go this time no matter what. Danzo became very greedy and was determined to keep Uchiha Izumi at all costs. Pulling some distance, the Konoha Umbu and Root, who were still the main force, released ninjutsu together, intending to use the human wave tactic to overwhelm Izumi. Sai Heiwan. Izumi used the Mangekyo pupil technique with his right eye, and the vision of everyone in Konoha changed drastically immediately. Some people saw that Danzo gained better subordinates and gave up on himself. Some people witnessed their colleagues turning into Vixen, trying to suck their energy. Someone found out that her husband was cheating on her and came to her house. Various scenes came one after another, all of which reflected everyone's most fearful thoughts in their hearts. Now they have become reality and are clinging to me. Therefore, the ninjutsu that should have been directed towards Izumi in reality were diverted and the targets were set on those feared things. In fact, all the attacks from the Umbu and the Root hit their colleagues. There were flames and explosions at the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo watched helplessly as their fellow ninjas suffered heavy casualties and became furious. Damn it, is this an illusion? Why is the range so large? It's not like the two had never seen illusions before, but this was an illusion on such a large scale that affected the Umbu and Root elites. No matter who you are, you dare to attack Konoha, that you will not be spared today. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo both went into battle. Just as he was worried about not being able to find an excuse for the Uchiha clan's genocide, he framed Izumi as the murderer who attacked Konoha. Not many people will pursue the truth behind the genocide, they want a proper explanation. Shameless Konoha high-ranking officials, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Jutsu. The fire dragon formed by Raging Fire roared, blocking the retreat of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Unfortunately, because Izumi has only opened his Mangekyo for a short time, he can only rely on the combat power of the 3 Megatama, and is not as strong as Uchiha Itaki. This made it easy for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo to block her ninjutsu, and he started to release wind and fire escape techniques to counterattack. It seems that I still have to rely on the kaleidoscope ability. Increasing the output of energy, Uchiha Izumi Susanoo quickly formed a skeleton, but she still felt it was not enough, so she endured the pain and activated the third stage of Susanoo. The dark red skeleton grew flesh and blood, and there was a long knife in his hand. The sense of oppression was far beyond what the skeleton could match. Under Izumi's control, the dark red Susanoo swept forward with a long sword in his hand, breaking through the ninjutsu of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo in the blink of an eye and coming over the heads of the two men. Ape Demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Monkey King, and when the latter was confused, he used all his strength to hold up the long sword. The soil under his feet couldn't bear the weight and he sank straight down. Danzo, quick! Sarutobi Hiruzen's body made a creaking sound, and it was unclear if it was because his bones were dislocated. He quickly called for Danzo to help, but he didn't get a response for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to search with his long sword and found that the latter had approached Izumi without him knowing when. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Danzo stepped forward, took out a kunao, and instantly got behind Izumi and stabbed him. Clang! The kunao broke, and Danzo realized that he could not engage in close combat with Susanoo, so he retreated back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This move made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Izumi look at him with admiration. What kind of operation is it to use kunao to poke Susanoo? Can Susanoo be broken by kunao? Maybe I should let Danzo read more about the secret history of Konoha after we get back. Facing the two people's surprised eyes, Danzo looked calm, as if nothing had happened just now, but he quickly changed the subject. Susanoo is indeed very strong. Let's attack together with Hiruzen. After awakening the ninjas who still had fighting power, everyone worked together again to deal with Quan. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo giving warnings in the front, the Umbu and Root behind them immediately gained a safe environment for output. In an instant, Susanoo and Konoha ninjutsu started a fierce confrontation. It even made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo think that Susanoo was nothing special. The Mangekyo Sharingan is not invincible. However, this was exactly the fountain that they were lucky enough to come across and obtain the kaleidoscope. If it was Jinyan, there would be earth-shaking changes. If you feel reluctant, just withdraw first. Jinyan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Izumi, and a white skeleton rose up to completely block the attacks of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. I'm sorry, sir. I'm incompetent. Blood oozed from the corners of Quan's eyes and he felt deeply indignant. If she hadn't been so weak, she would have made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo taste the power of the Uchiha, and there would have been no need to bother Jinyan to finish the job. Who are you? Are you the leader of the Shadow Ninja? Hearing Izumi addressing Jinyan as sir, there was no doubt that the person that Mangekyo Uchiha respected was probably the leader of the Shadow Ninja. I never thought that the Uchiha clan extermination could catch such a big fish. No matter what, we have to find out the information. So Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave the order, asking the Umbu to notify other elite members of Konoha to come and join the battle quickly. Make sure to capture the Shadow Ninja leader in one go. Jinyan did not stop the former's actions. Who would argue with someone whose strength was like that of a child? On the contrary, the Konoha ninjas were able to gather together and saved a lot of effort. Everyone in Konoha, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for reinforcements. Just take my move first. Izumi stood together, and Jinyan's Susanoo expanded rapidly. The skeleton grew flesh and blood, holding a spear, and then grew legs, armor quickly climbed up and attached, and wings stretched out. The white complete form of Susanoo appeared completely in front of everyone in Konoha. So big. Is this the divine power Susanoo? We are actually fighting this monster. Can we really defeat him? Everyone in Konoha was stunned and shocked. The above thoughts came to my mind at the same time, and I even put down the ninjutsu in my hand unconsciously. The pressure from the huge Susanoo was so clear that it almost reached the sky. They had no doubt that Jinyan could kill or injure a large number of people just by moving his toes, while they could not even touch the corner of their opponent's clothes. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. Danzo was both terrified and excited. If he had such powerful strength, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp and the entire ninja world would submit to him. But can I really withstand this kind of power? He fell into deep self-doubt, and the Mangekyo Sharingan didn't seem so effective anymore. The power gap is so great that it is enough to make people lose the will to resist. After all, how can an ant hope to become the sky? Lord Jinyan. It turns out that he is also from the Uchiha clan, and the Mangekyo Sharingan has evolved to such a powerful level. Uchiha Izumi stood behind Jinyan, his eyes filled with admiration. I didn't expect that he would hide his Uchiha identity, maybe it was just for this moment. With you here, there is no need to worry about the Uchiha people's prosperity. I just need to follow you closely and become your most capable subordinate. Unexpectedly, Jinyan conquered Uchiha Izumi with his powerful strength and charm. The latter completely regarded him as the hope for reviving the Uchiha. In addition, everyone in Konoha, as long as they have eyes, can see the tall Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. The glowing chakra almost dispelled the darkness around it. They all stood there in a daze, and some ninjas subconsciously forgot to resist. What is that? Is a miracle coming? Or maybe Konoha had angered the gods? At that moment, most people in Konoha thought that a god had descended to the earth, and only a few knowledgeable ninjas recognized Susanoo. Everyone calm down and don't be afraid. In the Uchiha clan, even though he was afraid, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to calm down and encourage his subordinates. He is the Hokage of Konoha, and he must stand up and lead everyone at critical moments. We can't let Konoha be destroyed in his hands. The enemy is indeed very powerful, but we are not alone. Behind us are reinforcements, your relatives and friends. We must not take a step back. Remember the will of fire. I am with you. At the critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen played the inspiring role of the will of fire. Although his legs were still shaking uncontrollably, the people around him were clearly more confident. Hokage-sama is right. Don't give up, let's do it together. The crowd was excited, and the Root and Umbu cheered loudly in an attempt to dispel the fear. Hiruzen is worthy of you. You can still inspire morale at this time. Humph, I am the Hokage, the leader of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo communicated with each other through eye contact, and they seemed to feel that the other party could hear their thoughts. However, no matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen motivated himself, it was all in vain in the face of absolute strength. It's really exciting, then Hokage, try this trick. Jinyan smiled softly and controlled the white Susanoo to raise the spear high. The shortstop seems to be to accumulate strength. Then, like a falling planet, powerful chakra suddenly exploded. In an instant, Konoha seemed to be plunged into daylight and the explosion spread rapidly. The surrounding ninjas didn't even have time to escape before they were swallowed up. The entire Konoha trembled at this shocking blow. They all raised their hands to block the wind and waves, and even forgot the idea of escaping. That is our enemy. It is simply beyond human power to contend with. So, are Hokage and the others dead? The moment they were affected, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo subconsciously pulled the ninjas around them to protect themselves. Then the consciousness becomes completely empty, forgetting everything, and life and death become random. After a long time, the Uchiha clan calmed down. Cough cough. A heavy cough sounded in the ruins of the Uchiha clan's territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to pull away the object that was pressing on him. This simple action almost cost him his life. At this time, he had almost lost his ability to move and had difficulty standing up. Unlike the 5 Kage who fought against Uchiha Madara together, now he and Danzo are the main force, and they are old and frail. Oh, right, Danzo. Remembering the existence of his childhood friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out hoarsely. Finally, I heard a scream not far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to stand up and staggered towards the place where the sound came from. There he saw Danzo in a miserable state, especially with one of his arms missing. Because the latter was seriously injured, he fainted after just a few screams. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen have the energy to look around. The enemy was nowhere to be seen. The Uchiha clan's territory had been reduced to ruins, and it was estimated that only a few of the Umbu and Root present were left. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen vomited blood and fainted before support arrived. The Konoha elite is gone just like that. Outside Konoha village, Itaki and Obito were on their way to the Akatsuki organization when they were suddenly stopped by Shisui, who appeared from the darkness. Brother Shisui, why are you here? Uchiha Itaki was surprised and happy. Didn't Brother Shisui go to the water country on a mission? Why is he here? I wonder what he will do when he finds out that I wiped out my entire clan. I know what you did to the family. Brother Shisui, you know. Right. Uchiha Itaki originally wanted to explain to Shisui, but who would have thought that the latter already knew about the genocide? But how did he know? We are ahead of Brother Shisui. You don't need to care how I know this. Today I'm here to collect interest from my tribe members. Itaki, you disappoint me so much. Shisui had no intention of saying anything more, as the hatred of his tribe had not yet been avenged. But seeing him firing at full power, his whole body's chakra surged, and he directly summoned a green skeleton Susanoo and rushed forward. Avoid Susanoo attack, Uchiha Itaki said anxiously. Wait, Brother Shisui, listen to my explanation. No need to explain. No matter what you do, you shouldn't attack the tribe members. The green Susanoo evolved further, holding the Yasaka Megatama and throwing it at Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Obito was watching the whole show next to him. From time to time, he would ask, Mr. Itaki, do you need my help? No need for your help, I can handle it myself. At this point, Itaki also understood that no words would be of any use if he could not defeat Shisui in strength, and in the end, he would have to speak with his fists. So he also summoned Susanoo to fight Shisui. Thanks to the cooperation of the eye technique Amaterasu, Itaki was able to restrain Shisui for a while. Originally, he was going to look for the clan's sacred artifacts, the Tenfus sword and the Yata mirror, according to his father's instructions. But in the end, the storage place was empty and the two artifacts disappeared for no reason. But time was limited at that time and Itaka didn't want to think too much, so he followed Uchiha Obito and escaped from Konoha. Otherwise, with two magical weapons in hand, it is hard to say who will win between Shisui and Itaka's Susanoo. But Itaki was very confused about what Shisui's eye technique was. Why isn't it used now? He had no idea what Shisui was thinking. How could Kota Amatsukami use such a powerful skill on a traitor? But Shisui wanted Itake to pay the price and couldn't bear to see the battle become stalemate. Then Susanoo evolved into flesh and blood, and the green Susanoo held a spiral sword. This is a violent weapon. When it is swung, it creates a powerful wind effect, and when it is charged forward, it causes huge damage. Forests fell down in large areas, and the earth was turned into new soil. Uchiha Itaki, who had not obtained the divine weapon, had to deal with it with ordinary Susanoo weapons. In addition, his eyes were open much shorter than Shisui's, so he would soon be unable to hold on. Uchiha Obito discovered this situation and tried to secretly help Itaki escape. After all, they were members of the Akatsuki organization recruited by him personally, and they would become an aid in dealing with Hisahi. He couldn't let them die here with Shisui, otherwise it would mean that he had made a wasted trip. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Raise non, oh shit. Hearing these three words, Obito nervously activated his hollow form and quickly dodged. I don't know if this is the after effect left by Minato Namikaze. After running to a safe place, Obito changed his mind again. That's not right. There are only two people who can use the Raiznon, how come they appear behind me? Realizing that something was wrong, Obito turned around and looked at the place behind him. There is no Raiznon, only a mysterious man wearing a red mask. I was fooled? Asshole, I think you are looking for death. Realizing that he had been tricked, Obito was extremely angry. Someone had recklessly provoked his pain. No matter why the latter called the Raiznon to scare him, Obito's only thought was to kill the bastard. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the famous Uchiha Madara would be scared by the Raiznon. Jinyan burst into laughter. He really wanted to scare Obito and warn him not to do anything behind his back, but who knew the reaction would be so big? It seems that Minato Namikaze left a big shadow on Obito. I will knock out your teeth one by one and shut that ugly smile of yours forever. Obito gritted his teeth, almost forcing the words out from between his teeth. He didn't allow anyone to mention his past of killing his master, and he vowed to make Jinyan, who laughed at him, pay a heavy price. Fire style, storm dance. Obito activated the Mangekyo Kamui, distorting the surrounding space and combining it with fire release ninjutsu to form a rotating firestorm. It was only a B-rank ninjutsu, but in the hands of the former loser, it exerted enormous power. The firestorm is extremely fast. If an ordinary person cannot keep up with the reaction, he will be swallowed up and turned into ashes. Water escape, water formation wall. Jinyan clapped his hands and spurted out a waterfall-like amount of water, which rotated to form a towering water wall that blocked the fire escape. The alternation of water and fire caused violent reactions in the forest. Realizing that Obito's Kamui had teleported behind him, Jinyan used the flying thunder god he had set up in advance to move away, but left a detonating tag for Obito on the spot. Bang! In an instant, Obito activated the Kamui Hollow and avoided the damage from the explosion. Flying Thunder God, it's Flying Thunder God again. Why is there Flying Thunder God everywhere? Obito was very depressed, because the space-time ninjutsu Kamui was his pride. But since Minato Namikaze, he discovered that Kamui was not invincible. Until now, he felt that Flying Thunder God was everywhere, Hisashi from Akatsuki, and the mysterious man in front of him. Flying Thunder God is not a wholesale ninjutsu. Of course, Obito had suspected that Kyuji was disguised as a mysterious person, but the bastard in front of him was hiding so deeply that it was difficult to tell. Then Jinyan stabbed Obito with a kunao, but he dodged it by using his hollow form. A familiar scene unfolds again. Obito seriously suspected that a mysterious man was secretly peeping at him while he was fighting Minato Namikaze. Otherwise, how would we know everything about the battle? Asshole. Do you think I'm still as weak as before? Let this teach you a lesson. Would release, pole insertion technique. Obito spat out sharp wooden thorns from his palms, piercing straight into Jinyan's vital points, making up for the shortcoming of his short arms. At this moment, Obito expressed deep regret that if his arms had not been long enough before, he would have been confident that he could defeat Minato Namikaze. However, just 1 second before the wood-release thorn was to hit Shinhiko, he used the Mayajutsu Shinyiko no Mikato to rewrite the facts, and Obito's wooden thorn disappeared for no reason. When? No ninjutsu fluctuations were detected. How come the wood release disappeared for no reason? Obito didn't have time to think about the reason, because Jinyan had teleported behind him and formed a raise-non in his hand. Boom! At this moment Obito accepted the fact, and he was pressed into the ground by the raise-non again. The pain is still so familiar. Taking this opportunity, Jinyan left the flying thunder god mark on Obito, just like Minato Namikaze. It is also one of the solutions to deal with Shinwei. Shisui and Itachi couldn't help but be drawn to the fight between the two. I didn't expect the adult/mysterious person to be so powerful, especially when he saw Shinhiko beating Obito so hard that he had no chance to fight back. Uchiha Itachi had deep doubts. Is this the legendary Uchiha Madara? The Shura of the ninja world was beaten by a mysterious man. You're not here to make people laugh. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara is not here, otherwise these children would definitely experience the horror of the Shura in the ninja world. By the way, teach Obito a lesson for ruining his reputation. Suddenly Obito appeared from underground next to Itachi. The torn robes reveal the body covered in scars. It can be seen that he suffered a lot at the hands of Jinyan. The enemy is not easy to deal with, let's go first. Obito hurriedly pulled Itachi along, as he was afraid that if he waited a little longer, the fight between the two Uchiha would not be over and he would die at the hands of Shinhiko first. Itachi didn't refuse and let Obito pull him along. He had already seen clearly that this guy was definitely not Uchiha Madara. It is more likely that he is acting under the name of Uchiha Madara. No matter how weak that ancestor was, he would never fall into such a situation. Apart from the fact that Obito is quite powerful when wearing the mask, his true identity is just that of a ratman. I hope that the Akatsuki organization, whom I have never met, will not be like this. Sir, are you just going to let them go? Just let them go for now. I think the Uchiha people would rather see him in pain than die in your hands. Uchiha Itachi was just a whetstone left by Jinyan for Sasuke that if they really wanted to kill him, the latter would have no chance of survival. There are still many people who want to take revenge on him, so how can he be allowed to die easily? Living in an eternal nightmare is Itachi's destiny. Don't go back to Konoha during this period, and just deal with the mission in the Land of Water. I will send you and Izumi to Orochimaru and strengthen you both. Due to the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui and Izumi did not fight with all their might. Strictly speaking, it was Jinyan who caused the most damage. Therefore, they must be allowed to continue their studies, that they can't be the ones to show up every time that doesn't fit the image of the mastermind behind the scenes. Back to the Konoha shop. Jinyan ignored how Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others dealt with the aftermath, and instead looked at Shisui and Izumi, who both had sad faces. The huge Uchiha family disappeared overnight because of a traitor. There are only a few people left, and there is no trace of the glory of the first powerful family in the ninja world. It's useless to be sad now that you should consider the future development of the Uchiha clan, that you can't let the Uchiha disappear. Shisui and Izumi looked at each other. Your Excellency is right, the responsibility of revitalizing the Uchiha clan will fall on their shoulders. Sasuke is still young and is not within their consideration for the time being. The two's eyes gradually became firm, but were interrupted by Jinyan's sudden words. Besides, who told you that the Uchiha clan was exterminated? After saying that, Jinyan smiled and took it off the mask on his face. Ah, a big question mark popped up on Quan's head. I wonder if Jinyan said something wrong. What's the difference between having only a few Uchiha people left and annihilating the clan? Is it advising us not to be sad and to be more optimistic? However, unlike Izumi, Shisui was doubly shocked. Over the years he has gotten used to Jinyan's presence. The two are very familiar with each other. But he still wondered in his heart what kind of face was underneath the red mask. He saw it today. Shisui thought of countless possibilities, even bringing up the ancestors of Konoha and Uchiha, but the result was still beyond his expectations. It turns out that the harmless boss Jinyan is the masked man and the leader of the Shadow Ninjas. He appeared alive in front of everyone in Konoha. That's why he brought us here. I know you are surprised, but don't be surprised yet, because there are surprises waiting for you, Jinyan explained to the two with a smile. Then his eyes transformed into kaleidoscopes, and as his pupil technique was activated, the space around him gradually developed a glass texture, like a series of glass doors. This is. Shisui and Izumi were shocked at what kind of eye technique was Jinyan using. It was simply unheard of. Putting aside all doubts for the moment, they followed Jinyan around the glass door before they suddenly realized what was going on. Behind the door was not a familiar shop, but another unknown space. The familiar Uchiha clan members are living well here. Sir, is this a space-time ninjutsu? The tribesmen are still alive. The Uchiha clan was not exterminated. Shisui and Izumi were so excited that their speech became incoherent. The ups and downs of life come so fast and it's really exciting. After obtaining Jinyan's consent, they rushed towards the tribe like the wind, where they found familiar friends and relatives. Without disturbing the reunion, Jinyan exited the space. Long before the genocide, Jinyan used the pupil technique of his eyes to create fake Uchiha clan members, and hid the real ones in the space barrier, and by the way, he broadcast a genocide live for them, perfectly transfer hatred to Itachi, Obito, and Konoha. Besides this, Jinyan also has selfish motives. With Super Shadow strength, he was able to save everyone, but he still had some reservations. Of course, there is no need to tell Shisui, Izumi, and the others these words. At the same time, this means that the Sharingan that Danzo and Obito took away were half real and half fake, and some of the Sharingan could only be used for viewing but not for use. Maybe when they use Izanagi with full confidence, they will find out that it is an empty shell and lose their lives. After exiting from the space, Shisui and Izumi were extremely grateful to Jinyan. It means that from now on, as long as Jinyan gives an order, Uchiha will never disagree. If it weren't for Jinyan, the Uchiha family would be on the verge of extinction. As for the loss of their tribesmen, they never doubted Jinyan's intentions. In war, there will always be casualties. The dead tribesmen deserved this disaster in their fate. I can only lament my bad luck. But if they think about it carefully, they will find that the dead Uchiha people were all difficult to control. At this juncture, I guess no one has noticed this. And no one paid attention to it anymore. It's good that you have this intention. I have 2 more things to give you. As he said this, Jinyan took out the Uchiha artifact stolen by the Black Shadow Corps. The 10-fist sword and the 8-foot mirror. Where there are shadows, there are shadow troops. Jinyan had brought out the 2 artifacts long before the clan was exterminated. So Itachi searched the entire Uchiha clan but couldn't find it. According to the upper limit of these 2 artifacts, it's no problem to deal with cage-level ninjas. You'll have to try to become a super cage, but if you meet 6 paths, you can just wait for death. Sir, will you give us these 2 artifacts? As for the 2 divine weapons, Shisui and Uchiha Elite had heard of their names. Although they are the Uchiha's sacred artifacts, as the victor, Shinhiko has the right to deal with them. Of course it's for you. My strength, the 2 great artifacts are just the icing on the cake. It will be most effective in your hands. Then Jinyan gave the Yata mirror to Shisui and the Tatsuka sword to Izumi. With these 2 artifacts, their Susanoo has been strengthened. Now let's talk about Obito. He fled in a panic with the Itachi. He did not rush back to Akatsuki, but let Itachi stay in a secret place. Then he called Black Zetsu to go to Uchiha Madara's secret base to provide treatment there, and hide all the spoils here. The people in Akatsuki organization were just tools of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, and he didn't want to go back with injuries. If those guys really knew about this, there's no telling when they would take action. Konoha. Faced with Jinyan's devastating attack that night, the rescuers conducted a daring reconnaissance. They made sure Jinyan had left, and then they came to the Uchiha clan's territory trembling with fear, fearing that this vicious man would suddenly appear and kill them. What meets the eye is a ruin. The once glorious Konoha clan has vanished into thin air. They quickly split up to search and finally rescued the survivors. With the presence of medical ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were sent to the emergency room with their lives hanging on, and they luckily survived. But after this battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seriously injured and looked much older, as if he would be buried in the next second. Danzo is no less inferior. He lost an arm and is currently unconscious in the hospital. At the same time, the ninjas they brought with them were almost destroyed. After all, they are doing something to confiscate property and exterminate clans, so it would be inappropriate for Sarutobi Hiruzen to bring ninjas like Kakashi and Might Guy with him, as that would lead to gossip. Therefore, we only bring out the ninjas who are die-hard fans of Naruto and Root, so that people can feel at ease. But these loyal ninjas are all gone, and I wonder how many thoughts the remaining people have. Lying on the hospital bed, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked like a lost soul, and he had lost a lot of energy and spirit. He felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, with the invasion of shadow ninjas a few years ago and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan today. If this happens 1 or 2 more times, he, the Hokage, will enter the Pure Land in a stinky state. The only consolation may be the Uchiha clan's vast wealth. This gave him an idea that even he himself could not believe. Maybe I should abdicate. Recall Jiraiya, Tsunade and others to come back and inherit the title of Hokage. Upon hearing the news that Sarutobi Hiruzen had awakened, people from all walks of life in Konoha came to visit him. He secretly said that even though Lord Hokage caused such a big mess, we are still loyal to Konoha, so you shouldn't think too much about it. However, he dealt with the matter in a perfunctory manner. The reputation of the Hokage suffered such a great blow, people's hearts were in turmoil, and it was difficult to convince Konoha. Fortunately, Naruto could still visit him sincerely, and Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly thought that all his efforts over the years were not in vain. Even with Sarutobi Hiruzen's decades of experience, he couldn't help but feel gratified that what he had instilled in Naruto was finally producing some results. The room where Sasuke is unconscious. After the 12 ninjas of Konoha came to visit Sasuke, Naruto was the only one left to guard him alone. After many days of rest, the mentally exhausted Sasuke finally woke up. So cold. Father, Mother. It's not a dream. With the help of the medical ninja, Suzuki was able to recover mentally after the Tsukuyomi was over. But as soon as he woke up, that night full of painful memories kept surfacing, and Suzuki realized that the Uchiha clan was exterminated by Itaki. This thought lingered in Suzuki's mind for a long time. His chakra instantly erupted and he was about to rush out the door to find out what had happened that night, even ignoring Naruto who was standing beside him. Suzuki, stop. Get out of here, don't stop me, or I'll kill you too. Faced with obstacles, no matter who Suzuki is, he will become an enemy in his eyes. That he is so excited that his eyes have even opened the 2 Megatama. It was obvious that Suzuki would not listen to the advice, and Naruto had no intention of talking to him properly. It seems that we still have to use force to solve this problem. If you really have that ability, then come with me. If I can't beat you, how can you kill Uchiha? Attack it. Naruto's ridicule was like lighting a powder keg. Now Suzuki couldn't stand hearing anything related to Attack the most. You bastard, do you still think I'm the same as before? Just with these eyes I will kill you, Naruto. The two of them completely ignored the surveillance of the Umbu and rushed to the training ground together. In fact, after receiving the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed them to fight, but told the Umbu not to cause any casualties. Just give it to Suzuki to vent his anger at this time, and everything will be fine once he accepts the reality. Konoha Training Ground. Suzuki caught up with Naruto and had no intention of chatting, he just started fighting. His murderous intentions were exposed, and he just wanted to defeat Naruto, the arrogant guy, and release the pain in his heart. Previously trained by Uchiha Itachi, Suzuki's strength can no longer be measured by the original work. With the 3-body jutsu, fire style, Uchiha fluid flow jutsu, and the activated 2 Megatama Sharingan, it is no exaggeration to say that Suzuki will have no worries about graduation. Naruto is also not easy to deal with. He has demonstrated his strength and is proficient in many ninjutsu, and can use a small amount of Nine Tails chakra. He created several clones, and even Suzuki could not distinguish them with his 2 Megatama Sharingan. The latter had no choice but to change his tactics, using the substitution technique and the instant body technique to escape, and using fire escape to cover all of Naruto's clones. This is a very common ninjutsu routine. Wind style, major breakthrough. Naruto formed a hand seal and blew out a strong wind. With the support of a large amount of Shitanla, Naruto's wind escape actually dispersed Suzuki's fire escape. Then it was time for Naruto to vent his anger with him. Chakra, Sharingan, and Taijutsu are used in turn. By the evening, Suzuki had exhausted all his strength and fell to the ground panting. He didn't want to move even a finger. You guys, you still have some energy left. Suzuki looked at the sunset and said to Naruto with lifeless eyes. Although he had been fighting with him for an entire afternoon, Naruto still looked energetic and didn't look tired at all. Is there still such a big gap between him and me? That's what you think. You must be hungry, Suzuki. Do you want to eat with me? This guy Naruto. Doesn't he know that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated? Suzuki Naruto would probably laugh at himself, thinking that he was already an orphan. Who knows, he is still the same as before. Suzuki looked at Naruto, who was smiling and extending his hand in invitation, and after hesitating for a moment, he shook his hand. The afterglow of the setting sun escorted the two of them towards Jinyin's shop. After a long time, the remaining Umbu members came out to clean up the aftermath. This is where you invited me to dinner. Suzuki stood outside the shop. He once heard his clansmen talking about how Jinyin's shop was very Uchiha style, so all the clansmen liked to come here. But he had never been here because his mother cooked for him. Things have changed and people have changed. Who would have thought that this day would come for him? Well, brother Jinyin is a good man, and his barbecued pork is amazing. You must try it. Interrupting Suzuki's reminiscence, Naruto pulled him into the store. But Jinyin did not greet the guests as usual, but was instead greeted by a girl he had never seen before. I wonder what you two guests need. Uchiha Izumi recognized Suzuki, the clan leader's son. She had known him when she was looking for Itaki. It's just that the latter didn't seem to welcome her very much, especially when she was with Itaki. With Jinyin's instructions, Izumi and Shisui cannot tell Suzuki the truth for the time being. No matter what you say, he must experience it and feel it before he can understand it. Anyway, Izumi and Shisui didn't really understand, but they knew they just had to follow Jinyin's instructions. Big sister, are you the waitress hired by brother Jinyin? Well, it was boss Jinyin who brought me back to the village to live, and I work in the store to repay him. This is the refugee identity that Jinyin found for Quan. Given his status in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, he could pass it with just a brief review. After all, how could boss Jinyin do something to harm the village? It would be better to believe that Danzo has turned over a new leaf and doesn't want to be Hokage. Well, please give us each a bowl of barbecued pork. Get the largest portion. It's my treat. Naruto waved his hand generously. Now he had no shortage of money at all. As he stepped into Jinyin's shop, the gears of Suzuki's fate began to turn. On the way home, Naruto accompanied Suzuki. As time went by, the news of the Uchiha clan's genocide had spread throughout the village. The villagers all knew that Suzuki was the only orphan left among the Uchiha. As for Shisui, who is in the land of water, the villagers have no idea about it. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are keeping him in mind, hoping that Shisui won't be so angry as to open his mangekyo and return to the village for revenge. The two old bones of them could not withstand the attack of Susanoo. The Uchiha clan was exterminated just a few days ago, and the bloody lesson was laid before the villagers of Konoha. Therefore, as soon as it got dark, they hurried home and closed their stalls, and did not dare to talk about anything related to Uchiha. However, there is always a shortage of brave warriors in the world who refuse to believe in evil. Some of them are accused of damaging Konoha's image and revealing secrets through their speech and are thrown into jail. You have to know that the man was illiterate and he just said a few extra words because he was drunk. But Naruto and Suzuki are obviously not ordinary people. Walking on the street, even though there were only a few passers-by, Suzuki still felt as if he had become the center of the street. The conspicuous Uchiha clan emblem attracted all eyes from all around, with expressions of pity and sorrow. Suzuki, who was proud by nature, endured the discomfort and finally returned home accompanied by Naruto. At this time, Suzuki was sweating profusely, and he seemed exhausted, as if he had fought 300 rounds. "Suzuki, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I just feel a little unwell." "Now we're home, it's time for you to go back." Suzuki covered his face and urged Naruto to go home. He wanted to be alone. "Well, I'll be leaving now. I wish you a good dream tonight, Sussy." Naruto said goodbye to Suzuki with a meaningful smile. From the corner of his eye, Suzuki noticed that Naruto was walking away. At this time, Suzuki's mind was still calm. Thinking back to how the other person had stayed with him while he was in the hospital, accompanied him in venting his emotions, and treated him to meals, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Thank you, Naruto." The voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it expressed Suzuki's sincere gratitude to Naruto. Unfortunately, the latter couldn't hear it. Because of the Uchiha clan genocide, Suzuki's mansion was destroyed by Jinyan, so Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily placed him in an apartment. There was nothing in the empty room that was familiar to Suzuki. With a bang, Suzuki fell on the bed. At this moment he felt very tired and fell asleep unknowingly. As the moonlight shone on his face, the dark shadow outside the window fell asleep. Suzuki's dream was far less luxurious than Naruto's. He was alone in a small dark room, surrounded by Uchiha Itachi, who was chopped to pieces. After Jinyan came in, he didn't say much to him and went straight to the point. "Young Suzuki, do you want revenge?" Raising his head, Suzuki glanced at Jinyan silently, then lowered his head again, completely ignoring him. Now, apart from Uchiha Itachi who can stimulate him, Suzuki has become calm. "Well, do you want to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi? I can give you power." Jinyan pressed Suzuki's little switch, and the latter's calm expression suddenly became full of hostility. "Who told you to mention that man? You want to kill him in your current state." As the protagonist's consciousness changes in the dream, the surrounding environment transforms into a demon, which gradually presses towards Jinyan with bared fangs and claws, as if to bury him there. As a dream maker, Suzuki has great power here. But it's not enough to face Jinyan. The black shadow dissipated like ink, permeating the rapidly changing dream and calming the demons. Suzuki still refused to believe it and mobilized more consciousness to deal with Jinyan. However, he seemed very weak in front of the Black Shadow army, and even his dreams were assimilated. "I told you I'm here to help you get revenge, just be obedient, there's no need to talk so much." At that moment, Jinyan seemed to have transformed into a red devil, followed by countless Black Shadow ninjas, leading the army alone. A powerful aura was coming towards him, trying to suppress Suzuki, the master of the dream. Jinyan knew very well that Hashira was different from Naruto and it would be difficult to reason with him, so he had to beat him up first before they could have a conversation. Unfazed by Jinyan's powerful strength, Suzuki immediately stood straight without any impatience. "Tell me, it would have been great if you had done this earlier." Jinyan patted Suzuki's shoulder. "So how are you going to help me get revenge?" Back to the topic, if Jinyan is so powerful and is really willing to help me, killing Uchiha Itachi will not be a problem. Of course it's training, so you can kill him with your own hands. Why do you still want me to personally deal with Uchiha Itachi? Suzuki shook his head that he would rather take revenge with his own hands, that he wanted to experience the pleasure of killing his enemies with his own hands. Moreover, the masked man also said that he would help him become stronger, so suppressing Naruto would not be a fantasy. Thinking of this, Suzuki was inexplicably excited. As for Jinyan's identity, Suzuki said he didn't care, as long as he could help him get revenge, he would even make a deal with the devil. "At worst, I can try to see if he is still qualified to teach me after I finish my studies. Then come meet your senior brother that you will train with him from now on." Suzuki was stunned. What's going on? How come there is still a senior brother? The man in the red mask doesn't look like a good guy at first glance. Does that mean that even if he becomes a bad guy, he needs group training before he can graduate? But since you are here, just do as the Romans do. Just as Suzuki was looking around for his so-called senior brother, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Sasuke, congratulations on becoming Uncle's student. Naruto, why are you here? Sasuke turned around and was very surprised at who would have thought that the senior brother the masked man was talking about was actually Naruto, who always looked down on him. This is why Naruto always wins. There are ninjas more powerful than Itachi who teach how to win. Please take care of me in the future, junior brother Sasuke. Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke took Naruto's arm and put it on his shoulder with Naruto's hand on his shoulder. He thought that following the masked man would lead to a new life, but he never expected that Naruto would still be better than him. Naruto, from now on you will train with Sasuke while I'm gone. Jinyan temporarily introduced Naruto to Sasuke, with the latter's presence ensuring that he wouldn't jump, and that the news that his clan members were still alive depended on his performance. Naruto patted his chest and swore that he would train Sasuke well and help him gain the strength to take revenge. After finishing the work, Jinyan took out a strange yellow fruit that looked like it was covered with hair from his pocket and introduced it. This fruit is called the Thunder Fruit. After eating it, you can gain the power of thunder and lightning. As long as you train more, defeating Uchiha Itachi won't be a problem. As he said this, Jinyan handed the Thunder Fruit, which he won by drawing a lottery with extra emotion points, to Sasuke. At the moment, Sasuke was the most suitable person for this fruit. It would also allow him, who was eager for revenge, to keep quiet for a while, and avoid provoking others as soon as he became a little stronger. Taking the fruit from Jinyan's hand, Sasuke turned it over and over again. It doesn't seem like you can gain the power of thunder and lightning by eating it. It's not a fairy fruit. When Sasuke was hesitating, Naruto couldn't stand it anymore and decided to help Sasuke. Eat if I tell you to. The masked uncle won't harm you. As he said this, Naruto forced the thunder fruit into Sasuke's mouth. Mix. Before Sasuke could even curse, he felt an indescribable disgusting smell coming from it. He searched his brain carefully before coming to a conclusion. Why does it smell the same as my poop when I was a child? He wanted to vomit, but couldn't, so he swallowed it down under Naruto's force. This operation really surprised Jinyan. The system prompts that the thunder fruit has removed the part that is afraid of seawater, and retained the part that has a disgusting taste. It is said that this is the only way for the host to remember that he is eating the thunder fruit from the pirate world. But now, Naruto forced Sasuke to finish it. I haven't finished talking yet, just take a bite of the thunder fruit. Uncle, why didn't you tell me earlier? Naruto, I'll kill you. Sasuke was extremely angry. The smell was enough to make him remember it for the rest of his life. In his emotional outburst, he subconsciously activated the ability of the thunder fruit, and a long, thin blue lightning struck Naruto, who barely dodged it and screamed instead. Sasuke, I'm doing this for your own good. It's just a piece of fruit. It shouldn't be that serious. At this time, Naruto mistakenly thought that Sasuke was angry because he was forced, and shouted that he was stingy. Sasuke was speechless. He couldn't say that the thunder fruit tasted the same as that one. Forget it, this guy doesn't know anyway. The masked man probably wouldn't bother talking nonsense. Sasuke changed his mind and decided to keep this secret deep in his heart forever. It would be a way out. Only after convincing himself did Sasuke notice the power he was using. It's really thunder and lightning. I excitedly played with the lightning in my hands, and the power was really fascinating. Now that Sasuke knew the masked man hadn't lied to him, it would be okay to just follow him for the time being. Naruto, who was standing aside, looked at Raiden and would be lying if he said he was not envious. He wondered when the uncle would give him a skill. I guess the masked uncle won't favor one over the other. After obtaining the thunder fruit, Sasuke's attitude towards Naruto changed and he became much more detached. Jinyan naturally saw it, and Urza's old problem came back again. So before leaving, he reminded Sasuke not to even think about resisting if he didn't have enough strength. By the way, tell Sasuke not to challenge Uchiha Itachi without his permission unless he can defeat him. Although he knew Itachi would release the sea, Jinyan would not let Itachi die as he wished, as he had not yet paid the price for what he had done. After arranging the follow-up matters, Jinyan returned to the Shadow Kingdom. The emotional value of the golden lottery has accumulated enough, even more than that. The following is the exciting moment of the lottery, and Jinyan is looking forward to what will appear in the gold prize pool. System, the golden lottery is going. It is at your will, host. After receiving Jinyan's order, the system displayed the golden turntable page, which was filled with the prizes that Jinyan coveted. Along with the start and end commands, the prizes for this golden wheel were announced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hand-cranked propeller. Its wind force is 10 times that of a palm leaf fan, and it can keep you cooler in the summer. Obtain a ragged bell. Wear it to beg for alms and your success rate will increase dramatically. Obtain the inverted magic flute. As long as the music played is heard by others, it will do the opposite of its original intention. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Legend, an Irene Belzerian summoning card. After the system has been improved, it will not be rejected by the ninja world. All the items won in the lottery were presented to Jinyan. Apart from those useless items, the only things left were the inverted magic flute and the summoning card of Irene Belzerian that continuously emitted golden light. Irene Belzerian is a character in Fairy Tail and Urza's mother. She wore a black cloak and a strangely shaped hat, and held a white antler-shaped wand with black spots. She had crimson hair tied into 4 braids. She is one of the 12 holy shields of the Alvarez Empire and the strongest woman among the 12 shields. Together with Augusta, she is known as the strongest 2 shields of the Alvarez Empire. She is the mother of Dragon Slayer wizards. She controls extremely powerful separation magic and can even cast magic to recast an entire country. Can System Irene be considered a 6 paths level? Dear host, Irene's strength is roughly comparable to the 10 tails. But after all, it is a different world, and I can only give you an approximate range of strength, so please don't get hung up on it. You must know that the system's products are of the highest quality, and the system will not harm the host. Note, the system reserves the right of final interpretation. Well, you are the boss and you have the final say. Jinyan decisively changed the subject and studied Irene's character panel. Besides, if the system really dares to cheat him, Jinyan will strangle himself to death. When the two are bound together, if the host dies, the system will also be affected, which means no one can survive. After summarizing, Jinyan found that this lottery was not a loss at all, that both Irene's auxiliary ability and output met Jinyan's expectations. I just don't know whether the system abducted Irene from the fairy tale world or created an identical person. With her presence, Jinyan plans to upgrade and transform the Black Shadow Core. After all, she is the younger brother at the beginning, and he must keep up with his pace of becoming stronger. System, use the Irene summoning card. The golden summoning card in Jinyan's hand burst into dazzling light, then flew into the air and shattered, opening up a crimson vortex passage. Irene walked out of the passage holding a magic wand, with a powerful aura and exuding a cool temperament. It was clear that Irene was a strong woman who was difficult to get along with, but even so she bowed to Jinyan. Greetings, sir. From now on, your instructions will be my direction of progress. Get up first. I'll trouble you in the days to come. Even though she was a character summoned by the system, Jinyan treated her as an independent living person and did not treat her as an NPC. Aaron, use your additional magic to strengthen the Black Shadow army first. Yes. The ghost shadow ninja summoned by Jinyan looked confused. He didn't know what his master summoned him for. That there was no food to eat in the Black Shadow Kingdom. Additional hardness, additional magic power. Powerful magic power surged out of Irene's body. At her level, ordinary magic was as effective as her words. Only extremely powerful and complex magic required time to prepare. The magic power quickly enveloped the ghost ninja, causing his physical strength to increase rapidly. To be frank, it is child's play for the Black Shadow Core to take on hand-to-hand combat with bare hands, and it is difficult to cause any harm to them in hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, a faint black magic power was rising from his body. He clenched his fist to feel the strengthening given to him by his master, and as a shadow creature, the ghost ninja couldn't help but get excited. You know, although they have the strongest overall strength in the Black Shadow Legion and their master often summons them, their individual combat effectiveness is far behind. This is equivalent to the emperor favoring a general who is not good at fighting and putting other generals aside. The rain and dew were not shared equally, and the other corps did not dare to express dissatisfaction with Jinyan, so naturally the Ghost Shadow Corps ninja suffered. Now that he was strengthened, the Ghost Ninja became more confident. The magic power in his body condensed into bullets and blew the rocks in the distance into pieces. How he wanted to roar loudly at the other shadow troops. I'll hit 10. Jinyan was very satisfied after witnessing the changes in the Black Shadow Corps. The Oni ninja, who was previously only able to deal with Chunin, has been strengthened by Irene and may be able to compete with Jonin. It is difficult to win, as every Jonin is a veteran and has rich combat experience, so it is not easy to be defeated. Unless they are ninjas who have barely touched the threshold of becoming a Jonin. The only regret is that no matter how powerful Irene's magic is, it is limited and it is impossible to add it to the Black Shadow Legion wirelessly. Therefore, I had to take the elite route and create an additional magic. The elite Black Shadow Corps is not afraid of death and can move at any time. I just want to ask the major ninja villages if they are afraid. Later, Jinyan transferred part of the authority of the Black Shadow Corps to Irene, and she was also considered half commander of the Black Shadow Corps. This makes it convenient for Irene to mobilize the Shadow Legion. Jinyan wanted to give her General Ika's mask, but the latter thought it was too ugly and refused to wear it, even to hide it. Helplessly, Jinyan changed to the transitional Black Shadow Corps black energy for her. In addition to this, Jinyan also wanted to try whether Irene's separation magic would be effective on the two wills in Naruto and Sasuke's bodies. If it succeeds, there will be a lot of room for maneuver, as they will have the two sons of the six-path sage in their hands. He even dared to say at Satsuki Hagoromo, "You don't want anything to happen to the two children, do you?" The only concern was whether the six-path sage had any tricks on them, and how to deal with them if they were discovered. When the fighting starts, it will be difficult for us to gain an advantage. Jinyan then assigned a task to Irene, asking her to lead the Uchiha people to find Shisui and Izumi, to station in the Land of Whirlpools, and to strengthen the Black Shadow Corps. At present, the only vacant territory in the ninja world is the Whirlpool country, which can be easily occupied. trouble will arise in more or less places elsewhere. Playing with the gray flute in my hand, this is a prop from the Doraemon world. After listening to the introduction of the system, Jinyan felt that the inverted magic flute was more like a prank prop. I wonder what level of ninja this flute can affect. If the upper limit is higher, then it can no longer be considered a prank tool. Imagine that an enemy ninja wants to use water jutsu, but when he hears the sound of a flute, he no longer wants to use it. In a battle, a moment's pause can be a fatal weakness, let alone retracting a move. This is tantamount to being a sitting duck. The principle of this flute is to affect brainwaves. In other words, those whose mental will is not strong enough will be directly broken by the flute. But Jinyan couldn't find a use for it for the time being, so he put it aside. After the battle some time ago, Jinyan saw the shortcomings of Shisui and Izumi's Mangekyo. Not evolving into the eternal kaleidoscope is always a flaw, and it won't be long before you become blind. These two powerful fighters cannot disappear easily, so Jinyan arranged for the two of them to stay with Uncle Snake. After several years of research, Orochimaru has obtained some results from Hashirama's cells. The Black Shadow Legion was indispensable in helping him collect materials. Jinyan also gave Orochimaru the body tissues of Kushina, which were as strong as Sakazuki. Explore the secrets of the body in the world of pirates. However, the most important thing is that the above materials are completely free, and they are very good at $0 purchases. With such a good helper, why would Orochimaru need Danzo? After Shisui and Izumi undergo Hashirama's cells and Sakazuki's gene transplants, their physical strength will increase dramatically and the side effects of the Mangekyo will be negligible. Regarding the Uchiha property, Jinyan has no plans to take it away for the time being, so he keeps it with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. When you need it, you can refer to the 0 UN purchase. After a long period of recuperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were able to be discharged from the hospital. The night of genocide brought great losses, and the only consolation was the Uchiha clan's huge legacy and many Sharinans. Therefore, as soon as Danzo was discharged from the hospital, he ran back to admire the Sharinan to soothe his wounded heart. During his time in the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be studying and gaining enlightenment, and he understood many things. Shadow ninjas attacked Konoha again and again. Even if there was any news from other parts of the ninja world, it was only sporadic. Maybe their base is very close to Konoha, or even based in Konoha. Looking at the shadows under his feet, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have discovered the building looming behind him. A shadow enveloped the entire Konoha. We must find a way to pull the shadow ninjas out and not let them do whatever they want. Whenever he thought of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pain in his heart and a headache. The shadow ninja not only caused property damage to Konoha, but also caused mental fear to Konoha. Even if you want to fleece the sheep, you can't just catch one sheep and fleece it. Can't we go and visit other ninja villages? Konoha couldn't stand being fleeced several times. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen also arranged the future path of Konoha. Konoha can't go on like this any longer, the current situation must be changed. Looks like it's time to call Tsunade and Jiraiya back to the village. While walking and thinking, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in Jinyan's shop without realizing it. After hesitating for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. There was only one waitress serving customers in the store. She was not Uchiha Izumi transformed, but Irene's personality with magic attached. A human-like figure transformed from a bunch of flowers, Jaya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength naturally meant that he couldn't detect any clues of magic. Is Boss Jinyan here? It's Hokage-sama. Great, I finally got to see the living Hokage. Hokage-sama, look at me. The diners in the restaurant were very excited, as if they had met a big star. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen brought huge losses on the night of the Uchiha clan genocide, but he still has a lot of popularity among the common people. After finally pacifying the diners, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally had time to talk to Yui. Hokage-sama, please wait a moment. Boss Jinyan is in the kitchen. Then Jiraiya called out Jinyan, who was slacking off. Once he showed up, Jinyan's face first showed joy at seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, but then turned to worry. The conversation profoundly expressed the attitude of being a Konoha villager. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw it all. Boss Jinyan is still so sensible. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's depressed mood became much better. Decided to speak out an idea that I had been thinking about for a long time. Boss Jinyan, I have an unwelcome request to ask you. Please Hokage-sama, it is every villager's duty to serve Konoha. Jinyan replied, patting his chest. Why did this old guy think of me? Don't assign me any shit. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen's words dispelled Jinyan's doubts. It's like this, I want to be the publicity ambassador of Konoha. I wonder what Boss Jinyan thinks. No, please don't do this, Hokage-sama. How can I be a publicity ambassador? I haven't finished speaking yet. Ahem, Hokage-sama, please speak. Boss Jinyan, don't rush to refuse. Being a publicity ambassador doesn't require strength or knowledge. You just need to publicize Konoha's policies and measures, etc. I want to use the image of Boss Jinyan to boost the villagers' confidence in the village. You also know that Konoha has experienced a great disaster and it is time to cheer up the people. I believe that Boss Jinyan will not refuse, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Shinhiko with his old and bright eyes. He came up with this plan out of desperation. The Hokage's reputation had been damaged repeatedly, causing Konoha's confidence in him to decline. In addition, his physical condition was not as good as before, so Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to send out a person to represent the Hokage, and let that person come forward to enhance the reputation of the village and the Hokage. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow someone who came forward to gain power and have ulterior motives. That would be tantamount to digging your own grave. So it would be better if an ordinary person appeared who was controlled by the Hokage. Every word the latter says will originate from the Hokage, and the power still lies with the Hokage. It just so happens that Jinyan is the one who meets the criteria. I believe that Boss Jinyan, who possesses the will of fire, will not refuse me. Jinyan naturally knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was planning. To put it bluntly, it means that ordinary people are easy to control and can become puppets of the Hokage. Allowing them to be manipulated at will is even equivalent to disguised imprisonment. But would Jinyan be afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen? The old guy actually took the initiative to give up some of his voice, so don't blame me. What I say then will not be up to you. He. If that's the case, then Hokage-sama, please be sure to give the task to me. I don't think Konoha is better than me. A more suitable person. Jinyan sneered in his heart, but appeared to accept the task positively. He wanted to make Sarutobi Hiruzen experience the pain of falling from the clouds to the ground. That would be great. Then Boss Jinyan should report to the Hokage building tomorrow. I will issue relevant notices after I return. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to go home. Hokage-sama, please stay. Boss Jinyan, is there anything else? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back in confusion. Hey, Hokage-sama, did you forget to tell me how much the salary is? With Jinyan's reminder, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to suddenly understand. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Fortunately, Boss Jinyan reminded me. The salary will be calculated according to the standards of Konoha cadres. Good job. If I don't remind you, you won't tell me about your feelings. Old man, do you still want to get something for free from me? According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea, unless he is a promoted cadre of Konoha, ordinary people like Jinyan who do work basically don't get much salary. After all, it's an honor for Konoha to ask you to do something, and you still want a salary? To put it bluntly, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to get something for free. However, since Boss Jinyan asked for it, let's give it to him. The latter can be considered half a Hokage. So after returning to the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately issued a notice appointing Jinyan as Konoha's publicity ambassador. Midaman N and Utane Kohara did not object to this. Jinyan is just a microphone for the Hokage and can't cause any trouble. Although Danzo understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, he felt inexplicably unhappy. I have worked diligently for Konoha for decades to have achieved my current status. How can a mere villager like you soar to the sky? Just by saying a few nice words? This news also spread throughout Konoha. All the major ninja clans were surprised that the Hokage was willing to give up the right to speak and give it to ordinary villagers. But after careful consideration, they felt that it made sense. Because nothing has ever escaped Sarutobi Hiruzen's control. The next day, Jinyan reported to the Hokage building as requested by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The shop was temporarily handed over to Jiraiya to take care of. After 2 days, Irene will use additional magic to create a few more people to fill in the gaps. And the addition of 2 ordinary waiters would not arouse Sarutobi Hiruzen's vigilance. Hokage's office. Jinyan carefully studied the speech that Sarutobi Hiruzen handed him. To be honest, Jinyan couldn't figure out how Sarutobi Hiruzen had the audacity to write these words. The whole article goes on, actually just talking about the same old things in Konoha. At most, some statements apologizing for recent events were included. Jinyan really wanted to complain, wondering if Konoha could be a little more innovative. The will of fire can only bully the villagers who have not received much education. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this very well, so the audience he invited today were all villagers whose emotions were easily aroused, in order to avoid a dull atmosphere. By the way, he mixed in with members of the Konohagakure, elite ninjas, etc. After a long while, Jinyan put down his speech and took a deep breath. Hokage-sama, I know what to do. Please rest assured that I will fully explain what you want to say later. It's just that the words in the speech are a bit embarrassing. Jinyan secretly planned to make some modifications to Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he stood on the stage, he didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would force himself to come down, unless the latter was shameless. Well, in that case, Boss Jinyan will leave it to you later. Konoha will not forget your contribution. Before the speech, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not forget to make big promises to encourage Jinyan and others to work harder. But Jinyan didn't buy it at all. A large crowd of people gathered at the newly renovated Konoha Square. There are many familiar figures among them: Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, the Hyuga family, the Ino, Deer, and Joe clans, etc. All of the above are supporters. The real main force is still the villagers. I didn't expect that Brother Jinyan would become Konoha's publicity ambassador. It's normal for a good person like Jinyan to become a publicity ambassador. Yeah, he looks handsome. Indeed, the person who is reading is half as handsome as the other one. Several people of the new generation of Konoha were chatting casually. It is really hard to fit into the stuffy adult world around me. Just as the audience was making noise, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked onto the podium. Ahem, the villagers of Konoha. The villagers below listened to the classic opening speech with great interest and were very supportive. It seemed like it was an honor to be able to listen to the Hokage speak. Until the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed into a sad expression. Villagers of Konoha, I am sorry for the shadow ninja attacks that have occurred in Konoha in recent years. As the Hokage, I am ashamed for not ensuring everyone lives in peace. After complaining for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his tone again. Then let Konoha's publicity ambassador, Yagaya Shinhiko, tell everyone about Konoha's subsequent response measures. As the applause from the audience rang out, Jinyan stood on the podium. Everyone looked at Jinyan with curiosity. Many people in Konoha have heard of his name. What about helping an old lady cross the road? Stop peeping toms from peeping into the women's bathhouse. Taking in hungover women who haven't returned home, etc. All in all, he is a kind-hearted boss. And as an ordinary person he can become a publicity ambassador. He must have something extraordinary about him. After completing the warm-up movements, Jinyan opened the speech given by Sarutobi Hiruzen and began to read it word for word. With Sarutobi Hiruzen warming up the atmosphere, the villagers' emotions have been aroused. As long as Jinyan performs normally, this speech will end successfully. However, those speeches had been heard countless times by the various ninja clans in Konoha. There was nothing new about it, they were even a little sleepy. Everything changed until Jinyan's speech below. Where the leaves dance, the fire lives on. Hokage-sama, they will become flames, lighting up the village and causing new leaves to sprout. So all of you in the audience can only watch helplessly? Do you think you can do nothing? No, you can do what you can. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that something was wrong. What's going on? These sentences don't seem to be in my speech. Could it be that I am too old and remembered it wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not say anything and planned to wait and see. Maybe Jinyan couldn't help feeling emotional as he was talking and wanted to express his feelings? Well, that's not a bad idea. Let's let Boss Jinyan do some work. After all, he is also the inheritor of the Will of Fire. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Let Jinyan continue talking. The eyes of the major ninja clans who were listening in the audience lit up. Could it be that the Hokage had something new to offer today? Then you can see for yourself. Jinyan continued to preach passionately. This is how you should spend your life. When you look back on your past, you will not regret wasting your time, nor be ashamed of not having accomplished anything. In this way, when you die, you can say that I have devoted my entire life and all my energy to the most precious cause in life, fighting for the future of Konoha. As he spoke, Jinyan kept waving the speech in his hand. Sweat was splashing everywhere and his expression was excited. Every movement was so swift and powerful. You can imagine how dedicated he was. Then Jinyan completely let himself go and did not speak according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions. This stimulated the latter so much that even his breathing became much faster. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something was not good. Today is my apology speech. Jinyan, what are you doing instead of following my arrangements? Where did you hear these words? Don't talk nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely anxious, wondering how Boss Jinyan could suddenly become like this. Has he been pretending in front of me all this time? Do you want to take him down now by force? Very Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rejected this idea. There were so many villagers watching below the stage, and as long as order was not disrupted, Jinyan had to be allowed to continue. Otherwise, all the careful arrangements for today will be ruined. No, villagers. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen notice why the villagers didn't react to Jinyan's nonsense. When he looked around the stage, he saw an unbelievable scene. The villagers listened to Jinyan's speech very attentively, and the whole place was silent. Even a slight cough would be noticeable. Their eyes were fixed on Jinyan, moving as he moved. It was as if he had become the only focus of the whole audience. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that the major ninja clans were listening very carefully. And Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have discovered something different in the eyes of the villagers. I can't remember what it is for a moment. It took him a long time to react. It's light. That's light. The villagers' eyes were filled with light. It's unbelievable. Because Jinyan had just disrupted his plans and he was very emotional, he did not understand Jinyan's words carefully. Now that he thought about it slowly, he realized that what Jinyan said seemed a little not right. It was too reasonable. The Will of Fire seems a bit old-fashioned and low-end. How about I change it? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly shook the inappropriate thoughts out of his mind. That was the will passed down by the first Hokage and followed by Konoha for decades. How could it be worse than what Jinyan said? Well, it should be because of Jinyan's novel way of speaking. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly convinced himself. Your sacrifice for Konoha will not be in vain. Hokage-sama will remember you well. When you gave in Maiko Noha, Hokage-sama gave even more. Even if we meet an invincible opponent, Hokage-sama will sacrifice himself on the front line. Even the Hokage-sama sacrificed himself for Konoha. How can we all just sit there and do nothing? Finally, Jinyan finished his speech. The audience fell into deathly silence for a long time. You can see that all the villagers' faces are flushed and their expressions are excited. What's worse is that his breathing is heavy and he can't wait to raise his hands and shout in the next second. Jinyan noticed the villagers' reactions and knew that his efforts were not in vain. It can be said that he has already established a firm foothold among Konoha's high-level officials and villagers. Roar! Pa pa pa! A moment later, thunderous applause and screams broke out from the audience. The villagers went into a frenzy. All kinds of praises kept coming out. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jinyan with a complicated expression. Who could have expected that Jinyan's speech would be so effective, far beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations? But he felt that Jinyan's last words were extremely wrong. There is nothing left but sacrifice. And they are all linked to me. Am I so easy to sacrifice? Did he do it on purpose or by accident? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not doubt Jinyan because of this. After all, Jinyan's speech was indeed good and full of reason. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped to the front and made a closing statement. This brought an end to this unexpected speech. Hokage's office. After finally getting the enthusiastic people to go home, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally had time to talk to Jinyan. I couldn't help but feel emotional. Such a grand occasion has not been seen for a long time. I remember the last time it appeared was the time before. It really makes me miss it. Jinyan, you said it very well this time. Next time. Continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally wanted to say that he would speak according to the old man's script next time, but who would have thought that he would change his words for some unknown reason? What's going on? Could this be what I really think? Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I will continue to work hard. Of course, Jinyan had no idea what Sarutobi Hiruzen was muttering. He would never really work for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The previous speech seemed perfect, but Jinyan had his own plans. He praised the Konoha's top leaders, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, highly. Then, when they are happiest and least cautious, they will suddenly fall and will definitely be hurt very badly. That's good. I will give you more opportunities to perform in the future. I hope you will seize them. After dealing with the situation, Jinyan turned and left. At this time, Konoha was in uproar again. Jinyan's speech swept through the entire village like a strong wind. Those words that did not belong to the ninja world brought great shock to the villagers of Konoha. People were talking about it. Listen to what it means to not regret wasting your life, nor to be ashamed of doing nothing. This is what we should do to encourage people. That will of fire is already outdated. Why are you still talking about it all day long? Of course, the villagers only complained about the last sentence in their hearts, and no one talked about it openly. Especially the Konoha ninja clan. Where did Lord Hokage find the publicity ambassador? It's amazing that a small shop owner has such vision. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be that the top management is planning to make some changes that we are not aware of? So a spokesperson was introduced. Konoha will not be very peaceful from now on, and the attitude towards the top leaders will have to be slightly changed. Although Jinyan's speech was mixed with personal opinions, it still achieved the goal that Sarutobi Hiruzen expected. After the review was completed, the Umbu submitted a report, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very relieved. It seems that the decision he made this time was the right one. The response from the Konoha villagers was excellent, and we could schedule more speeches for Jinyan. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen checked another record of Umbu recruitment. Simply put, the results are dismal. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. I don't know if it's because the shadow ninjas are too intimidating or because the various tribes are short of manpower. As a result, the number of recruits did not meet expectations. This won't work. The Konoha Umbu personnel must be replenished. Otherwise, who will protect Konoha's safety? It seems that some resources will be required. After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to exchange some of the Uchiha clan's resources for ninjas from various clans. At the same time, we will increase the training of the new generation of ninjas and enable them to grow rapidly. As for the recent manpower problem in the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to use family ninjas to replace them, but doing so will cause dissatisfaction from many parties, which is really a headache. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but rub his brows, feeling extremely tired. In addition to the Umbu, Danzo's route also needs manpower. The Hokage here is in great distress, and it is really difficult to take care of Danzo's roots. Forget it, as long as they don't go too far, let Danzo prepare it on his own. Sarutobi Hiruzen stamped each report with the Hokage's exclusive seal. Jiraiya has already sent people to look for it. The latter regularly holds book lovers exchange meetings in some towns, so it is easier to find. After receiving the message from the Hokage, Jiraiya, who was concerned about Konoha, would naturally follow the Umbu back to the village to help, but Tsunade is quite hard to find. Her whereabouts were erratic, and occasionally one would receive news of debt collection at the casino. Then he will disappear for a while and appear in the next casino. Moreover, Tsunade has a strong prejudice against Konoha, so it is useless for ordinary people to persuade her to come back. What a troublesome bunch of guys. Is there no one who can think about me, the Hokage? The images of Shinhiko and Naruto flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. At the moment, they are the two most suitable people to help the Hokage. Unfortunately, each has its own flaws. On the other hand, Lord Danzo is still not happy even though he has obtained so many Sharinans. Because he only has 2 eyes to use, it is impossible to install Sharinan on both. Wouldn't that be exposed? By then, everyone in the village will know that Danzo has seized the Sharinan. Wouldn't that greatly damage Danzo's reputation? How can he compete for the position of Hokage? And the burden that the Sharinan puts on the body is also a problem. Haven't you seen how weak the former genius ninja Kakashi is now after he put on the Sharinan? Danzo was well aware that he was in his 40s and far from being as young and strong as Kakashi. It's already difficult enough to install one Sharinan, and adding a few more might even result in the loss of one's life. Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but pull out Orochimaru and scold him. Damn Orochimaru, he dared to betray me after cooperating with me so well, leaving behind a bunch of incomplete Hashirama cell research data. Danzo does not have a scientific genius comparable to Orochimaru under his command. Therefore, he was left with useless research data and never achieved any complete results. After being angry, Danzo regained his sanity. It seems I still have to contact Orochimaru. Those subordinates of mine are a bunch of losers, and a mere Hashirama cells are enough to stump them. What's the point of raising them? I don't know who the so-called adult Orochimaru is, and how dare he snatch people from me. Danzo had no choice but to contact Orochimaru, as he hated the experience of asking for help from others. But who can blame my subordinates for not doing their job well? Arriving in the land of rain, Shisui and Izumi were not in a hurry to enter the rain village. Instead, he followed Jinyin's orders and waited outside the village. It is said that the village is guarded by powerful ninjas. He would have Orochimaru come out to meet them. The latter naturally would not bring Shisui and Izumi into the village. The Akatsuki organization has many people and many eyes, and the survival of 2 Uchiha may cause some kind of changes, especially after Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru hits consider taking the 2 of them to other bases. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so it is reasonable for a great Orochimaru to have several laboratories. I never thought he could save 2 Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharinan. Orochimaru had a sinister smile on his face. Kyuji asked him to optimize the Mangekyo Sharinan for both of them, but also allowed himself to collect data on the Mangekyo Sharinan. Orochimaru would naturally not refuse something that is mutually beneficial. He has also longed for the Mangekyo Sharinan for a long time. Lord Orochimaru, Shisui and Izumi saluted Orochimaru. The titles of Lengjun and Sunin were well known, and they had heard of them since they were children. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with paying respect to your elders. Humph, come with me. Orochimaru stopped smiling sinisterly and did not stay there for long. This place is close to the rain village, and we will be in trouble if White Zetsu finds us. As for Orochimaru's secret base, Kushi had already arranged for Black Shadow ninjas to guard it. It is guaranteed that White Zetsu will be discovered as soon as he shows his head. Many of Orochimaru's secrets are also stored there, and Kisashi is more reassuring as an ally than the Akatsuki organization. Follow Orochimaru into the secret base. The Silver Room gives people a full sense of technology. What surprised Shisui and Quan was that there was no guard at the door. Lord Orochimaru, without guards, aren't you afraid that an enemy might sneak into the laboratory? Izumi wondered, is Orochimaru so confident that no one covets his laboratory? Haha, Quan, if you think so, you are totally wrong. Come out. Orochimaru laughed darkly. Following the call, the shadow of the experimental base moved quickly. Many Shadow Core ninjas appeared one after another. Shisui and Izumi nodded secretly. It turned out to be the Black Shadow Corps. With them guarding the laboratory, Lord Orochimaru can rest assured. Speaking of which, Orochimaru should also thank Hisahi for sending such a loyal subordinate and allowing him to study. It's so refreshing. Going deep into the base, Shisui and Izumi gradually discovered the unknown scene of Orochimaru's base. All around are various experimental subjects and nutrient chambers of strange shapes. Even though it was separated by protective glass, just observing it from the outside was frightening. You can imagine how cruel Orochimaru's experiments were. Fortunately, we are not guinea pigs. Shisui and Izumi comforted themselves. Even though they have been to the battlefield and killed enemies, they still feel terrified. Orochimaru didn't care about the two people looking around. Sometimes he really wanted to share his research results with others. After bringing the two into the laboratory, Orochimaru immediately turned around and prepared the experimental equipment. Let me be frank with you. There won't be any problems with Sakatsuki gene transplantation. Hashirama cells can indeed be transplanted, but they are too active that if you can't hold on, you will be in danger of turning into wood, and you can't stop halfway. If successful, it will greatly reduce the side effects of your Mangekyo Sharinan. It will also increase your physical strength, and I will collect the data of changes in your kaleidoscope. So have you thought about it, you two? Shisui and Izumi looked at each other and nodded in confirmation. His eyes were full of determination. To become stronger, to avenge the Uchiha clan, and to follow the adults. They are not afraid of making sacrifices, but are afraid that they are too weak. I'll go first, Lord Orochimaru. Shisui was the first to step forward. In terms of age, he was the eldest brother, and in terms of strength, he was more powerful than Izumi. Let him take the lead and explore the way for Quan. Very good, then lie down on the test bench, Uchiha Shisui. Following Orochimaru's instructions, Shisui prepared himself and lay down on the experimental table. There was a pungent smell of unknown medicine all around. As Orochimaru injected the medicine, Shisui soon fell into coma. It was observed that Shisui was in good health. Orochimaru put a Mangekyo monitoring device on him, and then took out a syringe containing Hashirama cells. Uchiha Shisui, try out my research results. Orochimaru injected Hashirama's cells into Shisui's body. Quan saw the whole process, and the only thing she could do now was to pray that Shisui would get through it safely. After the cells were injected for a period of time, Shisui's body not only did not collapse, he is still improving in a good direction. The experimental equipment detected that Shisui's stamina and physical strength were steadily improving. Quan, who was watching from the sidelines, breathed a sigh of relief and was no longer worried. Brother Shisui should be able to pull through. It seems that the experiment is relatively safe. What Izumi didn't notice was that Orochimaru's expression never relaxed from beginning to end. He knew a lot about the difficulty of fusing Hashirama cells. At the beginning, Danzo brought many children, but only one of them succeeded. Still not complete. Therefore, it is too early to say that water stopping is a success. Sure enough, Quan's worry, which had originally been put at ease, was lifted up again. The testing machine kept making beeping sounds and red light illuminated the laboratory. It shows that Shisui's physical values are changing rapidly, showing signs of being out of control. But Orochimaru had said before that it was impossible to stop halfway, so Izumi could only stand by anxiously. Keep praying. Brother Shisui, you must hold on. The Uchiha clan cannot lose you. Sage of Six Paths, please bless Brother Shisui to get through this safely. Orochimaru looked solemnly at the changes in Shisui's physical values. It won't fail. The Mangekyo Sharinan doesn't work either. Orochimaru took a deep breath slowly. If Shisui still showed no change after a while, he should prepare for his death. After a while, the experiment took a turn for the better. It seemed that he was aware of the drastic changes in his body. A ball of pure Yintun Shakara surged out of Shisui's brain and poured into the Mangekyo. Then a similar chemical reaction occurred, and Hashirama's cells in Shisui's body were actually slowly fusing. The rapid beeping of the testing machine subsided. Quan, who had been watching closely, was delighted. Lord Orochimaru, is Brother Shisui saved? Who can say for sure about things that are left to fate? Orochimaru didn't say anything nice. His pale face still maintained a solemn expression, under Quan's worried gaze. I wonder if the Six Paths sage really heard the call. The detection machine gradually turned back to green light, and the value on it increased significantly. Then it drops again. This made Quan very worried. She clenched her hands, full of worry. You're not going to fall, are you? Don't do that. After watching for a while, fortunately, the part of the detector that fell rose up again. Quan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Shisui should be fine. Today she finally felt the true meaning of being nervous. The detectors later experienced some highs and some lows, but they were never able to break through the lowest point. This means that the water is safe. The moment he woke up, Quan couldn't help but rush forward to congratulate him. Great, Shisui-kun, you succeeded. Quan was delighted from the bottom of his heart. Now Shisui is one of the pillars of the Uchiha clan. Without him, Izumi is really worried whether he can hold the pressure. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Don't worry, I'm fine. The experiment was successful. I feel better than ever before. The discomfort caused by excessive use of kaleidoscope has been basically eliminated. Shisui comforted Uchiha Izumi. Since he was able to successfully transplant Hashirama cells, Izumi shouldn't have any major problems. Thank you for your help, Lord Orochimaru. I will trouble you again next time. Haha, no need to thank me, you are lucky. Besides, I would like to thank you for contributing such valuable data to me. Orochimaru was in a rare happy mood. The gloomy atmosphere was reduced a lot as he spoke. Then Shisui injected the Sakazuki gene without any hindrance. After a series of tests, the machine showed that his physical strength had increased dramatically. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Itachi has no chance of escaping from him now. Even with Shisui paving the way ahead, Quan was still uneasy. After all, Shisui succeeded, so he can't fail here. Wouldn't it be a waste of everyone's efforts? Fortunately, Shisui encouraged her, and Izumi successfully transplanted Hashirama's cells and Sakazuki genes. Even if something unexpected happened along the way, it was all turned out well. After the experiment was completed, Orochimaru called upon the Black Shadow Corps. Take the three of them to the test site. This place is too close to the Rain Village, and any experiments carried out here would easily be discovered by the Akatsuki organization. I don't know how far it is from the Rain Village. Orochimaru, Shisui, and Izumi appear here. Then start experiencing your newfound power. Orochimaru fiddled with an unknown machine, preparing to monitor the actual data of Shisui and Izumi. The most direct way to detect the Mangekyo is Susanoo and Eye techniques. However, both of them have limitations in their eye techniques, so they can only demonstrate their strength through Susanoo. Then the green and dark red Susanoo rose from the ground. The forms gradually increase until the third form. At this time, Shisui and Izumi found that their eyes and bodies were not as strained as before. They still felt they had some energy left, as their strength increased. Susanoo's flesh and blood was gradually covered with armor. Only then did the two of them feel the pressure. It should be noted that the higher the form of Susanoo, the greater the consumption. This is their limit, so there is no need to worry too much about blindness. As for higher forms, they cannot feel them for the time being. Very good, it seems that this experiment can be successfully concluded. The master has assigned you other tasks that you will go and hand them over later. Orochimaru looked at the data in his hand with excitement. After the experiment was over, he just wanted Shisui and Izumi to leave quickly so that he could go back and study the data carefully. These are his favorite things. Forward. Thank you for your help, Lord Orochimaru. We will take our leave now. Although they were a little speechless, Shisui and Izumi still bowed and thanked Orochimaru. After all, the latter gave them great help. Orochimaru Base. He is organizing Shisui and Izumi's experimental data, which will be of great help in future research. Suddenly, the Black Shadow Corps came to report that there were some of Konoha Danzo's men outside the door asking to see them. Why did the old man send someone again? Didn't you say it's best not to meet? Orochimaru originally wanted to just shut himself up and refuse to see him, but thinking that we are old friends after all, it would be better for us to meet. See what his subordinates have to say. So, under the leadership of the Black Shadow Corps, one of Danzo's subordinates was brought into the base. Having had experience with the route, Danzo's subordinates did not show any surprise about the laboratory. Soon he met Orochimaru, whom Danzo had been thinking about day and night. Lord Orochimaru, tell me, what did Danzo ask you to do? Orochimaru was brief and to the point. If Danzo's request did not arouse his interest, he would go back to study the data of the Mangekyo. The root subordinates explained Danzo's request. Let Orochimaru install Hashirama's cell arm on Danzo, and at the same time he will take out the Sharingan for Orochimaru to study. From previous experience, Danzo knew that Orochimaru was obsessed with the Sharingan. Now offering this as a reward, it would be difficult for the latter to refuse. However, Orochimaru is no longer the Orochimaru of the past. He had just obtained 2 sets of Mangekyo data, so who would have the mood to care about the Sharingan? I'm so sorry, I'm not interested in the Sharingan right now. Lord Orochimaru, this is an order from Lord Danzo. I'm so sorry, I'm not a member of Konoha anymore. I was forced to leave by my teacher as a rebel ninja. Orochimaru took out his forehead protector and shook it with a smile. He was now certain that Danzo couldn't give him what he wanted, so he could kick him out. But who would have thought that subordinate would be so ignorant of the consequences that he actually provoked Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru, you will make things difficult for Lord Danzo. The root subordinate frowned, and his tone changed when he spoke. For Lord Danzo, he can ignore death, even if it offends Orochimaru. Difficult? Then don't do it. Orochimaru laughed angrily. Look at what kind of people Danzo taught, how dare they talk to him like that? So as expected, the root ninjas were fed to the snake by Orochimaru, and not even a trace of them was left. When the other root ninjas outside the base saw that their colleagues had not come out for such a long time, they knew that Lord Danzo's mission had failed. Everyone hurriedly fled to Konoha, who knew if Orochimaru would chase them out. They also need to leave someone useful behind to bring back information. It turned out that they were worrying too much, as Orochimaru had no intention of chasing him. When the root ninja ran for a distance, a strange white human appeared instead. It is said that Uchiha Madara is very interested in Danzo's mission. After Shisui and Izumi completed their experiments, they returned to the Land of Fire. they will wait for the arrival of an adult named Irene leading the tribe. Then he went to the old land of Whirlpool country overseas, where he re-established the Uchiha clan's roots. With the help of Irene's separation magic, the Uchiha migrated very quickly. Looking at the strangely dressed woman flying in the sky, with a bunch of gray mice behind her, Shisui and Izumi were confused. Why does the adult have a bunch of mice with him? Where are the tribesmen? Where have all of my Uchiha clan members gone? Irene descended from the sky with a powerful aura and explained the reason to the two. This is my additional magic, which can turn people into animals. In order to make it easier to travel, I turned the Uchiha into a mouse. Magic? Is that a new jutsu? Lord Jinyan always likes to do strange things. Shisui and Izumi looked at the tribesmen surrounding them helplessly, not daring to move. If you accidentally kick someone, a member of your tribe will be lost. My lord has given the order that I will lead the Uchiha clan once we reach Whirlpool country. After conveying Jinyan's arrangement, Irene took Shisui and Izumi and flew to the land of whirlpools. Caressing the tribesmen who climbed on top of them, Shisui and Izumi sighed that Lady Irene was also very powerful. With such a convenient ability, there is nothing stupid to block the way along the way. Even Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas didn't notice that there was someone flying in the sky. The group crossed mountains and seas, passed through towns and forests, and finally arrived at the isolated Whirlpool country. In the past, the land of whirlpools was also a well-known force in the ninja world, and its sealing techniques were well-known in the ninja world. But during the Second Shinobi World War, it was destroyed by Kumagakure. The so-called Konoha allies never helped them from beginning to end. It was just that he picked up Uzumaki Kushina in the end and packed up the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu. Now only ruins remain of the Whirlpool country. Because the water country was closed to the outside world and its exchanges with Konoha decreased, some wandering ninjas were able to occupy this place. If the two sides were to engage in normal trade, Konoha and Kirigakure would never allow them to occupy the main transportation routes. I'll leave the following group of ninjas to you. In heaven, Irene was not very willing to deal with this group of ants. That was just her personality. Therefore, the task of cleaning was given to Shisui and Izumi. It just so happened that the two of them also wanted to put their newfound powers into practice. Soon the two of them landed on the shore and were discovered by a wandering ninja guarding the coast. Hey, look, more supplies are delivered to our door. Guard A woke up his sleeping companion. There are very few passers-by in the Whirlpool country, so they have to run far away every time to resupply. Moreover, not everything could be replenished, and many wandering ninjas were always in a situation where they could barely fill their stomachs. Now, although the two people who came ashore did not bring any luggage, one of them was a woman. Women. Living on this desolate island, they haven't touched a woman for a long time. They didn't dare touch the leaders. Now that it's delivered to their doorstep, they just want to enjoy it. You two, stand there. Guards A and B didn't even bother with their weapons and rushed to Shisui and Izumi at the speed of a 1,000-meter sprint. They panted and said, "Boy, your boat capsized. It's your luck to meet us. In this vast ocean, only we can save you and your girlfriend. Hey, of course you have to pay a little price. You, what are you talking about? Hurry up and do what we say, or you will suffer." What do you mean by you're really slow. Let me help you. The two men stared at Uchiha Izumi with lewd smiles on their faces, not giving Shisui any chance to speak. Please, he needs to say something. Just do as we say. If he doesn't listen, we will teach him the principles of life. Moreover, this man and woman are very young, and they don't look like powerful ninjas at all. After all, who among the 5 major ninja villages would come to this godforsaken place for no reason? Two guards walked forward and tried to grab Shisui and help him loosen up his muscles. But who knows? Bang! A green skeleton emerged from behind Shisui and slapped guard A into the ground like a mole. The remaining blood spurted out like an underground fountain. Can't you just listen to me? Guard A was confused. What's going on? How come the armor is gone for no reason? It's the green bone. Guard B's smile froze and he twisted his neck stiffly. After a while, "Hero, spare me. I am." Guard B fell to his knees with a thump. After decades of life at sea, he knows the importance of being able to bend and stretch. What's the point of asking others for help? As long as I can survive, it doesn't matter if I get stabbed. But Shisui didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Go find your leader. The more people you bring, the more likely you are to survive. Okay, wait a moment. Guard B quickly got up from the ground with a charming smile on his face. At times like this, just take what others say as your own and never talk back. He had seen those who talked back, and their graves were covered with grass. No, there was no grave, they should have been fed directly to sharks. Then Guardby didn't even bother to take care of his colleagues who were planting in the fields. He staggered towards the camp of the wandering ninja leader. We need to bring the leader here to have a fight with Shisui and the others. Leader! Chief, something terrible has happened. There are some blind ninjas coming to kill us. The wandering leader was listening to music and watching people dancing. This is one of his few entertainment activities. The Whirlpool Country is an isolated island on the sea, and supply is extremely difficult. Therefore, the performers at the moment are his treasures. Apart from him, no one is allowed to touch any of the other wandering ninjas on the island. I saw my younger brother rushing in a panic, disrupting the rhythm. The wandering leader's temper could no longer be suppressed. What are you doing? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Do you want me to help you? The murderous aura was locked on guard B. This was accumulated by the wandering leader during his days at sea. Countless innocent people died at his hands. The leader has 2 people coming to our door, asking you to bring some people over by name, the more the better. Guard B breathed rapidly and swallowed. Hurry and make the message clear, so as not to become the leader's dead. Oh, they are from Konoha? No. Someone from Kirigakure? No, then there is nothing to be afraid of. The wandering leader is the king of the sea because of his unparalleled ninja strength and his unique position on the sea. As long as it is not the 2 major ninja villages, he can do whatever he wants. But he didn't know that Guard B had limited knowledge. Apart from the logos of the 2 major ninja villages, I don't recognize anything else. Shisui and the others had already taken off their ninja forehead protectors, so the wandering leader dismissed the band and gathered all his men together. If the other party can't wait to die, then help him do so. Somehow, Guard B got smart this time. He hung far behind the team, observing the situation of both sides. If Shisui wins, he will turn from darkness to light. If the leader wins, everything will be peaceful and calm. I'm such a fucking genius, Guard B couldn't help but boast. On the shore, Shisui and Izumi saw the wandering leader and his crowd of people from a distance. The momentum is huge, but judging from their aura, there are only a handful of upper ninjas. Most of them are Chunin and Genin. Well, it's good that there's another woman, I can have a good time tonight. The wandering leader muttered to himself, obviously intending to keep the spoils for himself. As for the men, give them to your subordinates, which can also satisfy their hunger. Boy, no matter where you come from, once you arrive on this island you must listen to me. Let the woman next to you go, or my men will not be polite to you. The wandering leader said to Shisui and Izumi with a victorious attitude. Ha ha ha. Many wandering ninjas laughed. They did not sense any threat from the 2 young men, Shisui and Izumi. That means they can do whatever they want. Did you hear what the leader said, kid? Give up resistance and raise your hands and surrender, or we won't guarantee the safety of your thin arms and legs. If I block one of their ration pills, they won't be able to withstand 5 moves from the leader. I'll bet on 3 moves. They might be killed with 1 punch. Shisui ignored the stray ninja's taunts. He said with a pleased look, wandering ninja, are all of you here? Hey, does this kid still want to resist? Satisfy him, then satisfy his leader. Many of his men started to make a fuss and promised to deal with Shisui properly later. Haha, don't worry, all my men are here and will definitely satisfy you. You can choose whatever you want. The wandering leader laughed, and as he was in a rare good mood today, he spoke a few more words to Shisui. Unexpectedly, Shisui closed his eyes and shook his head, then opened his eyes and said, "Who said I'm going to beat you one by one? I'm going to beat you all. Is this kid crazy?" And he hit them all. Who does he think he is? The wandering ninja also had a look of disdain on his face. Judging from the looks of Shisui and Izumi, could they really eat everyone? Maybe it was the servants in the family who gave in to him, giving him the illusion that he was very powerful. Among the wandering ninjas, there is a younger brother who can't stand Shisui's arrogance and wants to teach him a lesson. With the leader's approval, he walked forward and grabbed Shisui's shoulders. Gather strength with your right foot and kick Shisui away. Boy, let me see how you um. The wandering ninja suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw that a short knife had pierced his body. Damn, when? How could it be so fast? The wandering ninja died without even uttering a scream. Because they were facing away from each other, the wandering leader was wondering what his men were doing. There was no movement for a long time. It was not until the latter fell that the wandering ninjas reacted. You damn boy, how dare you kill my people? Go ahead and kill him. We will all enjoy the woman tonight. The leader gave orders. No one on this island had dared to offend him for a long time. Shisui was the first one. Many of his subordinates responded, yelling and wanting to tear Shisui into pieces. Let me do it, I've been enduring them for a long time. Holding down Shisui's attacking right hand, Izumi stepped forward. She is the one who really wants to deal with this group of wandering ninjas. Tear their talkative mouths in 4. The right eye's Mangekyo was activated, and Saiheiwan enveloped all the wandering ninjas. The latter's deepest fears came to light. There were screams everywhere as they killed each other, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. No matter how loudly the wandering leader shouted, it was of no avail, as all his men died under Quan's kaleidoscope. The scene was a scene of hell. Even the wandering leader who had roamed the sea for decades couldn't help but tremble in his legs. He didn't even know how his men died. Was it an illusion? Suppressing his fear, the wandering leader still did not realize the gap between the two sides. He gathered his chakra and released water jutsu, completely obscuring Shisui and Izumi's vision. This was his unique skill that made him famous, allowing him to escape from other ninjas many times. Unfortunately, his idea failed. Facing the water jutsu attack, Shisui held up the green Susanoo. Holding a spiral sword, imitating the water escape was broken like a Buddha sweeping the yard and plowing the holes. The wind escape continued to advance and submerged the fleeing wandering leader, leaving a long and narrow gully in the sea. When the storm died down, Guard O, who had been observing from the shadows, rushed out under the watchful eyes of Shisui and Izumi. Death befalls this extremely evil fellow. He found the remains of the wandering leader. He punched and kicked him with a look of hatred, as if he was venting his anger at the wandering leader. Then he brought the remains of the wandering leader to Shisui and Izumi. With a grateful smile. "Thank you for your help, heroes. I have long been dissatisfied with the actions of this villain. It was only because of my limited ability and inability to resist that I gave myself to him. It's all right now. The whole sea should be clear." Guardby looked like he was willing to sacrifice himself for the people and had a deep hatred for the people. "It seems like I am very heartbroken about my past self." Witness Guardby directing and acting out the show himself. Shisui and Izumi knew very well that this was just the latter's act of begging for mercy. No one is innocent when surviving in this resource-scarce ocean. So Shisui didn't bother to listen to Guardby's begging for mercy and just killed him with one strike. Afterwards, Irene led a group of rats down from the sky. The Uchiha clan members were transformed back one by one. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, Shisui and Izumi couldn't help but sigh. Magic is amazing. Is this our new home? What the Uchiha clan members saw were ruins. It's a world away from the bustling Konoha. But they were not discouraged. They firmly believed that under the leadership of Lord Jinyan, the Uchiha would surely be glorious again. "But we want to build our home. Where can we find the materials?" Just as the Uchiha were confused, Irene spoke. "I know you're confused, but wait until I finish cleaning up this island." The Uchiha looked at him with questioning eyes. What should Lady Irene do? Building materials can't appear out of thin air. Is it so magical? Irene was seen leaning heavily on the ground with a wooden wand in her hand. Along with the powerful output of magic power, dense red light seeped out of the land of Whirlpool and rushed straight into the sky. All those intractable obstacles sank into the ground, disappearing to nowhere. The Uchiha clan members were so amazed that they couldn't help but bend down and touch the red light. However, it was found that it just passed through the hand and had no effect on the human body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Then they saw the ruins begin to move, breaking, and reassembling. Gradually, the prototypes of various houses were formed. After Irene's renovation of the Whirlpool country, the originally dilapidated ruins actually took shape as a town. I'll help you up to this point, and you can handle the rest of the construction on your own. This is a combination of Irene's world reconstruction and command movement magic. Although it is not as good as Hashirama Senju's direct house construction, it also has other advantages. The Uchiha people were shocked when they saw what Irene did. Lady Irene can actually build a house. Does she have the qualities of a first-generation lady? There is hope for the Uchiha revival. Just as the Uchiha clan were busy building their new home, the red light produced by Irene's world reconstruction magic was also noticed by Konoha and Kirigakure ninjas, and they hurriedly reported the matter to the village leaders. "Look, is that the sunset? It's so beautiful. The coast of the land of fire closest to the land of whirlpools." Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas suddenly discovered a sky full of red light bursting out from the sea, as if it had reflected the sky red. How can there be a sunset glow in broad daylight? Maybe something happened at sea. And that direction is the land of whirlpools, right? The reconnaissance ninja then realized that something was wrong and quickly reported the situation, waiting for the Hokage to make a decision. The Water Kingdom is across the sea from the Fire Kingdom. Under the control of Obito, the 4th Mizukage Jaguar implemented the inhumane Bloody Mist village policy in Kirigakure. At the same time, Kirigakure has been closed to the outside world and has not had any external communication for many years. All of their ninjas stayed on the homeland, leaving a few to guard the coast. These reconnaissance ninjas also discovered a faint red light coming from where the sea and sky meet. He hurried back to report to the 4th Mizukage Jaguar. Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo and other high-level officials are gathering in the Hokage's office to discuss the distribution of Uchiha's property. Suddenly someone came to report that something unusual was happening in the direction of the Whirlpool country on the sea. After listening to the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around and spoke slowly. "Danzo, Manin, Koharu, what do you think? Hasn't the Whirlpool country already become a ruin? It's a gathering place for wandering ninjas. The so-called red light wasn't created by them, was it?" Udatin Koharu expressed her opinion, but was refuted by Danzo. "You think too highly of those wandering ninjas. That how could they have created such a small amount of gravel, which is not even half as good as Konoha's? Or was it done by Kirigakure?" Mito Kato and spoke up, and this reason was easy to accept. Even if Kirigakure has been isolated for many years, there is no guarantee that he will suddenly launch a surprise attack on Konoha. So Sarutobi Hiruzen still planned to send someone to investigate. Then in order to prevent a surprise attack from Kirigakure, how about sending Kakashi, Yamato, and Might Guy to investigate the source of the red light? Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to come up with such a lineup. The Konoha ninjas went through hardships and suffered heavy losses. Even now, this kind of configuration is required for even small reconnaissance missions. Fortunately, the Umbu reported that Jiraiya was already on his way back to the village. We have no objection. Everyone looked at each other and agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement. The truth of this matter has not been found out yet, so it is not worth Konoha spending too much energy on it, but we must also be vigilant and not let ourselves be passive. On the other hand, Yagura received the news from his subordinates and threw the information aside, with no intention of paying any attention to it. With Obito's instructions, he only needed to mess up Kirigakure. Whatever the matter with the red light, just come and hit me if you have the guts. Of course, as a puppet, Yagura still passed this information to Obito. After receiving the mission from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yamato immediately prepared to march to the land of whirlpools. With Kakashi's help, Yamato had already escaped from Danzo's clutches and joined Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu. The three Jonin were so powerful and fast that they arrived at the land of whirlpools by boat in no time. From the surface, it seems that there have been no unusual changes in the land of whirlpools. Standing on the boat powered by wood release, Yamato looked towards the land of whirlpools. The island was extremely peaceful at this time, and there was no trace of the so-called red light. We can't let our guard down. Let's go ashore first. Yoshi, just watch me. Might Guy gathered his strength and swung the oars in his hands wildly, leaving after images on the water. The boat rushed towards the whirlpool country like an arrow. It wasn't long before we reached the coast. Yamato and I will go scout first. I'll leave Kaikos to you. This is our only way out. Don't worry Kakashi, leave the task of staying behind to me, I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Kakashi nodded. He was still very confident in Might Guy's work. Then he and Yamato set foot on the new Uchiha clan territory. After Irene's cleaning, the appearance of the Whirlpool Kingdom was completely renewed. Kakashi had done missions related to the Land of Whirlpools before, and the current Land of Whirlpools was very different from the ruins in his memory. The roads are clean and tidy, surrounded by vibrant vegetation. Kakashi wondered if he had come to the wrong place. It seems that someone has occupied the Whirlpool country, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Sneaking along the road, Kakashi and Yamato finally saw a figure. A group of people in front are working together to build a house using ninjutsu. Are these people planning to stay in the Whirlpool country permanently? They actually built a house here. I don't know what their attitude towards Konoha is. The land of whirlpools is too close to the land of fire. Senior Kakashi, it seems that this group of people are the ones occupying the land of whirlpools. Should we capture them? Don't worry for now, let's wait and see. After analyzing the information about the Whirlpool country, Kakashi suddenly found that the clothes of this group of people were very familiar. He always felt that he had seen them somewhere. So Kakashi lifted up his forehead protector and revealed his Sharingan, and with his powerful eyesight he could see clearly what the group of people were wearing. How could it be? It's actually the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was deeply shocked. Konoha has already confirmed the news that the Uchiha clan has indeed been wiped out and only 3 orphans are left. So where did the Uchiha in front of us come from? Could it be that the dead have been reincarnated and grown up? Isn't that nonsense? Then Yamato also discovered the true identities of the people in front of him. So Kakashi-senpai, what should we do? Yamato asked with a dry mouth. He really couldn't make up his mind. Could it be that these people are the ghosts of the Uchiha? Yamato couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Let's go back and report to the Hokage first and ask them to make the decision. For the time being, these Uchiha clan members will not leave here. The Uchiha people in front of him are just the tip of the iceberg. Kakashi doesn't know who is hiding behind them. It would be a bad idea to act rashly. As they turned to leave, they suddenly found a figure appeared. Kakashi-senpai, long time no see. Shisui, I didn't expect it to be you. With Irene's detection magic, Kakashi and others' whereabouts on the island are all under their control. So Shisui wanted to see what Kakashi and the others were going to do, and then take appropriate measures. Shisui, why are you here? Why don't you go back to the village? And did you fight those Uchiha? Holding down Yamato's hands as he prepared to form a seal, Kakashi asked a series of questions. What exactly happened to lead to the current situation? Shisui is not an ordinary Uchiha, and even if they fight, it is hard to say who will win or lose. What's more, this is their base camp. What happened? Senior Kakashi should ask Konoha about this, not me. The Uchiha can have the results they have today thanks to Konoha. Don't talk nonsense. Although I don't know what happened, your behavior is no different from defection. Yamato stepped forward and rebuked Shisui. He would not allow Shisui to throw dirty water on Konoha. Really? Then let me explain it to you. After all, there is a difference between Kakashi-senpai and those people in Konoha. Do you know the truth behind the Uchiha clan extermination? Shisui asked calmly. Isn't there a traitor among you Uchiha? This is the news released by Konoha's official website. Only people with low sensitivity like Yamato will easily believe it. Kakashi had experienced a lot of hardships after all, so he would not completely believe the above words. Ha ha ha, this is ridiculous. Sarutobi Hiruzen just cleared himself of all charges like this. Shisui raised his head and laughed. He used to respect that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen very much, but he didn't expect that he would want to kill all the Uchiha people. Then he pushed all the responsibility onto Uchiha Itachi and took all the benefits for himself. To tell you the truth, Itachi was just a knife in the Uchiha clan's extermination. The real driving force behind it were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Shisui, do you know what you are talking about? Hokage-sama, how could they be the ones who pushed for the extermination of the Uchiha clan? Kakashi looked at Shisui solemnly. The latter's words contained a huge amount of information, and once it was transmitted back to Konoha, it would cause considerable unrest. What Shisui said must be false, someone led him to say so. Kakashi secretly prayed that this would be the result. If what Shisui said was true, the consequences would be unimaginable, because I witnessed it all with my own eyes. Danzo covets the power of the Uchiha, so he wants to kill all of them to get the Sharingan. In fact, if Jinyan hadn't brought Shisui to spy, he wouldn't have believed that the Hokage and Danzo would do such a thing. Because of this, Shisui only saw the direct reasons for the Uchiha clan's extermination, and he did not know the deeper reasons. Kakashi and Yamato were silent. They really didn't want to refute this. It's not surprising that Danzo would do such a thing. Kakashi had seen those cruel scientific experiments when he broke into the root base. Yamato was a living example. I just didn't expect Danzo to be so cruel that he actually wanted to kill the entire Uchiha clan. According to what you said, the murderer should be Danzo-sama. Why are you slandering Hokage-sama? Hokage-sama is worried about the entire Konoha. In Yamato's mind, besides Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen also gave him new hope. It was the Hokage who gave him a new life, and he would not allow anyone to slander Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm not slandering him. He played a role in the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Since the Nine Tails Rebellion, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved the Uchiha clan to the edge of the village. Has he ever thought about the feelings of the Uchiha? Isn't this a disguised way of distancing himself from the Uchiha? Does he still consider the Uchiha to be part of the village? That's because the Nine Tails is suspected to be controlled by the Sharingan. The murderer may be within the Uchiha clan. How can the Sharingan control the Nine Tails? Only the Mangekyo can do that. And at that time, the Uchiha didn't even have the Mangekyo. Kakashi and Yamato didn't expect that there were such rumors about the Sharingan. So was Uchiha really wronged? And Shisui chuckled and continued. And do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen really cares about Konoha? Why does he ignore the plight of the Uchiha law enforcement? Kakashi and Yamato both know this. The Uchiha guards' enforcement of the law is one of the things that the villagers of Konoha fear the most. It is said that those guys with red eyes enforce the law violently, physically assault villagers, and will throw you into jail if they don't get their way. In the eyes of the villagers, they sometimes arrest people indiscriminately without any reason. But this matter is clearly your fault, Uchiha. It is your law enforcement that has caused the villagers' resentment. Uchiha's fault, Senior Kakashi. Do you know how many times we and the villagers have reported this to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Both the Uchiha and the villagers expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to come up with a solution to the conflict between the two. But the answer we get every time is exactly the same, telling us to solve it ourselves and to be careful about the severity. Is this all Sarutobi Hiruzen can say? He is simply trying to smooth things over and allow the conflict between the Uchiha and the village to escalate. Several years of observation, coupled with witnessing the night of the genocide, led Shisui to figure out a lot. He discovered that the Uchiha situation in the village was not as simple as it seemed. Logically speaking, both parties should find ways to resolve the conflict. But there has been no change for a long time, and it has become more and more serious. So there is only one truth: someone is condoning all this to happen. Because he did nothing, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village became more and more serious. The last one was the night of genocide. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that he couldn't get rid of the Uchiha clan and decided to destroy them. He and Danzo led the Konoha ninja to surround the entire Uchiha. When Uchiha Itachi was slaughtering clan members within the clan, they were killing those who escaped on the periphery. Otherwise, with such a large territory, why didn't any of the tribe members escape? If Danzo is a knife that kills people, then Sarutobi Hiruzen is a slow-acting poison that pushes the Uchiha to a dead end step by step. Shisui slowly told everything he had learned. However, Yamato didn't believe it at all. He thought it was all just Shisui's guess and one-sided statement. Although it felt like what Shisui said made sense, Hokage-sama couldn't be that kind of person. This is the thinking of Yamato, who grew up in Danzo's roots since childhood. He was also assigned to the Umbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was one of his most trusted people. Stop talking nonsense, Kakashi-senpai, let's fight him together. Then report to the Hokage-sama. Would release silent killing binding technique. The branches summoned stretched out in a winding manner, and Yamato wanted to capture Shisui first to use as a bargaining chip for escape. They have been here for a while and might have been discovered. However, this kind of ninjutsu cannot catch Shisui, who can move instantly. He easily dodged Yamato's attack and turned to question Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, are you going to do the same? Yamato then remembered why Kakashi-senpai didn't say anything. Looking back, I saw my senior standing there in silence, lost in deep thought. Kakashi-senpai. Yamato had no choice but to get close to Kakashi and yell in his ear to wake him up. The latter did not take direct action like Yamato did, but tried to save the situation by speaking out. A lot of what you said, Shisui, is just speculation. There's no evidence, right? Come back to the village with us. I believe that the Hokage will give you justice. I think Uchiha also wants to be innocent. You are also a member of Konoha after all. To be honest, Kakashi analyzed Shisui's words and combined with his experience, he guessed that the Uchiha clan's annihilation was not that simple. But Uchiha after all, they are part of Konoha, and I should persuade them to go back, rather than letting them wander outside. Shisui shook his head at Kakashi's innocent words. Useless Kakashi-senpai, why don't you ask the tribe members if they are willing to go back? Kakashi and Yamato turned around again. I didn't know when the Uchiha clan members were standing behind me. They opened their scarlet Sharingan, with different expressions, some angry, some sad, some silent. But the only thing he saw was no hope of returning to the village. The night of genocide dealt them a heavy blow. The Konoha Uchiha is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others picked it. We are still undecided about the Whirlpool country. Even if the Sage of Six Paths comes, it will be useless. You're right, me too. Me too. There was a moment of silence. The Uchiha clan members were very excited and there was no sign that they had any attachment to Konoha. So Kakashi-senpai, are you going to take us back by force, or are you going to exterminate the Uchiha clan once again? Kakashi smiled bitterly. This is such a mess. I just can't solve it. It's better for us to go back and wait for the Hokage and the others to make a decision. I see, so Shisui, are you going to stop us? Kakashi and Yamato were ready. If Shisui disagreed, then they would fight their way out of the group of Uchiha. No, you guys go ahead and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others when you go back that this land belongs to us from now on. The Whirlpool country no longer exists, but there is a new light village. Take this by the way. Making way, Shisui handed Kakashi a pair of glasses and told him how to use them. Kakashi and Yamato's pupils shrank slightly. They both understood what Shisui meant, so let them find the answer themselves. Could it be that what Shisui said was true? With this uneasy feeling, the two returned to the coast. What's wrong with you guys? Might Guy stroked his chin in confusion. As soon as Kakashi and Yamato came back, they looked like they had lost their souls and were in low spirits. But there is no battle fluctuation on the island. Could it be that Kakashi also shared his comic book with Yamato when he was on a mission? We are fine, let's go back first, Kai, we have collected enough information. Sitting on the boat, Kakashi and Yamato thought for a long time and decided not to rush to tell Might Guy about what happened on the island. They planned to go and witness it with their own eyes first and then decide what to do. Return to the village. Kakashi and Yamato sent Might Guy away, using the excuse of taking a night's rest and reporting to the Hokage tomorrow. They planned to try out the glasses given by Shisui tonight. Experiment directly on Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the Hokage is who Shisui said, then Danzo will not be able to escape. Everyone in Konoha knows that the two of them are wearing the same pair of pants. Soon Konoha was plunged into darkness. Assuming that Sarutobi Hiruzen had fallen asleep, Kakashi and Yamato swaggered into the Hokage's residence. As the most trusted Umbu captain of the Hokage, Kakashi led Yamato all the way to the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's room without any obstruction. Captain Kakashi, what do you want from the Hokage so late at night? Well, there is information about the red light at sea. You guys go down first and come back to guard after I finish my report. Kakashi easily sent away the Umbu guarding the gate. The latter did not suspect anything and turned around and walked away. Maybe Captain Kakashi has confidential information to report that cannot be known to too many people. Leaving Yamato outside the door to keep watch, Kakashi tiptoed, opened the door and walked into the room. Standing in the distance, he lifted up his forehead guard, put on the glasses given to him by Shisui, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the bed. A cloud slowly rose within sight, and what appeared within it was actually Sarutobi Hiruzen's dream. Perhaps because he thought that the Umbu personnel were investigating the situation in the house, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not awakened by Kakashi and remained in a deep sleep. In the following time, Kakashi saw many unbelievable things. His face gradually turned pale and cold sweat kept dripping. How is that possible? Lord Hokage actually did those things. He is the Hokage of the village. Why is Hokage-sama? It turns out that what Shisui said was true. Compared to Danzo, Lord Hokage is a slow-acting poison that kills people. Because of the close time, most of the dreams Kakashi saw were about things that happened in Konoha recently. Even so, his mind and breathing were disordered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sleeping soundly, noticed something strange in the room and immediately opened his eyes. Oh no, is there an enemy? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stood up and prepared to fight. The disordered breathing was most likely someone with bad intentions. However, after a thorough inspection, he only found a familiar shadow in the dark room. Kakashi, what are you going to do? The latter was shocked, wondering why the Hokage suddenly woke up. In a panic, Kakashi thought quickly and knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and took out the information scroll of the Light Ninja Village. Hokage-sama, this is the intelligence that I have gathered. Because of something special, I have to report here so late at night. Please forgive me, Hokage. Kakashi lowered his head, trying hard not to let Sarutobi Hiruzen notice his change in expression. The room was pitch black, and Kakashi was wearing a mask, so Sarutobi Hiruzen did not notice anything unusual about him. Instead, he really thought that Kakashi was here to submit information. He took the scroll handed to him by Kakashi and opened it to take a look. The land of whirlpools has been occupied by an unknown force, which is quite powerful. The Hikari Ninja Village. The source is currently unknown. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen understood. It turns out that the Fire Nation had unknowingly gained a new neighbor. The origin of this neighbor is still unknown, so their attitude towards Konoha is indeed a problem. It concerns the safety of the Fire Nation's coasts. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was attracted by the information, Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That information was the one they modified to conceal the existence of Uchiha. They haven't yet considered whether to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, so they'll keep it a secret for as long as possible. Well, I know the information, you can go down first. By the way, Kakashi, why are you wearing glasses? Oops. The situation was critical just now and I forgot to take off my glasses. I can't let the Hokage doubt me. But what to do? Kakashi's brain was racing, trying to control his emotions to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from noticing his flaws. At this moment, he felt his heart beating very fast, as if it was about to jump out. Time seemed to be particularly long at this moment. In the next 0.01 seconds, Kakashi quickly thought about how to answer Sarutobi Hiruzen. Finally, the answer came to his mind, so he raised his head and replied, "That's right. I don't know if it's because of the Sharingan, but my other eye seems a little blurry these days, so I'm wearing glasses for the time being." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, feeling something was wrong, but still accepted Kakashi's statement. It is possible that people who are not of Uchiha bloodline will encounter these problems when using the Sharingan. Suddenly, because of the ninja's better eyesight, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that Kakashi looked unusual. "Kakashi, why do you seem anxious?" "I gathered all the information and rushed to see the Hokage overnight. I guess I am too tired." Having been mentally prepared, Kakashi now answered fluently, not worried at all about Sarutobi Hiruzen's various problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very pleased to hear this. As expected of Kakashi, he always takes the village's missions so seriously, an heir to the will of fire. While thinking about Sarutobi Hiruzen in his mind, he comforted him with his mouth. "Thank you for your hard work. After you go down, you should have a good rest for a few days and put the mission aside for now." "Thank you, Hokage. I will take my leave now." Not wanting to talk too much with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi immediately left. You have to know how much pressure he has been under in such a short period of time. We must leave as soon as possible to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from seeing too many flaws. Watching Kakashi leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt strange. Kakashi seemed very panicked. "Are you really here to deliver information?" However, due to long-term trust, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think too much about it. He had always witnessed Kakashi's growth. He has also gone through many tests to get to where he is today, and is a subordinate worthy of trust. How could there be a problem? Maybe it's because I haven't woken up yet. Then go back to sleep. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell on the bed and fell asleep again. It's a pity that his staff is not here, otherwise they might have really reminded him that there is something wrong with Kakashi. He closed the door to the Hokage's room. Call. A gust of cold wind blew over, and Kakashi suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. The whole person calmed down. In the situation just now, if he said anything wrong, it would arouse Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion. Fortunately, I was very smart and managed to hide it. "Kakashi-senpai, what's going on?" Yamato walked forward and asked quietly. "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back and talk." Wiping the cold sweat from his temples, Kakashi took Yamato to his residence. This is the Hokage's residence, surrounded by Umbu personnel, so it is not suitable to discuss secrets. After entering Kakashi's residence, Yamato started asking questions impatiently. "Kakashi-senpai, is what Shisui said true?" Taking out the dream viewing glasses and placing them on the table, Kakashi looked at Yamato's expectant eyes and thought a lot. Whether the latter needs to be told what he saw. After all, Yamato trusts Sarutobi Hiruzen so much. Do you really want to destroy the image of me in his mind? Finally Kakashi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't deceive him. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. It is better to know it sooner. I'm sorry, Yamato. Kakashi's words confirmed the truth of Shisui's words, and Yamato seemed to lose his strength and collapse to the ground. How is that possible? Lord Hokage is indeed one of the murderers who pushed for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lord Hokage, he must have been forced to do this because of difficulty. He must have been forced. Or maybe Danzo bewitched the Hokage. Yamato didn't question whether Kakashi was deceiving him. It was the latter who rescued him from his roots and gave him new life. Then what should we do, Kakashi-senpai? I don't know either. Would I still be sitting here if I could? Kakashi was extremely conflicted. Logically speaking, he is a Konoha ninja and should follow the footsteps of the Hokage, even against the Uchiha clan. But after what happened in the Light Ninja village, Kakashi knew that there were also innocent people among the Uchiha. They were implicated because their own people were planning a coup, so what crime was there? To be honest, Konoha was more at fault. The two sat in the room discussing all night but could not come to any conclusion. If Kakashi had made a choice earlier, he wouldn't be in this situation today. In the end, they decided to wait and see. Neither Konoha nor the remaining Uchiha were willing to cause any harm. After becoming Konoha's publicity ambassador, it wasn't a completely official job for Jinyan. Simply put, whether he has anything to do depends on Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy. If the latter has a lot of work, Jinyan will have to work overtime, and if there is less work, he will naturally take a paid vacation. Recently, the Hokage thought of some encouraging words, and assigned Jinyan a task early in the morning to promote them throughout Konoha. The empty street was filled with onlookers and puppets arranged by Jinyan, all staring at the figure in the center. Some of them came to watch the fun, and some came to listen to Jinyan's speech. After all, a lot of what he said was quite pleasant to the ear, but it was mixed with some boring things that seemed out of place. Villagers, the Hokage has spoken. As the inheritor of the Will of Fire. Burning. Leaves. The future of the village. Jinyan took Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech and recited it quickly, and then it was his performance time. After the last experience, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer forced Jinyan to speak according to the speech script, but instead gave him appropriate space to express himself freely. However, this all has a prerequisite. The Umbu members have already been keeping an eye on Jinyan. Once he says something that is not conducive to Konoha's unity, the Umbu will immediately stop him. But these are all trivial matters to Jinyan. For someone who knows how to speak, even if he scolds someone, the other person will still think he is praising him. As Jinyan was reciting Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, an unknown and impatient villager nearby spoke up. I have a question. Those things you said are just word-of-mouth propaganda. How do we know they are true? This question instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Hiss. Who is so bold as to say such things in such an occasion? Whose men are these? Heroes do things that we dare not do. The villagers around were shocked and looked for the source of the sound. Although they were sometimes dissatisfied with the Hokage's policies, they did not dare to say it openly. Such brave people were rare in Konoha. To openly doubt the policies of the Hokage is like looking for death. The Umbu who were secretly monitoring the situation also discovered the problem. Who dares to speak against the Hokage? So they concentrated their efforts on finding that guy among the vast crowd and bringing him to justice. However, with their strength as Jonin, they gained nothing, as if everyone below was normal. It's strange, why can't I find anyone? If that guy has the nerve to jump again, we will definitely catch him next time. When the Umbu personnel found that they were unable to screen out the person who made the sound, they paid extra attention to any strange behavior in the crowd. They would not let the person who was questioning them escape, and they had to let him taste the Umbu's tea. Seeing someone in the crowd speak up, Jinyan knew that his arrangement was effective, so he responded, "That's exactly what I'm going to say next." To ensure that the propaganda is effective, the Hokage-sama, the two advisory elders, and Danzo-sama will oversee the implementation of the propaganda policy and ensure that it is implemented. After Jinyan finished his explanation, the Umbu still did not dare to relax. Instead, they waited for the man to continue speaking to see if he really had the courage. The villagers kept a close eye on the people around them, determined to find the villager who dared to speak out as soon as possible. Sure enough, their expectations were not in vain, and the voice sounded again. Then what does the Will of Fire have to do with us? Hiss. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. This is not just a question, it is a slap in the face of the Hokage. No one in Konoha has dared to do such a thing for decades. Today is really an eye-opener. Oh my god, brother is so awesome, he did something I dare not do. Damn it, he got away again. The crowd was surging and they all looked for the person who made the sound. However, with the eyesight of ordinary villagers, they could only see a black shadow flash by at best, and it was impossible to find the source. They even kept asking people around them if they were the ones making the noise. At this time, the hidden Umbu were dumbfounded. They did notice someone questioning in the crowd, but it was not just one figure, but several figures appeared and then lowered. This caused their rushing bodies to pause, allowing the person who made the sound to escape. So what now? The Umbu ninjas looked at each other, and for a moment they were at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, a clever ninja reminded me. The crowd is agitated now. Let's evacuate the villagers first and stop the propaganda to prevent that guy from causing trouble. The Umbu ninjas, who had no other choice, reached a consensus and went to stop Jinyan from speaking, but Jinyan would never do as they wish. Facing the Umbu who came to dissuade him, Jinyan pulled him aside. You're not here to ask me to stop speaking. Yes, Ambassador Jinyan, you have seen the current situation. It is really inconvenient to give a speech when someone is making trouble. Please follow us to a safe place. We will take care of the aftermath. Oh, how confused! Jinyan yelled, looking angry, as if the Umbu ninja had done something stupid. This confused the latter. What's the matter? Didn't I come to take you away? I was originally following the rules, but now I am wrong. Fortunately, Jinyan gave a follow-up explanation, which calmed the restless hearts of the Umbu. Didn't you hear the question that man asked just now? How can we just leave now? That would be no different from destroying the reputation of the Hokage. So we must answer his questions and give the villagers an answer. A word can wake a person up from his dream. The Umbu ninja slapped his head and realized that he had indeed not thought it through. Ambassador Jinyan's words make so much sense. It almost ruined the Hokage's plan. The Umbu ninja quickly apologized to Jinyan, then retreated and told the Umbu personnel to organize discipline and not let the scene become chaotic, so as to create opportunities for Jinyan to perform. See the dark part. After fooling around, Jinyan continued to answer, that's a good question. What does the will of fire have to do with you all? The will of fire is the first generation. The third Hokage took the will of fire as his guideline and always reminded himself to protect Konoha. When disaster strikes, Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama and the others will definitely stand in front to protect everyone and will absolutely never run away. This explanation made things clear to the villagers. It turns out that Hokage-sama is our protector. A great Hokage who would protect the village even at his own cost. In fact, some villagers do regard Sarutobi Hiruzen and others as the managers of Konoha, but who knows about the others? After Jinyan's suggestion, their mentality changed unconsciously. The Umbu ninja standing nearby was also delighted to hear Jinyan praising the Hokage so highly. It just makes them feel weird. The Hokage absolutely will not run away. Is there any meaning behind this? Hiss. My brain is a little itchy. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I'd better not think about it. The Umbu ninja thought for a long time but could not find any clues, and finally had to accept reality. If you ask him to fight, he will have no problem saying yes, but asking him to think about these things is too much. Besides, Boss Jinyan is following orders and promoting for the Hokage. There is no way he would harm the Hokage. Achoo. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sneezed for no apparent reason. He didn't know why. He always felt like someone was talking about him behind his back. Maybe it's an illusion. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to observe the crystal ball. After Jinyan's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was made into the absolute protector of Konoha village. I just don't know who he will save first when the Hokage is asked to choose between the village and the family in the future. Kakashi walked onto the street with dark circles under his eyes and his hair like a chicken coop. He and Yamato basically didn't sleep all night last night. All that was running through their minds were the village and the Uchiha, making them both extremely upset. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen granted him a vacation, so he was able to go out and relax today. Walking on the street and watching the villagers passing by, Kakashi enjoyed a moment of peace. Only now did he not have to think about those annoying things. Suddenly Kakashi saw some villagers jogging past him in a hurry. Out of curiosity, he stopped the villagers and asked, "Excuse me, what happened up ahead? Everyone seems so anxious." The villager who was held back paused, wondering who had held him back, and was about to turn around and yell at him. Unexpectedly, when he saw Kakashi's depressed look, he swallowed it and changed the subject. "Oh, Ambassador Jinyan is doing some publicity up ahead. We heard someone is secretly making trouble, so we went to watch the fun from a distance." After telling Kakashi the reason, the villagers said to him earnestly, "Young people should not overdraw their energy just because they are in good health. You should learn to be moderate, okay? Don't regret it when you are old." After saying this, he left in a hurry. What does he mean? Kakashi was confused for a moment and wondered why he brought up all this. After clearing his dull mind, he finally understood the meaning of the villagers' words and couldn't help but frown. He wouldn't think that I was doing that, right? What nonsense is there? I am thinking about the future of the village. However, I haven't studied Jiraiya-sama's works in the past 2 days. I will review them again after some time. Kakashi then followed the villagers. To be honest, he had never seen Jinyan giving a speech. After a while he saw Jinyan surrounded by a crowd. Perhaps because of the previous accident, the Umbu did not drive away the crowd, and now the villagers gradually became bolder and moved closer to Jinyan. Kakashi used his body movement ninjutsu to squeeze in. At this time, Jinyan had reached the end of his speech. He was not helping Sarutobi Hiruzen improve his reputation for free, waiting for him to cry in the future. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was young, he was indeed weak, indecisive, and power-hungry in his old age. You have to know that the title of ninja hero is not given for nothing, it requires real strength to earn it. But who could have imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen would become like this in his later years? For the sake of so-called reputation, he turned a blind eye to the rumors in the village and allowed Heitake Sakumo to be forced to commit suicide. At that time, few people could match Heitake Sakumo's power and status in the village, and so was his reputation. As a result, he was blamed by everyone for abandoning the mission to save his companions. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen ever come forward to explain for him? Heitake Sakumo's behavior was undoubtedly in line with the will of fire and should be praised, but he ended up like this. Recall that Heitake Sakumo has no discernible faction. The rise of such a character is obviously not what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see, and it is not good for the Naruto series. Therefore, when the rumors started spreading, he did not stop them but treated them with a tacit attitude, intending to suppress Heitake Sakumo or even make him disappear. According to Jinyan, if he had not been forced to do so during the Konoha collapse plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably not have thought of sacrificing himself, as he still wanted to hold on to power for a while longer. It was only because of Orochimaru's coercion that he had no choice but to sacrifice himself. The purpose was to preserve his image in the eyes of the villagers, and Orochimaru did a great job in this regard. Therefore, in order to make Sarutobi Hiruzen suffer, his reputation in Konoha must be reduced to the lowest point and become infamous. Now Jinyan is the publicity ambassador, just to better shape the image of Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the time comes for him to make a choice, will this old man choose Konoha or his family? By then, everyone in Konoha will remember his ugly face. He kept claiming that he was doing it for Konoha, but in the end he abandoned everyone at the critical moment. After listening to Jinyan's speech, Kakashi sighed to himself. Boss Jinyan always speaks nicely, no wonder the Hokage made him the publicity ambassador. Suddenly Kakashi had an idea. Should we talk to Boss Jinyan and find out how he will handle the village and Uchiha affairs? Given Boss Jinyan's personality, he should be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, Kakashi waited for Jinyan to finish, and then went to meet him. Boss Jinyan, long time no see. You are Kakashi. Jinyan looked carefully, and if it weren't for the mask and silver hair, he might not have recognized it. So you came to me for something I don't know. It's like this that I've been having some troubles lately, and I'd like to ask Boss Jinyan for advice. I wonder if you're free. Of course, Jinyan knew what Kakashi's question was, and he was happy to help him answer it. So he took Kakashi into the shop and brought him a cup of tea. Now tell me Kakashi, I'll be happy to help you out, Jinyan said with a smile. In that case, I'll ask. Boss Jinyan, I have a friend. Kakashi looked embarrassed, as if he was reluctant to let Jinyan know the truth. Jinyan naturally did not ask any more questions, but answered as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh, I understand. Keep going. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Jinyan probably didn't realize that it was my fault. Then you can ask the next question. Recently, when that friend was out, his best friend, Buddy A, lied to him and said Buddy B died in an accident while on a mission. My friend was very sad but still accepted this explanation. But he later discovered that Brother B was not dead, and he hit himself, so his friends wanted to investigate the reason, and all the evidence pointed to Brother A. So I want to ask you, what should my friend do, since there are people he cares about on both sides? Kakashi stared at Jinyan expectantly, his expression nervous. What will Boss Jinyan say? Could you help me solve the problem? After listening to Kakashi's statement, Jinyan pretended to be in deep thought. After a long time, he told us his countermeasures. It's hard for me to do anything about this situation. Everything depends on your friend's choice. Kakashi looked disappointed. Boss Jinyan's words seemed to have said something, but also seemed to have said nothing. In the end, it still depended on him. Thank you so much, Boss Jinyan. Even though he didn't get a solution, Kakashi still thanked Shinhiko. But just as he was leaving reluctantly, Jinyan said meaningfully, Kakashi, your friend must be in pain because he was hurt by the fake things in this world. Why don't you tell him to relax a little and try to accept the new future? Kakashi paused as he was about to step out of the door. Jinyan's words opened a new door for him. It was as if a tangled thread had untangled itself. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? As expected of Boss Jinyan, his words are so profound. Instead of worrying about how to choose between Konoha and Uchiha, it is better to work hard to make the future better. Kakashi turned his head and looked at Jinyan. The sunlight shone over him and onto Jinyan. The latter seemed to be in a sea of light, so dazzling. Thank you, Boss Jinyan, I know what to do now. Kakashi bowed and thanked him, and at the same time said inwardly, Konoha is truly blessed to have Boss Jinyan. Today's trip was definitely not in vain. After returning, I told Yamato what Boss Jinyan said. The Land of Rain, Akatsuki Organization. After several years of development, the Akatsuki organization has begun to take shape. It's just that some members were injured in the process. Even without the experience of the original work, Baiwa Juzo and the Rough Man are gone. Fortunately, the recent joining of Konoha's rebel ninja Uchiha Itachi has added strength to the Akatsuki organization. In 3 years, Karen's strength has begun to show. Although she tended to perceive ninjas more, Kyoshi still did not miss the improvement in Karen's fighting power. In addition to the Diamond Seal and Kagura's Heart's Eye, Karen also learned the multiple shadow clone technique and so on. Given the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan, they must have more clones than other ninjas. In her spare time, Karen also studied under Orochimaru. Her research talent cannot be wasted. Akatsuki Organization Training Ground. Karen and her mother are sparring. Ever since I learned that Uzumaki Karen and her daughter might be members of Nagato's clan. Although Konan and Nagato had never had much conversation with Karen, they were still quite tolerant of the two. Apart from the forbidden areas of Akatsuki, Karen and her daughter have basically no obstacles in Akatsuki. At this time, Obito, who had returned to the Akatsuki organization, passed by the training ground and found Karen and her daughter training. He immediately became interested, knowing that his teacher's wife was from the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, they both died at his hands. Now there are 2 more members of the Uzumaki clan here, and Obito somehow stands in front of Karen and her daughter, as if he wants to vent his recent grievances. It's useless to fight like this. Let me teach you how to fight. Senior, you are joking. How can we be your opponent? Uzumaki Yuri refused with a smile. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization knows that the relationship between Kyuji and Obito is not very good. If he is willing to help Karen and her daughter, it would be no different from a weasel paying a New Year's greeting to a chicken. So it is unacceptable. What's more, she and her daughter couldn't beat the other party at all. That's not up to you. Let me see what Sakazuki is capable of. Obito didn't care about the wishes of Karen and her daughter and just took action. We need to end the battle before Hisahi notices. He teleported behind Yuri with his divine power and was about to grab her with his dirty hands. Fortunately, Karen was always paying attention to Obito's whereabouts. As soon as he appeared, a golden chain extended from behind Yuri and danced along with him. Obito's strength far exceeds that of both mother and daughter, so Karen has to take him seriously. The slightest negligence would bring shame to Lord Sakazuki. Yuri reacted, opened the Kagura Heart's Eye, locked onto Obito, and swept out with the diamond seat from behind. Hisahi said that her potential was damaged and her future achievements would not be as good as Karen's. But she can still learn ninjutsu, just not as powerful as Karen. After several years of training, he still has the strength of a Chunin. Caught between 2 chains, Obito activated his Kamui hollow form, and the attacks of Karen and her daughter passed through his body. Then he moved again and appeared beside Karen. The right hand attempted to touch Karen and put her into the Kamui space. Yuri didn't know what kind of ability Obito had, so for safety reasons she stretched out the chain to pull Karen away to avoid contact between the two. Oh, I didn't expect that the guy who was hiding his head and showing his tail would actually bully the mother and daughter. Kakuzu, the newly joined Itachi, and Sasori passed by the training ground together. Seeing Obito's actions, Keiku couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Don't get me wrong, Uncle Angle is not in the mood to be a good guy, and saving Karen and her daughter won't earn you any money. He is only interested in money. Don't even think about Itachi and Scorpion. The former's only thought was Suzuki, while the latter devoted his whole heart and soul to the puppet and could forget about helping. Seeing that Karen and her daughter were forced into a dilemma by Obito and were unable to cope with it, any of his ninjutsu required the combined efforts of Karen and her daughter to resist. The two did not dare to let their guard down at all. Once one person is missing, Obito can claim victory. Fortunately, Karen and her daughter are in the Akatsuki organization, so Obito can only teach them a lesson. Killing is not a consideration for the time being, as this is the organization he uses to capture the tailed beasts. How can you take the lead in destruction? Would you like to make a bet with me on how long that mother and daughter can hold out? If I win, you will give me 1,000 taels. If you win, I promise to help you do something for 1,000 taels. Kakuzu was in the mood to gamble, but he could never accept the thought of losing money. So if he changes his strategy, even if he loses, Kakuzu can still make money, so he has the best of both worlds. Itachi and Scorpion were speechless. Do you want to hear what you are saying? So whether you win or lose, you win the money, right? Then what are we? Can you wash our underwear for 3 days for 1,000 taels? However, the two of them found it a bit boring and agreed to Kakuzu's bet. They are not too short of 1,000 taels, so just take it as a treat for fun. I bet on 6 moves. Itachi took out 1,000 taels of silver expressionlessly and turned to look at Scorpion. In that case, I'll give you 5 moves. Scorpion took out 1,000 ryo from somewhere and handed it to Kakuzu. The latter took the money with a look of joy and stated his prediction. Very good, then I will bet on 7 moves. The 3 people's predictions are very similar, and Obito's attacks will become more ferocious as time goes on. After all, it's been such a long time since we've been able to defeat them, and it's really embarrassing. Sure enough, under the expectant gazes of the 3 people, Obito intensified his offensive. Fire style, storm dance. Obito used his signature fire release, but because of his hidden identity, he was unable to use many of his moves. Even so, Karen and her daughter found it difficult to hold on. A chain extended from their backs again, and they all blocked Obito's fire escape. The powerful impact pushed Karen and her daughter back continuously. Obito teleported towards Karen, but Karen was kicked away because she was too slow to change her moves. He pounced on Yuri again. The three onlookers watched closely. The winner was about to be revealed. Uchiha Madara, how dare you touch my people? A figure in a white cloak flashed by quickly, and Juzi appeared in an instant to catch her. S.A. Lord Kasky. Karen was extremely surprised. Fortunately, the adults appeared in time and the masked man could no longer cause any trouble. By the way, sir, please save my mother. Karen came to her senses and begged Hisahi to save Yuri. Of course, she didn't need to say anything about this matter. Hisahi would also deal with Obito. He put Karen in a safe place, used the Navy 6 style shaving technique to change positions, and appeared next to Yuri. Uchiha Madara, you are too presumptuous. Hisahi's right fist exploded with high temperature, and he swung it out with magma covering his fist. Obito hurriedly activated his hollow form, avoided Kyuji's attack, and then teleported away. He had already seen the power of Kushi's magma fist. Ordinary people dare not touch the power of natural magma. All the bounty targets who fought with Juzi were turned into charcoal. Grown UPS. Yuri struggled to call out to Hisahi and apologize to him. If they were not so weak, Hisahi would not have needed to step in. Go to the side first. I will teach this guy a lesson. Let Karen and her daughter stand far away, and Kushi faced Obito. This made the three people on the other side cry out in regret. Why is this guy Sakazuki here? The answer to the bet was about to be revealed, but he ruined it. So, does our bet still count? Scorpion glanced at Kakuzu and Itaki and said, what do you think? Now it is even a question whether the battle can continue, so why bother betting money? Itaki gave Scorpion a look, indicating that you should experience it yourself. They didn't really care about winning or losing on the scene. After all, it was Kakuzu who asked the two of them to make the bet, so it didn't matter at all. Therefore, Kakuzu was the most heartbroken. This is my 2000 taels. It will be available soon. Because of this Sakazuki. With a snap. That's all. You are such a coward. I have been annoyed with you for a long time. Sakazuki, you're ruining my good deeds. I can't stand you either. Obito steadied himself, and the resentment that had been suppressed by Kushi all these years was revealed. Akatsuki is clearly the organization they founded to capture the tailed beasts. As a result, as soon as Hisashi arrived, that guy Nagato immediately betrayed him. Although the two have never really gotten along, but that didn't stop him from hating Juzi. But Obito is currently in a latent stage. He had a rough idea of Juzi's strength, and it would be difficult to defeat the opponent if he did not reveal his strength. It is inevitable that the loss outweighs the gain because of a momentary anger. However, Obito doesn't want to reveal his strength, but Kushige won't tolerate him. The scorching heat erupted from his fists, attracting the attention of everyone in the training ground. I didn't expect Sakazuki to be so powerful. Even a physical ninja wouldn't dare to touch the pair of magma fists easily. In other words, Hisahi had the upper hand in close combat. Big fire breath. Hisashi locked onto Obito, and his magma fist expanded to the size of a giant rock. It almost took up half of the training ground. Feeling the oppressive force and high temperature coming towards him, Obito hurriedly activated his hollowification. The magma fist passed through his body and hit the ground, causing continuous vibrations. The ground actually dropped a little due to the erosion of magma. Taking this opportunity, Kushi quickly approaches Obito. His fists alternated, bringing hot air past Obito's sides. Fortunately, he reacted in time and dodged, otherwise he would have been left with burns. Damn it, if it weren't inconvenient to reveal my strength. This guy Sakazuki must make him taste my power. Obito dodged Kisashi's attacks while secretly resenting himself. Juzi was well aware of his divine power and had no chance to get close except to dodge his attacks. Even if he touched the other party, the latter's fiery red magma would be enough to make him suffer. This kind of frustrating battle made Obito extremely uncomfortable. If someone who doesn't know him sees him, they would think he is so terrible. Next to the training ground, Kakuzu, Itaki and Sasori were watching very seriously, but most of his attention was on Obito. Is that Uchiha Madara? He doesn't look that good. The corners were all commenting non-stop. Itaki and Scorpion nodded in agreement. Now anyone could tell that the masked man was a fake. A rat under the banner of Uchiha Madara. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the latter is hiding his strength. Maybe the legendary Uchiha Madara likes to play this trick. Even so, they still prefer the uncle wearing the cloak of justice. He is very powerful and has no other shortcomings except that he is serious. As for being ruthless to the enemy, that's not a big deal. Uchiha Madara, is this all you have? Weren't you happy watching you bully Karen and her daughter just now? Come and bully me. Hisashi kept stimulating Obito with his mouth, trying to see how long this guy could endure. If Obito's strength were really forced to be unleashed, he would definitely be the one who would suffer. There was no telling how many eyes were watching at the training ground. "You bastard! I have to show you some color today." Obito couldn't bear it any longer, even if it meant exposing some of his strength. He wanted to give Kusanagi a taste of his power. He was seen turning into a hollow again to dodge Kyoshi's attack. Use Kamui to teleport behind Hisashi. He extended a sharp wooden spike in his hand with the intention of launching a sneak attack. Once Kushi is hit by the wooden spikes, he can take advantage of the situation to launch Wood Release, Hell Chaos. Even if there is magma blocking it, Wood Release is not an ordinary tree. In Obito's opinion, it was enough to pierce Kyuji's body before burning out. This made Karen and her daughter very nervous. They didn't expect the masked man to be so unsportsmanlike and actually attack them secretly. They both screamed, "My lord, be careful, is that Wood Release?" Kakuzu and Itaki, two ninjas who knew something about the first Hokage, recognized the ninjutsu used by Obito in an instant. But why does the masked man know Wood Release? He calls himself Uchiha Madara and can use Wood Release. What is his true identity? In the eyes of several people, Obito's identity became more and more mysterious. The same is true for Pain. He noticed it as early as when Obito bullied Karen and her daughter. After all, they are his own people, so he still pays attention to them secretly. If Obito really wanted to do something cruel to Karen and her daughter, he would definitely stop it. Fortunately, Juzi stepped forward in time. But now Obito seems to be angry. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, Pain decides to step forward and stop the two. "Stop it, Shinra Tensei." Pain instantly appeared beside the two of them, and his purple Rinnegan emitted a powerful repulsive force. Both Kyuji and Obito were repelled by the transparent force at the same time, and the latter's wish for a sneak attack was thwarted. Kakuzu, Itake, and Sasori were very disappointed. They thought there was going to be a good show to watch, but they were interrupted by their leader. Karen and her daughter couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm glad that Master Sakazuki is okay. Akatsuki members are forbidden from killing each other, haven't you forgotten? Do I need to remind you?" Pain coldly spat out the rules of the Akatsuki organization, but his eyes were always fixed on Obito. It was as if he was regarded as the instigator. "Damn Nagato, why didn't he come out earlier or later, but appeared at this time? Why didn't you come out to stop me when I was being beaten? Now I was about to impale the damn Sakazuki, and you suddenly came running out. Isn't this obviously biased? And what does that look of yours mean? Put all the blame on me? You really think you are the leader of Akatsuki, but you are just a pawn of mine." Obito holds a deep grudge against Nagato, and he and Sakazuki are like brothers in arms. "If it weren't for the Tailed Beast project, I would make sure you know why the flowers are so red." "Tisk, I understand, Chief." Hisahi and Obito still gave face to Nagato. After all, they were on the same side at the moment and it was not appropriate to tear each other apart right away. Everyone has a meeting, there is a task." Nagato was very satisfied with the face Obito gave him. Although he was not clear about the latter's identity, it did not prevent him from helping him. It has been quite handy over the years. Soon, the remaining members of Akatsuki gathered on the huge golem. Karen and her daughter also temporarily joined as interns. "Xiao Nan, you will be the one to assign the tasks." As Pain's assistant on the surface, Konan is responsible for the daily operations of the Akatsuki organization. After taking the information handed over by the Black Shadow Corps, she spoke slowly. "Based on the development of Akatsuki in recent years, our strength has been greatly expanded. We are one step closer to achieving world peace. But our strength is still insufficient to deal with the 5 major ninja villages and the tailed beasts. So we need you to go out and recruit new members for the organization. Is that a problem?" Seeing that everyone was silent and agreed, Zionin didn't say much and continued to assign the next tasks. "Itaki, Orochimaru, you go to the Land of Water to recruit the rebel ninja Hashigaki Kisame from the Hidden Mist Village. Kakuzu and I are going to the Land of Hot Springs to recruit a member of the evil god cult. Sakazuki, you will go to the Land of Earth alone to look for Deidara." Because of their age, Konan did not assign any tasks to Karen and her daughter, but instead let them study within the Akatsuki organization. The other members did not object to Zionin's arrangement, and they could take this opportunity to go out and get some fresh air. "I'm going to go crazy staying in this dark cave." Then everyone who received the task turned around and left, and began to prepare for the next task. After receiving the task assigned by Zionin, Juzi did not set off immediately. With the ability of the Black Shadow Corps, he can reach the Land of Earth in a very short time. According to the current time, the members of Akatsuki are about to gather, but they will have to wait a few more years before they can officially capture the tailed beast. Anyone who knows the members of Akatsuki knows that except for a few, they are unable to turn from darkness to light. Some members are talented, have dreams and speak well. It's just that young people make mistakes and do things in a somewhat extreme way. If you can turn back in time, there is still hope. Therefore, Hisahi is now lurking in order to finally take everything of the Akatsuki organization into his possession. I guess the members won't reject him for the sake of riot. Since the Land of Earth is closest to the Akatsuki organization, even though Hisahi set out later than the others, he still arrived at the destination first. Iwegakure is a ninja village surrounded by natural dangers and famous for its solid defense. It is a top-secret natural fortress formed by many rocky mountains. It has an easily defensible geographical advantage and is difficult for the enemy to penetrate. However, the Deodara that Kyuji was looking for was not in the village. Because the boy often used explosive clay to create terrorist incidents when he was a child, the people in the village were very dissatisfied with him. No matter how talented Uniki's disciple was, he had to abandon him under pressure. With the help of the Black Shadow Corps, Kushi quickly found Deodara, who had left the village. At this time, the troubled boy was hiding in a cave and devoting himself to his art. He wanted to make the old man of Iwegakure village realize that what he was studying was real art, not a terrorist attack. Lumps of white explosive clay were created by Deodara and then stored. "Kid, are you Deodara? Oh my god." Suddenly Deodara was startled by the sound of Kisashi appearing. The explosive clay in his hand lost chakra control and a ball of white light emerged in an instant. Then, bang, cough cough. A coughing sound was heard from the cave, and thick smoke continued to pour out. Deodara walked out holding onto the wall that if he had not dodged quickly just now, his face would have been covered with exploding clay. Which bastard just spoke suddenly? "It's me." Hisashi appeared in front of Deodara from outside the cave and said, "Are you the bastard who's interrupting my art studies? I want you to pay." Deodara was extremely angry, and anyone who hindered his study of art was an enemy. Having said that, Deodara didn't care what Kushi was here for. He rolled the clay into a ball and threw it directly at Kushi. "This is a clay detonator. Come and see my art." Seeing this, Hisahi started to transform into an element, and his body suddenly became extremely hot. The magma dripped onto the ground and formed small pits. The high temperature from the clay explosion is nothing compared to that of magma. Juzi even felt that it was a cool breeze. The impact of the explosion only collapsed part of the magma. He himself was unharmed. What kind of ninjutsu is this, lava release? Deodara witnessed that Kisashi actually took the explosion with his face and his body turned into magma. But he had seen the lava release of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, from the hidden Iwegakure village, and the two were very different. Could it be that this uncle has developed a new use for lava escape? So we can't underestimate him. I want to see how much magma you have to blast. Deodara took out a lump of clay from both pockets and squeezed it in his palms again and again. Several white spiders and grasshoppers appeared on the hands and were thrown at Kyuji. "Little devil, don't think that I won't fight back." The magma fist ejects a cloud of magma, which covers the clay bomb's trajectory. Get rid of the clay bombs before they get close. But Deodara would not sit idly by and watch the spiders and grasshoppers being consumed. The clay bomb dodged left and right as controlled by his consciousness, quickly approaching Hisahi. But some bombs were still consumed. Some spiders and grasshoppers kept circling around, trying to attack from behind. Seeing a group of spiders and grasshoppers approaching, Kushi cleared the area with a big burst of fire. All the bombs in front of him exploded under the high temperature of the magma. Then, Hisahi's observation haki sensed a bomb attack from behind. He didn't dodge or evade, and directly activated the armament color hardening. The explosions of mere spiders and grasshoppers were completely unable to break through the defense. Deodara saw this and knew that normal bombs would not work on Kyuji. It requires heavyweight art. So he changed his strategy, took out some white clay from his pocket and started shaping it. A giant white bird appeared before him, and he quickly rode on it, putting some distance between himself and Hisashi. It is not a wise choice to fight a lava-release ninja in close combat. Aerial bombing is the best option. "Uncle, I recognize your strength, so let's see my more powerful art." Flying in the sky, Deodara took out a large amount of clay and fed it into the big mouth in his palm. After constant chewing, it mixed with his chakra. This is a clay doll that is the result of Deodara's years of research and can create violent explosions. It is one of his trump cards. When Kushi saw this, he knew that Deodara was preparing a big move, and he couldn't let him do it. He took out a gray flute, put it to his lips and started playing it randomly. Deodara couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. "Haha, uncle, are you playing a final song for yourself? That's too ugly." He never expected that this guy who disturbed his art studies had such a funny side. Should I show mercy and let him go for now? Forget it, let's wait until he can survive the explosion on the 18th. He'll be lucky then. As the sound of Hisashi's flute floated, Deodara gradually realized that something was wrong. Is this guy really not resisting? Or maybe there is some secret behind his flute and it is some kind of ninja tool. No, we have to speed up. However, Deodara knew something was wrong with this movement. The big mouth in his right hand no longer chewed clay, but spit straight out. And the left hand that originally wanted to take out the clay actually picked up the spitted clay back. What's going on? Damn, my body is out of control. Why are you all doing the opposite? Don't spit it out, eat it quickly. Deodara tried hard to command the big mouth with his palm, but the more he ordered, the more it vomited. All the clay he had eaten was vomited out. Even after he finished vomiting out all the dirt, he was still hiccuping, as if he wanted to continue vomiting. Now Deodara finally understood that the reason for all the abnormalities was Kyoshi. Wasn't he the only one playing the flute at the scene? Uncle, what have you done? Why is my art out of control? Deodara controlled the giant clay bird and tried to descend. But his operation had the exact opposite effect. The giant bird flew higher and higher, and Deodara seemed to be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Boy, now you know how powerful I am? Do you want to listen to what I have to say? Don't want. Kushi heard Deodara continue to play the flute stubbornly, and he would not stop until the latter gave in today. Of course, Deodara later discovered the principle behind the flute sound, but it would take some time to make a complex and opposite decision. He had to make a simple decision first. If it's the opposite behavior, then. Deodara tried to give the giant bird the order to fly upwards. Sure enough, the body gave another command to fly downwards. Maintaining the status quo, Deodara finally landed on the ground. Looking at Kushi playing the flute, Deodara didn't dare to think of attacking, as he didn't know if he would be attacked in return. This kind of upside-down behavior is a big taboo in combat, so he decided to listen to what Kyuji had to say. So, uncle, what do you want to talk to me about? After being teased by the flute, Deodara temporarily gave up the idea of teaching Hisahi a lesson. Then he asked about his purpose. It's impossible that the other party has nothing to do and is trying to scare me on purpose. Deodara breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Kyuji put down the strange flute. I don't know where the uncle got the ninja tools, but he can actually control the enemy to do the opposite behavior. Although it is interesting, it is still not as good as my art. Little brat, I'm here to invite you to join the Akatsuki organization. Hisashi told Deodara the development history, code of conduct, and ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization. The latter was drowsy after listening to the talk and felt bored with peace. So uncle, you said so much, but I have no interest at all. Akatsuki has nothing to do with my art. You better go, I'll let you go today. After saying that, Deodara turned around and was about to go back into the cave. If I can beat the uncle, I will make him apologize for my art. Are you so superficial, little brat? You can also study art by joining Akatsuki. Besides, you are alone now and your strength is limited. Once you join Akatsuki, you will have the resources of the organization to study art. Which one is better? Kyuji seized Deodara's weak spot and forced him to stop. Hiss. This uncle seems to have some truth in what he said. Look at what I'm doing now. Desolate caves, lack of resources, and a lot of time spent on quests. It's really disrespectful to art. How about agreeing to his conditions and joining the Akatsuki organization? Uncle, what you said is true. Can you make the decision? Deodara turned around and asked. He doesn't want to be sold into some strange organization. Better to make sure. Of course, these are promised by the leader of the organization. Pretending to be thoughtful, Deodara didn't want Kushi to think that he was easy to deceive. Young people should always be careful when they go out. After a while he replied, well, since you are so enthusiastic in inviting me, I will reluctantly agree to it. But let me be frank. That organization cannot help me study art. I am going to quit. By saying this, Kushi knew that he had succeeded in recruiting Deodara. The status of Patrick in his mind is self-evident. How could Deodara escape using him as bait? Judging from the time, Orochimaru and Itaka should have met Hoshigaki Kisame. With his help, I believe that Uncle Snake will no longer covet Uchiha Itaka's Mangekyo. After settling Deodara, Kisashi did not return to Akatsuki for the time being. Except for necessary mission time, members of Akatsuki can do whatever they want at other times. Juzi has more important things to do if he stays. Over the years, most of his emotional values came from unknown people. We have not yet taken action against the major ninja villages, and now is the time to fleece them. Among the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, Konoha is the strongest. But Jinyan is there, so let's not consider him for now. Then there is the second-ranked Kumagakur, followed by Iwagakur, Kirigakur, and Tsunagakur. These major ninja villages are not close to each other, but are separated by countries and oceans. It is not easy to bring them together. Therefore, Juzi planned to selectively bully. After some investigation, he identified the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village. If you want to know the reason, it's because I like Iwagakur more. Therefore, the ninjas of Kumagakur can only suffer. The other 2 major ninja villages are more of a byproduct. At that time, the latter may have to thank Juzi for his help. But now I have to ask the main body for help. Through the Shadow Kingdom, Hisashi was able to connect with Jinyan. Main body, now is the time to donate your stored emotional value. Jinyan looked at the smiling Juzi and felt helpless. I have finally managed to keep some of my energy recently, but now it is being tormented by my clone. Fortunately, the wool comes from the sheep, and the wool is taken from the ninja and used by the ninja. At Hisashi's urging, Jinyan opened the system's lucky draw wheel. Lock on the silver series and click on it. As the dial pointer turned, even though he knew that it would emit a silvery light, Jinyan always felt that it would suddenly emit a golden light. I don't know what the sequelae of this are. As the two of them looked forward to it, the results of the turntable came out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of underwear for outerwear that can withstand high-intensity combat. I got a bucket of milk, a specialty of the elf world. It can quickly restore physical strength and has extremely high nutritional value. I got a bag of dorayaki. I don't know why Doraemon likes this kind of food. Obtain 3 unknown devil fruits and see how lucky the host is. Jinyan was very surprised, as he had never seen several items being drawn in one round of lottery. Could it be a lucky break? He couldn't help but ask the system, how come there are 3 devil fruits in this lottery? Did you encounter a bug? If a bug is really going to happen, shouldn't we remind him? What if that's a deficiency that the system hasn't detected? I can't help but take advantage of it. Wouldn't it be exposed if you asked? Kushi leaned closer and whispered to Jinyan. When Jinyan heard this, it seemed to be the case. But since you've asked the question, you might as well listen to the system's answer. If you blatantly take advantage of others, what if the system trips you up in the future? Dear host, please don't always try to exploit loopholes in the system. This lottery is not a bug, but multiple items in one grid. To put it simply, it is a grid of various items. They are all of silver quality. Some are strong and some are weak, so they are sold in a bundle. Is there such a saying? Jinyan could barely accept the explanation given by the system. And generally speaking, it's not a bad deal to get 3 items in one draw. Just why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me. Jinyan was speechless. If you say so, then I am really wrong? But Jinyan didn't bother with the system about this issue. Can I still expect the system to compensate me? He then took out the devil fruit he had obtained. After system detection, the 3 devil fruits are superhuman, natural, and animal, each with 1. Their potential at most touches the threshold of super shadow level, but it also requires users to develop it to the highest level. Even so, people in the ninja world still flock to it. You can gain powerful strength by eating a fruit, which is much easier without having to practice chakra. However, the arrangement of these 3 fruits still requires Juzi's opinion. After all, that's what he asked for. So how do you plan to arrange these 3 fruits? Well, ask if the system supports after-sales service. Juzi thought for a moment and thought that it would be perfect if the system could support after-sales service. You can save yourself a lot of effort. You have heard the system, so does it support after-sales service? Jinyan asked out loud. In my previous life, I have seen many systems in books that were just like stingy people. I don't know whether this system is stingy or not. Dear host, please don't always think about getting something for free. You should ask yourself what you can give out. As soon as he said this, Jinyan knew there was no hope. It seemed that he would still have to endure the hardship of splitting himself. However, those who are capable should work harder, and some exercise will be good for him. But who knew that the system's tone would change and it would continue speaking? But since the host has requested it, this system will reluctantly make an exception. As long as the after-sales service is not excessive, the system can still agree to it. But next time there are more requirements, you have to pay more. Well, this is the system that Jinyan knows. But he was considered quite generous, at least he had a free chance. Now you can tell me your request. Please ask the system to help me make a special effect of a devil fruit tree that moves everywhere in the sea. It doesn't even need to be physical. Only these 3 fruits on the tree are real. The rest are all fake. Kushi slowly stated his request. Jinyan understood what he meant after hearing this. It's just that the devil fruit tree in the previous pirate world grew on the seabed. Now Juzi has brought it to the surface of the sea. Secondly, all other fruits on the tree are illusory, only these 3 fruits are real. It is obvious that he wanted to use this to cause a dispute between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village. Never doubt the power of devil fruits. Ordinary people without talent for cultivation can achieve great success overnight by obtaining it. Even if a ninja gets it, it will be even more powerful. I wonder who among the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village would be willing to give up such a treasure. Especially the Cloud Village, who might launch an attack on the Mist Village for the devil fruit. How about it, system? This request is not too much, right? The system has been requested and is being produced. Ding ding, ding ding. There was a sound of metal striking next to Jin Yanji's ears. Then the special effects carrier manufactured by the system came out. This is a disc made by the system that you only need to control it with mental power to place the projection of the devil fruit tree on the sea. As he said this, Jinyan handed the bronze disc to Kyuji. When I held the disc, I felt a cold sensation. This carrier looks quite like some kind of guide item from the previous life. Since the things have been obtained, I will leave first. Afterwards, Hisashi did not continue reminiscing with Jinyan. He said goodbye and turned to leave the Shadow Kingdom. What a hard-working clone. Jinyan watched his clone leave and couldn't help but sigh. This appearance seemed to remind him of his former self. After getting what he wanted, Juzi followed the direction to the location of Kirigakure and Kumagakure. After a few days of waiting, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru must have met Hoshigaki Kisame. Maybe I can run into them this time. Drag them into your plan. The Land of Thunder. The country is located on a peninsula and they have a lot of coastline, able to attack the Fire Kingdom and the Water Kingdom from the sea at any time. This is how the Whirlpool country was destroyed by them. Among them, the Hidden Cloud Village ranks second in the ninja world in terms of strength. If it weren't for the frequent appearance of monsters in Konoha village, they still had hope of winning the previous ninja wars, so they have never been willing to give in and have always wanted to bring down Konoha. Unlike the closed-off Mist Village, the Cloud Village has also deployed a certain number of reconnaissance ninjas outside the coastline of the Land of Lightning, especially the main islands. Are we being marginalized? No one from Konoha or Kirigakure will attack us now. The two black-skinned ninjas kept chattering. Although the Land of Thunder lacks resources, it is still better than this deserted island. Unfortunately, the two of them have no background or resources in the village, so they can only suffer here. At this time, there was thick fog on the sea, and the sky was getting darker, so it was impossible to see what was happening in the distance. The two dark-skinned ninjas hid in the shelter they had built. He vented his dissatisfaction with the village in various ways. Wait, what is that thing on the sea? Suddenly, the blonde ninja wondered if he had rewarded himself too much last night and there was something wrong with his eyes. He actually saw a vague shadow appearing on the sea. After wiping his eyes carefully, he looked again and found that the shadow was gradually taking the shape of a big tree. That doesn't make sense. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. How could there be big trees on the sea? The blonde ninja smiled at himself and did not tell the other black curly-haired ninja. He just thought it was a problem with his eyesight. After all, it is normal to have illusions in the current weather. Sure enough, when he looked at the sea again, the shadow of the tree had disappeared. It seems that I miss the cherry trees in my hometown too much. I guess they are in full bloom, so this illusion occurs. Thinking of this, the blonde ninja picked up the kettle and took a big gulp. It seemed to make him more awake. However, after a while, the blonde ninja looked at the sea and found another problem. The tree's shadow appeared again. And it's even more real now. This time the blonde ninja didn't doubt it was an illusion. It must not be that simple for that thing to appear again and again. So he immediately called the black curly-haired ninja next to him. Hurry, there's something going on at sea. What did you say? The black curly-haired ninja looked in the direction the blonde ninja pointed and also saw the shadow of the big tree. Then he wondered, it looked like the shadow of a big tree, but something felt wrong, so we're going to go check it out? In response to the question from the black curly-haired ninja, the blonde ninja said unhappily, of course I have to go and check it out. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, do you still want to taste the whip of the village? The black curly-haired ninja shuddered after hearing what he said. He had seen the punishment in the village. In addition to the whip, the punished would be sent to do forced labor. I heard it was like growing cotton, the kind that works day and night. Then hurry up and let's go take a look together. The black curly-haired ninja quickly called the blonde ninja, and the two of them went to the beach together. As they reached the seashore, the shadows of the trees seemed to be moving towards the shore. Therefore, they soon saw the true appearance of the tree shadow. I don't know what is adorning the dark and thick tree trunk. His crown was extremely dense, as if it had grown into a semicircle. The most amazing thing is the various strange fruits hanging on the tree crown. The shapes and colors vary. In spirit with a cautious attitude, they looked at each other and nodded. The two walked on the seawater towards the big tree and felt an indescribable aura emanating from the latter. What kind of tree is this? Why have I never heard of it? Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Trees can grow on the seed. I've learned something new today. The black curly-haired ninja couldn't help himself first and walked forward to touch it. But who would have thought that the big tree actually took a step back and didn't touch it? What's going on? Could it be that this tree is alive? The black curly-haired ninja took a step back in fear, fearing that the tree would undergo some unknown transformation and attack him. Since you can't touch it, why not try using ninjutsu? A blonde ninja suggested it, so the two of them worked together to release lightning release. The shocking lightning split the waves, exploding into waves. But the big tree still stands there, without any sign of shaking. Afterwards, the two people who didn't believe in evil tried various ninjutsu. Under the repeated bombardment, not a single leaf fell from the big tree. They even tried to fertilize it, but the plant just avoided them in disgust. They were totally helpless. We have tried every possible method we could think of, but the tree just won't budge. Do you think it might be an illusion or something like that? But we checked and confirmed that we were not under any illusion. Besides, there is no such vivid illusion. The two discussed for a long time but could not come to any conclusion. I had no choice but to wait and see for a while. As for why the information was not sent up, the big tree poses no threat, so why are you in such a hurry? Besides, if such a small matter is reported, there's no telling how Lord Rakage will deal with the two of them. The two ninjas thought that it would be fine if they didn't report the information. But what they didn't know was that the shadow of the tree appeared many times on the seashore, hidden in clouds and fog over the following period of time. No matter how indifferent they were, the reconnaissance ninjas understood that the matter was not simple. So they reported the information about the tree shadows on the sea. Asked the village's shadow to make the decision. Hidden Cloud Village. She, Tutai and others were gathered in the office to discuss village affairs. Suddenly, one of his men reported that something unusual was discovered at the seaside. The fourth Rakage AI signaled Dode to put down the report and let his subordinate speak. The latter calmed down his breath and said, Lord Rakage, the scout ninja reports. Recently, unknown tree shadows have appeared in various places near the coast of the Land of Lightning. May I ask for your instructions? The fourth Rakage AI looked at Shi and Dode, and seeing that the two did not express their opinions, he knew that there was no need to be vigilant about this matter for the time being, and he could just make the decision himself. So he ordered to go down and ask 2 teams of Umbu to investigate, and then come back and tell me the situation. After receiving the order, the subordinate was about to leave, but the fourth Rakage AI seemed to remember something and stopped him. Wait, where is B now? Lord Kiribi is performing rap in the village. The subordinate hesitated for a few seconds, but still betrayed Kiribi. You know, Rakage has always had opinions about Killer B's rap. Sometimes when I see him performing I would kick him. Now that I heard Kiribi was having another concert, I guess I had to find him something to do. Then, as everyone expected, the Rakage AI said angrily, this guy really hasn't learned his lesson at all. In that case, let Bai be the lead ninja to conduct reconnaissance near the coast. It saves him from having nothing to do in the village. The subordinates took the order and left, and then the Rakage's office fell into a discussion again. The matter of the shadows of the trees near the sea has not yet been decided, so it is not worth their attention. What's more, everyone has lived to a very old age and has never heard of any tree growing on the sea. Maybe it was their neighbors who caused the trouble, and Kiribi was enough to calm the situation. Unlike Kumagakur, the Mizukage Yagura of the Kirigakure village still ignored the news. The biggest order Obito gave him was to torture the Hidden Mist village. As long as there is no news of the village being destroyed, there is no need to worry about it. However, the actions of the Mizukage Yagura had already caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the Kirigakure. They see Yagura as the biggest obstacle hindering Kirigakure's progress. Many Kirigakure ninjas wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, such as Zabuza Mamakai and others. Unfortunately, they were too weak to cause any harm to Yagura. In the end, they either died or defected. Therefore, some ninjas placed their hopes on Mei Terumi, believing that she was the future of Kirigakure. Seeing the ninja sighing and leaving the room, Terumi Mei followed him. Even if the Mizukage Yagura doesn't care, she can't ignore the village's affairs. Many times, Mei Terumi privately asked the Kirigakure ninja about some of the situations in the office, then make corresponding countermeasures. Perhaps it was because the ninjas still respected the village, they rarely refused Mei Terumi's requests. After hearing the information from the ninja, Mei Terumi returned home, where Ao and Kojuro were waiting for her return. Mrs. Terumi Mei, what's the situation? Ching came up and asked. I have already asked clearly. Mei Terumi told her the information given to her by the ninjas, who were her 2 most trusted subordinates. Ching and Kojuro were very surprised after hearing this. So that's what it is. But it does sound mysterious. Because the Mizukage Yagura didn't care, a rumor has been circulating in the Hidden Mist village recently. It is said that an unusual tree appeared in the sea. It is completely black and covered with devil-like fruits, which contain the devil's curse. The reason why we see it is because God can't bear to see the Hidden Mist village suffering. So the devil was sent to take the life of the culprit who destroyed the Hidden Mist village. Of course, this is just one explanation, there are others. What fruit is made from every human soul swallowed by the devil? It is to destroy the water kingdom, etc. After the news reached Mei Terumi and the other 2, they discussed it for a while and realized that they didn't know the origin of the giant tree on the sea. Originally, she didn't want to pay too much attention to it, but the news in the Hidden Mist village became more and more outrageous, so Mei Terumi had to stand up. They had originally planned to oust the Mizukage Yagura in the near future and get the Hidden Mist village back on track. Naturally, he couldn't sit idly by and watch the Mist village fall into chaos. Maybe he could take this opportunity to increase his own reputation. So do we need to go and investigate in person? Kojuro asked. There's nothing we can do. Who else would be willing to go to the Hidden Mist village besides us? Mei Terumi was very helpless. The various forces in the Hidden Mist village were either seeking to protect themselves or eyeing power. Few people really care about the village. Unless there is a powerful force that breaks the old order and forcefully integrates everyone. So now the 3 of them have to step up. Kojuro and Ao nodded in agreement and decided to go together to see the so-called tree shadows on the sea. Then the 3 of them set off without telling Yagura and the others. After all, it was a period of isolation, and if he set out openly, he would definitely be caught by Yagura. This undoubtedly ruined the plan. Arriving at the coast, Mei Terumi found the contact ninja. The other party is someone who is on his side and can become a help in overthrowing Yagura in the future. Greetings, Lady Terumi Mei. Tell me the detailed information you know. After accepting the salute, Mei Terumi asked the contact ninja to recount the information. Seeing is believing, and the intelligence provided by the village ninjas may have unnoticed errors. Eyewitnesses are more reliable. Yes, we discovered the tree shadows on the sea a long time ago, but no one knew it. We tried various ways to contact it, but nothing worked. It would even actively dodge sometimes. There are many strange shapes on the tree. Shaped fruit. That big tree has no fixed place to stay. It may appear on a coast at any time. We have no way to keep it. Based on its characteristics, we call it the Devil's Tree. After listening to the report from the contact ninja, the three of them pondered for a moment. Why does this demon tree feel so smart? They will also seek benefits and avoid harm. Is it the birth of self-awareness, or is there someone controlling it behind the scenes? But no matter which one it is, it must be treated as a human being. The latter is especially troublesome. Then Ao, who was Mei Terumi's right-hand man, spoke up. It seems that we have no means to deal with the Devil's Tree. It's also very difficult to catch it, so we can only wait in a fixed location. I have no objection either, Kojuro agreed. After hearing this, Mei Terumi was silent for a while and couldn't think of a solution. In that case, she agreed with Ching's opinion. Then he called the contact ninja to take them to the coast where the Devil Tree often appeared. Waiting there. While Terumi, Mei, and the other two were waiting for their chance, Hisashi was already watching their every move in the dark. During this period of time, the demon tree was completely controlled by him. He kept traveling back and forth between Kumagakure and Kirigakure to attract the attention of ninjas from both sides. This caused them to pursue a bunch of special effects. Now that the main characters have arrived, the main show can begin. After several days of waiting, Mei Terumi finally saw the so-called Devil's Tree. It looks like it really is real, but I don't know if it's really that magical. Mei Terumi watched the Devil's Tree slowly drifting to the shore like a shadow. Although the contact ninja has told me its information, but seeing is believing, you still have to try it yourself to know whether it is true or not. Ching, go and try it first, and be careful. Yes, Terumi Mei-sama. Ching accepted the order without hesitation. If we were to ask who is the most suitable person to investigate the scene, it would be him. With just one Hyuga Byakugan, the enemy's chakra movements cannot be hidden from him. Mei Terumi also attaches great importance to him because of this. According to the intelligence, King Yi tried various methods to contact the Devil Tree, but still got nothing. Mei Terumi frowned. This Devil Tree is really stubborn. Then try this. Dissolving escape, the art of dissolving monsters. Boiling escape, clever mist technique. Mei Terumi used a series of blood-related limit ninjutsu, but still could not make any impact on the Devil Tree. Kojuro and Aomai, who were standing nearby, asked Terumi Mei, Lady Terumi Mei, what should we do next? There is currently no way to deal with the demon tree, and they can't just sit here and wait. You have to know that the three of them sneaked out from Kirigakure. If Yagura found out, he would definitely arrest the three of them and expose them to the public. Wait a moment, I'll try again. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to the village. After calming Ching and Kojuro down, Mei Terumi walked on the water towards the Devil's Tree. If they just left like this, wouldn't it mean that the three of them had made a wasted trip? At least we have to get some updated information to deal with the rumors in the Hidden Mist Village. Standing in front of the Devil's Tree, Mei Terumi looked at its trunk, which was as big as the three-tailed fox. He stretched out his right hand and touched it. Ao and Kojuro looked at Terumi Mei nervously and expectantly. Don't let anything unexpected happen. Are adults different from us? I wonder if she can react to the demon tree. However, before Mei Terumi could touch the Devil's Tree, an accident happened. I saw an oval, ice-blue strange fruit fall automatically from the Devil Tree. Mei Terumi had not expected that the fruit would fall off automatically. While she was confused, she subconsciously caught this unexpected object. There really was an accident. That fruit won't explode on its own. Ching and Kojuro couldn't help but exclaim loudly, Terumi Mei-sama, be careful. At this time, Mei Terumi was still in shock, wondering how the fruit of the Devil Tree fell into her hands. After hearing Ching and Kojuro's reminders, Terumi Mei almost couldn't help but throw away the fruit, but fortunately she restrained herself. I'm fine, don't worry. After reporting her safety to Ao and Kojuro, Mei Terumi continued to strike while the iron was hot and try to get closer to the Devil Tree. Perhaps the fruit was an omen, but the latter seemed to have completed its mission, and actually used the tree roots as legs and ran away. Is it true that the tree is alive? Terumi Mei stood still, with her outstretched right hand suspended in midair. It seems that the demon tree is not that simple. With a sigh, she knew that the mission had failed. The latter's spirituality was beyond her imagination. But fortunately, a strange fruit was harvested. When Mei Terumi returned to the shore with the fruit, Ching and Kojuro came over to ask about her condition. After checking that everything was fine, the three of them turned their attention to the fruit. So what's the matter with this fruit? Kojuro looked at Mei Terumi and Ao. He was the youngest and least experienced person at the scene, so naturally he had to ask his seniors if he had any questions. We don't know. After a moment of silence, Terumi, Mei, and Ao spoke at the same time. Well, since we don't know, what should we do with this fruit, eat it or throw it away? Don't handle this fruit for now. It is the only clue to the Devil's Tree. Mei Terumi would certainly not handle the clues she had finally obtained lightly. She was still hoping to uncover more secrets of the Devil's Tree. Seeing that she couldn't make up her mind, Mei Terumi decided to rest for a night and then return to the village. Because the time on both sides is not very friendly to them, they need to strike a reasonable balance. Night. Kojuro was the first to keep watch. The sound of waves hitting the shore is audible, but the island has an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Compared to the outside world, Mei Terumi's dreams are not so peaceful. Is this my dream? Mei Terumi looked around and saw that Ao and Kojuro were nowhere to be seen on the island, which was plunged into darkness. Soon she realized she was dreaming. But how can dreams be so real? Could it be that whatever you think about during the day, you dream about at night? Mei Terumi muttered to herself as she stood on the rock. Suddenly, the moon cast its silver light, illuminating the dark sea, and Mei Terumi's attention was immediately attracted by this amazing scene. Then the familiar demon tree slowly rose from the bottom of the sea and floated around on the sea. Even the scene she had experienced was there. Is this scene the past of the Devil's Tree? Mei Terumi was confused and continued to watch the next scene. As the Devil's Tree appeared everywhere in the sea, people soon noticed its existence and tried to get close to it. As Mei Terumi expected, everyone returned empty-handed, which was very similar to her experience. However, the next scene deeply attracted Mei Terumi's attention. The fruits grown on the Devil's Tree fell off automatically and were gradually carried away in all directions by the flowing sea water. After someone picked up the fruit, out of curiosity I tried taking a bite of the fruit, and something magical happened. Mei Terumi witnessed that the people who ate the fruit gained various powerful abilities. Some people transformed themselves into divine dragons, breathing out wind and fire, and flew into the sky. Some people treat everything in the world as rubber, and lightning can be played with at will in their hands. Others clenched their fists and punched the void, and suddenly the sky collapsed, the earth broke, and the sea and land overturned. Why do these images appear in my dreams? Is it the Devil Tree or the fruit? Mei Terumi fell into deep thought. She felt that she seemed to have touched upon part of the truth about the Devil's Tree, but unfortunately she couldn't make a rash decision. If my estimation is correct, the fruit should be edible and can grant unknown abilities. So what is the power of the fruit I obtained? In the dream, Mei Terumi was hesitant. From the previous scenes, she learned that the abilities of the fruit can be strong or weak, and even inexplicably bring a weakness to herself. If her fruit is like this, she would be embarrassed to use it in front of outsiders. At dawn the next day, Terumi Mei told Ching and Kojuro what happened in her dream the previous night. Both of them are her most trusted confidants. Is what Mei Terumi said true? Ching and Kojuro's eyes were filled with shock. It's not just about Mei Terumi's experience, it's more about the effect of the demon tree. If what Mei Terumi said is true, then the Devil Tree will surely cause a huge wave in the ninja world. The major ninja villages will definitely try every means to seize the Devil Tree. What kind of situation will the Hidden Mist village be in by then? I can't judge, but no matter what, we should be prepared to deal with it and remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Whether the dream was real or not, Mei Terumi had no idea. She could only choose what she should do at the moment and was unwilling to sit and wait for death. In that case, let's go back to the village first. Staying here is not a solution. The three of them discussed it and finally decided to go back to the village to make preparations. Who knows how far the news of the demon tree has spread, and it is impossible to stop it. What's more, there is a fourth Mizukage Yagura in the village waiting for Mei Terumi to deal with. The Hidden Mist Village. With the support of some ninjas in the village, Mei Terumi easily passed through the barrier and entered the village. The village was extremely quiet at this time, and there was no difference from usual. Mei Terumi and the other two became more alert and slowly walked back to their base, but an accident happened. What a disobedient mouse, always trying to sneak out of the village. Several barrier-class ninjas appeared and took up various special positions. They formed seals with their hands, and a barrier rose from the ground, surrounding Terumi Mei and the other two. Lord Mizukage, I didn't expect you to find us after all. Mei Terumi watched Yagura walk out from the darkness. The latter's cold expression was very chilling, as if he was looking at a dead person. It was inevitable that you would be discovered. Now you have violated the village rules. Just surrender and let me do whatever I want. Or do you resist with all your might? Yagura is not tall enough and has a baby face, but he speaks with great authority. Mr. Mizukage, please don't be so decisive. Can't you give us a chance? We all still want to be good people. Mei Terumi tried to persuade the other party. Although she wanted to overthrow Yagura, the latter's position as Mizukage demanded respect. What's more, the current situation does not support them to fight it. However, Yagura had no intention of letting Terumi, Mei, and the other two go. Good people, Humph, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Everyone, come at me. It doesn't matter if Mei Terumi and the other two live or die. Yagura sneered and his expression changed instantly, and he gave the order to the Kirigakure ninja to attack. Some of them could not bear to kill each other, but still chose to obey the orders of the Mizukage. This is the majesty of the cage of a village. Mizukage-sama, are you really going to abandon the village and do this? Mei Terumi shouted loudly. This was her ultimatum to Yagura. If the latter ignored it, she would not hold back any longer. Yagura, who was controlled by Obito, refused to listen to Mei Terumi's advice. He signaled his men to continue the attack. Ayo, Kojuro, let's go. Among the three, Kojuro is still a young teenager carrying the ninja sword Aoi, not the sixth Mizukage in the unflammable legend. With Ao serving as a support, all the pressure from the enemy was placed on Mei Terumi alone. Water style, mist hidden technique. Mei Terumi used the hidden mist village's most powerful interference ninjutsu to turn the venue into her territory. Under the suppression of powerful strength, it is difficult for the Kirigakure ninja to regain the initiative on the field, as the thick fog contains the chakra of Mei Terumi. They experienced firsthand the enemy's perspective on dealing with the Kirigakure ninjas. With the help of Mei Terumi, the pressure on Ao and Kojuro was reduced, and they cooperated with each other and seemed to be at ease in the battle. However, the Mizukage Yagura would not sit idly by and watch his men being exhausted. He raised his hands and formed a seal, and blew out a strong wind from his mouth that was as strong as a typhoon passing through. Wind style, the typhoon has passed. The thick fog gradually dissipated with the strong wind. Even if there were still some tiles left, they no longer affected the vision. Don't let me down, hurry up, Yagura urged sharply, and the Kirigakure ninjas seized the opportunity to strike first. Various powerful water techniques gushed out in different shapes and turned into a water curtain all over the sky. Standing underneath made people feel insignificant. A strong feeling of oppression came towards him, and Ching quickly used his Byakugan to search for weak points. The enemy's situation was clear in his eyes, and then he immediately informed Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei-sama, northwest. With Ching's reminder, Terumi Mei found the direction instantly. Boiling escape, clever mist technique. The water and fire chakras merged, and Mei Terumi spewed out extremely corrosive acid mist from her mouth. She secretly controlled the acidity of the Kirigakure by adjusting the amount of chakra to avoid causing serious harm to the Kirigakure ninjas, who were important forces in the future construction of the village. The acid mist surged and met the water escape techniques. After a while, a gap gradually opened up and the water escape techniques seemed to disappear out of thin air. Seeing this, the Kirigakure ninja quickly dodged to avoid being contaminated by the acid mist. Kojuro, flounder, liberation. Kojuro injected chakra into the flounder, causing it to glow and grow larger, and then ejected a chakra ball to help Mei Terumi finish off the opponent. The Kirigakure ninja was left with a gap for a moment, and Mei Terumi and the other two quickly launched an attack to prevent the enemy from forming a siege again. Chakra gathered at the back of her throat, and Mei Terumi spit out a water ball that looked like a falling meteorite forward, which then landed on the ground and spread in all directions. The Kirigakure ninjas didn't want to fight in the first place, but when they saw Mei Terumi exerting her strength, they all started to take advantage of the situation. Even if Yagura blamed them afterwards, they had fought as hard as they could, so it couldn't be blamed on them. As a result, when both sides coincidentally agreed, Mei Terumi gained an overwhelming advantage. What a bunch of rubbish, I still need to do it myself. Yagura looked unhappy that he thought the Kirigakure ninja was able to cause some damage to Mei, but her skin wasn't even broken, just some of her chakra was consumed. It seems that we still can't count on them. Yagura immediately stood up to face Zy Mei and the other two. Lord Mizukage, if you insist on having your own way, we will have to take action for the sake of the village. Mei Terumi stared at Yagura. As the Three Tails Jinchuriki, she really didn't want to fight him unless it was necessary. But things often turn out to be unexpected. Although it was planned to overthrow Yagura in the future, now he has to go ahead with it. Hee, you talk as if you can defeat me. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Water style, water mirror technique. Yagura strictly follows Obito's orders, and anyone who tries to change the status quo of the Hidden Mist Village is an enemy. A water mirror appeared in front of Yagura, and a ninja who looked exactly like Mei Terumi walked out of the mirror. This is the water ninjutsu I developed. Come and see what it feels like to be defeated by yourself. Mei Terumi had heard of Yagura's water mirror technique. It is said that this technique can create a water mirror that reflects a human figure identical to the opponent, displaying the same power as the original. Dissolving escape, the art of dissolving monsters. Mei Terumi started to test it. Bloodline limit was the move she was most proud of, and she didn't believe that the copy in front of her could also use it. The highly corrosive molten lava is like a waterfall. This is a ninjutsu that can corrode even Madara Susanoo. Who would have thought that the copy of Mei Terumi would also puff up her little mouth and spit out a large amount of molten liquid to respond? He actually blocked the bloodline limit ninjutsu of Lady Terumi Mei. As expected of the current Mizukage, he is indeed very powerful. Lady Terumi Mei, what should we do next? Kojuro stared at the replica solemnly, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his temple due to nervousness. Although he himself lacks courage, he has to show his best side in front of the person he likes. It's a little unexpected, but I don't believe the replica can be better than the original. Ching, please. Mei Terumi had no choice but to ask Ao for help. Normally, she would still be in the mood to fight the replica, but Yagura was still watching her closely, so she had to conserve enough chakra. Master Terumi Mei, leave it to me. Ao gestured, and his eyes reflected the replica's every move. He would report to Mei Terumi at any time. Soon, Zhao Maimei started fighting with the replica, and with Qing's support, Zhao Maimei seemed to be at ease. No matter what the replica's next move is, she will be able to detect it in advance and prepare a countermeasure. Gradually, Mei Terumi also realized that the replica was not Yagura's random control of the attack, but rather it was more like a defensive ninjutsu, and there was a certain weakness. Jojuro, adjust your position. Attack the replica from the side. After receiving the message from Mei Terumi, Kojuro immediately ran to the side of the replica and cooperated with Mei Terumi's ninjutsu. Chakra was poured into the twin swords, the flounder, and light balls and blades followed one after another. The replica was busy fending off Mei Terumi's attack and seemed completely unaware of Kojuro's attack from the side, and then it ate the flounder. Liberation. Boom! The explosions continued, and the replica was buried in the dust and made no sound for a long time. This is the weakness of your ninjutsu. Because it is a mirror, the replica can only block attacks from the front and is helpless in other directions. After hearing Mei Terumi's comments, Yagura couldn't help but sigh. You are worthy of being the most talented ninja in the Hidden Mist Village. With you, the Hidden Mist Village will have hope of becoming stronger. After a pause, he said another sentence with great regret. It's a pity that you can't be used by me. I will die here today. Who dies here? Boom. Mei Terumi didn't finish her words before she quickly pulled away. At this moment, a long armored tail rose from behind Yagura, expanded in the wind, and pressed hard on the original position of Terumi Mei. You haven't forgotten that I'm still the perfect Jinchuriki of the village, have you? Yagura's body was gradually covered with dark red chakra, as if he was covered with a layer of outer coat. This was exactly the tailed beast chakra of the three-tailed Isobiki. Feeling the strong sense of oppression, Mei Terumi looked solemn. If she had a complete ninja team, she could still fight with Yagura, but there were only 3 of them left on the scene, and the other people from the Hidden Mist Village had already hidden, so it would be quite difficult to defeat Yagura. In the tailed beast state, Yagura's physical skills and ninjutsu will be greatly enhanced, and her endurance will far exceed hers. She has never fought such a difficult battle. Die, Mei Terumi. Yagura pounced forward, and the tail behind him swept around at will, causing gusts of wind and waves. Mei Terumi was not stupid enough to get close to Yagura. She kept her distance and used the dissolution release to cover the area in front of her. Even if Yagura transformed into a tailed beast, she would not dare to touch him easily. Seeing that Mei Terumi was constantly retreating under Yagura's attack, Qing and Kojuro became extremely anxious. If Mei Terumi were defeated, it would be hard to say when the Hidden Mist Village would be able to rise to prominence. No, we can't just stand there and watch. Kojuro, get ready. I will take advantage of the gap between Yagura's attacks and you will wait for the opportunity to help Lady Terumi Mei. The 2 men had determined expressions, as they knew very well that compared to Yagura, they were just insignificant characters who could not make any waves. But instead of just sitting back and watching the fight, it is better to do our best. At least we have worked hard for the future of the village. However, when Qing observed Yagura with his Byakugan, he suddenly found something wrong. Impossible. How so? His scream attracted the attention of everyone present, and Mei Terumi was almost hit by Yagura. Senior Ao, please don't disturb Lady Terumi Mei from fighting, Kojuro urged hurriedly, but found that Qing's face looked very ugly, as if he had dug up something incredible. He couldn't help but frown and asked, Senior Qing, what happened? You look particularly ugly. Call. Qing took a deep breath to calm himself down, then looked at Kojuro. I know what I'm going to say next is a little outrageous, but don't be afraid. Senior Qing, you must be joking. How could I be afraid? Kojuro's tone was very forced, and anyone could tell that he was not sincere. But Qing didn't care about that. He turned and shouted at Mei Terumi. Master Terumi Mei, be careful, the Mizukage is being controlled by an illusion. What? Mei Terumi and Kojuro were both shocked. Yagura is the shadow of a village. How powerful can one be to control him? What's more, he is a perfect Jinchuriki, so it is even more impossible for him to be controlled by illusion. Could it be that Qing is the one controlled by the illusion? Kojuro subconsciously took a few steps back, away from Qing. The latter was very anxious and explained quickly. I'm not kidding, the Mizukage-sama is really being controlled by an illusion, just with my Byakugan. Compared to the other 2, Mei Terumi's situation was really bad, because of her distraction just now, Yagura took advantage of the opportunity to she pursued him relentlessly, and knowing that Yagura was controlled by an illusion, Mei Terumi's mind was unstable and she immediately fell into a disadvantage. Good opportunity, Sinet. Yagura used the coral palm to slap Mei Terumi on the back, knocking her away immediately. Seeing this, Kojuro and Ao rushed over to check on Terumi Mei's injuries. Mrs. Terumi Mei, how are you? I'm fine, I just can't move my body. Trying to hold back the pain, Mei Terumi discovered that corals had grown on her back, rendering her body unable to move. Judging from the current situation, it is very bad because Yagura is approaching. In desperation, Ching and Kojuro had to run away with Mei Terumi, with Yagura chasing after them. They were unable to escape in the closed village. Damn, what should I do? Think of a solution quickly. Ching and Kojuro are trying to find a way to get rid of the coral behind Mei Terumi, but it is only a matter of time before Yagura catches up with them, and that will be their death. Barely avoiding Yagura's water jutsu, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Terumi Mei's mind, and she finally remembered the dream that night. Ching, quickly feed me the fruit in the scroll. Mei Terumi hurriedly reminded them that this was their only way out at the moment. With the idea of believing in Mei Terumi, Ching took out the strange blue fruit. Mrs. Terumi Mei, how can we eat such a big fruit? At this time, the three of them were being chased by Yagura, so they had no time to chew slowly. Mei Terumi felt ruthless in her heart. Don't worry about it, just feed it. As soon as she finished this sentence, she regretted it extremely the next second. When the fruit is put into the mouth, an indescribable smell rushes to the top of the head. Mei Terumi almost vomited, but Ching didn't care about that after receiving her order. While on the run, the latter just kept feeding her, leaving Mei Terumi unable to speak. They had no idea that the devil fruit only required one bite. In this way, Mei Terumi ate the entire devil fruit. A lot of information emerged in her mind, allowing her to begin to master new abilities. I see. After receiving the information from the fruit, Mei Terumi suddenly realized that her previous dreams were all real. Now she was confident that she could handle Yagura. Ching, Kojuro, run to where there is water. The more water, the better. Terumi Mei-sama. Ching and Kojuro were puzzled. Did Lady Terumi Mei have an idea? The two of them didn't say much and ran towards an exit of the barrier in the village. Soon they ran out of the village and came to the seaside. Is this the cemetery you chose for yourselves? Yagura's tone was cold. Letting the three men escape from his men for a long time was a disguised proof that he was not strong enough, which was really intolerable. Kojuro put Mei Terumi on the ground. They had taken the opportunity to clear the corals behind them when they escaped just now, and the latter could now move freely. It's too early for Mizuki-sama to say that. No one knows the outcome until the last moment, Terumi Mei said confidently. Don't you understand? I have the upper hand right now, a bunch of running rats. As soon as Yagura finished speaking, the dark red figure instantly disappeared in front of the three people. Mei Terumi couldn't help but become alert, and then Ao reported the change in Yagura's position. Up there. 3 red tails fell from the sky, carrying tremendous force. Mei Terumi hurriedly dodged them. When Yagura landed and turned around, the coral palm followed. Boiling escape, clever mist technique. Mei Terumi exhaled boiling and highly acidic mist, which instantly enveloped Yagura. The latter's tailed beast coat actually began to be rapidly corroded under the mist, but fortunately the three tails chakra was constantly replenished, giving him a chance to dodge. The two men fought more and more fiercely, no longer holding back, and gradually the battlefield shifted to the sea. The game ends here, Mei Terumi. That's exactly what I was going to say, Mizuki-sama. Is she really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Do you want to defeat the perfect Jinchuriki with the 2 great bloodline limits? Yagura was very disdainful. Although the bloodline limit was powerful, how would the opponent respond when he took out the tailed beast ball? He couldn't use the dissolution release to corrode it. Although he saw Mei Terumi eat a strange fruit with his own eyes, can he give her the strength to turn the tables? After the two issued ultimatums to each other, they took out their strongest means. The blue and purple-black chakras gathered together. Even though it was not yet complete, Mei Terumi could still feel the powerful destructive force. If the fruit's ability cannot live up to expectations, then I'll have to give up here today. Mei Terumi was extremely nervous, sweat oozing from her clenched palms, and began her plan. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Seizing the opportunity to use this move, Mei Terumi put in all her strength. Under his control, a huge amount of sea water leaped into the air and turned into a roaring water dragon, rushing towards Yagura, who was accumulating power, far exceeding the ordinary water-style ninjutsu. Lady Terumi Mei, what are you doing? Could it be that she has some tricks we don't know about? Ching and Kojuro were full of question marks. If they hadn't been following Mei Terumi, they would have definitely suspected that the latter had fallen into an illusion. Otherwise, how could she use Water Dragon Ball to destroy the tailed beast ball? I thought it was some powerful trick, but this is the result? Could it be that she wanted to interrupt the launch of the tailed beast ball? It's simply a fantasy. Let her experience firsthand the power of the tailed beast ball. Yagura was also extremely confused, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. All the means that Mei Terumi had were futile in the face of absolute power. The formed purple-black-tailed beast ball carried an aura of destruction, and before it touched Mei Terumi, she knew that it was beyond human power to resist. The waves kept surging, and the sea was split into two halves under its influence. Frozen, Mei Terumi exhaled deeply, blowing out a large amount of cold air from her mouth, freezing the sea surface along the way. Then the cold air caught up with the giant water dragon, gradually freezing it and turning it into a giant ice dragon. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he faced the purple-black-tailed beast ball. Boom! The tailed beast ball continued to move forward, destroying a large amount of ice when it came into contact, and the ice dragon broke into pieces. Mei Terumi had anticipated this and increased her strength, so the tailed beast ball could not completely destroy the ice dragon's body in a short time. When only the tail of the ice dragon was left, the tailed beast ball had changed its trajectory under its impact. As it disappeared, the tailed beast ball flew away and exploded violently in the distant sea, causing huge waves that affected everyone on the coast. How can you also use ice escape? Yagura exclaimed, shouting out what Ao and Kojuro were thinking. Mei Terumi already possesses two major bloodline limits, Melt Escape and Boiling Escape. Now with the addition of Ice Escape, that makes 3 bloodline limits. Yagura simply thought that Mei Terumi was hiding her strength and did not turn his suspicion towards the devil fruit at all. After all, if you tell others that you can gain extra power by eating a fruit, no one will believe it. Isn't that nonsense? However, Ching and Kojuro are different. The three of them have worked together for a long time, and they know exactly what methods Mei Terumi has. There is no possibility that she can hide her ice escape technique. So, it's the fruit of the devil tree. Ao and Kojuro's faces were filled with shock. It turns out that eating a fruit from the devil tree can really gain extra power. Now Mei Terumi is even stronger, and she may really be able to defeat Yagura. There is hope for the revitalization of the Hidden Mist Village. Even if you have ice escape, I wonder how many you can block. Yagura was in a heavy mood. The tailed beast ball was his greatest ninjutsu against the enemy. Once it was cracked, he would be at the mercy of others. So some special means are needed. He thought secretly and shifted his target to the Hidden Mist Village behind him. With this as a threat, where could Mei Terumi run to? So Yagura turned around and aimed the tailed beast ball at the Hidden Mist Village. Yakura, you're crazy, that's the village you're protecting. Mei Terumi shouted. How could the other party, as the shadow of a village, attack the entire village? This time he was 100% controlled by an illusion. But there are only a few ways to break the illusion, and the most suitable one must be close to the opponent. But in the current situation, I am thankful that he didn't slap me to death. Terumi can't help but think thoughts raced, thinking about countermeasures for Ching. Ching, I will seal Yagura's actions later. It will be up to you to break his illusion. Leave it to me, Lady Terumi Mei. Ching accepted the task with a heavy face. Even with Mei Terumi's guarantee, getting close to Yagura was a dangerous job. What if the latter suddenly broke free from the restraints? He would probably be dead. But for the sake of the village, Ching will not back down at all. Water style, great waterfall technique. Without the abnormal physical strength of the third Raikage, Mei Terumi could only deal with it with ninjutsu. With the help of the waves caused by the tailed beast ball just now, Mei Terumi's water jutsu this time is even better than before, almost reaching the sky. She must stop Yagura before the tailed beast ball is launched. The sea water poured down like a real waterfall, completely covering Yagura, and the coast seemed to be trapped in its shadow. Ice Age. The cold air surged out from Zhao Miming's hands, madly freezing the direction she designated. A stretch of icy land has formed in the offshore area, which is a spectacular sight. Then the ice spread rapidly and soon reached Yagura's feet. Caught between the sea water and the ice, Yagura didn't have time to stop the tailed beast ball and ended up being trapped in the thick ice, causing his movements to come to a halt. Call! It worked! Mei Terumi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw this. Her body softened due to excessive chakra consumption and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Kojuro rushed forward and helped her in time. Ao seized the opportunity and came in front of Yagura. With Mei Terumi's ice control, it would be difficult for the latter to escape for a while, and even the condensation speed of the tailed beast ball was almost stagnant. With his next move, one can see Yagura's eyes gradually regain clarity and the tailed beast ball dissipates. Seeing this, the three of them finally put down their burdens, Yagura's illusion was lifted, and the Hidden Mist Village was saved. What an amazing ability, Itaka-san, are you sure you can defeat Mei Terumi? Behind a bush, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned like a shark and said to Itake beside him. They watched the entire battle between Mei Terumi and Yagura. Originally, after recruiting Hoshigaki Kisame, the three planned to return to the Akatsuki organization, but they were attracted by the rumors about the Hidden Mist Village and decided to stay and investigate. Then they discovered the battle between Terumi Mei and Yagura. Nothing is impossible before these eyes, Itake said coldly. You're so confident, Itake. Orochimaru and Hashigaki Kisame were both looking at Uchiha Itachi. They wanted to see to what extent the latter had developed his Mangekyo Sharingan. The mission has been completed. Should we go back to the Akatsuki organization first, or stay with Kisame and take a look at the Hidden Mist Village? Itachi didn't give the two a chance to speak and directly changed the topic to business. The latter was immediately unhappy. Mr. Itachi, please don't say that I'm just a traitor ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Why should I stay here? The three of them hid in the dark to discuss for a while and decided to stay and continue to observe the subsequent development of the demon tree. Anyway, the Akatsuki organization did not urge them to go back, so there was plenty of time. After Yagura regained consciousness, Terumi and the others rested for a while and then took him back to the Hidden Mist Village, where there were various forces hiding and waiting to be dealt with. As expected, such a large-scale battle broke out, and all the forces in the village had already noticed it. But they did not rush into action, but wanted to take advantage of the situation when Terumi and Yagura were both injured. Look, at this moment, the remaining forces of various families in the Blood Mist Village have gathered at the gate of the Hidden Mist Village. Among them, the Hojiki clan and the Kagaya clan are the most powerful and have become the big brothers among many small ninja clans. I didn't expect us to be so popular. As soon as we arrived at the village gate, everyone couldn't wait to greet us. There was sarcasm in Terumi's tone. She didn't see these people take action when she was being chased, but now that they have defeated Yagura, they want to get a piece of the pie. There is no such good thing in the world. Stop talking nonsense, Terumi, and hand over the criminal from this village of Karatachi Yagura. We can let you go in exchange for your help in dealing with him. The bad-tempered current head of the Kagaya clan spoke. They didn't know how Terumi defeated Yagura, but there was no way the latter could remain unscathed. This was their chance. Do you have the same attitude, Chief Gui Deng? We will remember your contribution, Terumi, but the most urgent task is to imprison Yagura and extract information from him. The tone of the Hojiki clan leader was not as tough as that of the Hayaga clan, but his words meant the same thing, to hand Yagura over to them. Okay, I see what you mean. Now let me tell you, if you want to catch Yagura, come and grab him if you can. Terumi has just gained new power, and now she needs an opponent to help her familiarize herself with it. The families in front of her who can only fight among themselves are just what she wants. Are you serious? I don't know why Yagura lost to you, but you may not be able to kill us all before your chakra runs out. Patriarch Hayaga is extremely confident, and the many families behind him are his support. However, they immediately regretted it as soon as they started. Because the Hidden Mist Village is located far overseas, most of their ninjutsu are based on water-based ninjutsu. When they performed ninjutsu one after another, Terumi easily froze all the water jutsu and beat them, forcing them to kneel down and beg for mercy, saying that they would never dare to go against Terumi again. Finally, at the request of Terumi, everyone invited the highly respected Elder Yuanshi of the Hidden Mist Village to take charge of the situation. At the meeting, the Elder Master was a little overwhelmed. He was just staying at home, but someone informed him that Gaji Yagura had been dealt with and he was needed to take charge of the situation. Full of doubts, Master Yuen came to the venue to understand the whole story, and his old eyes burst into light. You are young and promising, Terumi. The future of the village depends on you. This is what I should do as an elder. The master was very optimistic about Terumi. He noticed that during the meeting, all the major families unconsciously glanced at her with questioning looks in their eyes. Yuanshi did not blame anyone when he saw this. He was very pleased that a strong person was born in the Hidden Mist Village, so how could he blame the other party? On the contrary, he made a decision because of this. As the meeting entered its later stages, Yagura had been temporarily detained pending questioning, and then the issue of the village's new leader would be discussed. What do you think, Terumi? The master stared at Terumi with his old eyes and asked for her opinion first. Is the elder talking about me? Terumi looked at a loss on her delicate face. According to seniority, she had no place in the village, and yet the elder asked her first among so many people present. Yes, tell me your opinion, Master Yuen said with a smile. Seeing the elder's request, Terumi thought for a moment and gave her answer. I think it's better for you, elder, to leave the village temporarily. After listening to Terumi's explanation, Master Yuen did not reply for the time being, but looked around the conference room and asked, what do you all think? Everyone lowered their heads in silence, pretending to be thinking, as if they had encountered a century-old problem. In fact, I sighed in my heart. Elder, please don't ask us this question. Isn't this pushing us into the fire? We can't beat her. After a long silence, someone suddenly burst out in the silence. Since we can't defeat Terumi, we might as well help her. It's a blessing for them that the Mizukage is so powerful. I choose Terumi. She is the one that everyone expects. As soon as these words came out, it seemed to give guidance to everyone, and they all shouted without caring about their concerns. Yes, I choose Terumi too. Me too. Soon the conference room was filled with calls for the position of Mizukage. Elder Yuanshi stepped forward and spoke in time, quieting the meeting room. Now that if that's the case, then Terumi will temporarily take over the position of Mizukage, and we can discuss the follow-up after we get the result from Yagura. Who's in favor, and who's against? The master got the answer he wanted, so he went with the flow and helped Mei Terumi achieve her goal. He is getting too old and can't hold the position for many more years, that when new people take over, he is very happy to step down. After Mei Terumi has been in power for a while, it will be easy for the acting position to be transferred. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone except Mei Terumi herself stood up and applauded, including the leader of the Kagaya clan, who had previously been the most hostile to Mei Terumi, congratulating the latter on becoming the acting Mizukage. Elder, this. Hey, Mei Terumi, don't refuse. The Mizukage has always been the most capable one. We have seen your efforts over the years that you are the best person to be the acting Mizukage. Mei Terumi was interrupted by the master before she could finish her words. Perhaps the former lacked experience in government affairs, but didn't she have an elder to assist her, who could completely make up for her shortcomings? Coupled with the people's will, everything will come naturally. Mei Terumi stood there in confusion. How come you become a water shadow? She just wanted to intimidate the restless forces in the village, but who would have thought that she would become the biggest beneficiary? Doesn't everyone object? After temporarily taking over the position of Mizukage, Mei Terumi immediately overturned the Blood Mist Village policy, and the Hidden Mist Village ushered in a new dawn after decades. Mei Terumi, whose prestige was originally not enough to temporarily serve as the Mizukage, immediately gained the support of the entire village. With the help of the ice fruit to make up for her strength, her rise is much faster than in the original work. By questioning the awakened Yagura Karatachi, Mei Terumi and others learned that the mastermind controlling him was the masked man wearing a red cloud and black drop robe. Because that man possessed the Sharingan, he was controlled by a glance and committed a heinous crime. He was too ashamed to appear in front of the villagers and just wanted to stay in prison for the rest of his life, waiting for the new Three Tails Jinchuriki. Upon receiving the news, Mei Terumi notified the entire village to immediately step up alert. Yagura has escaped from the control of the Sharingan, and the mastermind behind this may come to Kirigakure again, so we must be prepared to deal with it. In addition, Mei Terumi issued the first order as the acting Mizukage. That is, arrange the men, women, young and old in the village to go to the Devil Tree and try to get close to it one by one to see if they can add more strength to the village. However, she was destined to gain nothing. She was able to obtain the ice fruit only because of Hisahi's manipulation, which was only to set an example for the ninja world so as to attract more forces. How could he possibly give it to some irrelevant people? At the same time, Killer Bee was having a hard time over in Kumagakure. The concert originally scheduled to be held in the village was directly destroyed by the Raikage, and then he was pushed into serving as a soldier. Let's not talk about all this for now. After arriving at the sea, I followed the Devil Tree around, exposed to the wind, sun and rain, and became several degrees darker, but I got nothing. Finally, he came to the conclusion that the Demon Tree was a liar, probably a mirage-like existence that dragged everyone around. Killer Bee returned to the village with the information. After discussion, the Hidden Cloud Village did not treat the Devil Tree as a danger for the time being, but just asked the reconnaissance ninja to pay a little attention. Hisahi, who was observing secretly, found that Union was slacking off and became unhappy. How can they be allowed to rest when they haven't contributed their emotional value yet? So in order to make the matter bigger, Juzi sent people directly to the door. Brother is so troublesome. He sent me to the sea for no reason. My concert was interrupted. Yo. In the Raikage's office, Kiribi was reporting the situation to the Raikage in a rap voice and kept complaining. He didn't notice that Raikage AI's fists were clenching under the table, making a creaking sound. This guy is giving me boring rap again. What should I do? I really want to hit someone now. I can't bear it anymore. When the Raikage was about to collapse, suddenly a black shadow in the office turned into a black-clad ninja with red eyes. Who is it? In an instant, all the senior officials in the Raikage's office surrounded the black shadow ninja, ready to launch an attack with thundering force at any time. Faced with the strong questioning of the Raikage AI, the black shadow ninja did not speak, and they did not know how to speak. Instead, they took out a note and handed it to the Raikage AI. What's the meaning? Inside the office, the top Raikages looked at each other, unsure of what the black shadow ninja was intending to do. In the end, Raikage AI was brave enough to take the note. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, the black shadow ninja turned and left, blending into the shadows. Don't leave. The top leaders of Kumagakure tried to stop it. This mysterious black shadow ninja appeared in the Kumagakure office inexplicably and took out a mysterious note. If he wanted to launch a sneak attack, he would suffer heavy losses, so he had to be kept in question clearly. However, the shadow ninja had no physical body, and the Cloud Village's attempt to stop him only turned him into a shadow and dissipated, with no gain. This made Raikage AI extremely embarrassed. When did the Union office become a street? If a person can come and go as he pleases, then what kind of person is he? Why did the enemy appear in the Kumagakure office? Is the village barrier just for show? And what are patrolling ninjas doing? The enemy has penetrated the base camp and they haven't even noticed yet. Listen carefully, I don't want to see this happen again. When you go back, be on high alert. Do you hear me? In a rage, Raikage AI smashed the conference table into pieces and vowed to make the black shadow ninja pay the price. Everyone in the office was silent. After Reikage AI finished venting, they remembered the note from Black Shadow Ninja and picked it up to check. At this sight, Reikage AI gradually glanced at Killer Bee with a sharp look. Yo, big brother, look at what I'm doing. I have no reason to make a mistake. You bastard, boom. Stimulated by Killer Bee's rap, Reikage AI completely exploded and kicked Killer Bee against the wall. Everyone rushed to try to stop the fight. This was not an open-air venue, and if the Reikage and AI continued to fight, the office would have to be rebuilt. Let me go. Look at what you have done. Why is there no news about Kirigakure in the intelligence? Breaking away from the crowd, Reikage AI revealed the contents of the note. Tutai, she and others looked shocked. Is this all true? Kiribe unhooked himself from the wall and picked up the intelligence to see what led to his beating. Oh, the information is too fake, don't believe it, brother. The top leaders of Kumagakure were very skeptical about the information about the Black Shadow Ninja, as it sounded too mysterious. Mei Terumi ate the fruit of the devil tree and gained ice escape, but she continued to send people to try. It was simply ridiculous in the ninja world. Besides, should Union believe the information given by a stranger? You all came to this conclusion. Reikage AI looked around the room. He had the same idea as everyone else. If no one had any objections, they could come to a conclusion. I have something to say. What if what the intelligence says is true? The conference room fell silent. If the information was true, then the meaning would be completely different. It can even be said that the landscape of the ninja world will change as a result. It's easy to prove such a big thing. Just send someone to check it out. The fog can't hide it. Everyone suddenly realized that Master Tutai was right. Just send someone to investigate whether it is true or not. So, under the arrangement of Reikage AI, Killer Bee took a boat to the Hidden Mist village to verify the authenticity of the information in order to redeem himself from his crime. A few days later, Killer Bee returned to the Hidden Cloud village with a tired look on his face. How do you compare? Is the intelligence true? It's true, big brother. Killer Bee spoke normally for a rare time, and Reikage AI was also convinced of the authenticity of the information provided by the Black Shadow Ninja. But why can Mei Terumi obtain the fruit of the devil tree, but I, Okumagakure, can't? Reikage AI glanced at everyone present one by one. Could it be that the ninjas from Kumagakure are born with bad looks? That's not right, there are white-skinned ninjas in their village too. Maybe there aren't many ninjas we've come into contact with. Why don't we send more people to try it out? Since they cannot win in terms of quality, the Hidden Cloud village plans to win in terms of quantity. The large population of Kumagakure still doesn't believe that no one can get the fruit of the devil tree. Well, let someone do it. We in Kumagakure are not inferior to others. We must get more fruits of the devil tree before Kirigakure and the ninja world. The Hidden Mist Village. Under Mei Terumi's order, the entire village, from the elderly in their 60s to children as young as 2 or 3 years old, were all moved to the coast to guard the devil tree. However, after several days, the harvest was zero and no villager reacted to the devil tree. Their initial enthusiasm gradually wore away. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, isn't this request too high? Or is it that the devil tree was attracted by Lady Terumi Mei's beauty? Just as Mei Terumi and his men were guarding the devil's tree. Oh no, Mizukage-sama, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village are here to attack us. The Kirigakure guard ninja came hurriedly to report, attracting everyone's attention. Upon receiving the news, Mei Terumi immediately sent people to guide the villagers back to the village, and then brought in the top leaders of the Hidden Mist to stop the Hidden Cloud ninja and create time for evacuation. I didn't expect the news to leak out. I thought I could keep it a secret for a few more days. It's only a matter of time. It's a pity that apart from Mizukage-sama, we have gained nothing. I just don't know who is leading the Kumagakure team. I hope they won't be too difficult to deal with. Mei Terumi and the others discussed countermeasures while they were on their way. Then from a distance, I saw the Cloud Ninja fighting the Mist Ninja. Stop it. Seeing the leader of the Kirigakure arriving, the Kumagakure ninjas retreated behind Killer Bee and let the leaders of both sides speak. Kumagakure ninja, what do you mean? Why are you attacking Kirigakure? After asking her men to rescue the wounded, Mei Terumi said in a bad tone. She had just become the Mizukage when someone attacked Kirigakure, so she had to fight back no matter what. Oh, you are the new Mizukage Mei Terumi. It's funny that a woman can reveal the secret of the devil's tree. Listening to Killer Bee's strange tone, Mei Terumi will definitely not admit it verbally. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to Kirigakure? On the contrary, the brown-skinned guy in front of her was teasing and looking disdainful, which made her even more unhappy. She wished she could reflect her size 30 shoes on his face. What demon tree? We don't know what you are talking about. Mei Terumi plans to keep the secret for as long as she can, and at the same time she wants to cause trouble for Kumagakure. Besides, you, the Kumagakure, came to the territory of the Kirigakure without making any noise and injured our ninjas. You can't leave without settling this account. Hey, the new Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, right? Do you know who Kiribe-sama is? He is the strongest man in our Kumagakure village, second only to Reikage-sama. I advise you to be obedient, otherwise if Killer Bee gets angry you will have to isolate yourself again. Ha ha ha. The cloud-hidden ninjas seized on the pain points of the mist-hidden village and laughed in unison, while constantly showing off their muscles. We in Kumagakure can beat 10 of these women in Kirigakure. Mei Terumi and the others stared at every Kumagakure ninja with gloomy expressions. If looks could kill, this group of dark-skinned ninjas would have died several times over. We have never seen such arrogant people. You will pay the price. Well, you'll see it today. Wait until you survive Kiribi-sama first. Stop talking nonsense, everyone get started. At Mei Terumi's command, all the Kirigakure ninjas went into battle, gathering fog in the sky and hiding everyone's figures. Oh, the Mizukage has a bad temper and his face is wrinkled and aging. Kiribi's words ignited the powder keg. Think about it, Terumaime is only in her 20s, and how dare someone mock her for the beauty that women care about most. This is something I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. Boiling escape, clever mist technique. Mei Terumi used the fog as cover to spit out a large amount of corrosive acid mist, and the Kumagakure ninjas with well-developed limbs were unable to react in time. However, Killer Bee is different. His appearance is indeed the same as ordinary people in Kumagakure, but his combat awareness is far beyond theirs. With the assistance of the Eight Tails, Mei Terumi's trick was quickly discovered. Everyone be careful, the fog is corrosive. After Killer Bee's reminder, the Cloud Ninjas took defensive measures, but the Mist Ninjas were not stone, so how could they remain indifferent? Facing a Kumagakure ninja who was good at physical skills, the Kirigakure people would not be stupid enough to give up their advantage and engage in close combat with the latter. That is simply not ninja-like. A true ninja should lurk in the dark, wait for an opportunity to kill the target, and then escape silently. Therefore, it is necessary to use ninjutsu to cover the blow. Killer Bee analyzed Kirigakure's thoughts and knew that the battle could not be delayed. As long as they captured the ant first, the battle would be over. Auntie, I have seen through your intentions, so just surrender. Killer Bee tried to anger Mei Terumi with words, but he was on high alert, keeping an eye on Mei Terumi's location at any time and ready to launch a thundering attack. Humph, you ugly devil from Kumagakure, prepare to die. Although Mei Terumi was extremely angry, her fighting consciousness was still clear. A large amount of seawater rose into the air and turned into water balls. After being transformed by the frozen fruit, the majestic momentum turned into a feeling of oppression. The huge ice ball pushed away some of the thick fog with such force that even though Kiribi was prepared, he was still startled by this move by Mei Terumi. This is just an attack that Mei Terumi is not familiar with. After a while, she will be more proficient in using the ice fruit. Yo, the ability of the demon tree, old ant, has strength, no bragging, but it's not enough. Thunder plow hot knife. While Kiribi fought back, he still refused to relax. His body changes noticeably, but still retains his human form, while being covered in dark red-tailed beast chakra. Then he condensed lightning chakra throughout his body, stomped his feet on the ground, and rushed forward at high speed, like a roaring thunder. The white bones of his elbow hit the ice ball for a moment, smashing it instantly. But he didn't stop yet. The power of the thunder plow and hot knife did not decrease, and it was in front of Terumi Mei in the blink of an eye like a meteor. Oh Wela Mashita. It's over, bang. However, when Killer Bee thought that Mei Terumi was defeated, an accident happened. Her body turned into ice and was shattered into pieces like glass, scattered on the ground without a trace. Ice clone technique. Kiribi has never heard of the natural devil fruit. With his ability, he naturally treated Mei Terumi's state as an ice clone and avoided it, but when was it replaced? While Killer Bee was puzzled, the pile of ice fragments stood up and condensed, gradually forming the appearance of Mei Terumi. There's such a thing. Killer Bee couldn't believe it that he could feel that the Mei Terumi in front of him was her real body, but why was she shattered like ice? When did this kind of technique appear in the ninja world? It was a close call and I almost got killed. Now it's my turn. Mei Terumi took advantage of the moment when Killer Bee was stunned and launched a covering attack with her dissolving release. Her hands also burst out with strong cold air and she went straight for Killer Bee, intending to give him a combination of ice and fire. Hiss! After being hit by the dissolution release, even though Killer Bee had the protection of the tailed beast coat, he still felt the burning pain. He did not dare to delay and quickly withdrew. Then he found that several cold airs were approaching rapidly, freezing his right foot when he took the opportunity to dodge. Kiribi gathered his strength and immediately split the ice with his hand knife, but it also slowed down his speed. The subsequent cold air followed and gradually turned Kiribi into an ice sculpture. The ice of the ice fruit is not ordinary ice. Killer Bee is trapped in it and cannot break free for a while. Mei Terumi was unsure whether the other party would fully transform into a tailed beast, so she took this opportunity to attack the Kumagakure ninja immediately to relieve the pressure on the Mist Ninja. The area close to the coast can be said to be Mei Terumi's home ground. With the help of the ice fruit and water style, the hidden cloud ninjas retreated one after another, leaving behind many corpses. That's enough, Mizukage of Kirigakure. A ball of lightning bombs resounded through the clear sky, cut through the fog, and glided in from the sea, stopping the Kirigakure from chasing the Kumagakure. From a distance, Mei Terumi spotted the powerful Raikage AI and could see flashing lightning. Raikage of the hidden cloud village, are you trying to start a war between the two villages? Mei Terumi took the initiative and took the moral high ground by verbally questioning the Reikage AI. If the latter still had any regard for face, they would not continue to wage war. However, he did underestimate the thickness of the Reikage AI. Just think about it, it is obvious that brown face could not be morally blackmailed. Thunder level, Reikage AI landed next to Killer Bee, and with a strike of lightning chakra and clever strength, the solid ice cracked. He struck again and the solid ice broke instantly. Bye, I didn't expect you couldn't even beat a woman. Go back and practice harder. Oh, big brother came too fast, I'm about to escape, and I haven't used my special moves yet. Killer Bee was used to the Reikage's angry lectures. It's too early to say that he was defeated. You have to know that he still has his full-tailed beast transformation to use, which is enough to turn the battle around. The ability you just used was ice, right? Then the information about the demon tree is true. Reikage AI versus Mimieto. So what, if Kumagakure wants it, just go get it yourself. Why bother coming to us, Kirigakure? Mei Terumi sneered. From what the Reikage had just said, it seemed that someone had deliberately leaked the information to the Hidden Cloud Village. Who was it? Humph, I came here to ask you to hand over the method of obtaining the fruit of the devil tree. I hope you will cooperate. Who do you think you are? If you want a method, give me something in exchange. The disdainful tone of Reikage AI made Terumi very unhappy. How could she possibly compromise and tell the other party how she obtained the fruit of the devil tree? And even if Mei Terumi told him, would Reikage Aiken believe it? If you don't accept my toast, you'll be punished. You're better than us. Reikage AI called on Killer Bee to deal with Mei Terumi together to prevent the latter from having unknown abilities. Lightning Chakra Mode. I saw Reikage AI wrapping lightning around his body and bursting out with powerful momentum. In this state, the hardness and speed of his body increased sharply. Heavy flow. By using lightning release to activate the cells in the body and move at high speed, the Reikage AI arrived in front of Mei Terumi in an instant. The astonishing speed was like blue lightning, which was close to the speed of yellow flash Minato Namikaze. The elbows are raised high, as if a mountain is collapsing. What a fast speed! Mei Terumi knew very well that she must not be hit by this move. The elbow is an extremely dangerous part of the human body. If hit, she might lose her combat effectiveness on the spot. Then it depends on whether you dare to touch this. A large amount of molten magma blocked the path of Reikage AI. If the Reikage was stubborn enough to use a technique that was powerful enough to melt Susanoo, he would definitely charge at him without hesitation. Unfortunately, he had already known the information about Mei Terumi in advance, so he would not run into her foolishly. Relying on his extremely fast speed, Reikage AI gave up the attack and dodged. If Mei Terumi was determined to pursue, Reikage AI might not be able to dodge easily, but she had been targeted by Killer Bee from behind at some point, and the threat of the thunder plow and hot knife was imminent. At the same time, the dodging Reikage AI also came forward from the front with the thunderplow and the hot knife. Mei Terumi was immediately caught in a pincer attack, and the Hidden Cloud group locked her firmly. Damn it, stop it. Mei Terumi originally wanted to use dissolution and boiling styles to resist, but Abby and the others were too fast, and she couldn't take care of them. 360 degrees. The cold air surged, and Mei Terumi combined with the seawater to build heavy ice walls around her, hoping to use them to resist Abby and the others. Under her perceptive gaze, Abby and the other girl crashed into the ice wall like wild beasts, with broken ice splashing everywhere. They broke through the numerous ice walls and gradually approached Mei Terumi. Hey, Kisame, it looks like your village's Mizukage can't hold on any longer. If she loses, the end of the Hidden Mist village will probably not be good. Want to take action? We won't tell the leader about this. Orochimaru said with a chuckle. No need. My ties to the village have ended. His survival has nothing to do with me. After experiencing betrayal by his superior, Hoshigaki Kisame gradually turned evil, and now he does not attack the village out of nostalgia. Seeing that Kisame was unmoved, Orochimaru smiled indifferently and continued. By the way, the follow-up mission assigned to us by the leader is to capture the tailed beast. If the new Mizukage dies here, will the Hidden Cloud village continue to invade and affect the Three Tails? Itake frowned and turned to look at Orochimaru, feeling that the latter was acting strange today. When did this guy, who used to only bury his head in the laboratory, become so concerned about the organization's mission? But Itake took over the conversation anyway. Perhaps there will be an impact. The turmoil in Kirigakure could indeed threaten the Jinchuriki. So we want to stop Kumagakure. It just so happens that we are a mercenary ninja organization, so we have a reasonable excuse. Itake and Kisame shifted their gaze and stared at the expressionless Orochimaru. What is he thinking about? He cares so much about things that have nothing to do with him. In the eyes of the two, Orochimaru, who is always cold and ruthless, seemed to be extremely abnormal. Since Senior Orochimaru has an idea, then let's do it. After some thought, Itake decided to do Orochimaru a favor, as he might be able to use this favor in the future. With the two seniors speaking, the honest man Hoshigaki Kisame naturally had no objection, since he didn't have to put in much effort anyway. Water style, Great Sainedan technique. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. When the Kumagakure duo was about to approach, Mei Terumi, Orochimaru, and Hoshigaki Kisame took action. The ferocious water shark aimed at Killer Bee and pounced on it. The moment it made contact, it madly absorbed Killer Bee's chakra and its body suddenly grew in size. Kiribi, who lost power due to the unexpected attack, was knocked out and fell on the water. Reikage AI was caught in a pincer attack from Orochimaru and Itake. After all, water combat was not the former's strong point. Many terrifying poisonous snakes hit the Reikage AI, biting him or wrapping around him in an attempt to slow him down. However, at this moment, Reikage AI was like a ferocious bull charging forward, full of power. As soon as many poisonous snakes touched him, they were torn into pieces, and their broken limbs scattered into the sea. Amaterasu. Itake attacked continuously, and black flames appeared out of nowhere, trying to cover the body of Reikage AI. The latter seemed to feel that Amaterasu's flame was extraordinary, so he had to stop attacking, turned around and rushed to Killer Bee to rescue him, and then stared at the three people from Akatsuki who intervened in the battle. Because of their intervention, the situation suddenly came to a stalemate. Orochimaru, who are you? The Reikage AI recognized Orochimaru among the three ninjas with a muffled voice, but he had not seen the other two yet. After a brief fight, Reikage AI discovered that the three members of Akatsuki were not easy to deal with. They are from that organization. Mei Terumi was startled and her eyes narrowed slightly. The three people in front of him were dressed exactly as Yagura had described. Could it be that the murderer who controls the fourth Mizukage Yagura has already noticed the changes in the Hidden Mist village? The speed is too fast. And Kisame is actually in that organization. Could it be that he is a spy from the Hidden Mist village, the one who brought that organization into the village? Mei Terumi recognized Hoshigaki Kisame, with whom she had met before, at a glance, and started brainstorming. Mizukage of Kirigakure, would you like to hire our Akatsuki organization for help? Orochimaru had an evil smile on his face and ignored the Reikage's question, turning the topic to Mei Terumi. Ask me. Mei Terumi looked confused. She originally thought that Orochimaru and his two companions were here to deal with the Hidden Mist village, but judging from the situation, they seem to want to help the Hidden Mist village more. Could it be that they want to retreat in order to advance and infiltrate the Hidden Mist village? At this time, Mei Terumi secretly felt sorry that Ching and the others were not around and she didn't even have anyone to discuss with. What do you three bastards mean? Do you want to join forces with the Kirigakure to deal with Kumagakure? Reikage AI shouted loudly. Orochimaru was already a powerful figure famous in the ninja world many years ago. With the addition of two assistants whose strengths are unknown, he might really be able to help Kirigakure turn the tables. This is none of your business, Reikage AI, so have you made up your mind, Mizukage of Kirigakure? Orochimaru pressed the issue, forcing Mei Terumi to make a decision. Forget it, let's repel the Hidden Cloud Ninja first. Mei Terumi made up her mind and decided not to pursue the purpose of Orochimaru and the other two for the time being. The most urgent task was to deal with the Hidden Cloud village. Okay, I promise you, I will give you the commission after you defeat the Hidden Cloud. That's perfect. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. You assholes are serious. Do you think I'm alone? The Reikage AI's violent temper could no longer be suppressed. How dare Orochimaru, a mere ninja, ignore him and chat with Mei Terumi, talking about repelling the Hidden Cloud village. Today he will test the quality of Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. Blue lightning was moving, and a sharp aura burst out from the body of Reikage AI, causing the seawater beneath his feet to spread wildly, and the lightning chakra mode was ready to go. Brother, that blue skin guy is not easy to deal with. He will absorb my chakra. Killer Bee came forward and whispered to the Reikage. He was originally able to counter Hoshigaki Kisame's sneak attack, but who knew that the latter could actually absorb the enemy's chakra? Anyone would be caught off guard by this move. Damn it! Can't we just let it go like this? Reikage AI had a gloomy expression on his face. Today, only he and Killer Bee came to Kumagakure. If one of them is restrained, the remaining one will definitely be doomed. Two fists cannot beat four hands, and there are 6 hands waiting. How can you win? Reikage AI is brave, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. I'll let Kirigakure go today. I don't believe you can stay here forever. Reikage AI made some harsh remarks, turned around and retreated with the Hidden Cloud Ninja. Mei Terumi and the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization had no intention of giving chase when they saw this. The strength of the Reikage duo was unknown, so there was no need to fight to the death. However, the truth is there. The harsh words that Reikage AI said before he left made Terumi deeply worried. It is impossible for Orochimaru and his 2 companions to stay in the Hidden Mist village permanently. If they leave, war will be waiting for the Hidden Mist village, and they will have to rely on themselves in the end. Thank you very much, I will give you my commission when I return to the village. Although the fight did not break out, the deterrent effect of Orochimaru and his 2 companions was there, and Mei Terumi still had to pay. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mizukage-sama. Orochimaru and the other 2 followed Mei Terumi back to the Hidden Mist village. She thought that the 3 would take the opportunity to cause trouble, but they behaved well from beginning to end and left as soon as they got the commission, which really made Mei Terumi confused. What made her even more regretful was that Hoshigaki Kisame defected. Mei Terumi was of similar age to him and also had a crush on this ninja, but because of the Blood Mist Village, the latter could never return to the Hidden Mist Village. On the other side, the Kimagakur duo rushed back to the village. Reikage was furious and vented his anger on his desk again. He didn't get any benefits from this trip today, but instead lost a lot of manpower. So he immediately gave orders to prepare for war. Whenever the Mist Village loses sight of Orochimaru and his two companions, they will launch an attack with lightning speed. Akatsuki Organization, Underground Cave. Pain was using the phantom body technique to gather the members who were out to learn about the recent situation. The other members were fine, but something was different when it came to Orochimaru. Leader, we encountered an interesting thing in the Hidden Mist Village. Orochimaru then told everyone everything that had happened in the Hidden Mist Village recently. Especially when he heard that the new Mizukage of Kirigakure had taken office, Obito's emotions fluctuated significantly. Are you out of trouble? You are lucky. I haven't finished settling Lin's account with you yet. It's a pity that it's not appropriate to make any noise during this period, so I'll let you go for now. Everyone was listening carefully to Orochimaru's story, and no one noticed him. It was not until the story was finished that the members who had not personally experienced the Devil's Tree came to their senses. Is this true? You can use Ice Escape by eating one. Is it so magical? Deodara, who is very active in the Akatsuki organization, expressed his doubts that if the Devil Tree is real, then if he eats an art fruit, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? The others also had different thoughts, wondering whether or not to go to the Hidden Mist Village. The ninja world is so vast that it is normal for unknown things to exist. There might even be aliens lurking somewhere. It sounds good, but no matter how powerful it is nowhere near the power of God. Nagato maintained his dignity at all times, but deep down he was planning to give it a try if he got the chance. His body is still in a disabled state. It would be great if he could obtain a healing fruit. And don't forget, you can do whatever you want with me after you complete your mission. By the way, we should do the superficial work for Akatsuki. We are a mercenary ninja organization. Kirigakure and Kimagakure starting a war is a good way to earn funds. As for the three of you, stay there for now and monitor the situation of the two major ninja villages. Make sure nothing happens to the Jinchuriki. The Tailed Beast project is the only way to achieve peace in the ninja world. If he is mistakenly killed in the war, peace in the ninja world will be delayed to an unknown time, and his body will not be able to wait until then. After listening to Pain's arrangements quietly, Juzi said nothing. Currently, Kirigakure and Kimagakure are on track as planned, and Akatsuki is about to intervene. He only needs to arrange an evenly matched contest between the two ninja villages immediately. The three forces are enough to provide a large amount of emotional value, and maybe Konoha and Uchiha can be dragged in the future. But if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. If there is no benefit for a long time, I am afraid that several forces will realize that something is wrong, so we still have to give some appropriate benefits. The big heads naturally belong to our own people, and we just need to give them some soup. After that, the ninja world fell into a brief period of peace. Mei Terumi knew this was a sign of the coming storm. In order to fight for the Devil Fruit, Kimagakure will definitely deploy a large number of ninjas. This is the first battle of the founding of Kirigakure. She had to work hard to become stronger while the Akatsuki members were threatening Kimagakure, and she even put Yagura's hatred aside. Taking advantage of the calm period, Mei Terumi immediately sent the Kirigakure delegation to Konoha to strengthen ties with Konoha. It would be best if the two could form a united front to help Kirigakure share the pressure of Kimagakure. At the very least, Konoha should be dragged in to fight against Kimagakure. Konoha. Nothing major had happened in the village recently, and with Jinyun's help, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation had indeed been restored a lot, and even increased slightly. Danzo was very jealous of this. Why did all the good things happen to Sarutobi Hiruzen? He only thought of him when he had to take the blame. Lord Danzo became angrier the more he thought about it, and his expression rarely looked good. Just as he and Sarutobi Hiruzen were arguing in the office, the Umbu ninja reported that the Kirigakure delegation wanted to see him. Suddenly all the noise in the office stopped, and everyone looked at the Umbu ninja in surprise. The people from Kirigakure actually showed up. Have they ended their isolationism? Please let them in. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to his senses and asked the Umbu ninja to lead the Kirigakure delegation. As for the quarrel in the office, everyone put it aside temporarily. After a while, the dusty leader of the Kirigakure delegation entered the office and conveyed Kirigakure's intentions to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. He hopes to re-establish communication with Konoha, and also reveals that a war between Kimagakure and Kirigakure is very likely to happen, and hopes that the two can jointly deal with it. The news about the Devil Tree was deliberately not notified to Konoha. After the Kirigakure delegation finished their message, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked them to leave and discussed with everyone in the office how to respond. Everything else is acceptable, except for the alliance with Kirigakure to deal with Kimagakure. I disagree with that. Konoha just ended the war with Kimagakure not long ago, and we can't agree to them without any benefits. Danzo Shimura was the first one who couldn't wait to speak. Even though he was originally a war advocate, there was a day when he disagreed. Do you have the same attitude? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around the room and saw Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and nodding in unison that it was a rare opportunity to agree with Danzo. After hearing the attitudes of several people, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that there was no objection and replied just like that, but suddenly a different voice was heard in the room. I have a problem with that. Several people turned to look at Jinyan, who was sitting at the end. Because what was being discussed was Konoha's daily political affairs, Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Shinhiko to participate, and the Kirigakure delegation did not avoid him when they asked for a meeting. What do you think? The elders of Konoha have already reached a consensus that you don't need to speak. Danzo stood up and scolded Jinyan, the microphone of Sarutobi Hiruzen, that he had been unhappy with Jinyan for a long time, but had lacked the opportunity to clean up the mess. Now that he had been caught in the crossfire, don't blame him for being rude. Hokage-sama. Jinyan completely ignored Danzo, the old coin, and instead sought the opinion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which made the former very angry. How dare you ignore me? Do you think I can't do anything to you with Hiruzen's support? Well, tell me what you think of what Boss Jinyan said. Ignoring Danzo's gloomy look, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Jinyan a chance because of his contribution to him. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I think we should agree to Kirigakure's request for a joint effort. Seeing the puzzled faces of the few people, Jinyan continued, the hidden mist is weak. Once it is defeated by the hidden mist, the latter will definitely take this opportunity to plunder resources and strengthen itself. It is normal for it to turn around and attack Konoha at that time. On the contrary, if Konoha joins the war, the two major ninja villages will have the upper hand against Kumagakure. After victory, we can demand compensation from Kumagakure and reap a large amount of resources. Jinyan explained the key points to Sarutobi Hiruzen one by one, and wanted to drag Konoha into the war. Except for the fact that Iwagakure and Tsunagakure were too far away, this lineup was equivalent to a half-ninja world war. He seemed to see the rolling emotion value about to enter his pocket. After listening to Jinyan's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time. He was thinking about who he should listen to between Jinyan and Danzo. Hiruzen, don't trust this brat. He has evil intentions and wants to drag Konoha into the war. Danzo stared at Jinyan fiercely, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He actually dared to influence Hiruzen's judgment. This kid is probably not a good person. Humph, I'm a good person. Sarutobi Hiruzen has to consider my opinion, at most he can just add some notes. Jinyan and Danzo are at loggerheads, and a great battle is going on in their hearts. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and watched the whole show. Anyway, the fight between the two would not affect their power, so let Hiruzen worry about it. I need to think about this matter, you guys go back first. For a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen still couldn't make up his mind. He was very conflicted about whether to let Konoha participate in the war, but both sides had their reasons, and he needed time to think about it. Seeing that he had not made a decision, Danzo stopped forcing him. It was a rare opportunity that he got in tune with Sarutobi Hiruzen's inherent ideas, and the latter would definitely agree with his opinion. As for the little devil in front of him, humph, empty words. If he deceives Hiruzen, he might drag Konoha into the abyss. I must find a way to get rid of him. It turns out that saving Konoha depends on me. Feeling Danzo's meaningful gaze, Jinyan turned around and looked at him, showing his white teeth and a bright smile. This was full of mockery in Danzo's eyes, and he wanted to punch Jinyan. In the village, the arrival of the Kirigakure ninja, who had not been seen for decades, naturally caused quite a stir in Konoha. At a street food shop, Kakashi heard the news and became extremely worried. The re-establishment of communication between Kirigakure and Konoha means that the Uchiha clan members of the Hikari ninja village may not be able to keep it secret for long. Such a huge transit point will definitely become the focus of the two major ninja villages, and then the peaceful days will be gone. Besides, he had not told Yamato about the Uchiha information before, which made the Hokage suspicious. What a troubled time. After the 5th day of the Kirigakure delegation's stay in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had his thoughts clear. It is believed that they can appropriately participate in the war between Kirigakure and Kumagakure, using the Kirigakure ninjas as the main force in the war, while the Konoha ninjas will wait for an opportunity to act. It has to be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a very careful calculation that all the benefits were in Konoha's hands. Even if Shimura Danzo was dissatisfied, he had to accept it with a pinch of his nose. After receiving a reply from Konoha, the Kirigakure delegation excitedly rushed back to the village and reported the good news to Mei Terumi. The top leaders of Kirigakure naturally saw through Konoha's plan, but the situation was not favorable to them, and Konoha's ability to lend a hand was already a way to share the pressure. 2 years passed. According to the arrangement of Reikage AI, as long as the members of Akatsuki are not in the Hidden Mist village, the war can be launched. In the early days, the Hidden Cloud village launched several small-scale battles tentatively, but they were all repelled by the Hidden Mist village. Whenever they expanded the scale of the war, Orochimaru and his two companions would appear to stop them and block the high-level combat forces of the Hidden Cloud village. It's not that they haven't thought about hiring members of the Akatsuki organization, but the other party is very professional and will not accept employment from Kumagakure. The Raikage was so angry that he used the table-breaking technique, and the equipment in the office was replaced frequently. In desperation, Union had to put the war aside and focus more on the demon tree. They don't believe that Mei Terumi can obtain the fruit of the devil tree. The hidden cloud village doesn't believe it either. There are beautiful women in the village. So the cloud village did arrange people to try it, and under Hisahi's deliberate arrangement, the two Jinchuriki obtained the superhuman type seem fruit from the Bokito. The hidden cloud village was naturally very happy with this result, and no one would be able to shake their belief in the legend of the devil tree. While being happy, the hidden cloud village also encountered troubles. Judging from the current situation, the devil tree may pay great attention to personal appearance, but there are so many strong men in their hidden cloud village. Where would the beautiful women come from? Is he going to rob them? In addition, during this period of time, Jinyan pulled the turntable a few times and gave the insignificant devil fruit to Juzi, asking him to take charge of speeding up the major ninja villages and not let them stop. As time went by, the two major ninja villages could no longer conceal the news of the multiple leaks of devil fruits. The ninja world gradually learned that a secret devil fruit had appeared in the sea, which could give ordinary people without ninja talent powerful strength. Thus, the ninja world opened a new chapter and entered the age of discovery. Countless ordinary people, ninjas, and samurai from various countries who longed for power set out to sea to try their illusory luck and pray to change their fate. Among them, Konoha, which was closest to the sea, was hit hardest. Look at it all. According to recent intelligence, more and more people are heading to the sea to look for the so-called devil fruit. The impact is too great. The old-looking Sarutobi Hiruzen placed a piece of information on the table for Jinyan, Danzo, Jiraiya, and others to look through. After 2 years of secret manipulation, Jinyan is considered a half-high-ranking staff of Konoha, but one without real power. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw everything he did and was very satisfied, so he brought Jinyan into the office for a discussion. Although he seems to have no strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen also intends to give Jinyan a position and let him shine for Konoha. Jiraiya had returned to the village a year and a half ago, and the changes that had taken place in the village caught him off guard. It took him a long time to sort out everything, including Shadow Ninja, Uchiha clan genocide, Mangekyo Sharinan, etc. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face that was about to be buried in the grave, Jiraiya really couldn't refuse his request, and he had no choice but to stay in the village for the time being, intending to see Sarutobi Hiruzen off to the end of his life. Jiraiya once tried to get close to Naruto, and although the two of them talked very closely, Naruto could feel that there was an invisible wall between him, and everything was just on the surface. Jiraiya believed that this was a self-protection formed by Naruto's painful experience, which needed time to wear off and required more care. It really has a huge impact. Apart from chakra, a new power has emerged in the ninja world. Jiraiya put down the report and continued with a serious face, and there's news that the Hikari ninja village doesn't seem to be very friendly to Konoha. The office fell into a brief silence, and the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking his pipe was no longer heard. Although everyone seemed to be waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to make a decision, in fact, everyone already had an idea in their mind. Since the situation in the ninja world is like this, we in Konoha cannot fall behind. Let's send someone to try the devil tree. The list is drawn up so that Jiraiya will lead the team. Bring along the younger generation of Konoha, including Naruto, Sasuke, Niji Hayaga, Hinata Hayaga, and Sakura Harino, 12 others. The expressions of several people changed. Except for Sakura, the young generation arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen was just to make up the numbers and give commoners a chance. The rest were all potential ones, or they were aspiring to become Hokage. His methods are still so sophisticated. The Hikari ninja village should send Kakashi, Yamato, and the others as envoys. After all, they have experience. After Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged the next affairs of Konoha, everything was within Jinyan's expectations, and he did not need to deliberately guide Sarutobi Hiruzen according to the plan. Returning to the unsealed root base, an inexplicable light flashed in Danzo's one eye. He also wants the devil fruit. Although he has the Sharinan and the mysterious man's Hashirama cells to supplement it, who would object to a little more power? But Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not let him leave the village. The village guard was just an excuse, he just didn't want to see him out of control. In the end, I still have to do it myself. Jen and Fang, the two of you go and bring me a devil fruit. Use any means necessary. Danzo looked sinister and took out his few remaining assets. He had heard that devil fruits could choose their partners on their own, so he still wanted to give it a try. What if the devil fruit saw that he had the potential to be a Hokage and turned to him and embraced him? Boss Jinyan, what do you think about the news about the devil fruit? In the small shop, Jiraiya was tasting ramen and chatting with Jinyan. It should be a good thing that if the devil fruit is real, people like us ordinary people like you also have a chance to strike back. Jinyan expressed his opinion with a smile. Jiraiya chuckled, but he was very worried. It is indeed a good thing, but it will cause a bloody storm in the ninja world and trigger countless fights. Silently watching Jiraiya continue to talk, Jinyan did not interrupt him. just waited for the former to finish his rant before sending him off. The two of them did not have much in common. Jiraiya is a person who cares about major events in the ninja world and world peace, but he ignores certain things in the village that are closely related to him. In Jinyan's eyes, Jiraiya was fooled by the old toad and regarded him as a guide. What about finding and guiding the child of destiny? Doesn't the old toad know that he needs to run errands? The old toad had survived since the time of the Six Paths Sage, that he knew the former's family affairs very well, and Jiraiya could help a lot. Therefore, that old toad is probably not a good animal and is an obstacle to his entry into the ninja world. Konoha Ninja School. In class, Ueno Irika was talking about ninja knowledge eloquently, when suddenly an Umbu ninja called him out. After a while he came in again with a frown on his face. I won't be giving lectures today, I have some news for you all. According to the order of the Hokage, a group of ninja school students will be organized to go to the Hidden Mist Village for the trial. There are naturally rewards for success, and no punishment for failure. Here is the list of candidates for the trial: Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata. As soon as Umino Irika finished his announcement, the audience went wild. What kind of trial requires students to participate? Is there a war? There are rewards for success and no penalties for failure. This must be a special trial. Why am I not included? I am so talented, but I was not chosen. Be quiet. Irika couldn't bear it anymore and his temper exploded. He instantly turned into a big-headed, sharp-fanged figure and yelled at the student. Hokage-sama has his own arrangements, you just have to follow his orders. Alright, students whose names were called just now, please go to the playground to gather. Master Jiraiya will be waiting for you there. Naruto and Sasuke watched everyone get excited quietly. They had received some news in advance, so they didn't react much. Under the envious gazes of the ninja school students, Naruto, Sasuke, and others walked out of the classroom, but they still had to attend classes here miserably. Naruto, Sasuke, what do you think the trial will be about? Going to Kirigakure, is it an exchange competition between the two villages? Sakura and Ino chattered around the two of them, while Hinata followed silently and listened. Who knows, we'll know when we get to the Hidden Mist Village. The group was talking and laughing, not feeling much pressure, and soon the 12 young warriors of Konoha gathered on the playground. Hey, hello classmates, I'm Jiraiya, the leader of this team. Jiraiya appeared in an instant and struck several strange poses in succession. Is this our team leader? Except for Naruto, who had already gotten used to it, the other little Chiangs had gained some experience. How come one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha looks so unreliable? Well, let's not talk too much. To ensure that the process is foolproof, we will discuss the specific trial rules in detail after we arrive at Kirigakure. Now everyone go home and pack your bags, we will set off immediately. As if he noticed the strange looks from the 12 young warriors, Jiraiya hurriedly changed the subject. He couldn't lose face in front of the younger generation. Soon everyone went home, packed their bags and set off for the Hidden Mist Village. Correspondingly, the Konoha's Jonin team chose another time to set off. They were Konoha's central defensive force. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to let too many people leave the village to avoid a lack of interior space. According to the route arrangement, Konoha originally planned to stay in the Light Village for a while before continuing on the journey. But ever since the discovery of the Light Ninja Village, its attitude towards Konoha has not been very friendly, and even watching from afar will be warned. As a last resort, Jiraiya and his crew chose to take another route and go directly to the Hidden Mist Village. A few days later, the Konoha group arrived safely at the Hidden Mist Village. The village is located deep in the mountains and the territory is often covered by thick fog. Naruto and others, who have never seen such a landscape, are very curious and stretch their necks to look around. Welcome friends from Konoha. Kojuro and his men welcomed Naruto and his group into the village at the gate, and then explained to them about the devil fruit. I listened to Kojuro's explanation quietly. Sakura, Hinata, Rock Lee and the others opened their eyes wide, filled with surprise. Jiraiya-sama, is what Kojuro-san said true? There are still such treasures in the ninja world. Could it be a local product of the sea? This is our trial, it's so cool. Several people surrounded Jiraiya and asked him questions non-stop, which made the latter feel overwhelmed. Okay, be quiet. You should learn from Naruto, Sasuke and Neji and see how good their mentality is. As expected of Sasuke, he's so calm and handsome. Subconsciously ignoring Naruto and Neji, Ino and Sakura only saw Sasuke with a cold face, who was not tempted by such a great temptation. For a ninja with average talent, obtaining a devil fruit could potentially change their fate and enable them to become a strong person. Especially Sakura, who is the one who most wants to obtain the devil fruit among everyone. As for Rock Lee, he believes more in youth. It's indeed tempting, but I prefer to become stronger on my own. I have achieved my current strength thanks to my unremitting efforts. Naruto smiled. TCH, just pretending. Thanks to your own efforts, you have gained a lot of benefits over the years. Sasuke secretly despised Naruto in his heart. Yes, Naruto said it well. Even with the devil fruit we can't ignore our own efforts. Jiraiya ignored Naruto's disgusted expression and hugged him with a laugh. As expected of Minato's son, he knows how to work hard even in such an environment. Soon, Naruto and his group followed Kojuro and met Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi didn't have much resistance, as she expected that Konoha would discover the devil fruit sooner or later. In order to stabilize the confidence of Konoha's allies, she also demonstrated the ability of the ice fruit to Naruto and his crew on the spot, giving everyone a shot of adrenaline. It turns out that besides ninjutsu, there really is such magical power in the world. Finding some free time, Sasuke pulled Naruto over and whispered, "The Mizuki's ice fruit seems to be very similar to the thunder fruit that the uncle gave me. Maybe, this trial is still the uncle behind the scenes." Sasuke was playing with lightning in his hand, but he didn't expect that the masked uncle had quite a lot of it in stock. "I wonder if he can obtain another devil fruit, but who can have too much of a good thing? You're still not satisfied. Have you developed the thunder fruit to its limit? According to me, this trial opportunity was prepared for me by the uncle." Over the years, Sasuke has been showing off to him whenever he wants. Due to the ability of the thunder fruit, Naruto couldn't help but fight several times. The uncle is indeed right, Sasuke must be taught a lesson from time to time, otherwise he will easily break away. Naruto stared at Sasuke with burning eyes. Feeling the eager gaze, the latter suppressed his displeasure and said reluctantly, "I'm afraid of you. I will work hard to develop the thunder fruit. I'll give you this opportunity." Then, under the arrangement of the Hidden Mist Village, the 12 young warriors of Konoha checked into the hotel. Jiraiya planned to take them to the demon tree tomorrow to try and strengthen Konoha's foundation. That night, apart from Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji Hyuga, the rest of the 12 couldn't sleep all night. They were all looking forward to the trial the next day. After a day of rest, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others were led by the Kirigakure ninja to the seaside where the devil tree appeared. There are so many people. Is that the devil's tree? It feels so weird. Several girls in the team were chattering non-stop. They had lived in Konoha since they were young and had never seen such a scene. Ninjas and ordinary people from all over the ninja world gathered at the beach. The Hidden Mist Village did not set up any obstacles, but allowed them to come and go, as long as they abided by the rules of the Hidden Mist Village. Everyone in Konoha will just follow the procedure and approach the devil tree on their own. If you are destined to be together, the devil tree will produce fruit, and you will become a multi-talented person like Mei Terumi. After completing the mission, the guiding ninja left time for Naruto, Sasuke, and the others to try on their own. Kirigakure was also unable to provide much help to its allies. "Okay, now everyone approach the demon tree on your own and be careful." Jiraiya also reminded the 12 little strongmen about safety issues. Although the demon tree has never actively attacked anyone, it is still necessary to be prepared for any eventuality. It's really strange that there are such magical things in the ninja world. I wonder if the Great Toad Immortal is knowledgeable and has any memory of the devil tree. Jiraiya stood by the boat and stared closely at the devil tree and the 12 ninjas. The scene seems calm with Kirigakure maintaining order, but things will be different once someone obtains a devil fruit. Devil fruits do depend on who they are, but there's nothing saying they can't be robbed. There's no shortage of desperate criminals in the ninja world, and if the benefits are great enough, even the ninja god would dare to launch a sneak attack. As they approached the devil's tree on the boat, there were even ordinary people around Naruto and Sasuke. Then the cheerful Yae took the lead in stepping forward to try his luck. After a while, there was no sound except the salty sea breeze. "Are you kidding me? My talent is so strong, but the demon tree has no reaction." Yae's eyes were full of resentment. He always believed that he had an outstanding talent in Konoha, but this demon tree still looked down on him. Muttering to himself, Yae retreated angrily and let someone else take over. Then came the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes, who also had no reaction to the demon tree. The three of them were not very emotional about the failure. With the family's secret skills, their future path had already been paved. They just needed to be the clan leader. Honestly, the devil fruit was at most the icing on the cake. As expected, Rock Lee, Tenten, and Abarame Shino also gained nothing. The requirements of the devil tree are very special. Even though these younger generations are extremely talented, it is difficult for them to be recognized. I hope the remaining few people can gain something. So, should I try it? I wonder if the devil tree has transparent fruits or something like that. It would definitely be of great help in my future field research. Jiraiya witnessed the experiences of the 12 young warriors and gradually fell into fantasy. His obscene expression was disgusting. Hinata, who had a calm personality, walked forward past the crowd. Although she looked expressionless, she was actually extremely nervous. She subconsciously clenched her hands, praying to be recognized. Her goal is to surpass Hyuga and Neji. Everyone watched Hinata step forward, wondering whether such an excellent bloodline limit would be recognized. Under everyone's nervous gaze, a devil fruit fell into Hinata's hands. It fell. Sakura's scream immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the news quickly spread to the surrounding people like a virus. Word spread quickly, and a large number of ships quickly approached Naruto and his crew, each with different thoughts. Sensing the malicious gazes around him, Jiraiya did not dare to guarantee that the Konoha Forward Protector could intimidate the enemy, so he immediately burst out with powerful momentum. So strong. This Konoha ninja is not easy to mess with. In the face of absolute strength, some people who were ready to take action persuaded themselves not to take action but to continue watching. Hinata, it's better to eat the devil fruit as soon as possible before exposing your ability. Jiraiya became more alert and paid attention to the people around him, creating an opportunity for Hinata to eat the devil fruit. Under the eager, envious, greedy, and cannibalistic gazes of the crowd, Hinata suppressed her nausea and ate the devil fruit, keeping the information about the ability in her heart for the time being. Naruto next to him was hesitant to speak, wondering whether he should tell Hinata to just eat a bite, but how could he explain the source of the information? Compared to Naruto, Sasuke is not much kind-hearted. Since he has been caught in the rain, he naturally wants to pull others to get wet together. Okay, let others continue trying. Hinata's devil fruit was solved, and Jiraiya told the others to keep trying. But the dark fleet of ships around them had not yet dispersed and were still staring at the Konoha group. It was unclear whether they were trying to get some luck or had other purposes. It was difficult for Jiraiya to drive them away in a public place in Kirigakure, so he had to leave them alone. With mixed emotions including excitement and trepidation, Sakura slowly approached the Devil's Tree. Keep praising and praying in your heart. Great Devil Tree, please grant me a devil fruit. I will be forever grateful for your kindness. Her talent is mediocre, and she must rely on external forces if she wants to catch up with the occult families and bloodline limit ninjas. She didn't want to look at Naruto and Sasuke's backs from afar. As if hearing the call, another devil fruit fell into Sakura's hands. I fell. Sakura was extremely happy. She just wanted to give it a try, and who knew it would succeed. It fell again. The crowd exclaimed. Are the ninjas of Konoha just lucky? Why does the devil tree favor them so much? 2 of them have already fallen. Great Devil Tree. I would trade my friend's entire life for a devil fruit from you. At this time, the crowd was surging. Some people sighed at Konoha's good luck, some prayed secretly in exchange for devil fruits, and of course there were others who relied on practical actions. Who is it? Jiraiya shouted as someone with evil intentions pounced on Sakura's devil fruit. Such a blatant robbery attracted everyone's attention. In this day and age, there are still people who dare to rob Konoha, especially not to mention Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. The chaotic lion hair technique. Jiraiya's hair grew rapidly, forming a lion's head shape that wrapped around the snatcher. The powerful force pressed on the snatcher's body, causing the snatcher to scream in pain and regret it immensely. I should have known not to steal the devil fruit. Fortunately, we knew how powerful the Sannin were and didn't take any action. The onlookers were extremely relieved, and their different voices formed a common emotion, and those ninjas who were ready to move stopped in their tracks. With Jiraiya intimidating her, Sakura finally got the devil fruit she wished for, which may be the biggest help for her to catch up with the genius in her class. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Sakura was about to upgrade herself. Wait a minute, everyone in Konoha, I wonder if this devil fruit is for sale. I'll offer 30 million taels. A heroic voice sounded in the crowd, attracting attention. He was a wealthy businessman from the Fire Nation. His appearance made everyone wake up. Yes. You can't snatch it away. The devil tree didn't choose us either, but we can buy devil fruits. If you are lucky, it is easy to become a jonin, and even becoming a kage is not a dream. Without Konoha saying anything, the sea was plunged into a wave of bidding. 30 million is nothing, I'll give you 40 million. 15 million. We don't have much else, except for the money. 60 million. Everyone be quiet and listen to us. Jiraiya stopped the bidding wave and suggested, I know everyone wants a devil fruit, but we should still listen to the person involved. Jiraiya gave the final say to Sakura, and he would support whatever decision she made. Of course, he would rather Sakura eat it herself, so that the benefits would not be wasted on outsiders. What if that devil fruit is very powerful? Sakura stared at the devil fruit in her hand, her thoughts racing. You are so valuable. Should I sell it or not? That's a lot of money, enough to live a rich life. Idiot, then you will have no relationship with Sasuke and the others anymore, and you will be strangers. Another Sakura popped up and slapped Sakura on the head, making her feelings clear. Sakura suddenly realized. Yes, can't sell. I also want to chase Sasuke and fight alongside them. I won't sell it. Sakura shouted out her attitude loudly, and many wealthy businessmen were extremely disappointed. The ninjas of Konoha have great self-control and are not tempted by huge amounts of money. They could only watch as Sakura ate the devil fruit. After Sakura finished, it was Niji's turn to step forward. Konoha's luck must have run out. If this guy gets the devil fruit, how will we survive? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Niji approached the demon tree. The people around seemed to be even more nervous than the people who had witnessed it. They all stretched their necks and their hearts were beating in their throats. As expected, the devil fruit fell into Niji's hands. Bang! Clang! There were sounds of various objects breaking all around. Even though no one was talking, Naruto and the others could still hear their heavy breathing, showing how excited they were. Niji, come back soon. Jiraiya hurriedly called Niji back to the team. He was afraid that if this continued, the crowd would riot and he could not stop it by himself. Konoha kid, are you selling your devil fruit? There were also wealthy businessmen shouting in the surroundings that they would try to buy devil fruits even if there was the slightest possibility. But Niji refused and ate all the devil fruit under the eager gazes of the crowd. This was the goggle fruit specially prepared for him, and those wealthy businessmen couldn't even think about it. By the time it was Naruto's turn, the crowd around him had gone numb. If my prediction is correct, this golden-haired kid will also get a devil fruit. As expected, Naruto successfully got his wind fruit and ate it in a few bites. Finally it was Sasuke. Everyone thought that the cool boy would also be able to get a devil fruit, but it turned out to be unexpected. The demon tree and Sasuke had no reaction at all. How could this happen? Why doesn't the demon tree recognize Sasuke? Jiraiya couldn't help but frown and think. Logically, the demon tree recognized Naruto, and Sasuke should be no exception, but the fact is just the opposite. Is this kid's luck really that bad? Sasuke, don't be sad. Even without the devil fruit, you will always be number one in my heart. Sakura hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him, and found that Sasuke was looking at her with a frown. She thought she was right and was secretly happy that she was the first person to comfort Sasuke. But she was overthinking. Sasuke had no intention of being sad. His dissatisfaction was directed entirely at Sakura. Sad? Which eye of yours can tell that I'm sad? Sasuke ignored Sakura and stood with Naruto. They secretly prepared themselves for defense, as the eager gazes around them seemed to melt their hearts. Everyone in Konoha, do you have a method to obtain devil fruits? Tell us. There is never a shortage of greedy people in the world. They use the crowd to protect themselves. No matter whether Konoha really has a way or not, they will make a fortune by forcing Naruto and his group to give them some benefits. Seeing the beginning of someone taking advantage of the situation, everyone started shouting and inexplicably gained great courage. After all, it was impossible for Naruto and his friends to kill everyone. Do you want to take action? Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji stared at the people who were making trouble in the crowd with sharp eyes. Getting rid of these fleas would naturally deter others. Boom! An explosion sounded behind the fleet of ships. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked up in shock. All I saw was thick smoke billowing and flames rising into the sky, and I could hear shouts of "The hidden cloud ninja is coming again." So, there's war again? Fuck, run! The clever man hurriedly ordered his men to row the boat and escape. The reason they forced Konoha just now was because they were sure that they would not dare to take action. Now that a war has broken out, who will care whether you are a rich businessman or a noble? If you meet those murderous people, they will kill you like a chicken. Suddenly the crowd was in chaos because the people who had gathered to watch the excitement had caused traffic congestion on the sea, causing ships to crash around like headless flies. There were shouts of curses, cries for help and pleas for mercy mixed together, creating a chaotic scene. We can't let the chaos continue. We must clear a path. The ninjas from Kumagakure will come to kill us soon. Naruto had sharp ears and eyes, and heard the key information mixed in the shouts. As expected of you, kid, you react really quickly. Jiraiya praised Naruto and then found a direction to row away. If he was alone, this small situation would not be a big deal, but there were ninja school students on the ship, and he could not abandon them and leave. Wind style, great breakthrough. Facing the ships blocking the way, Naruto formed seals with his hands and strong gusts of wind blew continuously. Gradually, space big enough for a ship to pass appeared on the congested sea surface. Naruto is so strong. The eyes of the 12 young warriors on the boat narrowed slightly. A sea-level ninjutsu showed extraordinary power in Naruto's hands. Who could believe that he was a student from the ninja school who had not yet graduated? Ignoring the shouting and cursing of the people around them, Naruto and his crew hurriedly sailed away and had already reached the edge of the fleet. However, several ships suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the road. Upon closer inspection, the logo on them was that of the hidden cloud ninja. I can't be so unlucky. Was it a coincidence or a deliberate obstruction? The 12 little brothers cried out that things were not good. They didn't expect that they would have to participate in actual combat before they even graduated. Everyone get behind me, I'll stop the Kumagakure ninjas. Naruto, you guys find a chance to escape first. Jiraiya protected Naruto and the others behind him. The ship's passage was too narrow. The only way at the moment was to defeat the Cloud Ninja who were blocking the way. He just hoped that the key leader of the Cloud Ninja was not on the ship. Jiraiya easily leaped towards the Kumagakure ship with a few leaps, starting the battle. In the sight of Naruto and the others, the Kumagakure ship exploded into the sky and flames appeared in all directions. They didn't expect that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, would be here, so they immediately gathered all the ninjas to surround them and at the same time sent people to request support to catch this big fish. Entering the Sage mode, Jiraiya's fire release encountered a group of wooden ships, causing a violent fire. The fire was difficult to extinguish. The cloud-hidden ninja watched as the ships became fewer and fewer and the passage was opened. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and his crew quickly started the ship. Wind escape became the biggest help at this time, pushing forward like an arrow shooting through the sea and rushing towards the exit of the passage. Damn it, are we just going to let them get away like this? The Hidden Cloud ninjas were very unwilling and wanted to try their best to stop it, but facing Jiraiya they could only hold on and wait for support. How could they have the energy to stop Naruto and the others? Catch them, a female voice rang out. Lightning struck from the sky, and the white light illuminated the faces of the 12 warriors of Konoha, firmly locking onto their ship of ninja school students. Asshole. Nothing can happen to Naruto and the others. They are still a group of ninja school students. Jiraiya was very anxious because Naruto didn't show much strength in front of him, making him think that the latter was just a student. The supporting ninjas from Kumagakure arrived too suddenly, causing the situation to change. Originally he was the one holding the opponent back, but now he was the one being held back and had no time to provide support. Discharge point million volts. Seeing that Naruto was unable to control the boat, Sasuke transformed into lightning and teleported in front of everyone. Lightning flashed in his right hand, like a lightning snake aiming at its target, and collided directly with Union's lightning escape. Boom! Thunder and lightning struck, and the sea surface turned into a pool of thunder. The light intersected with the surrounding fire, clearly showing the expressions of Sakura, Ino, Rock Lee, and others. Sasuke, so awesome. When did Sasuke become so powerful? The lightning just now was at least as powerful as a Jonin, but Sasuke actually took it. Do we still go to the same school? When he was in Konoha, he thought he was a genius, but who knew that his classmates were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, which was the accumulation of geniuses. The remaining members of the 12 little strongmen had mixed feelings. They were originally classmates, but now the gap between them seemed to have widened. Are you a student at the ninja school? Have Konoha's ninjas grown to this point? The second Jinchuriki, Yabukuto, looked unhappy. Why is there always so many geniuses in Konoha? When will it be the turn of Kumagakure? None of you will survive today. The others hold Jiraiya back. Yukato was determined to keep the younger generation of Konoha at all costs, even if it meant letting the ninjas who followed him die. With her strength, it would be easy for her to deal with a group of ninja school students. Naruto, Sasuke, run quickly. Whoever can leave can leave. Although he was surprised that Sasuke blocked the lightning release, Jiraiya didn't think they could deal with Yukato. A perfect Jinchuriki could still crush the students of the Jounin school. Humph, it seems that you have some status in the Hidden Cloud village. It would be very uncomfortable for them to kill you. Sasuke ignored Jiraiya's urging. If they wanted to run they would have to have the chance. Arrogant little brat. What do you mean by that eager look? Yukato looked gloomy. This Uchiha brat looked like he had her in his hands. How annoying. Just once is enough, old auntie. Discharge 20 million volts. Sasuke grasped the essence of trash talk and broke Yukato's defense at the beginning of the fight, then attacked her when she was distracted. Thunder and lightning roared, and waved their claws at Sasuke, and appeared in front of Yukato as if teleporting. So fast. This kid is using thunder escape? Before Yukato could pursue the issue of Sasuke calling her old, she opened her mouth and blew out a large amount of rat-like flames. Thunder and fire exploded, blocking the view. Directly enter the half-tailed beast state from the wooden man. Blue cat demon pattern chakra appears on the surface of her body. In this state, all her abilities will be enhanced and her combat ability will be extremely strong. Call out. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang in Sasuke's ears. It was made by some sharp blade cutting through the air. I have some strength, but I wonder if it can make me more happy. The dark pupils fell, and Sasuke opened the three Magatama Sharingan. The red pupils gave people an ominous feeling. With the help of dynamic vision, Sasuke captured the sneak attack by the wooden man's sharp claws. This cat-like Kumagakure ninja is really fast. Then try this trick. Sasuke was like a lightning source, with a sudden burst of powerful lightning that swept in all directions, illuminating the entire sea surface. When the wooden man was touched by lightning, he felt numbness and then a burning pain. This kid wants to trade injury for injury. Is he really not afraid of death? There must be a backup plan. The wooden man gritted his teeth and decided to give up the attack. There were still many Konoha people to deal with behind him, so he didn't want to get hurt by Sasuke. What should we do now? In a cabin, Shen Zhongfeng took a peek at the battle on the sea. According to Lord Danzo's order, they should find an opportunity to seize the devil fruits, but the group of children simply ate and digested the devil fruits, leaving them helpless. Alas, there is no hope of stealing the devil fruits from those kids. Let's wait for a while and see which unlucky guy we target. The two helpless people had to continue staying in the cabin and wait for an opportunity to act. Showing up now would only lead to being involved in an unnecessary fight. Naruto, let's go quickly while Sasuke holds that Kumagakure ninja back. Sakura's voice trembled slightly. Now she is still a student in the ninja school and has never seen blood. She was suddenly attacked by the Hidden Cloud village and was so scared that her legs became weak. Compared to the calmness of the other 12 young warriors, Sakura was not even close. Sakura is right, Naruto. Since we can't help, let's go into Kirigakure's defense zone first. As the future think tank of Konoha, Nara Shikamaru has a clear mind and the most important thing is that everyone on the ship survives. Okay, I'll take you back first, hold on tight. The other 12 members of Konoha were stunned as they watched Naruto jump off the boat and form seals with his hands. Naruto, what are you doing? I'll take you back first. Be careful not to fall off the boat. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a strong typhoon blew out of his mouth, and the boat rushed out of the group of ships and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. The speed is so fast that it seems to be flying. Faintly, one could hear some incomprehensible words like, Naruto, you. Naruto smiled slightly that he naturally understood what his classmates on the boat wanted to say, but that was not important. The most urgent task was to deal with the cats in Kumagakure. Sasuke, I'm here to help you. Why did you come to me instead of protecting Ino and the others to a safe place? Looking at Naruto who appeared beside him, Sasuke looked alert. This guy is not here to steal the opponent. Don't worry, they are safe. I am here to help you, Naruto said with a smile. He had been feeling a little itchy lately and wanted to stretch his muscles. Tisk, then don't get in my way. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and turned his attention back to Yukito. You two little brats from Konoha, are you trying to take me down together? The wooden man's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his momentum increased rapidly. These two little brats think I'm a soft persimmon. We have to let them see how powerful the Jinchuriki is. Dark blue chakra emerged from the body and gradually enveloped the wooden man's body, turning it into a big cat burning with dark blue flames. Everyone on the sea felt the pressure of the perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto, Sasuke. Jiraiya was very anxious. He was just thankful that Sasuke was able to block the Yukito, but facing the perfect Jinchuriki plus Naruto, that was not enough. That was the Jinchuriki state that all the major ninja villages expected the most. The momentum exploded. Jiraiya, not daring to get involved too much, he summoned the two sages, Fukazaku and Shima, and with the cooperation of their magic, they defeated the Kumagakure ninjas. Puff! The Kumagakure ninja's blood spurted out like it was free and he looked haggard. Is Master Yamujin still not well? I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Yukito, who was on their mind, was in no mood to pay attention to Jiraiya, because Naruto and Sasuke had already arrived in front of him. Discharge! Hurricane! The two cooperated with each other, and the wind fruit and the thunder fruit fought side by side for the first time. The combination of wind and thunder mixed with a large amount of seawater created a huge spectacle on the sea surface. Some people stopped fighting at the same time to watch this amazing scene. Prepare to die, little devils. The blue cat is represented by a wooden figure, roaring towards the sky, flames overflowing from the cat's mouth, and a huge fireball wades across the sea, colliding with hurricanes, lightning, and seawater. After all, Naruto and Sasuke are young, and it is rare for them to hold on for a moment against the attack of the wooden men. Forcibly blocking the remaining chakra, Naruto separated his mind and entered the sealed space to look for help. Julama, come out quickly and see your relatives. What are you yelling about, kid? Julama opened one eye and all sleepiness disappeared. Also, don't talk nonsense. Where did the tailed beasts get their relatives from? The tailed beasts are aggregates of chakra, so if we really have to talk about their relatives, then they can only be the six-path sage who created them. No, this kid can't be. Nine-tailed fox perked up, carefully sensed the situation outside, and discovered a huge blue cat. It's the blue cat from Yalo. I thought it was a civet cat. Kuwabai yawned softly, still feeling sleepy. He's your relative after all, don't you want to meet him? Naruto asked curiously. It seems that Kurama doesn't have a good relationship with the other tailed beasts. Tisk, who are they related to? They are just a bunch of low-level tailed beasts. The nine-tailed fox bared its teeth, looking quite disdainful. He likes to talk about the tails of the tailed beasts the most, believing that the more tails a beast has, the stronger it is. This statement offended the other eight-tailed beasts, and no one likes to talk to him. You can't beat them, so you come here for help, right? The perfect Jinchuriki is really hard to deal with. Well, I'll help you this time. The Nine Tails didn't want to get entangled with Naruto over the issue of relatives, so he quickly wanted to send him away. Kurama, don't you want to chat a little more? Go away, annoying brat. That you don't want to see your little brother lose to Yataru, do you? After being reminded by the Nine Tails, Naruto remembered Sasuke in the outside world, and after chatting for a few more sentences, he almost forgot about him. Call out. When the wooden man who had transformed into a fully tailed beast attacked, Sasuke hurriedly pushed away the dazed Naruto. Idiot, how dare you be distracted at this hour? Relying on elementalization, Sasuke dodged the sharp claws of the wooden man and shouted loudly. Naruto seemed to be awakened by his scolding, and said with an apologetic smile, Sorry Sasuke, I just went to look for Kurama. I will protect you now. At those firm words, Sasuke's explosive temper was instantly suppressed. This guy really can't be trusted. Forget it, let's forgive him first. The most important thing right now is to repel the cats from Union. Protect me, you take. Before Sasuke could finish his words, golden chakra appeared on the surface of Naruto's body and his entire appearance changed color. I wonder to what extent Naruto has mastered the Nine Tails aura. Taking a break, Jiraiya noticed the change in Naruto. With the nine-tailed fox protecting him, it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive, so he can rest assured for the time being. Yukito, be careful, it's that Kyuubi guy. Sensing the presence of an old acquaintance, Yada immediately reminded the Jinchuriki to avoid any mishap. This boy is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Is there any way to catch him? The wooden man was shocked that if they could capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it would be of great benefit to the Hidden Cloud village. It's not easy. The nine-tailed fox is not easy to deal with. Even if he didn't like the Kyuubi, Matatabi had to admit that he was powerful, and with the addition of the Jinchuriki, they might return empty-handed today. Suzuki, let's go together. With the support of the Nine-Tails Chakra, Naruto was full of confidence and started fighting directly with Yukito. As long as they grasp the timing of quasi-elementalization, the opponent's physical attack will no longer be a threat. The two of them can fight her on equal terms, and even defeat the wooden man after a while. Damn little devil, and that damn elementalization. With Killer Bee's reminder, Yukito already knows that some devil fruits have elemental capabilities, and Kumagakure is currently trying to find a way to control it. Don't think you're the only ones with devil fruits. Try this trick of mine. The wooden man took out the long needle and tried to get close to Naruto and the others with his agility. But with the help of wind and lightning, Naruto and Suzuki were no slower than her, so they were not easily caught. The two-tails Jinchuriki of Kumagakure, stop it. Immortal technique, Gomen. Jiraiya's combination of ninjutsu attacked, and the wooden man's alarm sounded loudly. He didn't have time to attack and hurriedly dodged. Call. Boiling oil at a temperature of thousands of degrees passed by, and once it touched the sea, it burned fiercely and continuously. The wooden man was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat that if he was hit by the boiling oil, there might not be even a bone left. Kumagakure Jinchuriki, your plan has failed, why don't you retreat? After Jiraiya's reminder, Yuki finally remembered the group of subordinates who were blocking them. She looked back and saw a mess. Her men had suffered heavy casualties, with only a few elites barely surviving. You're trying to scare me. Fighting with so many people must have consumed a lot of your chakra. I wonder how long you can hold out. Yumyu Ren tried to hide his guilty conscience and spoke in a forced tone. Are you sure you can beat the three of us? Naruto passed Jiraiya. His vigorous momentum was overwhelming, and it was obvious that he had not consumed much energy. After hearing this, Yukito was speechless. She really couldn't stop Naruto and the others by herself. But if they were forced to fight, with the presence of the three ninjas and Jiraiya, plus two annoying little ghosts, they might not even be able to return to the village. You are lucky. You won't be so lucky if you meet me on the battlefield next time. The wooden man clenched his teeth tightly, looking very unwilling. The price paid was high, but the gain was zero. Union suffered a huge loss this time. Naruto and his friends watched the wooden man and his men retreat without trying to stop them. The sea is not Konoha's territory, and the Kirigakure allies cannot be fully trusted. Leaving Yukito behind would only put too many constraints, and Jiraiya next to him probably didn't want to start a dispute. By the time the Kirigakure ninjas hurriedly arrived, Naruto and his friends had already arrived at a safe area. I'm glad everyone in Konoha is okay. After an apology conversation, Jiraiya did not pursue the responsibility of Kirigakure too much. If the other party really had that strength, they would not seek an alliance with Konoha. Then they followed Kirigakure back to the inn, preparing to rest for 2 days before returning. Inside the hotel, the atmosphere was heavy, and the air seemed to quiet down at this moment. A familiar figure sat on the couch, staring straight at the opposite side. Hey, don't stare at us like that. It's embarrassing. Naruto coughed lightly, feeling quite embarrassed. Suzuki next to him was even more embarrassed. His body was tense, trying hard not to reveal his emotions. You two hit it well enough. Jiraiya broke the quiet atmosphere. He wanted to find out the strength of Naruto and Suzuki, so he sent away the other 12 warriors. There are only kids in the school, so there is no need for us to show off our strength. With such strength, it is entirely possible you guys don't have this idea after graduating from the ninja school? Grandpa Hokage asked us to make more friends, so I didn't apply. Naruto put the blame on Sarutobi Hiruzen, but in fact the latter had no idea how strong they were. The old man is really something, he still likes to play that game. Jiraiya complained secretly while agreeing with Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach. Naruto and Suzuki have suffered a lot, so they need to make more friends and strengthen their ties with Konoha. Well, since it's the old man's arrangement, I won't ask too much. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to come to me. Looking at the two extremes, one smiling and the other cold, Jiraiya stopped at the right time. Strength is the biggest secret of a ninja, and it would be impolite to ask too much. Besides, Jiraiya believed that Naruto would protect the village just like Minato did, who perfectly inherited his father's character. Hey, don't squeeze me. Sakura, your head. Yeah, your butt is out of place. Suddenly, there was a noisy chattering sound outside the door, and the three of them were speechless. Why is there eavesdropping? Is it so blatant? Naruto stood up and pushed open the door, and the other 12 little warriors who were huddled together fell into the house with a bang. No, I'm sorry, I just happened to pass by and came to join in the fun. Don't worry, I didn't hear anything. Ino, who was at the top, explained briefly and fled in a hurry. How could she dare to stay any longer if she was discovered eavesdropping? So, you guys just happened to be passing by as well? Ah, we just happened to be passing by. Yes, we are all the same. Sakura, Koji, and the others who fell laughed awkwardly, even forgetting about the bottom layer of teeth. You two should at least come up with an excuse if you want to lie. Never mind, next time you do this, remember to keep quiet. Naruto gave a reluctant reminder, since it was impossible for him to reveal his identity and let others eavesdrop. Ah, Sakura, Koji, and the others were confused. Was Naruto giving them advice or suggestions? So he didn't blame us. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, apologized, and left in a hurry, still blaming each other in their hearts for causing trouble. Under the guidance of Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata and Sakura began to understand the ability of the fruit. One is the light float fruit, and the other is the dog fruit in Dalmatian form. Although it is not as powerful as the wind fruit and the thunder fruit, it provides them with another way to become stronger. After 2 days of rest, Naruto and his crew set off for the village under the envious eyes of the Hidden Mist village. Who could have thought that they were so lucky? At the same time, to ensure safety, Jiraiya used summoning to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked him to send someone to pick them up to prevent other jealous ninja villages from ambush them along the way. With this guarantee, Naruto and his companions quickly arrived in Konoha safely. Old man, we are back. Jiraiya barged into the office and slammed the report on the desk. This is what Naruto and the others got, take a look. The two Hokage advisors next to Jinyan took a glance out of habit and continued to close their eyes to rest. Anyway, Jiraiya had Sarutobi Hiruzen to take care of him. You are still so impetuous. How can you govern Konoha if you keep doing this? Hey, you're talking about that again. I said I'm not fit to be Hokage. Danzo, who was standing next to them, heard their conversation and became angry and anxious. The position of Hokage that I have always dreamed of, but you guys keep pushing it away and are unwilling to take it. What do you take it for? Hiruzen, if you have the guts to give me the position of Hokage, I will be willing. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care what Danzo was muttering in his mind. He picked up the report about Naruto and Niji's concealed abilities and looked at it carefully. After a while, his old face smiled like a flower. He didn't expect everyone to obtain the devil fruit, but now 4 people had obtained it, which was beyond his expectations. He was even more surprised that Naruto and Sasuke could work together to deal with the Two-Tails Yukato. Okay, very good, you guys should take a look too. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over a report that briefly recorded the devil fruit abilities and battle records of Naruto and his companions for circulation. Everyone present is a high-ranking official of Konoha, so there is no need to conceal too much brief information. After taking the report and reading it, Danzo was so envious that his body was almost broken. According to the report, Naruto and Niji's abilities were tailor-made for him, but the devil fruit chose the 2 little brats. Damn it, why can these brats get devil fruits? Think about how much I have given to Konoha, but they end up in this situation today. Hiruzen, you are being so unfair. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was immersed in joy, did not notice Danzo's dissatisfaction. He was still very pleased that the younger generation of Konoha had the hope to grow up. Thank you for your hard work, Jiraiya. Take a rest for the next period of time. Jiraiya was overjoyed to hear that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him a day off. He thanked him and slipped away through the gate. His Intimate Paradise series has not been updated for some time, and it must be continued as soon as possible so as not to disappoint the readers. Hokage-sama, something bad has happened. An UMBU member knocked on the door repeatedly and only dared to enter the office after being allowed. Look at what you look like. Lord Hokage is sitting here peacefully. Our other ninja villages attacking us. Danzo, who was already depressed, found a way to vent his anger and severely criticized the aggrieved UMBU members. But he seemed to have something else in mind. Calm down and speak slowly. Hokage-sama, Captain Kakashi and the others are in trouble. Only after Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke did the UMBU members calm down their hearts that were hurt by Danzo and revealed that Kakashi and Yamato were unconscious. If I remember correctly, Kakashi and the others are heading to the Hikari Ninja Village to negotiate, right? Has the Light Ninja Village already taken action? When asked, the UMBU member shook his head and said he didn't know. Kakashi appeared at the village gate unconscious and there was no sign of fighting. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately led the Konoha's top leaders to the hospital. How are Kakashi, Yamato and the others? Hokage-sama, we checked Captain Kakashi and Yamato. Their physical features are intact, but their mental awareness seems to be gone. After saluting Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who were in a hurry, the medical ninja reported the test results. Why does it look a bit like the secret technique of the Yamanaka family? The eyes of several old fellows were condensed. The people of the mountain clan who were unconscious were probably one of them who suffered mental trauma. Is there any way to treat it? This. Hokage-sama, there is really nothing we can do. Captain Kakashi's spirit cannot be said to be sealed or trapped. It feels more like it has disappeared. It is impossible for it to appear out of thin air. The medical staff shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It was the first time they had seen someone whose mental consciousness had disappeared. Such a person can still survive. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at several Konoha high-ranking officials, hoping they would make a decision. Well, I have something to say. Jinyan raised his hand to attract attention, intending to lead the way for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Shut up, you're not a ninja, you have no right to be a part of this. Hokage-sama. Jinyan once again ignored Danzo's scolding and handed the right to speak to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Konoha, the latter's words count. Well, Boss Jinyan, just tell me what you think. After a few moments of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen still gave Jinyan a chance to speak. After all, he was on his side and he couldn't be too partial to Danzo. Crunch! Danzo clenched his left fist, which was the power of anger. He just wanted to find something to vent it immediately. Damn little devil. How dare you ignore me again? Sensing the inexplicable resentment, Midaman N and Utane Koharu, who were close to Danzo, quietly stepped back to avoid being accidentally injured. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I don't know much, so I'll just say a few words. It would be great if the village could find a way to treat Kakashi and the others. If there is no other solution, we should find the source and solve it. In addition, Konoha almost lost two important forces. We must seek an explanation from the Light Ninja village. Kakashi and the others fell into a coma, and Jinyan of course knew what happened. Irene's magic is not something Konoha can understand, so all they need to do is give her verbal guidance and ask Konoha to send someone. Hiss. On the side, Danzo shuddered inexplicably and looked around. I always feel like someone is spying on me. You guys think the same thing. Danzo and the other two looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Although Jinyan has no strength, he has a good vision. Well, try to treat Kakashi and the others first. If you fail, then blame the Light Ninja village. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his tone and continued, then who should be sent? Do you have any opinion? Midaman N and Utane Koharu both stepped back slightly at the same time. They are both old and it would be a pain for them to do this job. Who would be responsible if they were smashed in the Hikari Ninja village? There was a flash of worry in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, which was caught by Jinyan. Knowing that the old man couldn't make up his mind, Jinyan stepped forward to help. Hokage-sama, listen to me. Are you done yet, kid? Danzo learned his lesson this time and realized that he couldn't confront Shinhiko directly, but instead cursed silently in his heart to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from taking sides. Boss Jinyan, you say. I think we should send Elder Danzo. Boy, you. Danzo was about to lose his temper and scold Jinyan for his bad intentions, but was glared back at by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Danzo being humiliated, Jinyan spoke even more happily. Captain Kakashi is already an extremely important force in Konoha. If we send someone to investigate, we should find someone who is more powerful and prestigious than him. Since Master Jiraiya has just returned to the village, I don't recommend choosing him. The only other choice left is Master Danzo. Staring at Jinyan, Danzo tried hard to hide his murderous intent. What on earth is this kid planning? Do you just want to disgust me or push me to die? We can't keep him any longer, we must find a chance to get rid of him. Hiruzen, you know I've been busy with official duties lately and can't spare the time. Danzo tried hard to find excuses for himself, saying that the situation in the Hikari Ninja village was still unknown and going there rashly would only put him in danger. This is a simple matter. Lord Hokage just needs to find someone to temporarily take over Lord Danzo's duties. The Light Ninja village may have some special means, but it will never be able to defeat Konoha. I guess for the sake of the village, Danzo-sama is willing to sacrifice a little. Jinyan smiled lightly, but in Danzo's eyes it was an open provocation. His one eye seemed to spit fire, and he wished he could kill Jinyan right there and then. This kid dared to threaten me today. Will he kill me tomorrow? Danzo, what Boss Jinyan said does make sense. For the sake of Konoha, you should put up with it for the time being. I will send a barrier team to accompany you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still worried about his friend, so he forced Danzo to send guards. Okay, I'll go. At this point, Danzo knew he had no choice but to go. Didn't you hear that kid threatening Konoha? If you refuse again, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely do something to him, so you might as well take it yourself. Well, that's good, that's good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very pleased that all his subordinates were considering Konoha, so he felt relieved as the Hokage. Bang! At the root base, Danzo smashed the furniture to the ground as if he was going to kill his most hated enemy. Very good, Yajayo Shinhiko, you are the first person who dares to threaten me. Danzo's expression was cold and he was filled with murderous intent. It was unbelievable that he, the Dark Lord of the ninja world, was threatened by a little devil one day. This vengeance must be avenged, otherwise how can he continue to survive? Come here, after I leave, arrange for someone to create some surprises for Lu Shenjinyan. I understand. The voices of the assassins were heard in the darkness. Before leaving, Danzo had already made clear arrangements for Jinyan. The next day, at Jinyan's instigation, Lord Danzo led his escort team and set off for the Hikari Ninja village. At the same time, he also notified Abarame Tone and Yamanaka Kaze to return, so that he could be better protected by two loyal subordinates. After wandering on the sea for a few days, Danzo could see the former site of the Whirlpool country, today's Hikari village, from afar while standing on the boat. Chu Jian, you go to the island first to gather intelligence on the other side and report back on time. Faced with the unknown, Danzo chose a cautious approach, putting his own safety first. In the Hikari ninja village, Irene has been waiting for Danzo for a long time. The moment Aberamethone stepped onto the island, he was discovered by Irene. Faced with Irene, whose strength far surpassed his, Aberame was unable to cause any trouble and became a puppet. Then, according to the intelligence code, Irene sent a safe message to Danzo. Well, it looks like there's no problem for now. Let's go to the island. Danzo never doubted that Aberamethone was one of the most trustworthy root members and would not harm him. But Danzo was always feeling uneasy, always feeling that something was going to go wrong. After arriving on the island, Danzo and his companions sneaked all the way and soon arrived at the Uchiha village. The Uchiha walking down the street startled Danzo. This is Uchiha, how is that possible? Danzo's expression changed drastically. Now he knew what that uneasiness was about. The Uchiha clan that was supposed to have been exterminated suddenly appeared here. Run, we've been trapped. He didn't have time to think about it in detail, and he retreated hurriedly with Shan Zhongfeng. At this moment, Danzo only regretted that he was too old and weak to run fast enough. Kakashi never brought back the news that Uchiha was still alive to the village. It was obvious that there was an inexplicable connection between the two, which was a time bomb. He had to get the message back. Danzo's thoughts raced. If Uchiha is still alive, then what about his Sharingan? Shimura Danzo, where do you want to go? A familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Danzo, his tone was icy cold. Shisui, and Uchiha Izumi. Danzo was completely panicked. The person who was supposed to be dead was actually standing in front of him alive. He seriously suspected that he was under an illusion. It's us, Shimura Danzo. If you set foot on this land today, you will have no chance of returning to Konoha. The hatred of the Uchiha clan will be taken back on you. Shisui and Izumi's eyes were filled with hatred. If Jinyan hadn't rescued them, the Uchiha would have died at the hands of this old guy. Why do the dead people appear here? Are they all fake? Danzo tried to calm down and tried to get some information out of Shisui and Izumi. Yes, most of the Uchiha clan members who died were illusions, including your Sharingan. For the sake of the dying man, Shisui revealed some secrets to Danzo to change his mentality. Genjutsu, then why are these Sharinans so real? Humph, whether it's true or not, you'll know after trying it. The dark red Susanna rose from the ground, and Izumi helped Danzo test the authenticity of the Sharingan. This caught him off guard. Do I need your help to test my Sharingan? Thinking about this in his mind, Danzo tried to activate his Inage, but found that part of the Sharingan was really only able to see but not use, and had no reaction at all. Luckily, he was well prepared and had a spare Sharingan to use as Inage. After dodging the attack, Danzo's face looked so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. So, I worked so hard for most of the day, but in the end I got a bunch of fakes. I'm so sorry Shimura Danzo, you've been deceived again. Shisui's sarcastic remarks dealt a heavy blow to Danzo. Evil Uchiha, are you hiding just to spy on Konoha? What a flattering person. It was Konoha who made the first move. The green Susanoo held the Yasaka Megatama and threw it out, containing Shisui's anger. Having learned his lesson, Danzo was well prepared this time. He dodged instantly, then called Shin Zhongfeng and the guards to attack together. Ninja technique, the art of turning the mind. Yamanaka Feng aimed at Shisui and used his family's secret technique to create an opportunity for Danzo to attack. Unfortunately, Shisui has mastered the instant movement skill so much that he won't stand and be a target for Shan Zhongfeng. Easily dodging Yamanaka Wind's secret technique, the green Susanoo tightly grasped the spiral sword and stabbed out with a powerful wind escape. Get out of the way. When the wind shroud passed through, Danzo and his companions hurriedly dodged. Those Jonin were just ordinary ninjas, not as powerful as the family ninjas or bloodline limit ninjas. Their only role might be to create a chance for Danzo to escape. As expected, with Izumi joining in, the two Susanoos slashed left and right, and the Jonin guards were no match at all. Even with a combined attack, it was difficult to break through Susanoo's defense, and they suffered considerable damage themselves. I must find a way to escape. I can't die here. I will continue to dedicate myself to Konoha. Danzo looked around with his one eye, trying to find a breakthrough. Susanoo's defense really made him uncomfortable. Ordinary ninjutsu didn't work at all. How could he defeat Uchiha with illusion? You four, form a 4-violet flame formation to surround Shisui and Izumi. I will find a way to defeat them. It seemed like a normal order, but in fact Danzo had already intended to escape. He could only leave safely if his subordinates held back Shisui and Izumi at the cost of their lives. All the talk of defeat was a lie. Unfortunately, the remaining 4 Jonin still naively thought that Danzo would take them away, so they foolishly activated the 4 purple flame formation to surround Shisui and Izumi. Wind, go! Danzo pulled his most loyal men and ran away, completely ignoring the safety of Abarame Tone and the other senior ninjas. Yamanaka Feng was confused. He thought Danzo had a plan to fight back, but he ended up running away. Master Danzo, we are trapped. Several jonin who cast the 4 purple flame formation were about to urge Danzo to take action, but when they looked back, there was no trace of the old man. Oh my god, he's left us and ran away. Several jonins, feeling the pain of being abandoned, smiled at Shisui and Izumi. My lords, is it possible for us to survive? What do you think? The answer to the several jonin was given by the Tatsuka sword and the Raisin sword, and the 4 purple flame formation was on the verge of crumbling under the attacks of the two. They dare not let their guard down at all, because if they do, they will die faster. Danzo-sama, the enemy is not pursuing us. Shen Zhongfeng ran while looking back to investigate the situation, but it seemed that they had run away. Humph, when I return, I will never let these guys go. Evil Uchiha. The faces of the Uchiha people flashed in Danzo's mind, including the image of Jinyan. And Kakashi and Yamato, don't think that I won't cause trouble to you just because you are unconscious. Well, who are you? Suddenly, Lord Danzo was stopped again. In front of him was a woman in strange clothes, staring at them with sharp eyes. 2 ants. Irene spoke in a haughty tone, looking down on Danzo and Yamanaka Feng. In her eyes, the two were like ants. How shameless. Additional heat, additional impact. Danzo was about to refute Irene, but the latter didn't like to waste time talking to him and started fighting as soon as they met. Under Irene's control, the surrounding air was infused with heat magic, forming a huge fireball. The ground was also struck by the magic of shock waves, which lifted up layers of earth. Wind escape vacuum jade. By dodging and using ninjutsu to resist, Danzo barely managed to deal with Irene's brief magic, and then he discovered something strange. There are no hand seals or chakra fluctuations. Who is she? Heat blast. Holy beam stream. Irene didn't give Danzo any chance to think, and magical bombardments followed one after another. The weaker Shen Zhongfeng was targeted by a large-scale magic bombardment and fled in a panic, but he was in danger after just a few rounds. First, one leg was broken, and he lost the ability to move. Then the magical bombardment covered him. You should be thankful that the Lord said that you still have value while alive. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse. Irene's magic was all cast instantly and without any pressure. Now she was wearing down Danzo like playing with a mouse. Sir, you and the Uchiha are in cahoots. There is someone behind you manipulating you. Due to his old age and frailty, Danzo gradually became unable to fight and was covered with wounds. But he wanted to get more information and then deal a fatal blow to Irene. You'll find out soon, Aunt. Irene didn't talk to Danzo, and the magic bombardment directly overwhelmed Danzo. As if she had anticipated this, Irene still waited there, and when Danzo appeared again, he was in perfect condition. What a magical Izanagi, I wonder how many times you can use it. Do you know Izanagi? Danzo secretly thought that this was not good. If the opponent knew about this ability, they might have a way to deal with it, which would be greatly disadvantageous to the battle. After the thought came to her mind, Irene continued her magic bombardment. According to Jinyan's information, Danzo didn't carry many Sharingan with him, so he just needed to consume a few rounds. Soon the spare Sharingan was exhausted, and Danzo knew he could not escape. Rather than falling into the hands of the enemy, it would be better to drag Irene down with him and die together, so as to gain a reputation. However, Irene knew exactly what he was thinking. Taking advantage of Danzo's mistake, Irene controlled the ribbons to tie him to the rock in a cross shape. What are you going to do? Let me go. Danzo struggled with all his might, but the black ribbon was so tough that it did not break no matter how hard he pulled. Listen carefully, my lord asked me to tell you something. Killing you might be in your best interest, but it would be most painful if you watched the thing you care about the most die. Let me guess what you care about most. The corners of Irene's mouth curled up slightly. She thought Jinyan's suggestion was very good. She really wanted to see Danzo's painful expression. A mouth at 37 degrees Celsius speaks words at minus dozens of degrees Celsius. A chill rushed from his coccyx to the top of Danzo's head, making him unable to help but think. What do I care about most? No, you won't succeed. After a long time, Danzo finally realized what he cared about the most, and he made up his mind that he would not let Irene manipulate him even if it meant death, not to mention that the latter might not know what he cared about. What you care about most is Konoha. Seeing that Irene's guess was wrong, Danzo couldn't help but feel happy. Wrong, she was wrong. Even though he felt weird, Danzo couldn't help but feel relieved and pretended that his thoughts were guessed. You can't do this. Konoha is my roots, and I won't allow you to destroy it. Hold on, I'm not finished yet. It's not entirely Konoha that you care about most. Irene's change of tone made Danzo feel uneasy again. What you care about most is the position of Hokage, your position in Konoha, right? Bang! Danzo's brain was hit hard and went blank. Irene guessed his thoughts completely. Humph, I thought you were going to say something, that's all. Let me tell you, what I care about most is everyone in Konoha, not the position of Hokage or my own position. For Konoha, I can sacrifice everything. Quickly coming to his senses, Danzo pretended to mock again against his conscience that he couldn't let Irene guess his thoughts, he couldn't let Irene destroy everything he had. Unfortunately, his heart, beating rapidly due to nervousness, betrayed him. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, as long as you kiss me just see it with your own eyes. Personality separation magic. No matter how Danzo argued, Irene began to perform the operation amid the latter's crazy and angry roars. No, you can't do this, you evil guys. A black light lit up, and a figure emerged from the struggling body, and then Irene sealed it with a crystal ball. My lord, the mission has been accomplished. At the scene, Irene bowed and saluted to a dark shadow. Grown UPS. In the crystal ball, Danzo's personality consciousness immediately opened his one eye after hearing the conversation outside. This was a great opportunity to catch the mastermind behind the scenes. But why does that voice sound so familiar? Danzo looked outside, his eyes suddenly filled with anger. It's you, little devil. I knew you had bad intentions. Outside the crystal ball was a figure that he had long wanted to kill. Hey, long time no see, Danzo-sama. Jinyan greeted Danzo with a smile. You evil little devil. I knew you would destroy Konoha. It's ridiculous that Hiruzen is still protecting you. He will regret it sooner or later. Danzo was roaring incessantly inside the crystal ball, with no awareness at all that he was a prisoner. His plan to assassinate Jinyan had not yet succeeded, but he fell into the hands of the enemy first. Don't be angry, Danzo-sama. Soon Konoha and everything you hold dear will be here to keep you company. Jinyan killed people and destroyed their hearts, and Danzo kept receiving waves of emotions. Before he could object, Irene covered up the crystal ball fluctuations. Then Jinyan took out a black mask of the Shadow Claw group and put it on Danzo's body. Although the latter's personality consciousness has been separated, his body is still essentially alive, enough to bear the general's mask. Not only that, if one loses one sense of personality, there will be no conflict between the main personality and the mask. Greetings, sir. The mask is hidden, and the resurrected General Kabo has officially taken over Danzo's body. Irene, put him down. General Kabo, when you return, you must replace Danzo and help the Hokage. As you command, my lord. An evil smile appeared on Danzo's old face, which was even more evil than his original consciousness. Not long after, Danzo returned to Konoha village with injuries. The guarding ninja at the village entrance hurriedly reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, what happened? Inside the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with worry. Of the full team that went out, only one person from Danzo came back. It was a group of rebellious ninjas who attacked me, and Orochimaru was among them. Cough, cough, cough. Frightened by Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but cough loudly, and it took him a while to calm down. Danzo, are you serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very suspicious as to why a rebellious ninja organization would attack the elders of Konoha, including Orochimaru, who had a close cooperation with Danzo. Hiruzen, are you suspecting that I'm lying? That group of renegade ninjas are wearing black robes with red clouds. There are renegade ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. They are not that simple. General Kabo's words and actions were very consistent with Danzo's behavior, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, his childhood friend, did not notice anything wrong. Then tell me why they attacked you. It's impossible that those rebel ninjas attacked you because they had nothing better to do, or that someone hired them. Sarutobi Hiruzen added another sentence in his heart. As a teacher, how could you not understand your disciples' thoughts? That group of rebellious ninjas don't seem like hired ninjas. I heard something like the tailed beast from them. The Akatsuki organization far away in the Rain Country still doesn't know that someone has put the blame on them. Danzo knew that the Akatsuki organization would not easily reveal the news of the capture of the tailed beast, but he had the final say, so as long as it was reasonable, he could say whatever he wanted, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would fill in the blanks himself anyway. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply. The tailed beast could be said to be one of his greatest forbidden treasures, and he would never allow anyone else to touch it. Now, an organization that covets the tailed beasts has emerged in the ninja world. With ninjas like Orochimaru joining in, it is impossible for them to be weak. Even while spying on Konoha's tailed beasts, other ninja villages were also secretly observed. What about the problem of the Hikari ninja village? Sarutobi Hiruzen put aside the matter of treason for the time being, as Kakashi and the others were still unconscious and waiting to be rescued. I can't help it. A group of strangers from the Hikari ninja village drove me out as well, but I found out that they are not simple and have powerful forces behind them. Why do bad things happen one after another? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a terrible headache and had lost a lot of hair. Konoha already lacked a pillar, and now Kakashi and Yamato were unconscious, which made the situation even worse. According to my childhood friend's description, the Hikari ninja village is not easy to deal with, so Konoha can only suffer this loss? Full of worries, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the hospital, intending to drag the Konoha high-level officials to share his headache. But he didn't notice the strange smile on Danzo's face after he turned around. After returning to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called in Konoha's senior management and brought along Shinhiko and Jiraiya, who was on vacation, as good assistants to help him share the pressure. Everyone, this is the situation. Let's think of a solution together. After Sarutobi Hiruzen detailed the information, the office fell into a long silence. Even the elder Danzo failed, let alone Utane Koharu and Mito Kato, and letting them go would just be a waste of time. Subconsciously, the two turned their gazes towards Jin Yan. Jin Yan has participated in all the decision-making in recent times. Although he has failed once or twice, that was because the enemy was too strong. How can he be blamed? He is just an ordinary person. Jiraiya, please say something. Compared to Jinyan, Jiraiya is the more legitimate disciple of the Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is more willing to listen to his opinions. Old man, this is very difficult to handle. Even though Jiraiya was very powerful, he still felt that the information Danzo brought back was difficult to deal with. The rebel ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages who coveted the tailed beasts and the light ninja villages with people behind them were not easy to deal with, especially when Orochimaru was involved. What does Boss Jinyan think? Seeing that his beloved disciple was helpless, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not force him, but instead asked Jin Yan, perhaps he could find some inspiration from the perspective of an ordinary person. Hokage-sama, there is nothing I can do. Perhaps the only way is for Konoha to continue to become stronger. Jinyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to hit him, and it would be useless no matter how much he said, so he still had to find a way to force Konoha from the outside. I see. Inspired by this, a flash of inspiration came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind and he immediately grasped it. Jiraiya, Naruto's strength has far surpassed that of the Doujin. What do you want to do, old man? Until the critical moment, Naruto can't go to the battlefield. He is the only child of the family. Jiraiya was a little emotional. It wasn't a major ninja war at the moment, so there was no need to send ninja school students to the battlefield. Besides, he owed Naruto a lot and needed to find an opportunity to make up for it. Haha, don't be impatient. I was thinking you could take Naruto to get Tsunade back. Afterwards, I allowed Naruto, Sasuke, and the others to graduate early. According to the designated training plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to establish a bond between Naruto and the village, but the current situation is special and Naruto and the others must graduate early. With his dedicated training over the years, Naruto will definitely be loyal to the village. Moreover, Naruto is very similar to Tsunade's brother, and with Jiraiya, the village and other big chips betting, they will definitely be able to persuade Tsunade to return to the village. Really, old man, there aren't many people Jiraiya cares about, so if he can win back Tsunade and teach Naruto, he won't shirk it. Of course, it's up to you and Naruto whether this will succeed. Jinyan was very happy to watch Sarutobi Hiruzen's next arrangements. Restricted by the so-called village ties, Naruto was kept in school by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that he has taken the initiative to open the cage, he is much freer.